Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Tianxuan Continent, Eastern Wasteland Territory, Chu State, Dongling County, Loxia Mountains, Tianxuan Sect. Zhang Ye sat under the dilapidated building edge with a hint of helplessness and doubt on his face. I traveled through time by myself. How could he have traveled through time? This puzzled him. He is a true materialist, although he occasionally has a trace of fantasy. After all, online novels are everywhere nowadays. As an old bookworm, his 10 years of reading experience is not something to boast about. But when the situation in the novel happened to him, he was shocked and confused. Could it be that he is the chosen one, and he is just tempering his character in that world? But if he is really the chosen one, then shouldn't he be the Holy Son who traveled through time and become a supreme holy land, or a peerless genius? Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be. Looking at the surrounding environment, he sighed, unable to complain anymore. The Tianxuan sect he was in at the moment, despite its lofty name, was just a small, unpopular sect. After the previous sect leader ran away with all the sect's money in a bucket, the original owner of his body stupidly took over this mess. I thought that old Immortal would come back. But now more than a year has passed, and not a single hair has been seen. Sighed again. Forget it, let's make peace with it now. Anyway, he was no longer willing to continue his career as a social animal in his previous life. He had no worries in that world, so perhaps coming to this world was a good choice. What should we do next? Looking at the 4 or 5 huts around him, and thinking that this world was not a society governed by the rule of law, he felt a headache. This is a world of cultivators, and personal force has surpassed people's imagination. A powerful person is said to be able to move mountains and reclaim seas. It is not impossible to become an immortal and become an ancestor. Even though he is now the leader of the so-called Tianxuan sect, he is actually the leader of a small gang. It was fine in the past 10 years or so, at least there were 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, but since the uneven distribution of benefits 3 years ago, several of them have left. And a year ago, his teacher, the previous generation sect master, also ran away with a bucket, saying that he went out to look for opportunities. Now he is the only one left in the entire Tianxuan sect. It seems I have to find my own way out. Just when he was thinking this, his mind was shocked, and a cold voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The strongest sect system has been activated. Zhang Ye's pupils shrank instantly, and his face was first shocked, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Damn it! System! As a time traveler, he is very familiar with this stuff. The current situation of the host has been detected, and the system is about to open a gift package for newbies. Please pay attention to check it. Before he could react, the voice sounded again. This time Zhang Ye was completely convinced that he was not dreaming. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Ye said, "System." He was still a little in disbelief. "I am here." A cold voice sounded, and Zhang Ye jumped up from the ground in excitement. "Attention, host, a gift package for newbies is about to be distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a sect guardian summoning order. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme immortal art, Hunyuan Bailu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary sect building order ×1. Congratulations to the host for gaining the protection of the sect. Note, wherever the sect is located, the host is invincible. This system is committed to building the strongest section. The system functions as follows. Function 1. The host can sign in through the system and receive rewards every day. Function 2. The host can summon the sect guardian through the system every month. Function 3. The host can recruit disciples, and anyone recognized by the system will receive a return of cultivation. Listening to the sound of the system, Zhang Ye could only use the word awesome to describe his inner ecstasy. Do you want to withdraw the reward? Without hesitation, Zhang Ye directly chose to extract. Congratulations to the host, the extraction was successful. Just after the system sound fell, Zhang Ye felt that a large amount of content suddenly appeared in his mind. It is the supreme immortal method, Hunyuan Bailu. You can imagine how valuable it is to have the word immortal. Then a white light appeared in front of his eyes. The next moment, a simple token appeared. It exudes a simple and mysterious atmosphere, making people feel a strong atmosphere of time at a glance. Before this was over, at this moment Zhang Ye saw that the originally dilapidated Tianxuan sect was enveloped in a golden light for an instant. After a long time, the golden light dissipated. The scene that appeared again made Zhang Ye tremble. I saw that Tianxuan sect, which was in tatters just now, had completely changed its appearance. Rows of tree-lined paths are lined with ancient buildings. A circle of white walls also appeared in front of him. The original gate, which had been in disrepair for a long time, has been replaced by a huge, primitive gate 5 meters high. Although the area is still small, it has changed from a shotgun to a cannon compared to the past. System, how do I use this token? Zhang Ye then looked at the ancient token beside him. Although he was shocked by the changes in Tianxuan sect at this moment, his attention was still involuntarily attracted to the token. Summoning order, the host can use it to summon the guardian of the section. As the sound of the system fell, strange information appeared in Zhang Ye's mind again, exactly how to use this summoning order. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he grabbed the token in front of him. At the same time, a thought poured into it, and a white light was seen rising into the sky. The next moment, the white light dissipated, and when everything in front of him appeared in Zhang Ye's eyes again, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. I saw figures in white clothes and white robes, with swords on their backs appearing. Because the courtyard is too small, it cannot accommodate so many people. And those who have no place are actually suspended in mid-air. When Zhang Ye saw this, a look of shock appeared on his face. I have never eaten pork, but I have seen pigs running away. In my memory, a practitioner's strength starts with qi training, followed by foundation building, golden elixir, and nascent soul. There must be a more powerful existence above it, but he doesn't know it. And what he understood was that being able to float in mid-air without relying on external objects could only be done by monks in the foundation building stage at least. System, what kind of cultivation are they? Although I had already guessed the result, I still asked. 3,000 golden elixir guests. However, the system's answer made Zhang Ye's pupils shrink. It turned out to be a monk at the 3,000 golden elixir stage. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, and it took him a while to suppress the shock in his heart. 3,000 golden elixirs, what is this concept? You must know that the strongest among the 6 major sects in Chu state are only at the golden core stage. As for Tianxuan sect, 3,000 Jindan monks appeared in one breath. You can imagine what kind of shock it will bring to Chu state. System, do I have another chance to sign in? After calming down his inner excitement, Zhang Ye continued to ask. Yes. The system replied. So, sign in. Zhang Ye didn't hesitate and spoke directly. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This time, Zhang Ye was shocked again. 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. In this world, apart from the gold and silver used by ordinary people, monks all use spiritual stones to trade. The worst among them are low-grade spiritual stones, followed by medium-grade, high-grade, and legendary top-grade stones. This time, 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones suddenly came to him, which almost made him lose his breath. His body was trembling a little and he sat on the ground again. Zhang Ye tried his best to suppress himself. He felt that it would be great if he could have a quick-acting heart-saving pill now. Will the host withdraw the reward? The system continued to ask. Extract. Zhang Ye almost shouted. The next moment, I saw white light flashing on the ground. The next moment, spiritual stones emitting light blue brilliance appeared in front of his eyes. They were so densely packed that they covered half of the yard. The golden elixir in white clothes that was standing there couldn't help but fly into the air. Looking at the spirit stones in front of him, Zhang Ye took a deep breath again. Go down. From today on, outsiders are not allowed to enter the Loxia Mountains. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Zhang Ye said expressionlessly. Yes. 3,000 people clasped their fists and saluted at the same time, then turned into streams of light and disappeared in an instant. As they left, Zhang Ye could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh, and then a vicious dog rushed directly into the pile of spiritual stones. Night fell quickly, with a smile on Zhang Ye's face. Although he was exhausted, he had no intention of stopping. I saw him putting the spiritual stones on the ground into a backpack one by one, and running back and forth between the yard and the house again and again. He didn't ask anyone to help, after all, it was all money. There was no way around it. He was so poor in his previous life, but now that he had seen so many spiritual stones, he felt that he would not regret it even if he was exhausted. Finally, in the middle of the night, he finally moved all the spiritual stones into the house. He lay directly on the pile of spiritual stones, with his legs crossed and a happy smile on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He closed his eyes and began to observe and record Hunyuan Bao in his mind. If it can be crowned as the supreme immortal art, there is no doubt about its power. The moment his consciousness began to observe its contents in his mind, he felt an extremely special feeling well up in his heart. In just a moment, he was deeply immersed in it, and his whole person fell into silence. At this moment, a white mist appeared around his body in the room. It only took a few breaths to wrap it up. And in the spirit stone under him, a little bit of brilliance appeared and began to slowly integrate into his body. If there are powerful cultivators here at this moment, they will find that with Zhang Ye as the center, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions begins to flow in as if it is free of money. He was like a funnel of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. From this moment on, his strength, which was only at the second level of Qi training, began to increase rapidly. Triple, quadruple, five-fold. The continuous breakthrough to the 13th level has not ended yet. If other cultivators were here, they would definitely be shocked. You must know that the recognized Qi refining period is only the 13th level. But at this moment, Zhang Ye broke this rule. His strength continued to improve, but after breaking through the 13th level, he did not reach the foundation level. His aura is still Qi training, but he has broken through the 13th level and is heading towards the unprecedented 14th level. This has broken the rules of the entire cultivation world. Almost at the same time, dark clouds suddenly rolled in the sky, and thunder appeared like giant dragons. But they didn't thunder down, they were just above the Loxia Mountains. That night, everyone around the Loxia Mountains saw this spectacle. For a while, people were speculating whether some treasure had been discovered. However, because there were only ordinary people nearby, no one came to check. Chapter 2. Early the next morning, Zhang Ye opened his eyes in a daze. Then he found that he fell asleep on the pile of spiritual stones, which made him speechless. But she soon became excited. It seemed that yesterday was not a dream. He was thinking happily, but suddenly his expression froze. Then a look of shock appeared on his face. Because he found that there was an inexplicable amount of spiritual power in his body. This left him a little confused. The next moment he saw a pile of white powder under his feet. He looked with some doubts, and gradually his eyes popped out. Where is my spiritual stone? After a while, a shrill roar resounded throughout the sky above Tianxuan Sect. I saw that in the room at this moment, at least 1/3 of the spiritual stones on the ground that were originally piled with spiritual stones were suddenly missing. System, what's going on? Is it a fake? He quickly asked in his mind. No, it's just because the host practiced all night last night, so all the spirit stones were used. The system replied coldly. Zhang Ye suddenly opened his mouth wide. You actually used tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones in one night of practice? Are you a liar? Zhang Ye was about to have a seizure, but he was attracted by the spiritual energy in his body. He couldn't help but feel a ray of thought entering the body and began to explore. Seeing that it didn't matter, Zhang Ye almost sat down on the ground in fright. Damn it, what's going on? Zhang Ye discovered that there was a large amount of spiritual power in his body. At least hundreds of times bigger than yesterday's. If yesterday the spiritual power in his body was just a small drop of water, then today his spiritual power is just a small puddle. Could it be? Zhang Ye suddenly remembered what happened last night. He fell into a deep sleep while watching Hunyuan Bailu. This shocked him. You can practice by simply observing, and seeing the results of your practice is incredible. System, what is my current level of strength? Then Zhang Ye asked. There is no way, even though he has inherited the memory of the original owner, to put it bluntly, the original owner is also a novice in cultivation. His master never really taught him at all. 30 levels of Qi training. Phew. Zhang Ye almost choked to death from the system's answer. What the hell? 30 levels of Qi training. Zhang Ye was stunned for a while. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Although he is just a novice, he still knows the most basic knowledge. The highest level of Qi training is only 13 levels. What do these 30 levels mean? Because of the special nature of Hunyuan Bailu, as long as the host does not step into the foundation building for one day, your strength will only stay at the Qi refining stage. Seemingly sensing his doubts, the system answered. Fine. Zhang Ye took out a breath and accepted this answer. You are Xianzhu, you are awesome. Then can you tell me why so many spirit stones are used in the 30th level of Qi training, and how can I break through the foundation building? It won't be Qi training all the time, right? Zhang Ye continued to ask. Because while the host is practicing, not only your spiritual power has been improved, and your background is unmatched by others, your body will also be transformed by spiritual power. Now your innate spiritual root has reached the top level. Spend. As for how to break through the foundation building, you only need to take the foundation building pill. It is no different from ordinary people breaking through the foundation building. It's just that the higher you practice Qi, the stronger you will be after breaking through the foundation. The system replied. Zhang Ye raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Is that so? Then he began to observe his body again. Sure enough, he found that in addition to the increase in spiritual power in his body, his internal organs were also entangled with strands of spiritual energy. Although I still feel a little bit short-changed, at least I know where so many spirit stones have been spent. It seems that we still need to recruit disciples. That way at least we won't have to use spiritual stones to practice. Zhang Ye sighed. There was nothing he could do, it was tens of thousands of spiritual stones in one night, and even though he was systematic, he felt a little heartache. System, start signing in today. He shook his head. Although tens of thousands of spirit stones in one night made him feel heartbroken, he still had to sign in when he should. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, climbing the ladder. Climb the ladder to heaven? Zhang Ye was stunned. What's this? He asked curiously. The ladder to heaven has 999 steps, which can test a person's cultivation aptitude. The higher the step, the better the talent. The system replied. What a good thing. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Do you want to withdraw the reward? Then the system asked. Extract. Please select a drop zone. Zhang Ye thought for a while and said, "Just leave it at the gate of the section." As his words fell, the entire Loxia Mountains suddenly shook. Zhang Ye took one step forward and arrived at the gate in the blink of an eye. I saw that the original road up the mountain was now replaced by a staircase. This staircase is entirely made of white jade crystals, with mysterious talismans carved on it. This is the ladder to heaven. A glint flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. After briefly studying it for a while, he found that there was nothing wrong with it, so Zhang Ye ignored it. Zhang Ye spent the next few days practicing and signing in. However, the sign-in rewards in the next few days left Zhang Ye speechless. Instant noodles, ham sausage, 4-piece bed set. This made Zhang Ye lament that he was really not the European emperor. Just when he was thinking about whether to take a shower, change clothes, and sign in tomorrow, several figures appeared outside the Loxia Mountains. I saw a child of 7 or 8 years old striding at the front, with several people dressed as guards obviously following behind him. "Young master, let's go back. If the master finds out, we will definitely be punished," a middle-aged man said with a wry smile on his face. "I don't. I said I wanted to become an immortal. Why don't you let me go?" The child curled his lips and said very dissatisfied. "The master has already said that he will ask you to consult the sword sect after you return. It does not mean that you will not be allowed to cultivate as an immortal," the man said quickly. "Don't think that I don't know his thoughts. My eldest brother is asking sword sect, and I don't want to go." The children seemed dissatisfied. "I must join a more powerful sect and let them see that I am no longer a child." Hearing this, the middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Wenjian sect was one of the 6 major sects in the Chu kingdom. There was no other sect more powerful than Wenjian sect. The middle-aged man stopped talking. He knew that no matter how hard he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. He just hoped that the little ancestor would change his mind after a few days. Just as they were walking forward, they suddenly saw a figure in white sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the distance. He closed his eyes, and a faint mist emitted from his body covered them, making him look dreamlike. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. He winked at the people behind him. Several people quickly surrounded the children. However, the child's eyes lit up. He was about to shout loudly, but the middle-aged man with sharp eyes and quick hands covered his mouth. This relieved him. As a monk at the 7th level of Qi training, he could clearly tell others that the man in white robes in front was not simple. If he hadn't seen it with his naked eyes, he would never have noticed that there was another person there. "Let's go first," the middle-aged man whispered. However, at this moment, the man in white robe in the distance suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a group of people felt an extremely sharp gaze coming towards them. "Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Loxia Mountains. Leave immediately." The next moment, a cold voice sounded. However, they did not see the man open his mouth. At this time, the expressions of the group of guards changed. Divine consciousness transmission, at the very least, is a method only possessed by foundation-building monks. Unexpectedly, there is such a person in this small Loxia mountain range. "Senior, please forgive me. Junior and others will leave immediately." The middle-aged man quickly clasped his fists and said. Then he was ready to take people away. "I beg the Immortal Master to accept me as his disciple." However, the child broke free from the guard's hand and knelt on the ground with a thud. This made the faces of the group of guards change. At the same time, he made vigilant actions. Who knows what quirks these guys who hide in the mountains all year round have? If anyone is unhappy, they will have to explain it here today. The man in white robe slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the child kneeling on the ground. "Worship me as your teacher." "Yes, please ask the Immortal Master for help." This made a group of guards look anxious, but they did not dare to speak. "Yes, but it needs to be tested." However, what surprised them was that the man in white robe nodded. This made the middle-aged man frown. In his opinion, this man in white robe is just a foundation-building monk, and he is not qualified enough to accept his young master as his disciple. Master, if you want to become a disciple, I think you'd better go back and let me arrange it. Even if you don't want to ask the sword sect, you can go to the other 5 sections. There was no disguise in his voice. He had 2 intentions. One was to refuse politely. Children are ignorant. The second is to tell the other party that you and others are not ordinary people, and it is best not to make any bad ideas. Are you willing to accept the test? However, the man in white robe didn't even look at him, he just said calmly. This made the middle-aged man look condensed. I do. However, the child spoke directly. In that case, come with me. The man in white robe nodded, and his figure jumped up slightly, hovering in front of them. This scene made a group of guards twitch their eyes. Is it really foundation building? Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not dare to say anything more. A group of people followed the white-robed man and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain in front of Tianxuan Sect's gate. Looking up at the small mountain range, which was only over 100 meters long, a look of disdain flashed in the eyes of the group of guards. But because of the man in white robe, he didn't dare to say anything. But the child's eyes lit up. Chapter 3. Everyone saw a straight staircase connecting the foot of the mountain to the top. Standing where they were, they could only see a few features of some buildings. Get up there, the higher you go the better for your future. The man in white robe said. This is a task given to them by Zhang Ye. Anyone who wants to become an immortal can come and climb the ladder to heaven. This is also one of their tasks. Yes. The child nodded seriously with a small face. Master. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He knew his young master's temperament, and now that he had made a decision, he couldn't change it at all. I sighed inwardly and could only wait until I went back to let the master come. At the same time, he also felt that the young master was just joking now and would change his mind after learning the details of the man in white robe. Just as he was thinking this, the child had already arrived at the foot of the ladder to heaven. Seeing his serious face, he raised his steps and stepped forward. I didn't feel it just now. The group of guards below didn't say anything. In their eyes, it was just a small stone staircase. Even ordinary people can reach the top. However, just when the child entered the 30th floor, his little face changed. He felt a vague pressure rushing towards him at this moment. This made him feel a little tired, and at the same time he was also a little surprised in his heart. Is there any secret to this stone staircase? However, he quickly put this idea out of his mind and began to climb with concentration. 50 floors. 70 floors. 100 floors. When he climbed to the 100th floor, his face was already covered with sweat, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. This kind of pressure has almost caught up with the coercion of his grandfather when he was angry. But he can persist. He gritted his teeth and continued upward. At this moment, the guards below also saw that something was wrong with the look on their young master's face. Everyone's expressions became serious. How is this going? The middle-aged man looked at the man in white robes and asked in a serious tone, regardless of his strength. Climbing the ladder to heaven can test a person's spiritual root qualifications. If he can climb half of it, his future achievements cannot be underestimated. The man in white robe replied calmly. Climb the ladder to heaven. A group of guards all had expressions of concentration on their faces. Is there some magic weapon that can't work? Someone asked in surprise. However, the man in white robe did not answer. May I ask your surname? The middle-aged man finally realized that he didn't even know the other person's name all the way here. The man in white robe was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and replied, I don't have a name, I'm just a guard of Tianxuan Sect. Tianxuan Zhang? Guard? The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. Can Tianxuan be so arrogant if he can use Foundation establishment monks as guards? You must know that there are a total of 6 major cultivation sects in the Chu kingdom, and the strongest among them are only golden elixir stage monks. Foundation building monks are the mainstay of every sect, and it can be said that their number is not very large. However, this so-called Tianxuan sect actually used such people as guards. Also, why have I never heard of this sect in Chu state before? Just as he was thinking this, the child had already climbed to the 200th floor on the ladder to heaven. At this moment, his face was pale, his whole body was shaking, and he looked like he would collapse at any time. At the same time, at the gate of Tianxuan sect, Zhang Ye put his hands behind his back and looked at the scene below with a calm expression. He had just arrived here. Looking at the children below, he couldn't help but nodded. Being able to climb to the 200th floor, his talent is already pretty good. With a little training, he can at least break through the golden elixir in the future. If you have the resources and practice hard, it is not impossible to achieve nascent soul. Just as he was thinking this, the children below had already reached the 250th floor. And this seems to be his limit. Seeing that he was about to faint and fall to the ground, Zhang Ye said, "Take him up the mountain." As his words fell, a figure appeared next to the child. The guards below were all shocked. Another one. Surprise flashed in their eyes. It seems that the sect leader has spoken. Congratulations! From today on, he will be a disciple of Tianxuan sect. The guard in white clothes on the side said. Master of Tianxuan sect. Will he personally accept my young master as his disciple? The middle-aged man said. Now he has no objection to his young master joining Tianxuan sect. Being able to have foundation building monks as guards shows that this Tianxuan sect is definitely not simple. At the very least, there are golden elixir level monks on duty. It's not like he buried his young master's talent. However, the guard in white clothes on the side shook his head when he heard this. Although your young master's talent is good, it is not enough for the sect master to accept disciples himself. What? My young master is so talented, why is he not worthy of the master of Tianxuan sect to accept him as a disciple? The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he said with some displeasure. The 200th floor corresponds to the golden core stage. Your young master can only be like this in the future. If you want the sect leader to personally recruit disciples, you must at least step onto the 700th floor to be qualified. The guard in white shook his head. Hiss! Everyone gasped. According to this person, his young master can at least reach the golden core stage, but he is not qualified for such a talent. This made them look at each other. For a moment, they all had doubts in their hearts. Is this so-called ladder to heaven really so magical? And it looks like there are at least more than 900 floors, so what does it mean if you can reach the top? Also, what is the situation with Xianzong today? Why is the talent at the golden core stage not enough for the sect leader to personally recruit disciples? Many questions popped up, leaving them all confused. Well, since your young master has now joined Tianxuan sect, you can leave. At this time, the guard in white spoke. This. Hearing this, a group of people hesitated. Let's go. I hope you can take care of my young master. The middle-aged man thought for a while and shook his head helplessly. Then he took out a small cloth bag from his arms and handed it over. However, the guard in white didn't even look at it. The figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. This made the middle-aged man stunned on the spot. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your young master in Tianxuan sect. But at this moment, the man's voice came again. Shaking his head again, the middle-aged man took back the small bag. Although he was helpless, he still had a good impression of Tianxuan zone. Being able to ignore his gifts shows the other person's character. Let's go back and tell the master and let him decide. Then he spoke and quickly left here with a group of people. In a room inside Tianxuan Sect. The child wakes up leisurely. I found myself sleeping in a strange room. This made him look wary for the first time. But soon he remembered the memory before he fell into coma. Did I succeed? He remembered that he had climbed to more than 200 floors. The so-called ladder to heaven still had at least hundreds of floors. Can he still join? Just as he was thinking this, the door to the room was pushed open. I saw a man in a white robe walking in. Senior. The child stood up quickly and said. From today on, you are an outer disciple of Tianxuan Sect. These are your clothes and identity token. In addition, these are your cultivation resources for this month and the exercises distributed by the section. The man in white didn't waste any time and just threw a small cloth bag over. By the way, your name? Then the man in white continued to ask. Senior Qi, my name is Lu Yiming. The child said with his fists clasped. Well, I understand. After saying that, the man in white left. After the other party left, Lu Yiming couldn't wait to open the bag. Although he has family power behind him, no one will despise resources. As the bag opened, he saw 2 sets of white robes, obviously sewn according to his figure. Next to the robe is an ordinary-looking wooden token with the word Tianxuan engraved on it. Then he looked at other things, a small wooden box and a brand new book. Opening the small wooden box, a look of shock appeared on his face for a moment. It was a spiritual stone that exuded blue brilliance. This is... He looked at it with some uncertainty. It's not like he has never seen spiritual stones before, but he has only seen middle-grade spiritual stones. Compared with this piece, the spiritual power emitted by the middle-grade spiritual stone is simply incomparable. Is this a top-grade spiritual stone? His little body trembled at the thought. You must know that there has never been a high-grade spiritual stone in Chu State. He didn't expect that he would see such a treasure just because of a spur-of-the-moment decision. This high-grade spiritual stone can at least allow him to break through the 7th level of Qi training. Now he is just practicing Qi at the 1st level. Suppressing his inner excitement, he looked at the last book. Hunyuan Bailul Remnant. Looking at the handwriting on it, it was obviously written just now. And it seemed to be only a fragment, which made him frown. But when he looked through it, his little body began to tremble uncontrollably. Shocking, incredible. At this moment, there were big question marks in his little mind. What's this? This is the supreme cultivation technique. What he is practicing now is a technique that is enough to enter the golden elixir stage, which his grandfather obtained when he was young. But compared with this Hunyuan Bailul, it's just rubbish. There is no comparison at all. Although it is only a fragment, it is still a technique that is enough for him to enter the nascent soul stage. And based on his knowledge, this technique is definitely not that simple. It was just a few thousand words, but it benefited him a lot. Thinking of this, he started practicing without hesitation. In fact, this technique was simply compiled by Zhang Ye based on the Hunyuan Bailul in his mind these days. Of course it was just the front part. He didn't look at the back part because he bit off more than he could chew. Of course, there is also the fact that he is lazy. It is only the early stage of the development of the sect, and it is already good to have Yuan Ying Kung Fu. Chapter 4. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, Library Pavilion. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye started signing in. Just when he thought it was something inexplicable again, the system's reward surprised him. Library. System, what's going on? Zhang Ye didn't react for a while. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sect building, please choose a placement location. The system voice sounded. This made Zhang Ye energetic. He walked out of the room, looked around and came to an open space. This is it. He spoke. As his voice fell, a burst of white light flashed. Then I saw a 3-story building appear. At the main entrance, there is a plaque with 3 big characters written on it, Kang's huge. Just when Zhang Ye was looking at the building, the door opened from the inside. Then he saw an old man wearing a black robe walking out. Guo Yanming, the master of the library pavilion, has met the sect master. The old man walked up to Zhang Ye, bowed slightly and said, "Who is this?" Zhang Ye was stunned. The guardian of the library, his strength in the library is unrivaled. The system replied. Zhang Ye couldn't help but be surprised. System, then what is the function of the library? Then Zhang Ye asked again. In the library pavilion, a skill secret book of different levels will appear randomly every 3 days. The system replied. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. What Xianzong lacks most now is the secrets of martial arts and various magical powers. And since they are at different levels, it is very possible to obtain powerful magical powers. This made his face become extremely excited. Another beautiful day. He thought to himself. At this moment, a person walked by. It was Liu Yiming. The little guy looked at Zhang Ye curiously at this moment. Since practicing all night last night, his strength has reached the 3rd level of Qi training. This gave him a burst of joy. In the past, he couldn't believe that he could do this. He went out early in the morning, ready to take a look at the whole picture of his new sect. However, he didn't see anyone along the way, which made him very confused. But soon he came here and saw Zhang Ye. This, senior brother? He asked with some uncertainty. There is no way, Zhang Ye is too young. At the same time, because he has practiced Hunyuan Bailu and has the blessing of the system, he now looks like an ordinary person. Senior brother. Zhang Ye looked back and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he burst into laughter. I am the sect leader of Tianxuan sect, you must call me sect master. Zhang Ye recognized him at a glance. Disciple Liu Yiming pays homage to the sect master. Liu Yiming was startled, and he quickly bowed and said, this disciple is ignorant of Mount Tai, please don't blame me, master. Although he is young, he still has the human sophistication that he should have. It's okay, how about it, is there anything you don't understand after joining the sect? Zhang Ye smiled. He hasn't chatted with anyone for a long time. As for those guards in white, talking to them is basically playing the piano to an ox. Now that Liu Yiming is here, he has someone who can talk. By the way, there's Guo Yanming on the side. This person has his own consciousness and can be considered a normal person. To report to the sect master, there is nothing that the disciple does not understand. As a person from a family of cultivators, the rules he should understand were already explained to him by his family when he was 3 years old, so after joining the sect, he also understood what should be done and what should not be done. In that case, you should get familiar with it and work hard. Yes, I will follow the patriarch's teachings. Liu Yiming bowed again. In the future, if you don't know anything about cultivation, you can ask the guards to answer it for you. If they don't know, you can come to the library to find Elder Guo. He was quite concerned about the first disciple of Tianxuan sect. Although he was not recognized by the system, he was still considered to be related to Tianxuan sect. So Zhang Ye said a few more words. Yes, disciple understands. Liu Yiming left after Zhang Ye finished speaking. He still needs to continue to practice hard. He is now just an outer disciple of Tianxuan sect. If he wants to join the inner sect, he still needs to work harder. Elder Guo, I will trouble you to take care of the library from now on. Then Zhang Ye looked at Guo Yanming again and said with a smile. Sect master doesn't have to worry about matters that are part of your duties. Guo Yanming smiled and nodded. His strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Within the scope of the library pavilion, he will kill even an immortal for you to see. Zhang Ye nodded with satisfaction. Then he left. Although he wanted to go in and take a look, it was empty now, so he was not in the mood. Another day passed, and early the next morning, Zhang Ye woke up from sitting cross-legged in meditation. Feeling the growing spiritual power in his body, he smiled with satisfaction. Now his strength has reached the terrifying 45th level of the Qi refining stage. He is not prepared to break through so quickly, and now he does not have a foundation building pill, so he can only continue to improve his Qi training level. But even so, his strength is estimated to have surpassed that of a foundation building monk. System, sign in today. Then he spoke. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, 10,000 top quality spiritual stones. Zhang Ye's eyes instantly lit up. The best spiritual stone, this is the legendary spiritual stone. According to the proportion, this is considered to be 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Just when he was excited, a figure in white suddenly appeared in front of him. Reporting to the sect leader, someone came and wanted to go up the mountain, saying that he came to find his grandson. The guard in white said. Liu Yiming's grandfather? Zhang Ye was stunned. Let him come up. He nodded. The man disappeared again. At the foot of the mountain at this moment, an old man stood at the foot of the ladder with a serious face. He was shocked inside. Time goes back to an hour ago. The old man's name was Liu Feng, and he was the previous head of the Liu family, a family of cultivators in the Chu kingdom. Just yesterday, his family's guard came back to report that his grandson Liu Yiming had actually joined a sect called Tianxuan Sect. This made him angry. As the grandson of Liu Feng, he actually joined a sect that he had never heard of. If his old friends found out about this, they would not laugh at him. So, he came overnight and prepared to take Liu Yiming home. However, just as he entered the Loxia Mountains, he suddenly felt something was wrong. As a golden elixir stage monk, he felt dozens of divine consciousness locking onto him in an instant. And the strength of these people is actually the golden core stage monks. This shocked him deeply. He didn't expect that this little-known little place in the Loxia Mountains would have so many powerful people. This made him feel a little scared. Then a figure in white appeared in front of him. Not daring to show any slightness, he quickly explained his purpose. This prevented a major battle. Of course it was a one-sided battle. As soon as the other party heard that he was Liu Yiming's grandfather, he didn't do anything. He just took him to the foot of Tianxuan Sect's mountain and disappeared. He knew that the other party was going to report. This shocked him again. A golden elixir stage monk turned out to be just a person delivering information. For a moment, he felt a deep sense of awe towards Tianxuan Sect. Could it be that Tianxuan Sect is some kind of hidden sect? Otherwise, how could there be so many golden elixir stage monks? And judging from the situation just now, these people are just the peripheral guardians of Tianxuan Sect. It's scary to think about it. Even if he was a powerful person, Liu Feng did not dare to make any overstep at this time. He understood that he had met something extraordinary today. After living for nearly 200 years, he had never heard of the existence of Tianxuan Sect, so one can imagine the power of the other party. If it hadn't been for Liu Yiming's mistake, he might never have known that there was such a sect power in the Chu kingdom. Time passed by minute, but he didn't mean to complain at all. Because at this moment he discovered that the spiritual consciousness of hundreds of golden elixir stage monks had fallen on him. This made him feel extremely terrible pressure. What is the concept of hundreds of golden elixirs? You must know that one golden core stage can move across the Chu kingdom. If hundreds of golden core stages take action together, the entire eastern wasteland will undergo earth-shaking changes. If he hadn't seen strong winds and waves, he might have been shaking all over now. Terrible. You can go see your grandson. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was the man in white just now. At the same time, those spiritual consciousness also disappeared. This made Liu Feng breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Come with me. The guard in white said. Then his figure soared into the sky and headed towards Tianxuan Sect. Liu Feng saw this and quickly followed. He didn't dare to make any other moves. If he violated any taboos, he would have to explain it here today. But after calming down, he felt a burst of joy again. Liu Yiming actually joined such a sect, so his future is definitely promising. Although I don't know what kind of existence Tianxuan sect is, what is exposed now is enough to shock people. He believed that this would definitely not be the true strength of Tianxuan sect. Then the Liu family might reach a new height because of this. Thinking of this, he felt excited. Soon, the two came to a small courtyard. Although it looks similar to the courtyard where ordinary people live, Liu Feng is not dissatisfied or underestimated at all. Go in by yourself. You have an hour. After that time, you have to leave. The man in white said calmly. Then he left. Liu Feng was not given a chance to speak at all. Seeing this, Liu Feng had no choice but to stop trying to build a good relationship. The figure appeared in the yard. Soon he noticed a familiar breath, and also sensed the strength of the owner of the breath. For a moment, he was shocked again. Chapter 5. Yi Ming. Standing in the yard, Liu Feng sighed. Liu Yiming, who was practicing in the room, trembled. Then he opened his eyes. Grandfather. He was a little surprised. Then he quickly walked out of the house and saw Liu Feng's figure. Grandpa, why are you here? Liu Yiming said in surprise. Humph, why can't I come? Liu Feng snorted coldly. Do you want to take me back? I have joined the Tianxuan sect now, and it is impossible for me to go back with you. Liu Yiming said quickly. Who said I would take you back? Liu Feng said seriously, since you have joined Tianxuan sect, you must practice well and don't embarrass me. Hearing this, Liu Yiming showed a look of surprise. Are you telling the truth? He said with some surprise. Certainly. Liu Feng nodded, and then he said, Tianxuan sect is not simple. This may be your opportunity, so you must seize it. Liu Feng's face was extremely serious. At this moment, his heart has not calmed down yet. Haha, of course, our Tianxuan sect is very powerful. Although my grandson doesn't understand Tianxuan sect very well, I think it will definitely not be weaker than the 6 major sections. Liu Yiming chuckled. Liu Feng shook his head. Why is he not weaker than the 6 major sects? Do you know those people in white? Are you talking about the guardian of the sect? Liu Yiming was stunned. Guardian of the sect. Although Liu Feng had already guessed something, he was still shocked again. As the guardians of the sect, the golden elixir monks should be the guards of the sect. He could no longer imagine the true strength of Tianxuan sect. Those guardians are not simple, they are all golden elixir stage monks. Liu Feng sighed and said. What? Are they all golden core stage cultivators? Aren't they foundation establishment cultivators? Liu Yiming was also shocked. You do not know. Liu Feng showed a surprised look. My grandson has been cultivating these days and I haven't asked at all. Moreover, there seems to be no one in the section. I only met the sect leader and an elder once. Liu Yiming shook his head. Liu Feng couldn't help but frowned when he heard this. It seems that it is really a hidden sect, but why are there so many golden elixir stage guards? He was a little puzzled. But these are not the point. What really concerned him was the sect master and elders mentioned by Liu Yiming. Could it be that he is a monk in the nascent soul stage? His heart skipped a beat. There are no nascent soul stage monks in Chu state. If that is true, then it would be a great opportunity for the Liu family. I understand, am I still saying the same thing? You must practice hard and don't slack off. While the grandfather and grandson were talking, Zhang Ye was standing on the top of the mountain. He was thinking about his next plan. Today, Tianxuan zone can be said to be unknown. If you want to take on a disciple, you have to be famous. Looks like it's time to plan. Maybe Liu Yiming's grandfather can take advantage of it. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and said, "Wait a minute and bring Liu Yiming's grandfather to see me." "Yes." A voice sounded from somewhere, and then the surroundings fell into silence. Time passed quickly and an hour was up. Just as Liu Feng was about to leave, a man in white appeared in front of him. "My sect leader wants to see you, please come with me." Liu Feng's body trembled. Master of Tianxuan Sect. He didn't know why he felt a little nervous in his heart. Not daring to hesitate at all, he quickly followed behind the man. Soon the two of them arrived at where Zhang Ye was. Liu Feng felt a little pressure when he saw Zhang Ye's face for the first time. The other person looked to be in his early 20s, and there was no aura emanating from his body. But even so, he still felt a little pressure. "Junior Liu Feng, I have met my senior." He quickly bowed and said. He didn't think that Zhang Ye was really young just because he looked young. After all, it is very simple for a great monk to rejuvenate his youth. Zhang Ye's expression did not change at all because of the other party's name, and he just nodded lightly. "This is the first time we meet. My name is Zhang Ye, and I am the head of the Tianxuan Sect. I asked you to come here this time because I want to trouble you. Senior, if you have any instructions, just tell me. I will definitely do it for you, Junior." Liu Feng said quickly. "We, the Tianxuan Sect, are preparing to open a new gate to recruit disciples, and I would like to trouble you to send a message to the forces within the Chu Kingdom. Let's just say that anyone with extraordinary talents can join our Tianxuan Sect." Zhang Ye said with a smile. Liu Feng's body trembled, and a glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he knew that Chu state was about to change. The era of the 6 major sects is about to pass, and the era of Tianxuan Sect alone is coming. However, he felt deeply happy about this. Now that Liu Yiming has joined Tianxuan Sect, the Liu family can be considered as members of Tianxuan Sect. If the Tianxuan Sect is really going to be born, then the Liu family will have to face a rising tide. If this junior knows about it, it will be done well. Of course, if you have any juniors with good talents, you can also send them over. Zhang Ye continued. There was a look of surprise on Liu Feng's face. "Thank you, senior. If the seniors don't dislike it, I, the Liu family, are willing to attach themselves to Tianxuan Sect. From now on, everything will be guided by Tianxuan Sect." After thinking about it, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Ye glanced at the old man in surprise. "I didn't expect that the other party would be so courageous." "Can." After thinking for a while, Zhang Ye nodded. "Thank you, senior." Liu Feng bowed again and a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect it to be so simple. From now on, the fate of the Liu family would inevitably change. "Okay, you can leave." Zhang Ye then waved his hand. "Junior, take your leave." Liu Feng bowed again and then left. Looking at his leaving figure, Zhang Ye put his hands behind his back and looked calm. In this way, 3 days passed quickly. In the past 3 days, news suddenly spread from the Liu family, a cultivation family in Chu state. The Tianxuan sect of the Luxia Mountains has officially opened its doors to accept disciples, and anyone with extraordinary talents can join. At first, this news was just treated as a piece of gossip. Tianxuan sect is not a small sect, it is just related to the Liu family. I just want to recruit some unsuspecting rookies through the Liu family's name. After all, this kind of thing happens almost every few years. After all, although there are 6 major sects in Chu state, there are still some small sects. However, they are all attached to the 6 major sects or those families with golden elixir stage monks. In their opinion, Tianxuan sect also exists like this. However, just today, a piece of news came out that shocked the entire cultivation world of Chu state. The Liu family announced that starting from today, the Lu family will officially attach themselves to Tianxuan Sect. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The Lu family is a cultivation family that has been around for hundreds of years, and the previous head of the family, Lu Feng, was a genuine golden core monk. There are more than 10 foundation building monks in his family. Although such a family is not as good as the 6 major sects, it can still be regarded as a big family in Chu state. However, such a family openly declared its attachment to an unknown sect. Everyone felt incredible for a while. At the same time, he also became curious about this Tianxuan sect that suddenly appeared. What kind of power can make a family with a golden elixir stage monk surrender? The capital of Chu state, in the Lu family courtyard. Brother Lu, what's going on with you? Why are you attached to a small sect? A figure suddenly appeared, looked at Lu Feng sitting on the recliner, and spoke directly. This is a middle-aged man, wearing a white robe, who looks like an elegant scholar. Brother Lin, you are here. Lu Feng opened his eyes and said with a smile. The person who could be treated like this by him was also a golden core monk. His name is Lin Tian, and his identity is extraordinary. It is a great enshrinement of the royal family of Chu state and plays a decisive role in the entire Chu state. However, this kind of person was looking at Lu Feng with a shocked look at this moment. Can I not come? Your Lu family suddenly announced such a thing, and the entire royal family was shocked. Hayashida said with a wry smile. There is nothing to be shocked about. For our Lu family to be able to rely on Tianxuan sect, that is a great thing that I can only hope for. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Tian's pupils shrank. What's going on? What's going on with Tianxuan Zone today? He asked quickly. He also had a mission when he came here this time, which was to find out what kind of existence Tianxuan sect was, so that Lu Feng could choose to attach himself to it. Lu Feng stood up slowly, his expression becoming extremely serious. Brother Lin, I can't tell you this yet, but I can tell you that the Chu kingdom is about to change, and not even the 6 major sects can stop it. Lin Tian's expression couldn't help but change. As an old friend who has been with him for almost 100 years, he knows Lu Feng well. If he could say this, then this Tianxuan sect must be very terrifying. His expression turned serious for a moment. But you don't have to worry, I don't think Tianxuan sect will do anything to the royal family. Then Lu Feng spoke again. How to say? Lin Tian asked. Because if Tianxuan Zong really wants to do something, the royal family has no power to resist. Hiss. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but take a breath of air. Lu Feng knew the background of the Chu royal family, so if he could say this, how terrifying must Xuanzong's strength be today? In addition, I remember that some of the little guys in the royal family are quite talented. If possible, I suggest you let them go to Tianxuan sect, and maybe they can join it. This might also be an opportunity for your royal family. Lu Feng smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Chapter 6. You mean? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. My Yiming has already joined the Tianxuan sect. In just a few days, he has already entered the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. Lin Tian looked shocked. He knew that Lu Yiming was just a little guy who had just entered the 1st level of Qi refining stage. How long has it been since then, and you have already reached the 5th level of the Qi refining stage? I understand. I will inform your majesty when I return. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Okay, I won't say any more. I just want to remind you not to provoke Tianxuan sect. Lu Feng said calmly. Lin Tian nodded, and then the figure turned into a white light and disappeared instantly. I hope there won't be any blind people. Lu Feng stood there with the corners of his mouth raised. In the Loxia Mountains, 2 figures floated in the air. These are 2 men, one tall and one short. They are wearing black robes and exude the aura of golden core stage monks. Is this the Loxia Mountains? It's so barren. The tall man said coldly. That old guy from the Lu family actually spoke for him personally. It can be imagined that Xianzong must have given him a lot of benefits today. The short man's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with greed. Then let's do it. I happen to be short of money recently. The two of them laughed, with a cold smile on their faces. As Jindan monks in the Chu kingdom, they have no family influence and have not joined any sects. The reason why we were able to reach this level was by plundering these small sects, small forces, and weak casual cultivators. After hearing about Tianxuan Sect, they rushed over without stopping. So I didn't know that the Lu family didn't just promote Tianxuan Sect, but chose to rely on it. If they were informed, they would never dare to come. The two looked at each other, and then the figures turned into two rays of light and headed towards the Loxia Mountains. Soon they saw the building located on the main peak of Loxia mountain range. It seems that's where it is. The tall man spoke coldly. Humph, the leader of Tianxuan Sect came out to speak. The next moment, the short man's voice sounded, instantly spreading throughout the Loxia Mountains. What they didn't know was that just when they entered the Loxia Mountains, they were noticed by the guards in white. This guy better know his stuff, otherwise, the tall man said coldly. However, while they were waiting for the leader of Tianxuan Sect to run out in a mess, the two of them felt something was wrong. It was so quiet all around, and the forest that had just heard the chirping of birds suddenly became silent now. The two of them were a little confused. However, the next moment, a divine consciousness suddenly came and enveloped the two of them. Golden Elixir Stage Monk. The short man's expression changed. The tall man's expression also became serious. The reason why they can live well is because they never go to the Golden Core Stage monks to cause trouble. Even if the other party is not as strong as them. At first they thought Tianxuan Sect was just a small sect, but they didn't expect that the other side actually had Golden Core Stage monks. This made both of them frown. But it was just a golden elixir period, and they quickly relaxed again. Hey, it looks like we're going to make an exception today. The short man grinned. It doesn't matter. With the strength of you and me, the Golden Core Stage is not a problem. A cold light flashed in the tall man's eyes. I didn't provoke Jindan before because I wanted to be more stable. Today I blame this guy for his bad luck. Both of them smiled coldly. However, while they were talking, another spiritual consciousness appeared. Both of their pupils shrank. Another Golden Core Stage. The tall man's tone became serious. But it's not over yet. Following the emergence of this spiritual consciousness, there was a second, third, and fourth path. The terrifying fluctuations of consciousness seemed to have turned into substance, sealing off the sky above the Loxia Mountains. This. The expressions on the faces of the two of them had turned pale at this moment. As these spiritual consciousnesses descended, they saw people wearing white robes appearing around them. It's so densely packed that I don't even know the exact number. The two of them felt their minds go blank. Are they all Golden Elixir Stage monks? How much does this have to be? 100, 200, or 500? Because there are too many spiritual consciousnesses, and the other party's spiritual consciousness can actually be connected to each other, this space is directly blocked. For a while, the two of them stand in mid-air, like two little sheep surrounded by wolves. Looks pitiful and helpless. How can it be? Both of their faces were pale at the moment, and their bodies were trembling involuntarily. Anyone who breaks into Tianxuan Sect without permission will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came, and their bodies trembled violently. Tianxuan. The two of them felt their heads buzzing. How could it be possible? Isn't that a small sect? How come there are so many Golden Elixir Stage monks? We. The tall man wanted to speak. However, what greeted them was streaks of white sword light. For a time, the sky above the Loxia Mountains was directly shrouded in white brilliance. A terrifying aura filled the air, and spiritual energy from all directions began to riot. Run away! The short figure flashed and turned into a stream of light before trying to escape. However, the next moment, white light flashed, and his entire body turned into a blood mist in an instant. When the tall man saw this, cold sweat couldn't help but wet his whole body. "Everyone, I don't mean to offend," he shouted. However, no one paid attention to him, and a web of swords like a spider web covered him. It was enveloped in the tall man's unwilling shouts. With the two men dead, the white-clothed guards also stopped attacking. For a time, the world was clear and clear. Zhang Ye stood at the entrance of Tianxuan Sect, watching everything with a calm expression. "Act recklessly." He curled his lips and returned to his room. On the other side, Lu Yiming stood in his yard, watching all this in shock. A small face full of wonder. What a shocking picture this is! Hundreds and thousands of Jin Dankai took action together, and just now he felt a powerful and unprecedented fear. But amidst this fear, there is also immense excitement and excitement. Only at this moment did he realize what kind of sect he had joined. There is no comparison between the 6 major sects and Tianxuan sect. Since these guards are all golden core monks, where are the sect masters and elders? He suddenly thought of this problem and couldn't help but gasped. The little man was so excited that his whole body was trembling. "System, sign in." After returning to his room, Zhang Ye said in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, Sect Building Upgrade Order X1. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Finally there are different rewards. These days, his sign-in rewards are either cigarettes or wine, which makes him speechless. After all, it is useless for the world of cultivation to have these. But Guo Yanming was very interested, especially cigarettes. The old man didn't know why he became addicted all of a sudden. In the past 2 days, you can basically see him sitting in front of the library, smoking a cigarette and sunbathing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ye felt awkward. "Uncle, you are an invincible cultivator, isn't this too casual?" "System, what does this building upgrade order do?" Zhang Ye asked after putting aside the messy things in his mind. "Inform the host, after using the sect building upgrade order, the level of the sect building can be improved, and the sect's area can also be expanded." The system replied. "Then just use it." A smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. Today's Xianzong is still too small, covering an area similar to that of a middle school in the previous life. He was curious about how big Tianxuan sect would be after raising the level. As his words fell, a white light rose into the sky and instantly enveloped the mountain peak where Tianxuan sect was located. If anyone were watching from the outside at this moment, they would find that the space around Tianxuan sect began to distort at this moment. Although from the outside world, Tianxuan sect is still only its original size. But there are earth-shaking changes happening inside. If the area occupied by Tianxuan sect just now was 1, then the internal area occupied by Tianxuan sect at this moment is 100. Zhang Ye opened the door and looked outside, and saw that the original building had undergone tremendous changes. It was like a small village suddenly turned into a metropolis. The original wooden houses were replaced by pavilions and rockeries. And there was a huge lake in front of his house. The sun shone on the water, and the reflection was sparkling. "This is a waste of time." Zhang Ye couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Lu Yiming looked at the changes in front of him in bewilderment and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Is this the true face of Tianxuan sect? At this moment, a big question mark appeared in his little head. Another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Zhang Ye's strength reached the 60th level of the qi refining stage. He felt that his spiritual power at this moment was enough to rival the golden elixir stage monks. Of course, he will definitely not be his opponent in combat. Early in the morning, while he was practicing, a group of people came outside the Loxia Mountains. The leader was an old man, followed by 4 young people, and at the end was a group of guards wearing uniforms. Is this the Loxia Mountains where Tianxuan Sect is located? A 15 or 16-year-old boy looked at the mountains in the distance with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Is this so-called Tianxuan Sect really what the great minister said? A girl of the same age asked curiously. Since Lin Tianzong said it, I believe it is true, so you must pay attention to your attitude. The leader of the old man said seriously. Are you saying you know? Maybe it was the old guy from the Lu family who said it nonsense. Another tall boy curled his lips. That's enough, have you forgotten your father's instructions? The last girl spoke coldly. It was obvious that this girl should have the highest status among the 4 young people. As she opened her mouth, the others closed their mouths. Okay, let's go in. As the old man spoke, a group of people headed towards the Loxia Mountains. Chapter 7. This group of people is from the royal family of the Chu state. The leader, like Lin Tian, is a worshipper of the worship hall, a golden elixir stage monk. Behind him are the royal princess and prince of the Chu kingdom. And the girl named the leader is Mu Sweking, the eldest princess of the current dynasty. The other 3 are the 3rd prince Mushan, the 5th prince Mu Suolian and the 6th prince Mu Long. After Lin Tian returned, he told the emperor what Liu Feng said. After 3 days of deliberation, His Majesty the Emperor sent several of his heirs to the Loxia Mountains. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. As an emperor, he didn't dare to gamble. And if what Liu Feng said was false, there would be no loss for him. So a group of people headed by Mu Sweking came to the Loxia Mountains. Not long after they entered the Loxia Mountains, the old man who led them suddenly stopped. A group of people also stopped quickly. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Mu Sweking frowned and asked doubtfully. Someone. The old man known as Mr. Lu said with a solemn expression. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 figures in white appearing not far away. Where Tianxuan Sect is located, no one else is allowed to enter. At the same time a voice came. Golden Elixir Stage Monk. Old Liu's pupil shrank. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Golden Elixir Stage Monks are the strongest monks in the Chu kingdom. Could it be that these 2 people are both Golden Elixir Stage Monks? For a moment, everyone except Mr. Lu was a little surprised. The royal family of Chu kingdom, worship Lu Dai. I heard that Tianxuan Sect is recruiting disciples, so I came here with a few juniors. Mr. Lu cupped his hands with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the 2 guards in white looked at the group of people. Then nodded. Okay, come with me. Then the 2 of them headed towards the mountain peak where Tianxuan Sect was located. Let's go, let's follow. Mr. Lu said to Mu Sweking and others. Mr. Lu, are those 2 monks at the Golden Core stage? Mu Suolian asked softly. Mu Tian and Mu Long next to them did not show their contempt just now. The Golden Elixir stage monks are enough for them to look up to. I didn't expect there to be 2 of them here. Yes, these 2 are both Golden Core stage monks. Mr. Lu nodded seriously. Hearing this, the group of people behind were shocked. There was a look of shock in his eyes. 2 Golden Elixir stage monks came out all of a sudden. Is Tianxuan really that powerful? Mu Long swallowed his saliva. I'm very curious about their status in Tianxuan Sect. They should be elder-level figures. Mu Tian's had a flash of thought in his eyes. Okay, let's talk about this later. Now your task is to join Tianxuan Sect. Lu De gradually understood the meaning of what Liu Feng said. Just 2 Golden Elixir stage monks, as long as there are 10 Golden Elixir stage monks in Tianxuan Sect, it will be a very terrifying force for Chu state. He was very curious about where Xianzong came from today. Soon a group of people followed the 2 white-clothed guards to the ladder. Looking at the 999 stairs in front of them, a group of people were a little curious. Okay, those who want to join the Tianxuan sect can go up. They only need to climb the 200th floor to join our Tianxuan sect. The guard in white spoke calmly. This is? Lu De asked doubtfully. This is the ladder to heaven, which can test a person's cultivation aptitude. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of a group of people. I saw it in the royal library. Only powerful sects possess such magical weapons. Mu Sweking said in surprise. Could it be that Tianxuan sect used to be a powerful sect, but then it was hidden from the world, and now it has begun to open its gates and recruit disciples? Really? It's not a lie, right? Mu Long whispered. But he was glared at by Mu Sweking, and then he quickly closed his mouth. I'll come first. Let me see what's so magical about this so-called ladder to heaven. Mu Tian took one step forward. Now he is already at the 5th level of the Qi training stage. In his opinion, he can climb to the 600th or 700th level. With this thought in mind, he walked up the ladder to heaven step by step. As he climbed, there was nothing at first, but on the 100th floor, he felt a little bit of pressure. This made him frown. When he reached the 150th floor, his body was already trembling a little. There were also drops of sweat on his forehead. Seeing this scene, the group of people below couldn't help but feel a little worried for him. After half incense, Mushin climbed to the 200th floor. But at this moment he was exhausted. He just sat down on the steps, breathing heavily. If nothing else happens, he will be able to enter the golden core stage at most. The guard in white shook his head. What? Able to reach the golden elixir stage? Lu De showed a look of surprise. The others also cast envious glances. Mu Sweking and the other three also looked surprised. They didn't expect that the third child could reach such a level. However, this scene made the guard in white shake his head. Is the golden elixir stage very strong? Although he is only in the golden core stage, his future will not just stay at this level. In terms of talent, the talent of these white-clothed guards can at least reach the 700th level. Although they are summoned by the system, this does not prevent them from practicing. In just a few days, their strength has improved a lot. Maybe it won't be long before they can break through. However, what he didn't know was that for Chu State, the Golden Core stage was the most powerful existence. I'll be next. Mu Suolian was eager to give it a try. Then she ran out and headed towards the ladder to heaven. Her talent is obviously stronger than Mushin. Finally, we reached the 240th floor. This surprised a group of people again. Immediately afterwards, Mu Long also stepped onto the ladder to heaven. In the end, his score reached the 280th level, but unfortunately he did not reach the 300th level, which made him a little helpless. However, this achievement made a group of people ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the three princes and princesses all have talents at the Golden Core stage. Sister, it's your turn. Although Mu Suolian was tired, she still came to Mu Sweking's side and spoke. Mu Sweking nodded, and then walked step by step towards the ladder. Then, under everyone's gaze, she walked up the stairs step by step. The 100th floor. Everyone couldn't help but show nervous expressions. The 200th floor. All the royal members present held their breath, and they seemed to be more nervous than Mu Sweking. But at this moment, Mu Sweking's expression remained unchanged, as if she didn't feel any pressure at all. This scene made everyone look excited. Sure enough, eldest sister's talent is the best among us. Mu Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I wonder if I can set foot on the 300th floor. Lu De didn't know why, but he felt nervous. None of them noticed that at this moment in Tianxuan sect, two figures were already standing at the gate of the sect. Elder Guo, how high do you think she can go? Zhang Ye put his hands behind his back and looked at Mu Sweking below. It's hard to say, but there is a power within this female doll. If it can be stimulated, future achievements may not be something this world can bear. Guo Yanming was holding a cigarette in his hand, puffing away smoke and speaking. How to say? A glint flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. She has an innate spiritual power in her body. If it is activated, the gates to the fairy world will be opened for her. Guo Yanming said with a smile. So smart. Zhang Ye said with some surprise. Not bad, how about it? Does the sect leader have the idea of accepting a disciple? Guo Yanming blew out a puff of smoke and said with a smile. If it's true as you said, it's not a bad idea. Zhang Ye's attention was once again focused on the girl below. At this moment, Mu Sueking has already reached the 400th floor. This made the group of people below look incredulously. The guard in white clothes on the side also cast a surprised look. However, this is not over yet. The 500th floor. The 600th floor. The 700th floor. Everyone went from initial shock to numbness later. Mu Sueking climbed directly to the top. This made the group of people below feel incredible. This. I wonder how high my eldest princess's talent can reach. Lu De asked stammeringly. Have no idea. The guard in white just shook his head. At this moment, he was also shocked inside. Seeing Mu Sueking's face not red and breathless, he knew that climbing to the 999th floor of the ladder was not Mu Sueking's limit. Sister, this is going against heaven. The three Mushan brothers and sisters were stunned. As people who have climbed the ladder to heaven, they still have fresh memories of the pressure. However, this terrible pressure that made them want to die did not have the slightest effect on Mu Sueking. Just when they were shocked, Mu Sueking had already arrived at the gate of Tianxuan Sect. At the same time, she also saw the two people standing in front of the mountain gate. Mu Sueking was so smart, she immediately realized that these two people were definitely not simple people. Although they look exactly like ordinary people, they don't have a strong aura emanating from them. But will it be ordinary people who can stand here? So she directly bowed and saluted without any hesitation and said, Junior Mu Sueking, I came here to become my disciple. Yes, your talent is very good. Zhang Ye nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Thank you, senior. Okay, go and bring those who have passed the customs. I have something to say. Yes. Mu Sueking did not dare to neglect and headed directly down the mountain. The 909th floor is really a good seedling. Guo Yanming sighed. Chapter 8. Soon Mu Long, Mu Suelian, and others, led by Mu Sueking, arrived at the Tianxuan sect. Junior pays homage to senior. When several people saw Zhang Ye and Guo Yanming, they quickly bowed and saluted. Okay, now that you have passed the training, you will be my disciples of Tianxuan sect from today on. Zhang Ye nodded slightly, then looked at Mu Sueking and said, You have the best talent, would you like to become my disciple? Hearing this, Mu Sueking suddenly raised her head, a flash of joy flashing in her eyes. Disciple is willing. Without hesitation, Mu Sueking fell to the ground. Okay, get up. Zhang Ye smiled and nodded. Mu Suelian and the other three looked at their eldest sister with envy. They have always known that everyone in their family is talented, but now it seems that they are really different compared to them. Almost at the same time, the system notification sound appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple. The system is checking. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a disciple, Mu Sueking. This disciple is extremely talented and possesses excellent ice talent. Practicing ice-based skills will greatly increase his training speed. The talent of the host's disciple is detected, and the host obtains the skill, Tianhanju. Congratulations to the host for receiving reward feedback, 100 years of cultivation. Boom! Zhang Ye only felt the spiritual power in his body surge instantly. 80 levels of qi refining. 90 levels of Qi refining. 99th level of Qi refining. It has been detected that the host has reached the ultimate level of Qi refining. If you want to improve your strength, you need to break through the foundation building stage. The remaining spiritual power will improve the host's spiritual root qualifications. Then Zhang Ye's body changed again. He, who was already a high-grade spiritual root, was promoted again. In just the blink of an eye, his spiritual root qualifications directly broke through to the top spiritual roots. This change only happened in an instant, and no one except Guo Yanming on the side noticed it at all. Zhang Ye's eyes flashed with light. At this moment, he felt a powerful and unparalleled power. He felt as if he had become a giant now, as if he could kill a golden core monk with one punch. The next step is to break through the foundation building period. He thought secretly in his heart. Haha, congratulations to the sect master on your wonderful disciple. At this time, Guo Yanming on the side said with a smile. Okay, since you have joined Tianxuan Sect, you should go to your residence first. Elder Guo and the others will be left to you. Zhang Ye smiled slightly and then said to Mu Sueking, come with me. Now that you have joined me, as a master, I cannot be stingy. Okay. Guo Yanming was still smiling. As for Mu Long and the other three, they once again looked at Mu Sueking with envious eyes. And they couldn't help but feel a little surprised in their hearts. They didn't expect that this young man who looked about the same age as them would be the leader of Tianxuan Sect. I don't know what his strength is. Soon they followed Guo Yanming into Tianxuan Sect. As soon as they stepped through the door, they felt as if they had passed through an invisible barrier. When the scene behind the gate came into their eyes, everyone trembled involuntarily. How can this be? Mu Long and the other three looked at everything in front of them in disbelief, with shocked expressions on their faces. When they were looking at Tianxuan Sect outside just now, they thought this was just a slightly larger courtyard. But when I walked in, I found that there was a whole other world here. This is more than just a courtyard, it's basically a small world. At a glance, there is no end in sight. I saw endless pavilions and pavilions in the distance, and a strange Taoist charm radiated out. Threads of white mist filled the air, making it feel like a paradise. All three of them felt incredible for a moment. Is this the true face of Tianxuan Sect? Okay, let's go, I'll take you to see where you live. Guo Yanming said. In fact, such a thing could be done by the sect guards, but he really had nothing to do, so he took the three little guys there himself. The three of them did not dare to neglect and quickly followed Guo Yanming. Soon they came to a courtyard. At this moment, there is already a person standing here. Lu Yiming. Mu Long spoke in surprise. You are here too. Lu Yiming said with a smile. At the same time, a breath unique to the 7th level of Qi training emitted. Your strength. Mu Long and the other three looked at him with some confusion, which made Lu Yiming reveal a proud smile. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yiming and the others also knew each other, so they also knew the strength of this boy. However, it's been so long since I last saw him, and he has already reached the 7th level of Qi training. It's incredible. Is this the strength of Tianxuan Sect? Mu Tian murmured to himself. Immediately afterwards, the three of them were extremely surprised. None of them thought that their talents were weaker than Lu Yiming's, so if he could do it, they could certainly do it too. Okay, your residence will be here from today on. At this time Guo Yanming said. At the same time, he took out 3 small cloth bags and handed them over. Besides, this is your stuff. It contains techniques and training resources. I hope you can work harder. After saying that, his figure disappeared instantly. As Guo Yanming left, the 4 of them felt a little relaxed for some reason. Although they were curious about this elder's strength, they did not dare to ask. I didn't expect you guys to come too. Lu Yiming smiled and spoke. You brat, you did such a good thing and didn't even tell me. Mu Suolian walked over directly, grabbed his ear, and said viciously. It hurts, I just joined Tianxuan Sect. Lu Yiming said quickly. Yiming, do you know what is going on in Tianxuan Sect? Why have you never heard of it before? Mu Tian asked on the side, and Mu Suolian also let go of Lu Yiming. I came here by accident. I have never heard of it before. Lu Yiming shook his head. But Tianxuan Sect is very powerful. Just 2 days ago, 2 Golden Core stage monks wanted to come to cause trouble. As a result, hundreds of Golden Core stage guards came out and killed them directly. What? Hundreds of golden elixirs, are they real or fake? The expressions of Mu Suolian and the other 3 people changed drastically, and their faces showed incredible expressions again. I have seen with my own eyes that it can still be fake. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I originally thought that it would be terrible for Tianxuan Sect to have 10 golden elixir stage monks. Unexpectedly, it was not even a fraction. Humph, these are just those white-clothed guards. None of the elders in the sect have taken action. Think about their strength. Lu Yiming chuckled. The 3 of them trembled and were frightened. They knew that Chu state was really about to change. Fortunately, they have now joined Tianxuan Sect, which is good news for their royal family. Also, you'd better take a look at what's inside, you'll be surprised. Then Lu Yiming said mysteriously. After the 3 heard this, they couldn't help but curiously opened the bag. Then they couldn't help but let out a scream. Just 1 high-grade spiritual stone shocked them. When they saw the technique, they gasped. While they were discussing, at the gate of Tianxuan Sect, Zhang Ye stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Mu Suolian stood with a well-behaved look on his face. Are you from the royal family? Zhang Ye asked directly. The disciple is the eldest princess of the Chu royal family. Mu Suolian quickly replied. Your talent is very good. The small country of Chu cannot restrict your future, so work hard. Your world is outside. Zhang Ye said, then took out a small bag and threw it to her. Open it, this is your gift from me as your teacher. Mu Suolian opened the small bag curiously, and her attention was immediately attracted by the contents inside. I saw a book and 10 spiritual stones exuding dark blue inside. This is... Her pupils shrank, and for a moment all her attention was attracted by the 10 spirit stones. The best spiritual stone. She let out a scream involuntarily. Then she raised her head suddenly, her eyes full of shock. This is your cultivation resource for 1 month. I believe that with your talent, you will soon be able to break through to the great perfection of Qi training, and then you will be able to break through the foundation building stage. Zhang Ye said calmly. Thank you, Master. Mu Suolian bowed again, her face full of excitement. Even with her cold temperament, a trace of emotion could not help but appear in her heart at this moment. Get up and don't be too quick to salute. Let's go, I'll have someone take you to your residence. Zhang Ye said, and a figure in white appeared. Seeing this, Mu Suolian followed him towards the sect. Like Mu Suolian and the other 3, she was also shocked by the magic of Tianxuan Sect. As she left, Zhang Ye still stood where he was. Someone is coming. After a while, he spoke. The next moment, another guard in white appeared in front of him. Go and look for the recipe for the foundation establishment pill, and collect some more foundation establishment pills. Zhang Ye said, and then threw out a small cloth bag. Because there is no space magic weapon yet, I can only use small cloth bags to hold the spiritual stones. Yes. The man took the small bag and bowed before his figure turned into a white light and rushed out of the Luxia mountains in an instant. Following his departure, Zhang Ye also returned to Tianxuan Sect. At the same time, 2 more figures came outside the Luxia mountains. One of the women looked to be 17 or 18 years old, while the other looked to be 7 or 8 years old. Their clothes were in tatters and covered with pudding. They looked tired at this moment. Sister Lingling, how long until we arrive? The girl raised her little face and looked at the girl with a pair of big eyes without blinking. It's right in front, let's work harder. The girl's face was a little pale, but she still showed a smile. Can we join that Tianxuan sect? If not, what should we do? There was a flash of worry in the girl's eyes, and her little face also showed a trace of confusion about the future. Don't worry, it will definitely work. The girl nodded firmly. Chapter 9. Dongming City is the closest mortal city to the Luxia Mountains. Currently in a tavern in the city. Xianzong has been in a lot of trouble recently. I don't know what the situation is. At a dinner table, several men were talking while eating. Who says it isn't? I've also heard that the Tiandao sect seems to be making moves recently, just for Tianxuan sect. Humph, of course. Now that the 6 major sects in the Chu kingdom have a balance of power, and now a Tianxuan sect suddenly appears, they will definitely not be able to sit still. I don't know if the other 5 major sects will take any action. I think there should be. After all, if we can really make the Lu family surrender, then this Tianxuan sect will have at least 3 golden elixir level monks. The Heavenly Sword sect alone will not be able to completely suppress it. It's been another troubled time. There was another small-scale conflict on the eastern border a few days ago. I don't know what will happen in the future. I heard that the Jin state has fallen, and I don't know if our Chu state can hold on. This time the demon sect is coming very hard, I'm very worried. It doesn't matter anyway, whether it's the 6 major sects or the demon sect, we are just small people. Whoever they win or lose has no impact on us. While this group of people were talking about each other, 3 figures were quietly drinking wine on a dining table on the other side. You can see that they all have a sword on their back. If a knowledgeable person were here, they would recognize that the engraving on the hilt of the sword was the symbol of the Wenjian sect. A bunch of guys who don't know what they are talking about are just here to talk nonsense. A young man who looked to be in his 20s snorted coldly. Okay, 5th junior brother, don't you want to come and have a taste of ordinary food? Hurry up and eat. After eating, we can go on our way. The leader patted him on the shoulder. Speaking of which, what is going on with Tianxuan today? Why have I never heard of it before? Another person asked curiously. Whatever, if you dare to provoke the 6 major sects, you must be prepared to pay the price. I don't know if the other 5 major sects will send people here this time. Probably so. After all, we can tell from the information that Tianxuan is not that simple today. I think there are at least a few golden core monks. It doesn't matter, we are just here to investigate the situation. When the elders take action, their golden core stage monks will have no choice but to escape. Yes, a small force that just appeared out of nowhere is worthy of being compared with us. The only thing I'm worried about is whether Tianxuan will be related to the demon sect. After all, the surrounding countries are now panicking because of the demon sect. Afraid of a hammer, if our 6 major sects join forces, I believe that even the demon sect will not be able to take a step into the Chu kingdom. The 3 of them were discussing the same thing, not noticing that an ordinary-looking middle-aged man on the other side was looking at them indifferently. Is this the Luxia Mountains? The girl carried the girl on her back and entered the Luxia Mountains step by step. Who is coming? The Tianxuan sect is located here. No one else is allowed to enter. The cold voice made the 2 of them tremble. Juling, I'm here to be my disciple. But after all, she is a person of great perseverance. The girl was not frightened, but spoke loudly. For a moment the whole forest became quiet. 1735 May 7, 2026 10 Accepting Juling as a disciple. Previous. Next. Silently, a figure appeared in front of her. Come with me. The voice was still cold, causing the 2 women to shiver. If a special physique is detected, ask the host to accept it as a direct disciple, and you can get a lot of rewards. Zhang Ye, who was sunbathing in the yard, suddenly heard the system's beep, which made him sit up suddenly. Special physique? What's the meaning? He asked doubtfully. A person with a special physique is born from the essence of heaven and earth. He is a person with great luck, and his future achievements will be limitless. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed, and then his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When he came to the gate, he saw 3 figures at the foot of the mountain. Needless to say, there was no need to say more about the guards in white, but the other 2 instantly attracted Zhang Ye's attention. I saw 2 girls, one big and one small, standing at the foot of the ladder, slightly embarrassed. Go up, it's up to you how far you can go. The guard in white spoke calmly. Thank you, senior. Zholing quickly bowed. Then she took the little girl's hand and headed towards the ladder to heaven. Is she someone with a special physique? Zhang Ye asked doubtfully. Yes, this woman has the bloodline of the 9 heavens flame phoenix. The system replied. 9 heavenly flame phoenix. Zhang Ye showed a thoughtful look. Born from the condensation of Taoist charm, it seems that he should be a kind of character like the protagonist of Heaven and Earth. He thought to himself. Then he saw the 2 women embarking on the ladder to heaven with difficulty. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. The person who came was none other than Guo Yanming. This girl doll is not simple. As soon as he came, he saw the extraordinariness of the girl below, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Can you see her physique? Zhang Ye asked. It seems to have a trace of Phoenix clan blood. Guo Yanming looked at it, a flash of light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Ye glanced at him in surprise, but he didn't expect Guo Yanming to be able to see that he was indeed the being summoned by the system. This made him very curious about what Guo Yanming used to be like. But he didn't ask because there was no need. He just needed to know that he was now the guardian of the Tianxuan Sect's library. While they were chatting, the 2 women below had already reached the 300th floor. It seems that the other little girl's talent is pretty good too. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. Since he can reach the 300th floor, he is at least a young man in the nascent soul stage. Sister, please go, I really can't walk anymore. Below, the little girl said with a pale face. She felt a terrible pressure pressing on her shoulders at this moment, making it difficult for her to move. Zholing frowned, a little confused. She didn't feel any pressure at all at the moment. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She asked worriedly. I don't know, I feel a pressure, I can't breathe. Hearing this, Zholing's eyes flashed with worry. Don't worry, this is the ladder to test your talents. She can only go so far. At this time, a voice suddenly came, and the 2 people quickly looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. Although they were surprised, they still breathed a sigh of relief. I finally understood what was going on. In that case, you can rest here while I continue. Zholing said. Well, sister, you have to work hard. The little girl nodded. So Zholing continued to go up, getting closer and closer to the top step by step. 500 floors. 600 floors. 700 floors. As if she didn't feel the slightest pressure, she arrived at the Tianxuan Sect's gate step by step with firm steps. At the same time, she also saw the 2 people standing there. Congratulations, you and that little girl can both join Tianxuan Sect. Zhang Ye said with a hint of smile. Thank you, senior. Zholing fell to her knees directly, a flash of undisguised joy flashing in her eyes. Okay, get up. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. From today on, you are my disciple, are you willing? Then Zhang Ye asked. Disciple is willing. Zholing quickly saluted and spoke. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a disciple with a special physique and obtaining the 9 flames of heavenly phoenix Jew. Congratulations to the host for getting feedback on accepting a disciple, 300 years of cultivation. Zhang Ye's body was shaken. Excuse me, host, should you keep this cultivation level or continue to improve your talents? Then the system continued to ask. Zhang Ye pondered for a while and said in his mind, let's just improve. In an instant, a wave of spiritual energy surged out of Zhang Ye's body. His whole person seemed to have changed, his skin was fairer, and his whole person revealed a peculiar Taoist charm. Guo Yanming on the side had a flash of light in his eyes and glanced at Zhang Ye in surprise. After being promoted again, Zhang Ye's talent has reached an extremely terrifying level. Although it is still the best spiritual route, it is at least dozens of times better than before. Okay, now that you have become your teacher, I won't be stingy. Zhang Ye said with a smile. Then he took out a small cloth bag and threw it directly to Zhuling. Seeing this, the girl quickly reached out to catch it. Soon, the two sisters were brought into Tianxuan Sect. However, Zhang Ye and the other two did not leave. I saw a white light blazing from a distance, and then turned into a white-clothed figure. Reporting to the sect leader, a large number of monks have appeared on the outskirts of the Luxia Mountains, including 13 golden elixir stage monks, and the rest are hundreds of foundation building monks. The man knelt down on one knee and spoke. It seems that the 6 major sects still can't sit still. Zhang Ye smiled slightly. In fact, when Liu Feng said he was willing to attach himself to Tianxuan Sect, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. However, he did not expect it to be so fast. It seems that he still underestimated the action capabilities of the 6 major sects. However, what he didn't know was that the reason why the 6 major sects made moves so quickly was because there was a situation outside Chu state that was surrounded by wolves, and they had to be aware of the hidden dangers in the country in advance. That's why after the Liu family announced their attachment to Tianxuan Sect, they directly sent people to check. If the origin of Tianxuan Zong is unknown, they will directly take coercive measures. For the sake of peace in the rear during the next battle, their choice was to kill 1,000 by mistake rather than let one go. That's why after the Liu family's announcement, all 6 major sects came out. I understand. The other sects in Tianxuan Sect are not allowed to enter the Luxia Mountains without my permission, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Zhang Ye said calmly. Yes. The man clasped his fists and said, then turned into a white light and rose into the sky again. Sect Master, do you need me to go take a look? At this time Guo Yanming said. Zhang Ye raised his eyebrows and then shook his head. No need, they are enough. You just need to watch here. If there is a strong nascent soul who takes action, it will not be too late for you to take action. Although Zhang Ye didn't know the strength of this person, but if he was invincible inside the library, he would definitely not be weak even outside. System, if the guardian of the library pavilion does not take action in the library pavilion, what level of strength will he have? After thinking for a while, Zhang Ye asked in his mind. Transcending the tribulation period. The system replied. Although it was only 3 words, it made Zhang Ye tremble. Although he knew that this person should be terrifying, the tribulation period was still beyond his expectations. After obtaining the Hunyuan Bailu, he also knew the division of strength after Yuanying. Starting from Yuanying, the subsequent strength is divided into Shen transformation, Hedao, Mahayana, and overcoming tribulation. And beyond the tribulation is becoming an immortal. He did not expect that this person had reached such a level. Even if he was not in the library, his strength was enough to be invincible in this world. This made him feel happy. Just when he was thinking this, he was outside the Luxia Mountains at this moment. 13 figures were seen floating in the air, and behind them were hundreds of foundation building monks standing on various magic weapons. Is this where Tianxuan Sect is? This is too barren. A big man carrying a sword as tall as a person said in a loud voice. I don't know what is going on with the so-called Tianxuan Sect, and the Liu family, who actually chose to attach themselves to such a sect that I have never heard of. An old man on the other side spoke coldly. Actually, this is good. At least it lets us know that there is such a section. I hope Tianxuan has nothing to do with the demon sect, otherwise, Okay, everyone, let's hurry up. Time is very tight now. At this time, a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s said with a smile. Hey, why are you so anxious? We 6 major sects are coming together. We are afraid that Tianxuan sect will rebel. That's enough, let's go in. At this moment, a man in green robe said coldly. As he spoke, everyone stopped talking and seemed to be very afraid of him. Immediately afterwards, the 13 golden elixir stage monks prepared to enter the Luxia mountains with the foundation building stages behind them. However, at this moment, the 13 golden elixir stages all stopped moving forward and looked coldly into the distance. I saw 2 white streams of light cutting through the sky and rushing in this direction. Then 2 figures in white appeared in front of them. Anyone who comes, stop there. No one else is allowed to enter the territory of Tianxuan sect. Only one person spoke coldly. You are the people of Tianxuan sect? The big man with the sword asked. Aren't you talking nonsense? Everyone has said it. The beautiful woman on the side rolled her eyes. Which of you is the leader of Tianxuan sect? Come out and speak. The man in green robe said. You are not qualified to see our sect leader yet, so you should leave quickly, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. For a time, people from the 6 major sects all showed sarcastic smiles. Just 2 golden core stages want to stop us, they think too highly of themselves. Someone said coldly. Okay, stop talking nonsense with them and just do it. A woman carrying a 3-foot green sword said calmly. As her words fell, the sky above the entire Luxia mountains was tense. Auras began to emit, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to riot in all directions. Seeing that the war is about to break out. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 11. The hundreds of people who were just about to take action and the 13 golden core stage monks in front stopped at the same time. Everyone looked in all directions in surprise. What's the situation? Someone said with a solemn expression. But no one answered him, and everyone felt a little pressure at this moment. Even the 13 golden elixir stage monks are like this. In front of them, the 2 white-robed guards looked calm. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Tianxuan sect's location? A cold voice resounded through the sky, and the next moment more than 10 white lights appeared, followed by white-clothed figures one after another. Hiss! Hundreds of people on the opposite side gasped at the same time. Another dozen or so golden core stage monks. Someone said incredulously. Don't panic, everyone. Although there are more than a dozen of them, we also have a dozen of Jindan stage. A monk at the peak of foundation building shouted loudly. But at this moment, the 13 golden elixir stage monks looked at the 15 figures in front of them with solemn expressions. How could it be possible? They did not expect that more than 10 golden elixirs would suddenly appear in Tianxuan sect. This situation made their hearts sink. A bad premonition came to mind. According to the order of the sect master, anyone who dares to trespass into Tianxuan sect will be killed without mercy. A man in white robes spoke coldly, and when he spoke the last 3 words, a unique aura of the great perfection of the golden elixir stage came out. In an instant, the pupils of the 13 golden core stage cultivators shrank again, with incredible expressions on their faces. The golden elixir period is complete. Someone murmured to himself, with a look of shock in his eyes. Hearing this, the already noisy foundation establishment stage monks instantly stopped talking. One by one, they suddenly raised their heads, with a look of fear in their eyes. The golden elixir period is complete. What a concept! Perhaps only the man in green robes present could resist. And it's just resistance, it's impossible to defeat. For a moment, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. They did not expect that Xianzong would have its Dzogchen-level golden core monk on this day. Are you the leader of Tianxuan Sect? The beautiful woman asked with a solemn expression. I have already said that you are not qualified to meet our sect leader. However, the answer of the guard in white made everyone change their expressions in an instant. The monks at the golden elixir stage of Dzogchen are not yet the sect masters of Tianxuan Sect, so what kind of existence will their sect masters be? For a moment, everyone felt a depressing atmosphere filling the air. I would like to ask Sword Sect Lu Feng, I am here just to visit the head of Tianxuan Sect. Please report it. The man in green robe stepped forward and spoke. At the same time, an aura of high-level Jindan stage emitted. Not see. However, the guard in white didn't give him any face and said coldly. A cold light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. However, he still tried to restrain himself. Because although he was sure that he could resist this Tianxuan Sect's golden elixir staged Dzogchen monk, he was not sure that he could protect the others. Especially those juniors in the foundation building period. If a war breaks out, everyone may die. And he wasn't sure if there were other strong people on the other side. Everyone present fell silent for a while, and no one dared to speak. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, more than 10 white lights suddenly cut through the void from a distance. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the 6 major sects changed drastically. Especially the golden elixir stage monks, after feeling the aura emanating from those 10 figures, a flash of fear flashed in their eyes. It's another dozen golden elixir stages. And they also felt the atmosphere of the great perfection of the golden elixir stage. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lu Feng shouted directly. Immediately afterwards, without daring to stop at all, the whole person turned into a blue light and fled towards the distance. When the others saw this, they did not dare to stay. 1 or 2, they quickly followed him and fled towards the distance. They never thought that Xianzong would be so terrifying today. More than 30 golden elixir stage monks came out all of a sudden. Among them, there are not a few who achieved Dzogchen. Such a sect force may not be able to win even if all 6 major sects mobilize. For a time, people from the 6 major sects were filled with fear. They were so high-spirited at first, but now they are so embarrassed. It didn't take long for the news that the 6 major sects were defeated and fled shortly after heading to Tianxuan Sect to spread. For a time, the entire Chu cultivation world was in an uproar. The name of Tianxuan became known to everyone in a short period of time. No one thought that the final result would be like this. 6 major sects and more than 10 golden elixirs finally fled without fighting. Everyone is guessing what the real strength of this Tianxuan sect will be. Some people say that the leader of Tianxuan sect is a Yuan Ying stage monk, otherwise it would be impossible to scare away more than a dozen Jindan stage monks. Some people also said that the leader of Tianxuan sect did not show up at all, but only more than 30 golden elixir stage monks appeared. This should be the news from someone who was there at the time. However, this does not prevent those casual cultivators from being in awe of Tianxuan sect. On this day, everyone knew that a sect of Tianxuan sect had appeared in Chu state. Even several surrounding countries knew about this, and there was a lot of discussion. Tianxuan sect. I didn't expect that such a sect would exist in the small country of Chu. At this moment, on a peak not far from the Luxia mountains, a figure stood on the top of the peak, with a look of surprise on his plain face. But it's a pity that you appeared at the wrong time. This time, the Holy Lord has come out of seclusion. No matter what kind of existence you are, the final outcome is either surrender or death. But soon a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The next moment, a black wind blew by, and he disappeared completely. What? Lu Feng and the others failed. Tianming County, Suifeng Mountain, where the Wenjian sect is located. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. In front of him, a disciple wearing black robes said with fear on his face. Yes, Elder Lu just sent back the news that more than 30 Jindan monks suddenly appeared in Xianzong that day, including several Dzogchen beings. He had no choice but to take people to escape. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. More than 30 golden elixir stage monks. What is that concept? This is already equivalent to 80% of the golden elixir stage of the 6 major sects. At this moment, even he felt a little unsettled. What about the casualties? Then he spoke. Because they evacuated in time and no one from Tianxuan sect came after them, there were no casualties. The disciple replied. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, notify Lu Feng immediately and ask him to come back quickly. From today on, Tianxuan sect will not be provoked. Then a flash of thought flashed in his eyes. Why have you never heard of Tianxuan sect? He didn't believe that it came out of the cracks in the rocks. It seems that someone needs to investigate it carefully. I hope it has nothing to do with the demon sect. There was a worried look on his face. Okay, you go down first. After a while, he waved and said. The disciple bowed and left. Looking at his back, the middle-aged man exhaled, then his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. At the same time, the other 5 major sects also received the news from their respective disciples, and the top leaders of all sects were in an uproar. There was silence immediately after, and no sect was willing to take the lead. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, Immortal Level Sect Protector Array X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Dragons Ascension formation. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye directly chose to sign in. Then the sound of the system made his expression change, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Immortal Level Formation. If it can be associated with the word fairy, it will not be a simple existence. Can I ask if a large formation will be set up? Then the sound of the system came again. Zhang Ye walked out of the room and followed his thoughts. The next moment, the world changed drastically. The originally cloudless sky suddenly turned into dark clouds. The thunder seemed to turn into giant dragons rolling in the dark clouds. At the same time, the spiritual power between heaven and earth gradually became violent. At this moment, Tianxuan sect seemed to have turned into a giant whale, continuously swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mu Swecking and others in Tianxuan sect were all startled at this moment. 1 or 2 of them ran out and looked up at everything in surprise. What happened? Mu Tian asked with a solemn expression. However, no one answered him. Everyone looked up in shock at the dark clouds in the sky and the thunder dragons. No one needs to panic, this is the sect master setting up a sect protecting formation. At this moment, Guo Yanming's figure appeared in front of them and said calmly. The sect protecting formation. Everyone was shocked again. As members of a cultivating family, they still have some understanding of the sect protecting formation. However, at this moment, Tianxuan sect's sect protecting formation made them subvert their 3 views. Even just standing here, they felt unparalleled pressure rushing towards them. This shocked and surprised them. The sect is so powerful, they are proud of it. Boom! At this moment, a thunder flashed. Then everyone opened their mouths. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, their minds going blank. I saw a giant dragon really appearing in the rolling dark clouds. I saw it looking up to the sky and letting out a silent roar. Then it turned into a golden light and rushed directly towards Tianxuan sect. This scene frightened several disciples into turning pale and taking 2 steps back involuntarily. But soon the giant dragon dissipated hundreds of meters away from the mountain peak where Tianxuan sect was located, turning into little golden particles and blending into an invisible light shield. However, this was not over yet. The second, third, and golden dragons appeared and disappeared one after another. Mushin and others made a mental note and found that 9 golden dragons appeared. For a moment, everyone felt an unprecedented shock. Chapter 12. From this moment on, an invisible barrier appeared in the sky above Tianxuan Sect. No one can enter Tianxuan Sect without Zhang Ye's consent. Zhang Ye spent the next few days signing in and practicing. However, the rewards in the next few days were very unsatisfactory. On this day, Zhang Ye was ready to relax. The white-clothed guard who was sent out by him to find the foundation building elixir recipe came back. At the same time, he lived up to his expectations and brought back what Zhang Ye needed. There are a total of 20 foundation establishment pills and 1 foundation establishment pill recipe. Zhang Ye, who was originally going to take a good rest, didn't rest either. He returned directly to his house and started the breakthrough in the foundation building period. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhang Ye took out a foundation establishment pill. I don't know how many pills I need to take to break through, he thought to himself. To break through the foundation building stage, you need to take foundation building pills. And the amount of foundation establishment pills required by each person is also different. Someone with good talent may only need 1 to break through. Those with poor talent may need a dozen or even dozens of coins. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye swallowed the first foundation establishment pill. As the elixir was taken down, he instantly felt a special power spreading through his body. As time goes by, this force becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, a golden light appeared in his sea of consciousness. This is... Zhang Ye frowned slightly with his eyes closed. Next moment. Boom! A loud noise that no one else could hear suddenly came from within his body. In an instant, his breath began to change. Now he is already a monster on the 99th level of the Qi refining stage. The appearance of this aura caused his entire temperament to change. At the same moment, he saw a round platform emerging from the sea of consciousness in his body. And it exudes endless golden light. Zhang Ye wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound. This made him feel a little uneasy. After all, it was his first time building a foundation and he had no experience at all. As time went by, the circular platform actually began to grow larger. If the round platform was initially 1, then gradually it became 100. For a moment, his sea of consciousness seemed to be occupied by the round platform. But at this moment, the round platform stopped growing. Just when Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. I saw fine lines appearing on the smooth round platform. Immediately afterwards, these fine lines began to wander, gradually carving mysterious and simple patterns on the round platform. At the same moment, a strange Taoist rhyme emanated from the round platform. Buzz! The next moment, an aura unique to the foundation building monks emanated from his body. Zhang Ye opened his eyes suddenly, and the color of the world changed in an instant. I saw dark clouds rolling over Tianxuan Sect, although it was not as scary as when the 9 Dragons Ascension formation appeared a few days ago. But it still makes people feel a little bit of pressure. At this moment, Guo Yanming walked out of the library. Looking up, a ray of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. But soon he returned to the library. Is it going to rain? Mu Sueking and others looked out the window curiously, thinking it was just a normal weather change. At this moment, a bolt of thunder suddenly pierced the void in the sky and struck towards where Zhang Ye was. However, almost at the same time, a golden dragon phantom appeared, blocking it from Tianxuan Sect. Thunder tribulation. Zhang Ye watched all this through the window, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that just by breaking through the foundation building stage, he would actually cause a thunder disaster. You must know that this thing will not appear until at least the nascent soul stage. This made him a little interested in his foundation building. I don't know what kind of foundation building will attract the attention of Heavenly Dao, and judging from the situation, my foundation building does not seem to be allowed by Heavenly Dao, otherwise there will be no thunder disaster. However, because of the 9 Dragons Ascension formation, he was not too worried. After all, it was an immortal level formation, and he believed that it would be impossible for ordinary thunder tribulations to break through. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, streaks of thunder continued to strike down on the formation, and Zhang Ye's foundation building was gradually coming to an end. As the mysterious lines finally connected together, the world became clear. The foundation building period is complete. Zhang Ye was overjoyed. He quickly looked inside his body and found that a huge round platform like a sun was suspended in the air in the sea of consciousness. And the spiritual power in his Danshan is now turning into liquid. If during his qi refining period, the spiritual power in his body was just wisps of gas, then the spiritual power in his body has turned into liquid at this moment. And the amount it contains is enough to be described as terrifying. It's as huge as a lake. This surprised him greatly. If it is detected that the host's strength has been improved, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. What a double happiness! A smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. Would you like to draw a reward? Then the system continued to ask. Extraction. Taking advantage of his luck to break through the foundation building stage, Zhang Ye directly chose to extract. The reward is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Tiandan Pavilion. Tiandan Pavilion, one of the Sect's buildings, contains an immortal level alchemist. Almost at the same time, the specific information about the reward appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. If Zhang Ye hadn't taken care of his own image at this moment, he would have thrown his head up and laughed. If you really feel sleepy, there is a pillow. I had just obtained the foundation building elixir recipe, and now I came to Tiandan Pavilion, and there was also an immortal level alchemist. Again, any existence related to the word fairy is powerful. System, please introduce the function of Tiandan Pavilion in detail. Although he already had the information in his mind, Zhang Ye believed that it would definitely not be that simple. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang. The Tiandan Pavilion contains an immortal level alchemy master, an immortal level alchemy furnace, immortal level alchemy fire, the immortal heavenly fire Tao Yun, and an immortal level alchemy array X1. As the system narrated, Zhang Ye's eyes became brighter and brighter. After the system fully explained its functions, Zhang Ye's figure flashed and appeared in an open space. System, please put Tiandan Pavilion here. Zhang Ye looked around, nodded and said. As his words fell, a red light flashed. Then I saw a huge building appear. The whole building was dark red, like a burning house. There is a plaque hanging high at the main entrance, with 3 characters written on it, Tiandan Pavilion. At this moment, the door of Tiandan Pavilion slowly opened from the inside. I saw a white-haired old man walking out slowly. Yan Wudao pays homage to the sect leader. He was wearing a white robe, and his whole person looked ethereal. No need to be polite. From today on, you are the elder of Tiandan Pavilion. From now on, all matters related to elixirs will be left to you. Zhang Ye smiled lightly. I will obey the order of the sect master. Yan Wudao bowed and said. Zhang Ye was in a good mood, but he soon thought of something and asked, I wonder what kind of elixir Elder Yan can make. As long as there is a prescription for elixirs in the world, any elixir can be refined. Yan Wudao smiled confidently. Very good. From now on, Elder Yan will have to worry about all the elixirs needed within the section. Zhang Ye nodded slightly and smiled again. After a brief chat, Zhang Ye left, returned to his room, and continued practicing. He was very curious about how his foundation building would be different from others. After all, he was the only person from ancient times to the present who could break through the foundation building at level 99 during the qi refining period. Even a fool will know that it will definitely not be like ordinary monks, just a simple foundation building. Let's go quickly, we are in the Chu kingdom ahead. While Zhang Ye was concentrating on training, at the border between Chu and Jin, 3 figures were walking awkwardly through the forest. They wore black robes with the sect emblem of Dan Pavilion on them. I didn't expect that the demon sect would move so fast, and there would be so many strong ones. We need to spread this news back to the sect quickly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The three of them were pale and their bodies were covered with scars. If they hadn't been carrying a large amount of elixirs, they might have lost their strength. Just as they were speeding through the forest, not far behind, more than a dozen figures in black robes were chasing after them at high speed. Their bodies exude a chilling aura, and black mist surrounds their bodies, like life-locking messengers from hell. Hurry up and chase them. We can't let them escape back to the Chu kingdom. This will make the Holy Lord's plan fail. One person said coldly. The others quickly quickened their pace and followed the traces left by the three people in front of them to catch up. Soon, they saw three people who were seriously injured. The leader narrowed his eyes, and the next moment a black light pierced between the two. Puff! The last person among the three trembled, and then fell directly to the ground. You can see something like an iron stick penetrating his back. Fifth junior brother. The expressions of the other two people changed drastically. You, leave quickly, you must go back. The man known as the fifth junior brother raised his head with difficulty and shouted in a sharp voice. Although the two had painful expressions on their faces, they gritted their teeth and continued to run away. They knew that if they stayed even for a minute, the efforts of those sacrificed brothers would be in vain. Let's go. One person held back the tears that overflowed from his eyes, and he and the other person continued to run forward. Humph, can you escape? The dozen or so people behind them looked at the two of them coldly, and their speed increased by another 3 points. They are only monks in the chi refining stage and cannot fly in the air, but their speed is not slow at all. Just as the two parties were chasing and escaping, a figure suddenly appeared not far away. It was an ordinary-looking man. He was seen standing on the top of a hill, staring coldly at the two people not far away. Chapter 13. Humph, a bunch of trash. The man said coldly. The next moment his figure disappeared instantly. Reappeared in front of two Dan Pavilion disciples. Who? The face of a Dan Pavilion disciple running in front changed drastically. However, before he could react, a sharp trident pierced his body. The Dan Pavilion disciple opened his mouth, but did not make any sound, and then fell to the ground. The Dan Pavilion disciple behind him turned pale. At this time, the man turned back with a cold expression on his face. No! Don't kill me! The Dan Pavilion disciple fell to his knees, his body trembling continuously. Don't worry, you are still useful now. The man said coldly. Then he stretched out his palm, and the next moment the Dan Pavilion disciple's eyes were filled with darkness. Lord Protector! At this time, the group of men in black robes also followed. When they saw this man, their expressions changed, and then they knelt down. A bunch of trash, they can't handle anything like this. The man didn't even look at them, and said coldly, take this man back, let the elders take action, put a poison on him, and tell the Lord Holy Master that there are changes in the Chu kingdom, and a Tianxuan sect force suddenly appeared, including many golden elixir stage monks. I hope that strong men from within the sect will come. A group of people had a cold war, and then quickly followed the order and left. The man looked at the corpse on the ground, and then a wisp of black flame popped up, destroying the corpse and disappearing again. For a moment the forest became silent again. More than 10 days passed next. Although Zhang Ye did not obtain any sect buildings similar to the Library Pavilion and Tiandan Pavilion through signing in during the past 10 days. But he was lucky enough to get 100 space rings, and the storage space was pretty good. As for the rest. At this moment, Zhang Ye was lying on the bed. On the table on one side were various fried foods and more than 10 bottles of red wine. On the other side, Guo Yanming was sitting and puffing away. Next to him was a pile of cigarettes in various packages. There are still too few people in Tianxuan sect. Zhang Ye took a sip of red wine and said with a frown. Although some people have come here in recent days, the talent is still too low. Guo Yanming shook his head, then blew out a smoke ring. Looking at his appearance, Zhang Ye suddenly thought of those retired old men in his previous life and shook his head helplessly. I said that you are also a monk in the tribulation period. Shouldn't you pay attention to your image? Image? What is that? Guo Yanming took another deep breath and crossed his legs directly. At this moment, he no longer looked like a retired old man, but more like an old gangster. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched and he stopped talking on this topic. Go ahead and ask someone to go out and inform you that our Tianxuan sect is ready to recruit disciples. Whether it is the Chu kingdom or the Jin kingdom, anyone who is willing and has the talent to meet the standards can join the Tianxuan sect. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and said calmly, it seems that our Tianxuan sect is still too low-key. This time we must be high-profile. Got it. Guo Yanming nodded. Then he took a cigarette and disappeared in an instant. You can see a ripple of space rising from where he was just now. This made a flash of envy flash in Zhang Ye's eyes. Come on, young man. Looking up to the sky with a long sigh, Zhang Ye picked up the red wine and took a sip, then started practicing. Disciples with extraordinary talents are not always available, you still need to work hard. However, after the 9 Dragons Ascension formation was deployed, Tianxuan Sect's spiritual energy of heaven and earth was growing every moment, which also made his cultivation speed faster and faster. While he was practicing, hundreds of white lights rose into the sky above the Tianxuan Sect's mountain gate and went in all directions. Auras unique to the Golden Core stage cultivators emitted without any concealment. For a moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became somewhat chaotic. This scene happened to be seen by Mu Long and Mushin, who had gone out to relax, and their mouths opened wide for a while. They had been here for almost half a month, and they had not seen a few guards in white. They thought that there were not many such people in Tianxuan Sect. But now it seems that he still underestimated Tianxuan Sect. Tianxuan Sect is recruiting disciples. Anyone with qualified talents can join. As the city closest to the Loxia Mountains, Dongming City immediately received a guard in white clothes. As a voice resounded throughout the city, the entire Dongming City was boiling in an instant. That's a golden elixir stage monk. In the Lord's mansion of Dongming City, a middle-aged man looked at the white-clothed figure suspended in the air with a serious face. I didn't expect that Tianxuan Zone would choose this time to be born. I don't know if it's good or bad. A slightly thin man on the side said with a frown. Let's not worry about this. If they are willing to recruit disciples, they can recruit disciples, as long as... When the middle-aged man said this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Now that the demon sect is powerful, we should prepare early. The royal family seems to have made a choice. I have received news that the eldest princess and others seem to have joined Tianxuan sect. Then let's take a look first, but if possible, be prepared. I understand. I'll contact the people over there in a moment. The thin man bowed and left. As the middle-aged man left, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I hope you won't disappoint me. As the white-clothed guards left Tianxuan sect one by one, the entire Chu kingdom soon became aware of his actions. Some thoughts suddenly appeared in some people's hearts. Tianxuan sect was able to defeat the 6 major sects and flee. One can imagine its strength. So some casual cultivators began to head towards the Loxia Mountains. At the same time, some cultivation families also chose to give away their own children. In just a few days, the entire Dongming city became lively. That was when Tianxuan sect began to recruit disciples. In the northwest of Chu State, there is a peak in Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, in a small pavilion here, a figure was sitting cross-legged, with 6 exquisite tea sets placed on a stone table in front of him. This is a middle-aged man. His white clothes are fluttering, and he looks like a banished immortal who has descended into the mortal world. At this moment, a red light in the distance cut through the void and arrived here in an instant. As the light dissipated, a man carrying a sword appeared. The two of them didn't speak. The man with the sword sat on a stone bench without saying a word. Time passed by, and soon 4 more figures appeared. As the seats around the stone table filled up, the man in white robe finally said, "Since everyone is here, let's get started. This time the demon sect is coming fiercely, we need to prepare early. If you have anything to say, just follow what I say and just have a fight." A strong man in a coat said coldly. "That's wrong. I heard that the master of the demon sect seemed to have entered a secret realm some time ago. Since he chose to attack us this time, he must be sure of it." An old man on the side shook his head. "So what, don't think I don't know that you guys have the best stuff in the box." The big man didn't give him any face and snorted coldly. "Okay, we are here to discuss how to deal with the demon sect, not to watch you quarrel." An old woman coughed. "After all, the other party has not yet entered the Chu kingdom, and we don't know its strength. The disciples sent by our Dan pavilion have not returned yet. I think it is better to put this matter aside for now. Now let's talk about the Tianxuan sect." An elegant middle-aged man spoke. "The specific situation of Tianxuan sect is not clear, but it should not be a force of the demon sect." The man in white robe picked up the teacup and took a sip. "I think it's better to send someone to contact them first. If possible, the situation in Chu state can be changed." "Why? A sect he has never heard of wants to take a share of the pie." "I don't agree," the big man said without hesitation. "Are you going to fight for the 30-odd golden elixirs?" The big man shut his mouth instantly. He just felt uncomfortable in his heart, but his mind was not stupid. Although he is also in the golden core stage of great perfection, he is not sure about the strength that Tianxuan zone has shown today. The Luxia Mountains are located in the eastern part of the Chu kingdom. I think that from now on, we should give it to the Tianxuan sect." The old woman squinted her eyes and said in a calm voice. "What's the point of saying this now? You have to see whether they agree or not. I will go to Tianxuan sect next, and I will talk to the leader of Tianxuan sect then. It's best to let them contribute." Now the demon sect is eyeing the Chu kingdom. Since they want to join the Chu kingdom's cultivation world, they must also contribute. "I second the motion." "Can agree." "Okay, now that we've decided, let's continue talking about the demon sect. We must prepare for the worst now. These 6 people are from the core layer of the 6 major sects." Although it was just a few words, it was enough to change the general trend of the entire Chu country. As for the royal family and those cultivation families, they haven't taken it seriously yet. With a large number of casual cultivators, children of cultivating families and people who want to cultivate immortality come to Dongming City. In just a few days, Dongming City became overcrowded. At this moment, a boy who looked to be 5 or 6 years old was walking on the street, very curious about everything around him. The child was wearing clothes made of animal skin, with a pair of big black and white eyes, and he looked extraordinarily cute. It was his first time leaving the village and coming to the outside world. Beside him, a big yellow dog followed behind him with its tongue sticking out. At this moment, there was a noise in the distance, which instantly attracted his attention. This made him speed up his pace involuntarily. Behind him, the big yellow dog rolled his eyes very humanely, but still followed closely behind the little boy. Chapter 14. Just when the little boy was attracted by the excitement, not far away, 2 figures, an old man and a young man, appeared on the attic of an inn. "Young master, why are you here?" A wry smile appeared on the old man's face and he spoke. "It's so boring at home, I just want to go out for a walk." The boy had red lips and white teeth, and looked particularly good-looking. At this moment, he said with an impatient look. "Then don't come to such a remote place. Isn't Zhongzhou better?" "It's precisely because I'm used to seeing those places that I want to change the scenery." I'm already 18 years old, what's wrong with going on a long trip? The young man curled his lips. Okay, okay, do whatever you want. The old man shook his head helplessly. I heard that there is some kind of Tianxuan sect recruiting disciples here. I wonder if it would be interesting. Suddenly, the young man seemed to have thought of something, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. With your status, it's not good to go to such a small section. The old man hesitated when he heard this. It's okay anyway, let's go see what's going on. Furthermore, I have never seen a small sect recruiting disciples. I just think of it as seeing the world. The young man smiled slightly. The old man had no choice but to nod. While the two were talking, a black-robed figure walked into Dongming City on the street below. He looked to be in his early 20s, but his face was particularly determined, and his eyes seemed to see through the red layer, revealing a sense of vicissitudes of life. Tianxuan Zhang, it's up to you. He touched his chest and frowned slightly. Then he walked into the crowd and disappeared. There are all sorts of monsters in Dongming City at the moment. They were all attracted by Tianxuan sect. This made the city lord's palace in Dongming City feel a little pressure. After all, they can't guarantee whether there will be extremely evil people inside. So we had to step up patrols to prevent anything from happening. Time flew by and 10 days passed. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. In an instant, an aura that was even more powerful than that of a golden elixir stage monk came out. But this aura is only for foundation building, which is really strange. Soon, Zhang Ye calmed down, and in an instant he looked ordinary again. System, enable sign-in. He said in his mind. He was very excited at the moment, because 1 month had passed, today's sign-in would be a monthly sign-in, and the rewards would change. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, Golden Summoning Order X5. The Golden Summoning Order can summon a peerless powerful person to come after using it. At the same moment, the information about the item appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. This made his breathing become faster. Today, there are still too few strong men in Tianxuan sect. Although the Golden Core stage is considered a strong person in the Chu Kingdom, it is nothing in the entire world of cultivation. The only ones who can take advantage of it are Guo Yanming and Yan Muadao. He also asked the system and found out that Yan Muadao's strength was also that of a great monk in the tribulation stage, and within 10 miles around Tiandan Pavilion, his strength was also invincible in the world. But Zhang Ye felt that it was still too little. Other sects have a lot of elders and guardians, but Tianxuan sect only has 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, not counting the white-clothed guards. Now that he had obtained 5 golden summoning orders at once, he would be able to take advantage of 5 more powerful men. After all, he is the head of a sect. If he has to do everything himself, it would be too cheap. System, use the golden summoning order. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye said in his mind. The next moment, 5 golden lights shot into the sky. In an instant, a terrifying aura emitted. However, under the obstruction of the 9 Dragons Ascension formation, this aura did not spread out. Guo Yanming, who was drinking wine and smoking a cigarette in the library, suddenly opened his eyes. His usual smiling look disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. At the same time, the door of Tiandan Pavilion opened and Yan Muadao walked out. Are 5 more Taoist friends coming? He muttered. On the other side of Tianxuan sect, Mu Sueking and the other 5 people who were practicing felt a sense of terror for a moment. At this moment, it seemed as if some great terror was coming, making them all feel a little palpitated. What happened? Mu Suelian stood up, her little face turning pale. Is there a strong enemy invasion? Lu Yiming also had a pale face. Mu Long and others on the side were trembling slightly, but they were gritting their teeth. Only Mu Sueking and Zhuling were shocked, but they could still remain calm. Don't panic, everyone. Even if there are enemies, there are also sect masters and elders. Mu Swecking said quickly. Just when they were confused, a cough suddenly came. Then I saw Guo Yanming walking over. With his appearance, the terrifying pressure disappeared instantly. At this moment, several little guys breathed a heavy sigh of relief at the same time. Elder Guo, what is going on? Mu Swecking asked quickly. Haha, don't worry, it's just a few old guys here. Guo Yanming smiled and shook his head, then looked up. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Immediately afterwards, the void suddenly opened and 5 figures stepped out. That's 4 men and 1 woman. Among them was an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a man carrying a sword, and finally a woman wearing a mask. With their appearance, the world seemed to have lost a third of its luster. Everything in the world seems to revolve around them. I said, that's enough for you guys, don't scare the children. Guo Yanming shouted loudly. The 5 people looked over instantly. For a moment, Mu Swecking and others felt their brains spinning, but they quickly recovered. This made several little guys feel a little scared. What kind of existence are these 5 people? Why did it appear in Tianxuan Sect? What is their strength? Questions came to mind one after another, but no one dared to ask them. They are all elders in the sect, so don't worry, but don't provoke them if you have nothing to do. These few don't have very good tempers. At this time Guo Yanming said. Hearing this, several people's bodies trembled. There was a look of shock in his eyes again. This is the elder of Tianxuan Sect. Too strong. Elder Guo, how strong are they? Mu Long took courage and asked. In an instant, everyone looked over, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. This, you don't know it yet, you will know it when you should know it. Guo Yanming did not answer his question. As the 5 people took back their breath, Guo Yanming also left here. I'll wait to see the sect master. The 5 people appeared in front of Zhang Ye as if teleporting, and knelt down on one knee at the same time. Get up. Zhang Ye looked at the 5 people with a smile, but he was asking about the system in his mind. What is their level of strength? The realm of immortals. Hiss. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was startled and involuntarily took a breath of air. Although I know that the strength of these 5 people must be extraordinary, this is too exaggerated. But because of the rules of heaven, they can only use their strength during the tribulation period at most. Then the system continued. Zhang Ye didn't care at all about this. 5 tribulation transcending monks are enough to gain a foothold in this world. From today on, you are members of the Tianxuan Sect's elders. I hope you can work hard for the future of Tianxuan Sect. Zhang Ye nodded to the 5 people. I will live up to my master's orders. The 5 people bowed again. Okay, you can go down too. In a few days, the sect will recruit disciples, and I will leave this matter to you. Zhang Ye waved his hand. The 5 people left the courtyard without any unnecessary nonsense. Seeing the 5 people leaving, Zhang Ye almost did a backflip on the spot. What is the concept of 5 monks who have transcended the tribulation stage, although it is not very clear based on his knowledge? But he believed that it would never be weaker than those major sect holy places. Loxia Mountains, Periphery. I don't know when an attic started to appear here. At this moment, more than 10 guards in white clothes were busy inside. Soon a flag was put up. Tianxuan External Office. 8 big characters, dragons, and phoenixes dance. This was exactly Zhang Ye's order. Tianxuan Sect is about to start recruiting a large number of disciples and will definitely need a registration office. So this external office appeared. On the day the flag was put up, someone discovered it. Soon the news spread to Dongming City. All of a sudden people from all walks of life came. Is this the Loxia mountain range? It just looks like that. Why would any sect choose to come here? Someone looked at the Loxia mountains not far away with some confusion and said. The Loxia mountain range is not a famous mountain or river, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also very thin, otherwise it would not have been occupied by the former Tianxuan sect. You don't care, as long as Tianxuan sect is strong enough. Now that the demon sect is about to enter the Chu kingdom, it wouldn't be a good place for us to join Tianxuan sect. Well, I don't know if the 6 major sects can withstand the attack of the demon sect. I just hope that fewer people will die. Do you think that if the demon sect enters the Chu kingdom, Tianxuan sect will take action? Probably so. Since we chose this time to open the mountain gate, Tianxuan sect probably doesn't want the demon gate to disrupt the order within the Chu kingdom. Just as the crowd was talking, a figure in white rose into the sky. Anyone who wants to join Tianxuan sect and is under the age of 20 can come and register. As this voice resounded in all directions, an aura of great perfection in the golden elixir stage emanated. The crowd that was extremely noisy just now fell silent. Everyone stared at that figure in awe. A monk in the golden elixir stage of Dzogchen. Someone said in shock. I didn't expect that Tianxuan sect would have such a strong person. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of awe towards Tianxuan sect. After all, Dzogchen in the golden elixir stage is a ceiling-level figure in the world of Chu state's cultivation. Even the strongest of the 6 major sects only have this kind of strength. The crowd did not dare to make a mistake for a while. Those who wanted to join Tianxuan sect and met the conditions began to enter Tianxuan sect's external office in an orderly manner to register. But among the crowd, 2 figures looked up and looked into the depths of the Loxia mountains, with a look of uncertainty flashing in their eyes. Chapter 15. One of the 2 figures was an old man, and next to him was a young man with red lips and white teeth. And the other one turned out to be a big yellow dog. At this moment, both the person and the dog had extremely solemn eyes. What is that? The old man murmured to himself. He did not expect that in this remote place in the eastern wasteland, there would be existences that he could not see through. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? The young man on the side looked at him doubtfully and asked. Master, it seems that Xianzong is not simple today. The old man frowned and said. This made the young man suddenly interested. Why isn't it simple? He looked at the mountains in the distance and asked doubtfully. The old man doesn't know either, but there seems to be an invisible barrier inside, which can actually block my exploration, and there are not many golden core stage monks here. Mr. Wang shook his head. How is it possible, with your strength, that there is someone in the eastern wasteland who can stop you? As for the golden core stage monks, is there anything strange about having more? The young man said with some surprise. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. The old man is not omnipotent, but what I can't figure out is why such a existence appears in the eastern wasteland. As for the golden elixir stage monks, this is not the central continent. Thousands of golden elixir stage monks are not a small number. Thousands. The young man thought about it and was shocked. Only then did he react, yes. This is the Eastern Barren Territory, a continent on the edge of the Tianxuan Continent and also the most barren. The golden elixir stage is the best. Then just let me go and have a look. I just meet the requirements. The young man rolled his eyes and said with a smile. This. Mr. Wang hesitated. Okay, it's settled. However, the young man didn't give him a chance to speak and ran away quickly. This made Mr. Wang helplessly smile. But he didn't stop him, just a glint in his eyes. At the same moment, the big yellow dog following the child in animal skins grinned. A pair of dog eyes showed a very human look of thinking. Let's go, De Wang, let's go and have a look, maybe I can also join Tianxuan sect. At this time, the child on the side patted the dog's head and ran towards the Tianxuan sect's external office. The big yellow dog shook its head, a look of endearment flashed in its eyes, then barked and followed. Dressed in black, with a resolute face. The young man at this moment was frowning, as if he was thinking about something. Standing among the crowd, he did not attract too much attention. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary young man was communicating with a voice in his mind at this moment. Master, you said that Tianxuan sect is not simple. What do you mean? I didn't feel anything in Dongming City, but now that I'm closer, I found that there are more than 2,000 golden elixir stage monks in the Loxia Mountains. A slightly older voice said in his mind. The young man's body trembled. He raised his head suddenly, a flash of surprise in his eyes. More than 2,000 golden elixir stage monks. What a concept! At this moment, among the 6 major sects in the Chu kingdom, plus various cultivation families and casual cultivators, there are only a few hundred golden core stage cultivators. On this day, Xianzong actually had more than 2,000 people in the golden core stage. This made him feel shocked. How can it be? He said in shock in his mind. Nothing is impossible, you just don't know. The old voice said, in those great realms, the golden core stage is only the lowest level existence. It seems that the origin of this Tianxuan sect is not simple. For a moment, a glimmer of light flashed in the young man's eyes. Then I want to join even more. Since Tianxuan sect is not simple, there must be treasures in it that can be recovered for you. Then he said firmly. Everything must be done according to one's ability. Okay, I'm going to sleep first. I don't know if there is anyone in Xianzong who can see through me today, so I'd better be careful. After the old voice finished speaking, the young man also raised his head and walked towards the registration office. As a large number of people came to the Loxia Mountains, vendors selling various items began to gather. I don't know where to start. This caused a small city to gradually appear around the Loxia Mountains. For a time, all kinds of hawking sounds were heard. The people of Tianxuan sect did not care about it, they only checked the age and registered the people who came to worship Tianxuan sect. 2 days passed in a flash. Zhang Ye stood at the gate of Tianxuan sect, looking at the crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain with a calm expression. Get ready to start. Then he spoke. Yes. Behind him, an old man bowed slightly. This person is one of the 5 monks summoned to transcend the tribulation period, named Wei Lai. Following Zhang Ye's instructions, he stepped forward and instantly arrived outside the sect's formation. Then a sound that resounded through the sky spread throughout the Loxia Mountains. The Tianxuan sect's apprenticeship ceremony has officially begun. Wow! In an instant, everyone in the Loxia Mountains was boiling. Who is that person? At this moment, Mr. Wang stood on a hilltop on the other side, and he instantly locked onto the speaker. His pupils shrank for a moment, and there was a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. He couldn't even see through the old man's strength. There are 3 situations like this. One is special skills, the other is having a magic weapon nearby, and the third is when the opponent is stronger than him. But how is this possible? Although he is not the strongest being on the Tianxuan Continent, he is still considered to be at the level of a second-rate powerhouse. But now that he met such a person in the eastern wasteland, he suddenly became more and more curious about Tianxuan sect. What kind of sect is this? At the foot of the ladder to heaven, the crowd was bustling. There were endless discussions. At this moment, a white-robed guard stood in front of everyone. Everyone who registers can step onto this ladder, and anyone who can step onto the 200th floor can join Tianxuan sect. The sound was wrapped in spiritual power and reached everyone's ears. In an instant the noise disappeared. Everyone looked at the seemingly ordinary stairs with excitement. I come. A boy of 15 or 16 stepped out. This is a person who looks like he comes from a family of cultivators. As he appeared, everyone held their breath, waiting for his results. The young man did not disappoint everyone and walked out directly. However, the moment he stepped onto the stairs, a terrifying pressure fell directly on his shoulders. Then, in the eyes of the people behind him, the boy's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. Failed. The guard in white clothes on the side just glanced at it, and then directly announced the boy's results. This caused everyone to be in an uproar again. What's going on? Why did you faint all of a sudden? Someone said in shock. Hey, you don't understand. This should be the legendary magic weapon for detecting talent. This boy should have no spiritual qualifications at all. Someone chuckled. How do you know? I've been to Lingzhou next door before and seen it there. The man said proudly. There is such a magic weapon in this world. A bunch of country bumpkins are so rare and strange. In the crowd, the young man with red lips and white teeth curled his lips. Woof! Just as the crowd was talking, a dog barked suddenly, and then a big yellow dog stepped out. There was actually a child sitting on its back. At this moment, one person and one dog jumped out in front of everyone's shocked eyes, and jumped directly onto the ladder to the sky. Even the guards in white didn't react to this scene. But what really made everyone's eyes widen was when the big yellow dog carried the child and rushed up to the ladder at high speed. In just a few breaths, it had already reached the 100th floor. This scene almost shocked people's jaws. Holy shit, what's going on? Forget about the kid, why can the big yellow dog get up there? Someone shouted in shock. Then everyone looked at the young man at the beginning with strange eyes, and shook their heads inwardly. Even worse than a dog. This scene also instantly attracted the attention of Zhang Ye and Wei Lai. The two looked at each other at once. Zhang Ye's eyes were still blank. But the moment Wei Lai's eyes fell on the big yellow dog, the big yellow dog suddenly stopped and his body trembled involuntarily. This made the big yellow dog couldn't help but look up and around. If anyone could see under his fur, they would find that the big yellow dog was sweating at this moment. Interesting. A glint flashed in Wei Lai's eyes. However, he didn't make the slightest move, he just stared at everything below calmly. What's going on? Why did Uncle Dog feel a little scared just now? At this moment, the big yellow dog thought in his heart. If there were people who could hear people's voices, they would find that this big yellow dog could actually speak human language. Just when it was confused, the feeling disappeared instantly, leaving Monk Zhang confused. Could it be a strong person in Tianxuan Sect? But what kind of existence could this be that can actually make Mr. Go feel scared? Its dog eyes were slightly narrowed, and its tongue sticking out was no different from that of an ordinary native dog. Drive rhubarb, run quickly. At this time, a child's voice interrupted his thoughts. Forget it, I'll settle down now that I've come. I still don't believe that the guys from Tianxuan Sect dare to do anything to me. Soon he put all the messy thoughts behind him. He continued to head towards the ladder with quick steps. The crowd below couldn't help but secretly smack their tongues when they saw this. Senior, do you think this test has no effect on other living beings? Someone plucked up the courage to look at the white-clothed guard and asked. The white-robed guard did not reply, but shook his head solemnly. This made the person who asked the question a little confused about what he meant. In a short period of time, one person and one dog had climbed up to the 600th floor without any change in speed. This scene stunned everyone. Holy darling, where did this little monster and dog come from? At this moment, Zhang Ye also looked surprised. Chapter 16. If a special physique is detected, please ask the host to accept it as a disciple, and you will receive special rewards. Those who detect great luck can ask the host to accept them as disciples, and they will receive special rewards. Those who detect great luck can ask the host to accept them as disciples, and they will receive special rewards. At this moment, the system notification sound suddenly sounded in my mind. Zhang Ye couldn't help but frown. There are also people with special physiques and great luck, and judging from the situation, there seem to be two more. This made his attention instantly turn to the crowd below. System, who are these three people? However, because there were too many people, Zhang Ye could only ask the system. The next moment, the faces of 3 people appeared in his mind. One of them is the child currently riding on the big yellow dog. The other 2 were a young man in black robes and a particularly good-looking boy. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that after just a simple recruitment of disciples, 3 people who were enough to remind the system would come. Not to mention the one with a special physique. Did these 2 lucky people come to Tianxuan Sect because of the power of luck? The idea couldn't help but pop up in his mind. But no one could answer his question. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the crowd below. Zhang Ye looked up and saw that the big yellow dog and the child had arrived on the 900th floor. This made his face twitch. It seems that this big yellow dog is not simple either. But why is there no prompt from the system? Is it because he is not a human being? Soon 1 person and 1 dog arrived at the top, and they also saw Zhang Ye. For a moment, the 2 of them stared at each other, and it was extremely quiet in front of Tianxuan Sect. Congratulations, you have passed the test and are now disciples of Tianxuan Sect. Zhang Ye showed a smile. Really? The child's eyes lit up. Yes, tell me your name. Zhang Ye walked slowly in front of him, knelt down and looked at him levelly. My name is Long Hao, and the village chief calls me Xiao Dian. This is De Wang, and he is my good friend. The little guy grinned, then patted the dog's head. Long Hao. Zhang Ye had a smile on his lips, but he was thinking in his heart that he was indeed a man of great luck, and his name was extraordinary. But the surname Long. I don't know if there is any big cause and effect. Then Long Hao, are you willing to worship me as your teacher and practice the method of immortality? Yes, I do. The little guy jumped up on the spot after hearing this. Neither of them noticed that the big yellow dog on the side was curling its tail and did not dare to look at Zhang Ye. Damn it, there are people in this world that Mr. Go can't see through, and he can't afford to offend him. At this moment, it was shocked inside. Its origin is extraordinary, and there are very few existences in this world that can catch its eye. At this moment, Zhang Ye felt like an ordinary person. But it doesn't think this is really just an ordinary person. It must be some old monster who has never been born again, pretending to be young here. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple and receiving the reward, the Heavenly Dragon Book. Congratulations to the host for getting feedback on accepting a disciple, 1000 years of cultivation. Do you accept it? Zhang Ye's eyes flashed with light. He didn't expect that this lucky person would actually bring him 1000 years of cultivation. But looking at the crowd below, he didn't choose to accept the cultivation. After all, after 1000 years of cultivation, there will definitely be a big breakthrough. There should be big movement by then. So he just chose to accept the Heavenly Dragon Book. He actually knew that this reward was actually prepared for the apprentices he accepted. This is given to you by my master. From now on, you must practice hard and don't be greedy for pleasure. Zhang Ye flipped his palm, and an ordinary-looking book appeared in his hand. Then another ring appeared. Besides, this is your training resource. The little guy took the 2 things handed over by Zhang Ye with a big smile on his face. Thank you, master. The little guy was obviously very good at pleasing people and said sweetly. Well, let's wait here and see if anyone else can reach the top. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. Suddenly his eyes fell on the big yellow dog. For a moment, the big yellow dog trembled. Although it didn't feel any danger, it still felt a little uneasy inside. You're a good big yellow dog. The corners of Zhang Ye's mouth rose. Woof! The big yellow dog waggled its tail quickly, with a flattering smile on its face. The meat must be very delicious. However, Zhang Ye's next words made his hair stand on end. The big yellow dog couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at Long Hao for help. However, at this moment, the little guy's attention had been attracted by the book in his hand, and he didn't even look at it. Woo! The big yellow dog couldn't help but lie on the ground, with a look of begging for mercy in its eyes. Haha, just kidding. Since you have passed the test, you can be considered a member of Tianxuan Sect from today on. Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out a small cloth bag and threw it over. This is your cultivation resource. You can go to the library to find a copy later. Forget it, you must have your own destiny, so I won't meddle in your own business. Hearing this, the big yellow dog breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at Zhang Ye, I found that his attention was once again on the crowd below. Carefully, he stretched out his dog's paw and dug the small bag in front of him. But he looked at the ring in the little boy's hand, and then at his little bag. The big yellow dog couldn't help but curled his lips. However, when it bit open the cloth bag with its mouth, its eyes were brightened by the 10 top-quality spiritual stones inside. Seeing how generous you are, Master Go won't care about it. The big yellow dog swallowed it happily, thinking so. No one knows if this guy will have any impact if he swallows 10 top-quality spiritual stones. But seeing as it's still alive and kicking, it probably doesn't matter. Neither Zhang Ye nor Long Hao noticed this. One of the two people is now attracted by the Tianlong book, and the other is paying attention to the two people in the crowd. At this moment, the crowd was talking about the little one reaching the top. At the same time, Mr. Wang in the distance also had a look of surprise on his face. He actually saw the difference of climbing the ladder early on. So Long Hao couldn't help but feel a little shocked that he was able to reach the top. It seems that another genius will appear in this eastern wasteland soon. Now he has seen that this Tianxuan sect is definitely not simple. Although I don't know how it compares to the big sects in the central continent, it is definitely not a local force that should appear here in the eastern wasteland. The two are not on the same level at all. Soon one by one, the testers stepped onto the ladder. However, hundreds of people went up, but no one succeeded. This made Zhang Ye frown. Could it be that my requirements are too high? But if 200 levels are not enough, then it means that the golden elixir is hopeless. It's better to have less than to overdo it. Sighing in his heart, the appearance of a figure instantly attracted his attention. It was the young man in black robe. His face was calm. After leaving the crowd, he was verified by the white-clothed guards. Then he set foot on the ladder to heaven. No one noticed him at first, but soon his figure stood out. Among the dozens of climbers, he gradually separated from the crowd and reached the 200th floor. Look, someone is finally setting foot on the 200th floor again. Someone pointed at him and shouted. Everyone looked over in an instant. However, this was not over yet, as the young man in black was seen walking upwards step by step. 300 floors. 400 floors. 500 floors. It wasn't until the 700th floor that he stopped looking a little tired. Although this scene was not as shocking as the little one and the big yellow dog, it still shocked the group of people below. Another one. Someone muttered to himself. His eyes were full of envy. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, or do you only have this kind of talent for cultivation? Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. But it doesn't matter, this apprentice can't run away anyway. People with great luck may not necessarily be gifted. They may also be averagely gifted but unlucky. Soon a guard in white appeared and took him to the gate. The crowd below started talking again, and then some people headed towards the ladder. Among them was the young man with red lips and white teeth. May I have your name? Zhang Ye looked at the young man in black robe with a smile. Junior Han Tian. The young man in black robe looked at Zhang Ye and bowed quickly. Very good, would you like to become my disciple? Zhang Ye asked directly without any nonsense. Han Tian showed a hint of hesitation when he heard this. But he seemed to have thought of something, and finally nodded. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple and receiving the reward, the Taoism of heaven and earth. Congratulations to the host for getting feedback on accepting a disciple, 1000 years of cultivation. According to the law, Zhang Ye gave Han Tian a secret book and a space ring. At first, Han Tian didn't care much. It wasn't until he saw the secret technique, the Dao technique of heaven and earth, that his face couldn't help but change. Soon he was as immersed in it as the little Long Hao. Only the last one left. Zhang Ye looked at the young man below, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Interesting. At this moment, the young man felt the slightest pressure brought by climbing the ladder, and the corners of his mouth raised, smiling slightly. Master, please take it easy. Xianzong is not an ordinary person today. In the distance, Mr. Wang's eyelids twitched. But he didn't dare to warn him aloud. After all, the figure in the sky gave him a sense of danger. Finally, the young man finally reached the 900th floor, which caused everyone to be in an uproar again. Although they don't know what climbing to the top means. But the treatment after joining Tianxuan Sect must be different. Your name? Zhang Ye still looked at the young man with a gentle smile and asked. This, young master's name is Liu Ning. Who are you from the Tianxuan Sect? The young man Liu Ning said very rudely. I am the sect leader of Tianxuan Sect, are you willing to accept me as your master? Zhang Ye didn't look angry at all. It seems that this boy comes from a big family, and a little temper is not a big problem. You want to accept me as your disciple? The corners of Liu Ning's mouth rose. What, you don't want to? Zhang Ye's expression remained unchanged. There are very few people in this world who can let me become my disciples. Are you sure you can bear the consequences? Liu Ning narrowed his eyes, revealing a cunning look. Chapter 17. There is no cause and effect in this world that I cannot bear. Zhang Ye also narrowed his eyes and said in a calm voice. In that case, let me pay my respects to the master. Liu Ning bowed without hesitation. However, he was a little disdainful in his heart. In his opinion, the sect leader seemed a little too self-righteous. But he didn't show it. He wanted to see the other person's expression after he knew his identity. It must be very exciting. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple and receiving the reward 9 transformations of heavenly mysterious technique. Congratulations to the host for getting feedback on accepting a disciple, 300 years of cultivation. Sure enough, he still can't compare with those with great luck. He only has 300 years of cultivation. Zhang Ye sighed inwardly. These are the training techniques and resources for you to join Tianxuan Sect. Still the same as before, Zhang Ye threw 2 things to Liu Ning. After remembering it, destroy it. Don't spread it. Then Zhang Ye said with a smile. In fact, he didn't care. These exercises were all fragments and he asked the system to burn them. The real complete copy existed in his mind, but even the fragmentary copy was enough to shock a few people. The reason why he gave the last words was just because he didn't want them to suffer any unreasonable disaster. At first, like Han Tian, he didn't take it seriously, but when he casually opened the exercises and looked at them, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief. How can it be? Why is there such a technique here? For a moment, questions appeared in his mind. Isn't Xianzong really simple today? He suddenly remembered Mr. Wang's words, and felt a little bit of pressure in his heart for some reason. But after all, he was a man who had seen the big world, and he quickly calmed down his inner shock. At the same time, he also became more and more interested in Tianxuan Sect. Okay, let's go in. After watching for a while, Zhang Ye lost interest and said to the 3 people and 1 dog. At the same time, he turned around and headed towards the sect. Hearing this, the 3 of them also put away the techniques in their hands. What a bd! Looking at the door in front of him, Liu Ning still curled his lips in disdain. At this moment, Tianxuan Sect's appearance looks the same as before, it looks ordinary. But after they passed through the gate, an invisible force swept across their bodies, and the other 2 people did not move at all. But Big Yellow Dog and Lu Ning's expressions changed slightly. That was that just now. Lu Ning looked up in surprise. But what caught his eye made his pupil shrink. There are continuous pavilions and pavilions. A layer of white mist condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth makes the place look like a fairyland. At this moment, his heart was shocked. Cave heaven, blessed land. The big yellow dog on the side was also startled and almost jumped up on the spot. At this moment, they seemed to have come from one world to another. Wow! So beautiful! The little one's eyes were bright, and he raised his head to look inside Tianxuan Sect. Is this the true face of Tianxuan Sect? Lu Ning thought to himself with a shocked expression. Outside, the next entrance test was nothing to see. In the end, only a handful of people successfully stepped onto the 200th floor and joined the Tianxuan Sect and became outer disciples. With the announcement of the white-clothed guards, today's entrance test is over. It was on this day that Tianxuan Sect officially became famous in Chu State. Everyone knows that in the eastern part of Chu State, a force that is not inferior to the 6 major sects has appeared in the Loxia Mountains. Of course, this is the reason why they don't understand Tianxuan Sect. Is this where Tianxuan Sect is located? On this day, a figure in white appeared outside the Loxia Mountains. This is a middle-aged man from Wenjian Sect, one of the 6 major sects. His name is Lu Wei, and he is the great elder of Wenjian Sect. At this moment, he was staring at the mountains in front of him with a calm expression, and was very curious as to why Xianzong chose this place to build the mountain gate. After all, the Loxia Mountains are still too barren. But he didn't come to see the scenery, let alone explore Tianxuan Sect. His purpose is to find the leader of Tianxuan Sect and want to unite with him to resist the attack of the demon sect. Lu Wei of the Wenjian Sect came to pay homage to the leader of the Tianxuan Sect. The next moment, a voice instantly spread throughout the Loxia Mountains. That's the great elder of Wenjian Sect. Below, those who had not left raised their heads at the same time, looking at the white-clothed figure in shock. This is the existence of the great perfection in the golden elixir stage. I don't know why he is here. They shouldn't be looking for trouble. After all, Tianxuan Sect has many monks who are in the golden elixir stage of Dzogchen. Although Lu Wei is also very strong, he doesn't have the courage. At this moment, the scene outside the Loxia Mountains was extremely lively. Although the Tianxuan Sect's apprenticeship ceremony has ended. But more and more monks are coming here. And they didn't choose to leave. Instead, he lived in Dongming City. Moreover, because there were too many monks, a small market gradually began to take shape with the Tianxuan Sect's external office as the center. One of the reasons why these people chose to come here is because of the demon sect. Now, as long as the monks know that the demon sect is coming, no one is willing to leave their hometown if they can find a place to stay. The second is that Tianxuan Sect is a newly established sect. Everything here is new and the opportunities will be greater. So many people simply choose to live here. As Lu Wei's voice sounded, a figure of a white-clothed guard suddenly appeared in the Loxia Mountains. An aura of the great perfection of the golden elixir stage emitted. Lu Wei's expression condensed. There was a cautious expression on his face. He cupped his hands and said, I would like to ask Sword Sect Lu Wei, do you know your surname? Nobody. The guard in white said coldly. Lu Wei was momentarily speechless. I would like to meet your sect leader, please let me know. Although he was speechless, he still did not forget his mission and spoke quickly. My sect leader doesn't see outsiders, you'd better go back. However, the guard in white shook his head. This. Suddenly Lu Wei's face showed a troubled look. He didn't expect that the other party would be so disrespectful to him, which made him frown. What's the matter? Suddenly a voice sounded. Lu Wei's pupils shrank instantly, and at this moment he realized that someone else had arrived at the side. However, he didn't notice it at all. For a moment, he was extremely shocked. He quickly turned around and saw a man in a green robe with a sword on his back standing to the side with his arms folded. If he hadn't seen it with the naked eye, he wouldn't even know there was a person here. Elder. The guard in white quickly bowed. Lu Wei's body trembled. Elder. This turned out to be the elder of Tianxuan Sect. Could it be a Yuanying stage monk? Not daring to neglect, Lu Wei quickly bowed. I would like to ask Sword Sect Lu Wei if he has met this Taoist friend. Because he was not sure of the opponent's strength, he could only refer to him as a Taoist friend. Is something wrong? The man spoke calmly. The demon sect is coming fiercely. On behalf of the 6 major sects, I would like to invite Tianxuan Sect to join us and jointly resist the demon sect. Lu Wei said quickly. At this moment, his back was wet with sweat. If he didn't have a strong mental quality, it would be hard to say that he would be in an ugly state now. The other party put too much pressure on him. This was definitely a nascent soul stage monk. There is no way this is just the limit of what he can think of. So he had no idea how terrifying this Tianxuan sect elder was. Let's go back. However, the other party's answer made Lu Wei's heart sink. He wanted to say a few more words, but the young man had disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that cultivators don't have amnesia, he even doubted that there was no third person here just now. Your Excellency, please come back. At this time, the white-clothed guard also said. Then it turned into a white light and disappeared instantly. Chapter 18. Lu Wei stood there for a long time without leaving. At this moment, he was constantly thinking about it in his mind. Now that we have seen the strength of Tianxuan Sect, if we can pull him into the chariot of the 6 major sects, then the crisis of the demon sect can be said to be completely resolved. But the only problem now is that the other party doesn't seem to react to the invasion of the magic gate. Thinking about it, if Wenjian sect had such strength, they might not take action. Lu Wei frowned, but in the end he could only sigh, and his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the place. Magic Gate. Tianxuan Sect, in the courtyard where Zhang Ye is. Looking at the young man carrying the sword in front of him, Zhang Ye raised his eyebrows. This person's name is Luo Feng. As the only sword cultivator summoned by the 5, his combat power may be the strongest among the 5. Yes, according to reports from the people below, the demon sect has been making moves recently and seems to be entering the Chu kingdom at any time. Luo Feng nodded. What was the reaction of the 6 major sects? Zhang Ye was actually not very interested, but because he was too bored, he asked. The people from Wenjian sect have already arrived today, but I sent them away. Zhang Ye didn't express anything about this. He didn't even look down on a mere Wenjian sect. As for the other 5 major sects, I heard from people at the foot of the mountain that they have also begun to prepare for war. I see. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. Today's Tianxuan sect looks at the battle between the 6 major sects and the demon sect just like a giant looks at ants. You go down first. Don't worry about these things. As long as you don't offend us, it doesn't matter how they fight. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Yes. Luo Feng cupped his fists and saluted, and then left the courtyard where Zhang Ye was. For the next period of time, Tianxuan sect fell into silence again. I want to meet with the pavilion master immediately. I have something important to report. On this day, in the Dan Pavilion, a figure staggered to the gate. This is a man wearing the clothes of a Dan Pavilion disciple. At this moment, he is seriously injured and his face is pale. When the disciples guarding the door saw him, their expressions changed. They all recognized this person, who was their Dan Pavilion disciple. Report to the pavilion master immediately. Someone shouted. Because the demon sect is now gradually ready to attack Chu state. This made the disciples of the 6 major sects extremely nervous. Soon this person was brought to the Dange Hall. The master of the Dan Pavilion is already waiting here. What happened? The master of the Dan Pavilion is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s. His name is Tianxuan. His face is extremely solemn at this moment. To inform the pavilion master, this disciple has important information to report. The disciple who was brought kneeled on the ground and said with a pale face. Hearing this, Tianxuan waved to the disciples on the side and asked them to go down first. Tell me, I sent you to find out why you are the only one back. Pavilion Master Qi, under your order, we entered the Jin Kingdom, but we were ambushed. Deacon Li died on the spot, and the other brothers suffered heavy casualties. In the end, I was the only one who escaped. The man said in a hoarse voice. Tian Hui's face became extremely ugly. However, I did get some information. The man then spoke and took out a note from his pocket. Tianxuan walked over directly without doubting his presence. The moment he stretched out his hand to take the note, a sudden change occurred. The disciple who was kneeling on the ground suddenly raised his head slowly, with a strange smile on his face. Tian Hui's heart skipped a beat. However, before he could make any move, a black mist suddenly emerged from the man's body, wrapping him in it in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Tianxuan felt a pain in his throat. Then tumors appeared on his arms. Not good. His pupils shrank. Just want to use spiritual power to resist. But soon he discovered that the spiritual power in his body had disappeared. This caused his expression to change instantly. You. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes turning red. This is a gift from the holy sect to you. I hope you like it. After the man finished speaking, a trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the breath on his body disappeared instantly. Come. Tianxuan wanted to call someone, but he only said one word. Then he fell to the ground. It can be seen that his skin has turned pitch black at this moment, and the tumors have begun to burst, and dark red blood gushes out. In just a few breaths, Tian Hui's vitality disappeared. A monk who was in the golden elixir stage and reached great perfection died. Halfway through adding incense, someone discovered the bodies of Tianxuan and the disciple. In an instant, the entire Dan Pavilion became chaotic. Soon the news of the death of Dan Pavilion Master Tianxuan spread throughout the Chu Kingdom. For a moment, people were panicked, especially the disciples of the 6 major sects, who were extremely frightened. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, the sect building the heavenly pavilion. Chapter 19. Tianj? What is this? Zhang Ye was stunned. Tianj is an immortal level magic weapon that has the power to travel through space. It also has a protective array that can resist the attacks of immortal level powerful people. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. What a good thing! Do you want to withdraw the reward? Extract. Buzz. The next moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space above the Tianxuan sect. Then the outline of a huge heavenly palace loomed. It is like the abode of gods, full of supreme majesty. What is that? Han Tian was practicing, and suddenly the old man's voice came from his mind. Master, you're awake. Han Tian was a little surprised. Look above. The old voice said. Han Tian raised his head in confusion, and then his pupil shrank. Is it really a space magic weapon? The old voice said solemnly. Almost at the same time, Liu Ning also noticed something strange above his head. There was also a look of shock on his face. All elders enter the Tianj immediately. At this moment, a voice sounded. He saw 7 figures rising into the sky and entering the huge heavenly palace in an instant. Master, what's going on in the pavilion that day? In the courtyard where Zhang Ye was, a group of Han Tian's disciples looked at him with curiosity. That is the core of Tianxuan sect, where the elders retreat. Zhang Ye lay on the recliner and said with a smile. All the disciples had different expressions. Han Tian narrowed his eyes, showing a thoughtful expression. Liu Ning frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, his mind completely changed towards Tianxuan Sect. Perhaps this was indeed an incredible sect. You must know that none of his family has such a big battle. Okay, what do you want? Zhang Ye then asked. Disciple is just very curious. Master, I wonder if we can go to Tianj to have a look. The little one said with gleaming eyes. The big yellow dog beside him was wagging its tail, and its eyes were filled with shock as it looked at the huge celestial palace looming in the sky. Its knowledge was extraordinary, but it was still shocked the moment it saw Tianj. It can confirm that this is not the existence that should appear in this world. For a time, it became more and more curious about the origin of Tianxuan Sect. That's not possible. If you want to enter Tianj, you must at least be a member of the sect's deacons to be qualified. Zhang Ye shook his head. Deacons. A group of people were stunned. Even Mu Sweking, who had a cold personality, cast curious glances. Master, why do I feel that there are so few people in our sect? El Yuning asked at this time. Retreating in seclusion, traveling in retreat, there are only people in the heavenly pavilion. Zhang Ye said calmly. So, what kind of strength do you need to join the deacons? Han Tian asked next. The stage of transformation. Hiss. Hearing this, El Yuning and Han Tian couldn't help but gasped. As for Long Hao and others, they didn't have any idea about the divine transformation stage, so they didn't show much. However, El Yuning and Han Tian were different. Only at this moment did they truly know the foundation of Tianxuan Sect. Deacons all need the stage of transformation, but what about the elders? Especially El Yuning, his background is not simple, and he knows much more about the monks in the transformation stage than Han Tian. At this moment, he actually felt a sense of awe towards Tianxuan Sect. If nothing happens, leave. Zhang Ye waved his hand. After the disciples bowed, they left. The Loxia Mountains are ahead, and Xianzong was there that day. As night fell, dozens of people were looking at the Loxia Mountains on a 100-foot peak not far from the Loxia Mountains. The leader said coldly, "This will be our first battle into the Chu Kingdom. We must not fail." Yes. Behind him, dozens of people were wearing black robes, and the aura on their bodies was not emitted. Okay, let's do it. I want everyone to know that our holy sect is invincible. As the leader gave the order, dozens of people behind him instantly rose into the sky. Then a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. They are all monks at the Golden Core stage, and there are many Dzogchen practitioners among them. The leader stood motionless. He was just like an ordinary person, watching his men indifferently as they headed toward the Loxia Mountains. At this moment, outside the Loxia Mountains, this place is already a small market. Even when night falls, there are still people coming and going here. Because of Tianxuan Sect, all the major forces in Chu Kingdom sent people here. There are many people doing business among them. In the midst of the bustle of the crowd, someone suddenly seemed to notice something, raised his head in confusion, and then his pupils shrank. Look, what is that? The man pointed to the sky and said to the people beside him. Then everyone around them raised their heads. Immediately afterwards, his expression also changed. Under the pitch-black night, dozens of streams of various colors cut across the sky, rushing toward the Loxia Mountains. Bold, dare to trespass into Tianxuan Sect, you will be killed without mercy. Then a shout came from the Loxia Mountains. Boom! The terrifying explosion sound spread all around the Loxia Mountains in an instant. Damn it, there's a fight, could it be people from the 6 major sects? Someone said incredulously. Probably not. Now that the 6 major sects have too much time to take care of themselves, how could they come to trouble Tianxuan Sect? I think it might be the magic gate. At this time there was a voice. It should be. This is the eastern part of Chu State, the closest place to Jin State. I don't know if Tianxuan Sect can survive. It's better to run quickly, don't harm Chi Yu. Just when everyone wanted to leave here, the sky suddenly became bright in the distance. Then their mouths dropped open. I saw streaks of white light rising into the sky above the Loxia Mountains. Waves of golden elixir stage aura filled the air, filling the sky and the earth in an instant. No! A shrill and unwilling scream resounded through the sky. Rumble! The earth shook, and the terrifying shock wave was like a Category 18 typhoon. It only took a few breaths to sweep through the outer reaches of the Loxia Mountains. Everyone saw that the group of people who were so aggressive just now were like drowned rats, running towards the outskirts of the Loxia Mountains. So many people! In the market, some people opened their mouths. There were densely packed figures in white standing in the sky at this moment, with more than 1,000 people visible at a glance. Haven't you noticed? These people are all Golden Core stage. Someone swallowed their saliva and shouted in disbelief. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone who had not felt anything just now reacted and became stunned. Chapter 20. Thousands of golden elixir stage monks appeared, and the world fell into silence for an instant. On the distant mountain peak, the pupils of the black-robed figure shrank. There was an incredible look on his calm face. How can it be? Even with his strength, he felt a bit of fear at this moment. Great Elder, help! A shrill scream came. I saw that there were only dozens of people left, but now there were only 7 people left. And every one of them was seriously injured. This made the man in black robe look extremely ugly. However, he did not take action and chose to escape. He had no confidence that he could block the attack from thousands of golden core stage cultivators. Just when he was about to escape, his body froze. At some point, a figure appeared next to him. It was a woman, wearing black soft armor and a mask on her face. You can see that under the mask, those eyes are staring at him coldly. The man in black robe turned around with difficulty, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He understood that he had encountered an invincible existence. Even though there was no breath coming out of this woman, the pressure made him dare not make the slightest move. At this moment, he felt that even the Holy Lord of the Holy Sect could not compare with him. Magic Gate. The woman's voice was cold. Yes. The man in black robe did not dare to hide anything, and said with a trembling voice. Die. The woman nodded, and then her figure disappeared silently. The man in black robe's pupils shrank. Then, under his fearful gaze, his body moved uncontrollably. I saw him raise his right hand, and then slowly stretched it above his head. Click! The next moment, he took a fierce shot, and his head exploded in an instant. Follow your words. This scene caused the 7 people who escaped to stop in place instantly, all of them looking dull. Buzz! Suddenly the space vibrated. Phew! The 7 people exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. It seems like a long time, but this scene happened in only a dozen breaths. The battle was over before the people in Fangxi in the distance came back to their senses. What the hell, what just happened? Why were all those people dead all of a sudden? Someone said incredulously. Some strong man took action and killed 7 golden elixir stage monks at once. There are also those who have excellent eyesight and understand what is happening instantly. Is it a nascent soul stage monk? Xianzong actually has such a terrifying existence today. This time the magic door has been kicked onto the iron plate. Some people gloated about the misfortune. Soon the news spread that the demon sect attacked Tianxuan sect, but in the end the entire army was annihilated. Suddenly, the entire Chu state cultivation world was in an uproar. The 6 major sects were also extremely shocked. I didn't expect that Tianxuan would be so terrifying today, with thousands of golden elixir levels, and maybe even nascent soul old monsters. In the Wenjian sect's meeting hall, 8 figures gathered around a table, each with extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Fortunately, we didn't mess up last time, otherwise. Some people swallowed their saliva, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. This is actually a good thing. With Tianxuan sect in the east, it will be impossible for the demon sect to enter the Chu kingdom. Some people had a relaxed look on their faces and said with a smile. Having said that, we still can't let down our guard. What to do next? Inform the other 5 major sects and let's go together to meet the leader of Tianxuan sect. From now on, Chu state will have to look at their faces. An old man sitting in the main seat sighed. Sir Sect Master, do you think you should inform that person? A man wearing a black robe frowned and said. We definitely need to inform you. Now that Xuanzang's strength is beyond our control, we still need someone to come forward, otherwise no one knows what will happen. I don't think we should let them hide the 5 major sects. Those old guys are definitely not dead. If the current situation does not come out, the northwest wind will not be able to drink anymore. A young man who looked to be in his 20s spoke. The others nodded in agreement. I see. The leader of Wenjian sect nodded slightly. Also, let Lu Wei not come back yet. Let him guard the Loxia Mountains and report immediately if there is any situation. Just when Wenjian Zone was having a meeting to discuss matters related to Tianxuan Zone. The other 5 major sects are also the same. They thought they already had an almost complete understanding of Tianxuan sect's strength. This also made their hearts sink to the lowest point in an instant. Zhang Ye didn't care at all about this. At this moment, he was eating fruit and looking up at the starry sky. Ding, the system task has been issued. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The enemy is coming, Tianxuan sect should fight it with all its strength. Zhang Ye sat up suddenly, with a puzzled look on his face. System tasks? This was the first time he heard such a system prompt after turning on the system. It has been detected that the demon sect is about to attack the Chu kingdom. The host has the following options. Choice 1, ignore it and let Chu fall into the hands of the demon sect. You can get a reward, a random resource. Choice 2, live as a Chu countryman, die as a Chu country ghost, stop the invasion of the demon sect, and restore peace to the world. You can get a reward, random summoning order ×1. Listening to the system voice in his mind, Zhang Ye looked thoughtful for a moment. Chapter 21. System Mission. Zhang Ye didn't expect that in addition to the sign-in function, the system also had a selection function. Looking at the options in front of him, Zhang Ye thought for a while and directly chose the second option. The mere demon sect is too weak for today's Tianxuan sect. After selecting the host, you will receive the reward, summoning order ×1. Would you like to use it? Use. Zhang Ye stood up, a flash of expectation flashing in his eyes. Buzz. At this moment, figures appeared one after another in the Tianj. In just the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared. They were wearing uniform black robes, both men and women. Everyone exudes an aura that far exceeds that of a monk at the Golden Core stage. Congratulations to the host for successful summoning, you have obtained 500 god-forming monks. It turned out to be the divine transformation stage. A glint flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. It seems the deacon team is here. Then a smile appeared on his face. With a flash of figure, Zhang Ye arrived in the Tianj instantly. Sitting on the main seat of Tianj, looking at the 500 people below, Zhang Ye nodded. Join the sect leader. 500 people bowed at the same time. From today on, you are members of the Tianxuan sect's deacons. Zhang Ye said, your first task is to solve the demon sect. Yao Ji, please tell them. A figure appeared, it was the masked woman. Zhang Ye's figure flashed away again and disappeared. As the leader of the clan, he couldn't do everything himself, otherwise what use would these subordinates have? Liu Ning and his group of disciples are currently practicing. In a short period of time, people like Liu Yiming and others have reached more than the 10th level of the Qi refining stage, and will soon be able to break through the foundation building stage. Suddenly, Han Tian, who was practicing, opened his eyes. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his head. There are so many monks in the transformation stage. Han Tian was stunned for a moment, before he could react. Figures appeared one after another in the sky, and terrifying auras filled the sky. In an instant, all the disciples who had just joined Tianxuan sect were shocked. This is... Liu Ning walked out of his room and looked at the sky with a confused expression. The next moment, his pupils shrank. I saw the sky pavilion wide open, a masked woman stepping out, and figures in black robes standing respectfully in all directions. The demon sect raids our Tianxuan sect. Under the orders of the sect leader, anyone who offends our Tianxuan sect will be killed without mercy. The cold voice spread throughout the entire Tianxuan sect. In an instant, Liu Ning and others felt a terrible pressure coming over them. In their shocked eyes, hundreds of figures soared into the sky, instantly turning into streaks of green light and heading towards the Jin kingdom beyond the Luxia mountains. What's happening here? Mu Tian, Mu Long, and others opened their mouths. They had never seen such a battle before, and their brains were unable to react for a while. They are all monks in the transformation stage. Liu Ning's face was also extremely shocked. How terrifying is Xuanzang's background today? At this moment, he felt that even his own family seemed inferior to this seemingly unknown sect. I didn't expect that Xuanzong would have such a terrifying power today. The hoarse voice said in Han Tian's mind, his tone full of exclamations. Master, you said they are all monks in the transformation stage. Han Tian's face twitched and his voice trembled. Yes, and that woman. Speaking of this, the hoarse voice hesitated because even he couldn't be sure of her strength. That's the elder of Tianxuan sect. Is he a being above the stage of becoming a god? Han Tian swallowed his saliva. I don't know, I can't see clearly either. You don't even know. Han Tian seemed to be taken aback. Actually, this is good. At least within Tianxuan sect, you can practice with peace of mind. Han Tian nodded after hearing this. The reason why he came to the eastern wasteland was because he was being hunted by someone whose strength and power were extremely terrifying. Originally, he just wanted to come to Tianxuan sect to see if there was any elixir that could heal the owner of the voice in his body. But now it seems that Tianxuanzong is not a hiding place. That is. Outside Tianxuan sect, on a hilltop, Mr. Wang suddenly stood up. A light flashed in his eyes, and a solemn look appeared on his face. The next moment, he saw hundreds of blue lights rushing out of Tianxuan sect, and the terrifying aura of divine transformation was emitted. For a moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of people were seen heading towards the direction of Jin. Unexpectedly, there is such a terrifying sect hidden in this eastern wasteland. There was a look of shock on Mr. Wang's face. Based on his knowledge, he was extremely shocked at this moment. With hundreds of transformed gods, only the major sects and powerful forces in the central continent can produce them. And the figure at the front of the hundreds of people just now made him feel a little scared. Young master, I don't know whether it is right or wrong for you to join Tianxuan sect. Shaking his head, Mr. Wang sat cross-legged again and began to practice. Almost at the same time, people in the city also noticed the hundreds of figures, and the place became an uproar again. Chapter 22. You said Tianxuan sect has taken action. In Wenjian sect, the sect leader suddenly stood up with a look of shock on his face. Yes, I just received the news that hundreds of Tianxuan sect monks are heading towards the Jin kingdom. Okay, this is our chance. After hearing this, the leader of the sword sect walked around in circles a few times, and then he said, immediately notify everyone to gather. All foundation building disciples must go to Jin kingdom. Isn't this too hasty? An elder said hesitantly. Yes, I think it's better to wait a moment. After all, that person hasn't come back yet. We can't wait any longer. The opportunity is fleeting and we must seize it. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Wenjian sect. Immediately ask someone to notify the other 5 major sects, and we will go together. A huge magic boat appeared, followed by figures entering it. This is a magical weapon of Wenjian sect. It has extremely high speed and can allow them to travel to Jin in the shortest time. Just when Wenjian sect was preparing to set off, the other 5 major sects also made the same decision. On this day, the cultivation world of Chu state was shocked. A huge magic boat crossed the void, and a terrifying aura emitted. During the Golden Core stage and the Foundation stage, monks were overwhelming. In the Jin Kingdom, since the invasion of the demon sect, the monks in the Jin Kingdom have been dying and running away. Although ordinary cities were not affected, people were still in panic. Black Rock City is a city in Jin state next to Chu state. This place used to be the territory of a cultivating family in Jin state. But now it has been occupied by the Demon Gate. At this moment, a large number of people from the demon sect gathered here. And their purpose was to attack Chu state. At this moment, in the city lord's palace in Black Rock City, people exuding extremely terrifying auras were sitting or standing gathered in a main hall. Why hasn't the news come back from the Great Elder? A coquettish-looking woman sat on the chair, with a blush on her delicate cheeks. What? Are you still worried about the Great Elder? A big man licked his tongue and looked at the woman with greedy eyes. Oh, aren't we afraid of missing the Holy Lord's important event? The woman rolled her eyes and said in a sweet voice. Don't worry, the Great Elder has already broken through the nascent soul stage. There is no one in the Chu kingdom who can be his opponent. Don't talk too much. After all, the 6 major sects of Chu state have been passed down for hundreds of years. Who knows if they have any back ups? It's not like we're dealing with the 6 major sects this time, it's just a small Tianxuan sect. It's their fault that he was born at this time. It's a pity that I didn't make it this time, otherwise I might be able to find some cauldrons again. An old man said sadly. While they were discussing, suddenly there was a sound of low footsteps outside the hall. As the sound of footsteps appeared, the group of people who were talking and laughing just closed their mouths instantly. Then he saw a man in black robes walking in, with a bone mask on his face. Although there was no breath coming out, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath as he appeared. I'll meet Mr. Lu later. Just as the man entered the hall, everyone stood up at the same time and bowed to him. The masked man nodded, and then walked slowly to the main seat in the hall. I asked you to come here today because after the Great Elder has dealt with the Tianxuan sect, you need to leave. The man's voice was low and his tone was calm. The mission has been issued. You should already know your mission, right? We already know. Very good, Chu state is very important to the Holy Lord, so I hope you won't make any mistakes, otherwise. The man raised his head, his pupils flashing with a faint cold light. The group of people below were excited at the same time. Don't worry, you won't miss the Holy Master's important event. Someone said quickly. In that case, then you should wait for the news here. I believe that it won't be long before the Great Elder will solve Tianxuan sect. A group of people didn't dare not agree and could only wait in silence. However, as time passed, the sky gradually became brighter, and they did not wait for the news to be sent back by the Great Elder. This made this group of lawless people a little impatient. At the same time, the masked man sitting in the main seat could not help but frown. Just when he was about to ask someone to check it out, his heart suddenly trembled, and an ominous premonition hit his heart. However, before he could react, a terrifying aura swept over Blackstone City like a wave. If anyone from the demon sect dares to attack our Tianxuan sect, please come out and die. A cold voice sounded. The next moment, everyone in the demon sect outside the main hall saw streams of cyan light cutting through the void in the sky, heading this way. No, enemy attack. Sharp screams rang out, and within a short period of time, all the demon sect disciples in Black Rock City were on standby. Chapter 23. Who dares to come to our holy sect? The masked man, Mr. Lu, rushed out of the hall, his eyes filled with coldness. However, the next moment, his pupils shrank. The rest of the people followed him and also came outside the main hall. When they saw everything in front of them, they all gasped. I saw silhouettes in mysterious clothes standing in the sky above Black Rock City. Behind them were thousands of white-clothed figures. The terrifying aura came overwhelmingly, and everyone in the demon sect trembled for a while. Tianxuan. The enchanting woman swallowed her saliva, her eyes filled with fear. Run! Without any hesitation, Mr. Lu shouted loudly. There is no way, the other side is too scary. Especially those hundreds of mysterious robed figures, their terrifying aura made him tremble. As his words fell, the people from the demon sect in Black Rock City instantly moved in all directions. But how could we give them a chance? Buzz! The world was instantly imprisoned by a terrifying force. The people from the demon sect, who were about to escape just now, stiffened and stopped in place. At this moment, a figure walked out and slowly came to Black Rock City. It was the figure of a woman, with a bronze mask covering her face. Senior, spare my life. Mr. Lu had fallen to his knees, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He could never imagine that so many terrifying beings would appear in a small country like Chu. Especially the figure walking out at this moment, when he saw her, it seemed as if she was the only one left in the whole world. As for the group of people in the distance, they are equally terrifying. Even the holy master of the demon sect cannot compare with any of the figures in black robes. He understood that the demon sect was in big trouble this time. According to the order of the sect master, anyone who dares to offend our Tianxuan sect will be killed without mercy. The cold voice spread throughout Black Rock City. Silence. Next moment. Phew. Amidst the frightened looks on the faces of ordinary people in Black Rock City, hundreds of people from the demon sect turned into blood mist at the same time. Everyone from the demon sect will be killed without mercy. The sound continued. Yes. Hundreds of deacons and thousands of guards in white bowed at the same time. Immediately after, under the leadership of the deacons, the white-clothed guards followed and headed towards the Jin Kingdom. This is the strength of Tianxuan sect. In the distant sky, on 6 huge flying boats, people from the 6 major sects looked at the scene happening in the distance over Black Rock City with shocked expressions. Everyone swallowed hard. Sect Master, what should we do next? An elder of the Wenjian sect turned his head and looked at the leader of the Wenjian sect. What else can we do? Go over and pay homage to that senior. Shaking his head, the leader of Wenjian sect gave a wry smile. He originally thought that this time it would be a big battle, but the result surprised him. This is simply a one-sided slaughter. The heads of the 6 major sects gathered together, and then they cautiously arrived not far from Yaoji. Junior Luo Pingfeng pays homage to senior. The leader of Wenjian sect took the lead in bowing and said. Junior Su Ning, Zhou Ming, Zhang Yongming, Tian Hui, Zhou Yao, pays homage to the seniors. The sect leaders of the other 5 major sects bowed at the same time. Yao Ji looked back at them, nodded slightly, and ignored them. It's not okay for the 6 people to leave, nor for them to stay. In the end, he could only wait in place obediently, and the elders and disciples of the 6 major sects on the flying boat in the distance could only wait silently. In a small town somewhere in the Jin Kingdom. In a small courtyard, 5 figures appeared here at this moment. Problem occurs. An old woman coughed and said to the other 4. What's wrong? A pale young man sat on a chair and asked in a hoarse voice. I just got the news that the cultivation forces of Chu State were dispatched at the same time and launched an attack on Black Rock City. The old woman said with some excitement, I heard that all the people of the demon sect are dead. Now monks from the Chu State have entered the Jin Kingdom to cleanse the demon sect. Really or not? The demon sect has nascent soul stage monks taking action this time. Can the Chu state have strong men to deal with it? A middle-aged man on the side said in disbelief. It should be true. This is the information just received from our disciples. The old woman nodded. The four of them became excited at the same time, each of them showing expressions of shock and surprise. Then we can take action. A white-haired old man stood up suddenly, with an excited look on his face. But with our current strength, will it be possible? The last middle-aged woman frowned and said. Let's take a look at the situation first. The demon lord of the demon sect hasn't taken action yet. I'm afraid. The five of them calmed down instantly. At this moment, the five people's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked up and looked out the window at the same time. Then their expressions changed at the same time. That is, the old man said with some disbelief. At this moment, in their perception, a large number of monks' auras suddenly appeared in the distant sky, hundreds of them, all of them were in the golden elixir stage, and many of them had the existence of Dzogchen. At this moment, all five of them were trembling. Chapter 24. They had never seen such a terrifying formation. Could he be from the demon sect? The old man said with a trembling voice, and there was even a hint of despair in his eyes. Will they never get a chance for revenge? I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be the case from the smell. The young man coughed and his face became paler. Look, what's going on with those 10 people? Why can't I feel their breath? At this moment, the old woman spoke. Hearing this, the other 4 people looked over at the same time, and sure enough they found that the 10 cyan streams of light in front of the group of people did not emit the slightest breath. But for some reason, they felt an extremely terrifying feeling from them. It was a visceral fear. Is it a nascent soul stage monk? The old man frowned. Control your aura, don't let them find out. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. At this moment, hundreds of figures in the sky stopped at the same time. Then a voice sounded, people from the demon sect, kill. As the voice fell, hundreds of people in white rushed into the small town in an instant. In just a moment, terrifying waves erupted in the entire town. Immediately afterwards, screams continued to be heard. A black stream of light rose into the sky, ready to flee into the distance. However, before he could rush out of the small town, a white light cut through the void. Then he saw the black stream of light dimming, and a figure falling from it. You can see a huge hole appearing in his abdomen, and blood is gurgling out. That's Mr. Li. The expressions of the 5 people changed at the same time. They are all very familiar with this old demon at the golden elixir stage in the demon sect. The reason why they linger here is precisely because of him. That was a monk who was in the golden elixir stage of Dzogchen. However, he died like this at this moment. How does this not shock them? They are not members of the demon sect. Are they cultivators from Chu state? The old woman said with a shocked expression. But why have I never heard of such a terrifying force in Chu state before? Then she frowned. I don't know, but since their target is the demon sect, it's a good thing for us. The young man also said excitedly, with a flush on his face. Do you need to go out and meet me? At this time, the middle-aged woman asked. Hearing this, the other 4 people looked at each other, all hesitant. They are all seriously injured now. If the other party has any malicious intentions. But before they could make a decision, hundreds of people in white clothes turned into streams of light again, and led by 10 people in black clothes, they moved towards the distance at high speed. At the same time, every city in the Jin Kingdom was raided by Tianxuan sect. Originally, a large number of people from the demon sect gathered in Black Rock City because of Mr. Lu's call. Coupled with the terrifying strength of Tianxuan sect, in just one day, all the demon sects in the entire Jin Kingdom were slaughtered. The Jin state's cultivation world was in an uproar. The name of Tianxuan resounded throughout the country at this moment. In the northwest of the eastern wasteland, there is a stretch of mountains. In an underground cave, more than 10 men in black robes gathered here at the moment. In front of them, on a huge stone chair, a man with a gloomy face sat on it. Reporting to the Holy Lord, all of us who went to Jin Kingdom are dead. A man in black robes was kneeling on the ground and said with a trembling voice. His face was covered with cold sweat, and his body was shaking constantly. What happened? The Holy Master narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. A Tianxuan sect force in Chu state suddenly sent out a large number of monks today to attack and kill us. All of them, including Mr. Lu, died. Boom! A terrible breath rose into the sky. All the men in black robes below took a step back at the same time. There was a look of fear on every face. Are you kidding me? The Holy Master's voice became extremely low, and his eyes were fixed on the man in black robe below. I don't dare, this is all news from an elder before his death. The man was startled and his face turned a little pale. For a moment, the entire cave became silent. How could the Chu state have such a terrifying force? You must know that Mr. Lu and the Great Elder are both nascent soul stage monks. At this time, an old man on the side spoke, his face full of doubts. I don't know. Lord, Holy Lord, I would like to go and investigate. The old man thought for a moment, then clasped his fists and said to the Holy Lord. Can. After pondering for a while, the Holy Master nodded. The next moment, the old man turned into a black wind and disappeared. You guys go down first. The Holy Master stood up and seemed to have regained his composure. The man in black robe below did not dare to disobey, and after saluting, he left here. Soon, only the Holy Master was left in the cave hall. What do you think about this matter? Suddenly he spoke. The next moment, a young man who looked to be in his 20s appeared out of nowhere. He looked strange and had a faint smile on his lips. Even facing the Holy Lord of the Demon Sect, he didn't have the slightest fear. Do you need me to go and see for myself? The young man did not answer his question, but spoke directly. No need for the moment. Your mission is in the West. I have invested a lot of money in order to complete the great cause this time, so I can only succeed and cannot fail. After thinking about it, the Holy Lord shook his head. I don't care. As long as the plan succeeds, I can guarantee you that you will get everything you need when you step into that realm. The young man shrugged, looking indifferent. Then we just have to wait. In just half a month, everything will be the result we want. I hope so, but do you know the specific time of that adult's arrival? This can't be said. You will know when the time comes. The young man smiled evilly. Who are you? A golden core stage cultivator from the demon sect was vomiting blood and was already dying. His eyes were fixed on the dozen or so people in white clothes in front of him, with a look of fear on his face. He is the last Jindan monk in the Jin kingdom. He noticed something was wrong half a day ago. The news from the past didn't come for most of the day, so he knew something must have happened. Without hesitation, he was ready to leave Jin immediately. But in the end, he was stopped by more than a dozen golden elixirs in white clothes, and he was now seriously injured. He did not expect that these 10 people were all monks at the golden core stage. Tianxuan Sect. The leading white-robed guard spoke coldly. Immediately afterwards, without giving the man the slightest reaction, a white sword light pierced his body. In the end, the man could only end his sinful life in fear. Chapter 25. Have you heard? A force called Tianxuan Sect appeared in Chu state. Yesterday, it only took 1 day to kill all the demon sect's forces in Jin state. Early in the morning, the remaining cultivators in the Jin kingdom received the news, and everyone was in an uproar. I also heard that Tianxuan Sect sent thousands of Jindan monks this time, and they just pushed them all the way. Isn't this our chance for revenge? You can't say that. After all, the main force of the demon sect is not in Jin. Who knows what will happen next? It's another big battle. But what really makes me curious is what is going on with Tianxuan Sect today. Why have I never heard of this sect's strength before? Who knows? Maybe it's some hidden sect. Maybe the demon sect was too arrogant this time, so they took action. In an inn, several casual cultivators sat together, discussing what happened yesterday. An old man in black robe not far away listened silently, with the cold light flashing in his eyes from time to time. Tianxuan Sect. His face was extremely solemn. This person is the elder of the demon sect who came to investigate the situation in Jin. Just after entering the Jin kingdom, he heard news about Tianxuan Sect. As more and more information became known to him, his heart became heavier and heavier. This Tianxuan Sect is not simple. There are thousands of golden elixir levels, and even the demon sect cannot take them out. And he also heard that in addition to thousands of people in the golden core stage, there were hundreds of people in Zhang Ye who did not take action. From the mouths of some monks who have seen them, we can know that the strength of these people is even more terrifying. For a while, he was not sure what the specific strength of these people was. Is it the nascent soul stage? But hundreds of nascent soul stage monks, that's too scary. And if these people are all in the nascent soul stage, then what kind of terrifying existence will this Tianxuan sect have? After hearing the news, he suddenly became worried about Lord Holy Master's plan. No, the news must be sent back. Thinking of this, he stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a group of people walked in at the gate. The leader was wearing a black robe, followed by more than a dozen monks in white clothes and carrying swords. When they saw them, the inn where there had been a lot of chatter just now suddenly became audible. Everyone looked at them in fear. When the old man saw them, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the dozen or so people in white were all golden core stage monks. But he couldn't even see through the leader. For a moment, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tap tap tap. The man in mysterious robes walked into the inn step by step, his eyes calmly scanning the crowd. Then his eyes fell on the old man. You are a monk at the nascent soul stage, you must be a member of the demon sect. His voice was neither sad nor happy, and his eyes did not change at all. I am not from the demon sect. After swallowing, the old man said quickly. Although he was in the nascent soul stage, he felt a deep pressure on the man in front of him at this moment, which was on par with their holy master. This made him feel a sense of fear in his heart. No. The man narrowed his eyes. Then please come with us. This. The old man hesitated. The people on the side have now turned into spectators, and their eyes look at the two parties from time to time. There was some gloating in his eyes. Although the old man's strength shocked them, the current situation was obviously very unfavorable to the old man. If he is really a member of the demon sect, there is no way he will be revealed here today. What? Don't want to? The man continued to ask. I don't know your surname. A gloom flashed in the old man's eyes, but soon a smile appeared on his face, and he took out a ring from his arms. This is exactly a space ring. Just when he was about to hand it over, the man opposite had a cold look in his eyes. You don't need to know, you just need to tell me whether to go or not. At this moment, a cold killing intent emanated from the man. At this moment, the air all around seemed to become cold. The crowd around him involuntarily took 2 steps back and looked at the man in horror. What a terrible smell! Everyone was extremely shocked. At this moment, they felt a deep fear of Tianxuan Sect, a little-known sect. The old man was the first to bear the brunt and took several steps back. There was a look of shock on his face. The man's eyes were filled with fear. Become a god, period. His voice trembled and his body trembled a little. Hiss! The people around him gasped at the same time, and their gazes towards the man changed again. If they just thought that this was also a nascent soul monk, then now they looked at him as if they were looking at a legend. Yuanying is very rare in the eastern wasteland, let alone a god, then he is really a legendary figure. I didn't expect to see one here today. Then one of their bodies shook. If this person is a monk in the transformation stage, then how terrifying will this Tianxuan sect be? It's scary to think about it. You must know that there are hundreds of people wearing black robes like this. If they are all monks in the transformation stage, then... Thinking of this, everyone shuddered again and did not dare to think about it anymore. I'll go with you. The old man was like a deflated rubber ball, and his aura was 3 points weaker. He understood that the demon sect's plan had completely failed. This Tianxuan sect that came out of nowhere is so terrifying. Hundreds of transformed gods, even the Holy Lord could only hear the sound and run away. The old man drooped his head and walked out of the inn slowly. The man stood there, looked at everyone coldly, and then left. As the man left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was like a big mountain pressing on me had been lifted. Soon the whole inn became noisy again. Tianxuan once again became the focus of their conversation. From the initial fear to the final awe and yearning, it only takes a few sentences. The old man followed the crowd in white clothes, not daring to have any strange thoughts at all. Although the person in front of him didn't seem to pay attention to him, he knew that as long as he made any changes, he would be greeted by death. Soon they arrived at Black Rock City. At the same time, the old man also saw 6 giant boats and people from the 6 major sects in the distance. However, his attention was instantly attracted by a figure. It was a figure wearing black leather armor and a bronze mask on his face. Although she didn't exude the slightest breath, it was as if she was the only one left in the entire world at this moment. Chapter 26. Meet the Elder. Just as he was looking at the figure in surprise, the man who had frightened him just now came to the woman, bowed and said. This scene made the old man's pupils shrink. A monk in the transformation stage actually saluted the woman. Doesn't this mean that the woman's identity is still higher than that of the man? How's the situation? Yao Ji's voice was cold. The members of the demon sect in the Jin Kingdom have almost been cleared out. This person should be a member of the demon sect. I brought him here. The man pointed at the old man. Senior, it is clear that this junior is not a member of the demon sect. The old man still wanted to quibble, so he quickly bowed. You'll know if it's true or not. Yao Ji didn't talk nonsense at all. She waved her hand at the old man, and the next moment a terrible suction pulled the old man in front of her. Then he stretched out a slender jade finger and touched the forehead of the frightened old man. Soon, his expression became dull. I see. Yao Ji narrowed her eyes. You can take people back, and I will handle the rest. Then she spoke. Yes. The man bowed again, and then led a group of white-clothed guards towards the Chu kingdom. Yao Ji looked up, and the next moment her figure disappeared from where she was. This scene made everyone in the 6 major sects a little confused. Just when they were puzzled, the old man's body trembled violently. The next moment, in front of their horrified eyes, the old man's body turned into a blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Sect Master, this. Someone looked at Luo Pingfeng, the leader of Wenjian sect, and asked hesitantly. Let's go back too. Luo Pingfeng shook his head. He understood that the other party did not take them seriously at all. In the future Chu state, it should not be that the entire eastern barren territory will be ruled by the Tianxuan sect. A monk in the nascent soul stage will kill whenever he wants, so one can imagine the strength of the opponent. He knew the old man just now. He was an elder-level figure in the demon sect. However, such an existence died in front of them so lightly. The sect leaders of the other 5 major sects also chose to return. At the same time, they were also ready for Tianxuan sect to dominate the Chu kingdom. It's not good, the second elder's life card is also broken. In the mountain where the demon gate is located, a frightened voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, I saw a disciple coming to the main hall where the Holy Lord was in a panic. His body was trembling continuously as he reported the news to the Holy Master with his eyes closed. The Holy Lord sitting on the chair suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out, flying the disciple away and falling heavily onto the wall. But soon he closed his eyes again. The 6 major sects of Chu state, impossible, is it really the Tianxuan sect? He muttered. The look on his face was particularly ugly. It seems that something happened in Chu state, otherwise there would be no nascent soul stage monks. At this time, the strange young man appeared, his voice no longer as relaxed as before. It is impossible for the nascent soul stage to directly kill the 2 elders of my demon sect and Lu. I suspect it should be the monks of the transformation stage. The Holy Lord opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed away. What? You want to take action yourself? The young man raised his eyebrows. It's not time yet, the plan continues. The Holy Lord shook his head. It's really troublesome. I just hope nothing happens. I don't believe that Tianxuan sect dares to act wild against our holy sect. The Holy Lord snorted coldly. Do you need me to tell the superiors? After all, you are not afraid of 10,000, just in case. The young man frowned and said. After pondering for a while, the Holy Master nodded. Can. Although he is confident, he is not arrogant. In order to complete the plan this time, he must not make any mistakes. Even if something went wrong, it couldn't be because of him. The young man nodded and prepared to leave. However, his expression changed the next moment. Because he felt that his spiritual power was actually imprisoned. Problem occurs. His face was particularly ugly. The Holy Lord frowned, but didn't notice at all. I can no longer use my spiritual power. The young man spoke in surprise. Hearing this, the Holy Master was stunned for a moment, and he quietly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and then his expression also changed. What's the situation? He stood up suddenly and looked around. Suddenly his pupil shrank. I didn't know when a figure appeared silently in the hall. It was a woman with a bronze mask on her face. Who are you? The Holy Lord shouted sharply. The young man also turned around quickly, and his expression also changed. If he hadn't seen it with the naked eye, he wouldn't have even noticed that a person appeared here. This made his heart tremble. The demon lord of the demon sect. Yao Ji looked at him and nodded. In the old man's memory, he already understood the cause and effect. So without any delay, I came here directly. For those who have reached her level, even if they are thousands of miles apart, wanting to come over is just a thought. This, Senior, why do you come to our holy sect? The Holy Lord was already in a state of turmoil in his heart at this moment. But his expression calmed down and he bowed slightly. The young man beside him said nothing, but there was a jade medal that was crushed in his robe. Yao Ji looked at the two of them calmly and said, according to the order of the sect master, any of you demon sects who dare to offend our Tianxuan sect will be killed without mercy. Buzz. A terrifying killing intent instantly spread in all directions. At this moment, the Holy Lord and the young man seemed to have fallen into a 1,000-year ice cave, and the terrible chill spread directly from their feet to their heads. However, they had no choice but to watch Yao Ji raise her arms. The moment she was about to finish them off, the space suddenly distorted, and the next moment a figure appeared in front of her. Fellow Taoist, wait! Please listen to me. That was an old man in black robes. He appeared in front of Yao Ji and was ready to speak. However, Yao Ji didn't pay any attention to it. All she saw was that her palms were stretched out, and a terrifying power that sent chills down the spine was emitted. The old man's pupil shrank. Without the slightest hesitation, a black mask of light appeared around his body, wrapping him and the Holy Master in it. Buzz. Click click. However, without a single breath, the black light shield shattered directly. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand again, and a simple bracelet flew out from his arm. Boom! The next moment, with the main hall as the center, explosions spread out for dozens of miles around. Mountains collapsed, dust filled the sky, and terrifying spiritual energy storms swept in all directions. Chapter 27. A black light broke through the earth and was about to escape into the distance. The old man's face was pale at this moment. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in such a small place as the eastern wasteland. Beside him, the Holy Lord and the young man had already passed out. The shock just now seriously injured them. At this moment, the mountains have collapsed, and countless disciples of the demon sect have been buried here. However, just as they broke out of the smoke, a golden light shot straight into the sky. The space was blocked instantly. The old man's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he turned around suddenly and saw Yao Ji coming step by step. Fellow Taoist, if you go down to the netherworld Sect's Fu Changhe River in the northern underworld, I don't know if my disciple has offended you in any way. I am here to apologize to you. The old man Fu Changhe said quickly. Now his most powerful defensive magic weapon has been smashed to pieces by Yao Ji. If there is another blow, he is not sure that he can survive. At the same time, he had also greeted the Holy Lord and the young man in his heart. Is this kind of existence something they can provoke? Facing Yao Ji, he felt that even the leader of the netherworld sect was not so scary. The demon sect is a force of your netherworld sect. Yao Ji raised her head, her voice cold. Yes, I hope for the sake of ancestor netherworld, don't argue with this junior. In Fu Changhe's view, Yao Ji's strength is so terrifying, so she must know about the nether ancestor. However, Yao Ji just nodded. Since the demon sect is your power, there is no need for the netherworld sect to exist. However, Yao Ji's next words made Fu Changhe's pupil shrink. What do you mean? His face became particularly ugly. At the same time, an aura that far exceeded the stage of divine transformation emitted. Hedeo realm monk. This old man is clearly a great monk in the Hedeo realm. In this eastern wasteland where nascent souls are rare and where the transformed gods are legendary, the Hedeo realm is almost impossible to exist. But at this moment, Fu Changhe felt extremely scared. With his strength, he couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation. In addition, the seemingly random, but extremely terrifying blow just now. This all shows how terrifying this woman is. But now is not the time for him to retreat. He knows that if he doesn't fight hard today, he will die here. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He saw a large black millstone appearing around him. A terrifying force that shook the world erupted. For a moment, the heaven and earth seemed to begin to disappear. However, facing this blow, Yao Ji didn't even raise her eyelids. He still stretched out his slender jade fingers and pointed them towards the void. Click! The next moment, there was a sound like glass breaking. Under Fu Changhe's shocked and horrified gaze, the big black millstone shattered inch by inch, and finally turned into nothingness. How can it be? There was a look of shock on his face, and he couldn't help shouting. However, Yao Ji didn't pay any attention to his reaction. He raised his hand again, ready to kill it. Seeing this, Fu Changhe no longer dared to take chances. He took out a black token from the space ring. Not daring to delay at all, he crushed it directly. Buzz! For an instant, the space was turned upside down. His figure will disappear in an instant. As for the Holy Lord and the young man, he no longer had the intention to care about them. If he doesn't leave, he will have to answer here. Yao Ji finally reacted. She raised her head, a flash of surprise in her eyes. But it was just surprise. I saw her slapping towards the void without any hurry or slowness. It seemed like something had been broken. There was a clicking sound in the void again. Fu Changhe's pupil shrank. He suddenly found that his teleportation had been forcibly stopped. This made him raise his head in fear and look at Yao Ji's figure, his eyes full of disbelief. This is the amulet given to him by the Nether Ancestor. When used in a crisis, it can directly transport him back to the Netherworld Sect. However, such a treasure was simply slapped away by the other party. This time, Fu Changhe became truly frightened. But at this moment, a thought came from the void. Yao Ji slowly looked up, as if she had traveled through endless space for a moment, and looked into a pair of dark red eyes. At this moment, infinitely far away from the eastern wasteland, a man with white hair and red eyes suddenly opened his eyes. Just now he felt a powerful force and the token he gave to his subordinates was broken. Looking for the mark of space, his thoughts crossed endless mountains and rivers. Then he met a pair of eyes. For a moment, he seemed to see a broken world. In that world, a woman wearing a bronze mask stood between heaven and earth. It seems like she is the only one in this world. At this moment, his body froze, and fear that had not happened for tens of thousands of years surged into his heart. Before he could react, a golden light cut through the endless void. Buzz! The space where the man was collapsed instantly. But soon a bloody stream of light rushed out from it. Who is that? Because of the collapse of space, his thoughts were withdrawn. But at this moment, he was still terrified. If they weren't too far apart, he would have been killed directly at that moment. But at this moment, he was still in an extremely embarrassed state. When he raised his hand, he could see a small bloody hole. The blood kept gushing out. You must know that at his level, it is almost possible to be reborn with a drop of blood. However, just now, the wound on his hand showed no sign of healing. This made his face twitch. His expression soon darkened. Fu Changhe. A low growl came from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A small Hedao realm actually caused him such terrible trouble. If he could, he would tear it into pieces. You can run fast. At this moment, Yao Ji has withdrawn her gaze. The blow just now was just a random blow from her, and because it was too far away, it only injured it, but did not kill it. Fu Changhe knew that he was about to die, and a flash of madness flashed across his face. Buzz! A terrifying spiritual storm suddenly erupted from his body. Self-destruct. Yao Ji raised her eyebrows. Boom! For an instant, a scorching sun seemed to appear between the sky and the earth, and the self-destruction of the Hedao realm directly set off a spiritual storm. The space was shattered as a result, and the ground below collapsed directly, followed by a terrifying shock wave that swept away in all directions. In just the blink of an eye, hundreds of miles around turned into a huge pit. It can be seen that the pit is pitch black and bottomless, and the exact depth is unknown. And all the living creatures around were turned into powder. But even with such a terrifying power explosion, Yao Ji still stood there, but an invisible barrier appeared in front of her, blocking the shock wave and spiritual energy storm of the explosion. As for the Holy Lord and the young man, their bodies were completely dead. Aren't you still giving up? Suddenly, Yao Ji narrowed her eyes. He waved his hand towards the void in the distance. Don't want. A shrill roar sounded. Then he saw a translucent shadow trying to escape. However, what greeted him was a flash of golden light. The shadow disappeared, and the world was silent at this moment. Chapter 28. So you mean this is all the work of that netherworld sect? Sitting on the stairs in the Tianj, Zhang Ye looked at Yao Ji in front of him and asked. He didn't have any other ideas just because the other person was a woman. In his eyes, subordinates are subordinates. Yes. Yao Ji bowed slightly, her beautiful figure set off by the black leather armor, full of wild temptation. Do you know the specific information about this nether sect? Zhang Ye thought for a while and asked. My subordinates only know that the other party is from the northern underworld, and there is a Mahayana monk sitting behind him. Mahayana period. A flash of surprise flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. But he soon became unconcerned. Although it was terrifying in the Mahayana period, any elder in Tianxuan sect could kill him now. In that case, Zhang Ye thought for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then let's solve it together and let Wei Lai and Bei Feng go to the northern underworld with you. Bei Feng is the young man among the five, but although he looks like he is only in his teens, his true age is unknown. Yes. Yao Ji nodded. After making sure that Zhang Ye had no other instructions, he turned around and left Tianj. Zhang Ye stood up from the stairs and stretched. After accepting the feedback from the system, his strength has now reached the late nascent soul stage, and he is only one step away from the great consummation. However, despite the fact that he is only in the nascent soul stage, his combat power is enough to kill the transformation god, and even Hideo is not untouchable. This is the power of Hunyuan Bailu. System, sign in today. His mind said. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, the Immortal Killing Sword Technique. The Immortal Killing Sword Technique, the Immortal Level Killing Magical Power. In an instant, information about the Xuxian sword art appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. This made his eyes light up. He also went to the library several times, but there was no magical power worth learning. Unexpectedly, I got an immortal level magical power by signing in this time. It seems that we need to find a sword-type magic weapon. He thought secretly in his heart. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the place and reappeared in his yard. It's time to let cultivators outside the Chu kingdom know about the existence of our Tianxuan sect. Looking at the sparkling lake in front of him, Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Now he no longer practices on his own. After tasting the benefits of accepting disciples, he decided that he would never practice again in this life. After all, isn't it nice to enjoy life? But it's still too boring to stay in the sect all the time. Maybe we can go out for a walk. Then he thought about this problem again and couldn't help but think about it. Just when he was thinking about whether to go out and see the world, Yao Ji, Wei Lai and Bei Feng have already left Tianxuan sect. As one of the few monks in the tribulation stage in the world, although the eastern wasteland territory is relatively far away from the northern underworld territory, their speed is too fast. In just half a day, they had crossed a long distance and entered the northern underworld. There are a total of 3,000 major domains in Tianxuan Continent, the leader of which is the Central Continent region, and the Eastern Wasteland region is the last one. As for the northern underworld, it can be regarded as a relatively advanced existence among the 3,000 realms. At this moment, in the Tianhuang Mountains of the northern underworld, a group of people were hunting a monster beast. The leader is a one-eyed man. His strength has reached the nascent soul stage, and he is currently fighting the fierce tiger monster as the main force. The rest of the people were surrounding him, helping him, and attacking the monsters from time to time. In their encirclement, the ferocious beast that was more than 10 meters long and 4 meters high let out a terrifying roar. The evil spirit soared into the sky. The huge body was covered with dense black lines and was filled with a terrifying aura. "Watch out, this beast is going crazy!" the one-eyed man shouted. At the same time, a huge iron hammer magic weapon in his hand shot out a red light and hit the fierce tiger's body hard. Phew! A wound appeared and blood gurgled out. This made the fierce tiger roar again, and a pair of tiger eyes stared at the one-eyed man. The next moment, a black blast of wind shot out from its sharp claws. For a moment, the trees broke and all the vegetation on the ground was cut off. The one-eyed man's pupils shrank. He quickly raised the hammer in his hand to block it. The next moment, there was a sound of gold and iron clashing, and the man was blown hundreds of meters away, hitting a hill heavily. Seeing this, the expressions of the others changed. As the one-eyed man was knocked away, Fierce Tiger's attention instantly shifted to the others. For a moment, everyone only felt the breath of death coming towards their faces. Except for the one-eyed man who is at the nascent soul stage, the others are all at the golden core stage. Now that there is no one-eyed man to restrain him, Fierce Tiger finally found an opportunity to take action against them. Roar! A roar spread out in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the demonic energy turned into black chains and rushed towards more than 10 people around. Bang! Immediately afterwards, I saw 3 people being knocked away without noticing for a moment. You evil beast, how dare you! The one-eyed man turned into a gust of wind, and then hit the Fierce Tiger with the hammer in his hand. Almost the moment after Iron Hammer took action, the ferocious tiger that had just started killing a group of Jindan monks suddenly turned around. You can see a cunning look flashing through its pupils. Not good. The one-eyed man's expression changed. But it's too late to say anything now. Before he could react, the Fierce Tiger's huge body turned into a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye it came to the man 100 meters away. Without the hammer in hand, the man suddenly felt pressured. The ferocious tiger looked at him condescendingly, his eyes full of malice. I saw its huge tiger claws raised, and then swatted at the man. The one-eyed man's face was solemn, and with a wave of his hand, an earth-colored light shield emerged, covering him. Click! However, the photomask had no effect at all and was directly smashed. The man was also knocked away and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Just when he wanted to get up, he felt a pressure coming towards him. He knew that this was another attack from the ferocious tiger. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes. Then he took out a spiritual talisman from his arms, and there was a look of regret on his face. But there was no time for him to hesitate, the fierce tiger's attack had already arrived on top of his head. The spiritual power in the one-eyed man's hand poured into the spiritual talisman. The next moment, a ray of red brilliance emerged from the spiritual talisman. Boom! A group of people in the distance saw a pillar of fire rising into the sky. In an instant, it enveloped 100 meters around the man. Roar! A shrill roar came from the flame pillar. He saw the huge tiger body being blown away by the fire wave. You can see large burn marks on its body. Seeing this, the one-eyed man breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then he waved to the hammer in the distance. With the surge of spiritual power, the hammer returned to his hand instantly. Roar! The fierce tiger let out an angry roar. The huge body climbed up from the ground, a pair of eyes staring at the man, and the violent aura on his body shook the earth like a storm. It has been overwhelmed by anger and has no sense at all. The body rushed towards the one-eyed man like a hill. The one-eyed man's face was extremely solemn, and he understood that the time to fight had come. Not daring to hold back at all, the hammer in his hand flashed with earth-colored brilliance. The earth elements around him gathered crazily, and the aura of heaven and earth was also constantly turning. But just when the two sides were about to collide, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 29. Yo yo yo, there is actually a little hybrid tiger here. At some point 3 figures appeared not far away. One of the boys was squatting on a big tree, looking at the ferocious tiger with interest. Who? The expressions of a group of people not far away changed. They didn't notice the appearance of these 3 people at all. The one-eyed man also looked at them with a solemn expression, and the hammer in his hand kept spitting out yellow brilliance. The fierce tiger also turned its head. As a monster beast's intuition, it felt a strong sense of crisis. The 3 people in the distance were an old man with a serious face, a young man with a smile, and a woman wearing black leather armor and a bronze mask on her face. These 3 people are the 3 Yaoji who came from the eastern wasteland. Don't be nervous, we are good people. The young man waved his hand quickly. A group of people and a tiger turned black at the same time. You can tell at first glance that you are not a good person, okay? Fierce Tiger didn't dare to act rashly at this moment, even though the 3 people opposite him didn't have the slightest breath coming out. But the sense of crisis was getting bigger and bigger, like facing a natural enemy, making it involuntarily feel fearful. 3 fellow Taoists, Do you know what's wrong? The one-eyed man asked somewhat cautiously. He also felt a vague pressure. Nothing, I just want to ask you how to get to Netherworld Sect. The young man still said with a smile. Nether Sect? A group of people were shocked, as if this was some kind of taboo. But he is a nascent soul stage monk after all. After being shocked, the one-eyed man quickly said, the Netherworld Sect is still tens of thousands of miles away from here, and it is not easy to get there. It's okay. How about you be our guide? The young man tilted his head. This. The one-eyed man had a hesitant look on his face. Don't agree. Suddenly the young man put away the smile on his face and narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the one-eyed man seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss, and a breath of death made his breathing stop involuntarily. I do. Almost as an instinctive reaction, the one-eyed man shouted loudly. That's right. Don't worry, your work will never be in vain. The benefits will be yours when the time comes. The boy smiled again. Okay, you seem to be interested in this guy. Then his eyes turned to the fierce tiger. Looking at the young man's smiling eyes, the fierce tiger's huge body trembled violently. However, before it could react, the expression in its pupils became slack. The breath on his body also disappeared. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the people around him couldn't help but gasp. With just one look, he actually killed a monster comparable to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, they looked at the three people with great awe. This is definitely a terrifying existence beyond their imagination. Become a god? It's still Hideo. As for going up, they can't even imagine it. Well, senior, I wonder when we will set off. After swallowing, the one-eyed man said with a trembling voice. Right now. The young man waved his hand, and the next moment the one-eyed man disappeared. Three other people disappeared at the same time. Brother! The expressions of a group of Golden Core stage monks changed greatly. Don't worry, I'll send him back after a while. At this time, a voice sounded, it was that young man. What should we do? The group of people who stayed there looked at each other, a little at a loss. Go back first. One person gritted his teeth and spoke. Immediately afterwards, a group of people packed up the fierce tiger's huge body and left the forest. Netherworld City is located in the central area of the Northern Underworld and is one of the largest cities in the Northern Underworld. It is also the headquarters of Nether Sect. At this moment, not far outside Netherworld City, four figures appeared silently as if they were walking out of the void. Here it is. The one-eyed man was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. At a glance, he saw the city in the distance that looked like a giant beast crawling on the ground. Nether City. Almost instinctively, he knew the name of the city. But how is it possible? You must know that the place where he was just now is thousands of miles away from Netherworld City. It was only a blink of an eye, and they were already here. He looked at the three people whose expressions had not changed at all, and a chill ran down his spine. Horrible. This is his only thought now. Is this Netherworld City? It looks really good, even more impressive than our section. The young man smacked his lips. Don't go back and say this, otherwise the sect master may be unhappy. Yao Ji took a step forward with a cold voice. The one-eyed man's face twitched. What's the meaning? What sect are these three people from? They are all so terrifying, so what kind of existence will their sect master be like? It's scary to think about it. At this moment, he was very curious, what are the backgrounds of these three people, and why did they come to Netherworld Sect? But he didn't dare to ask, after all, the other party was obviously coming with bad intentions. Although these three people did not say why they came, he could feel the vague murderous intention from them. However, when he thought of the terrifying power of the Netherworld Sect, he hesitated and said, Seniors, the strength of the Netherworld Sect is very terrifying. Legend has it that their ancestors have entered the Mahayana stage. Mahayana stage? I wonder if you can catch my slap. The young man's expression did not change at all. The one-eyed man stiffened. Can I catch your slap in the Mahayana stage? What is this nonsense? The one-eyed man shut his mouth instantly. It seemed that his idea just now was too childish. These three people obviously did not take the nether ancestor seriously. That's enough, finish it quickly and go back. At this time the old man finally spoke. It's just a small netherworld sect. The sect leader actually asked the three of us to come. It's really boring. The young man curled his lips. This guy looks young and has the mentality of a teenager. But no one knows that this guy is actually a super old monster. As being summoned by the system, no one knows their past, but they are definitely the ones who dominate one side. Let me do it. Yao Ji raised her hand and said coldly. Wei Lai and Bei Feng shrugged indifferently. Then the one-eyed man saw a scene he had only seen in his life. I saw Yao Ji soaring into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters in an instant. The next moment, I saw her slapping her palm towards Netherworld City from afar. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed dramatically. In just a moment, the sunlight in the sky was driven away by the darkness. A palm that covered the sky and the sun appeared, and it was actually made of condensed spiritual energy. Rumble. The terrible air pressure directly shook the heaven and earth. The one-eyed man held his breath. At this moment, he felt like an ant, so small. Almost at the same time, the people in Netherworld City in the distance also discovered this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. Who dares to come to our Netherworld sect and act recklessly? He saw a red light rising into the sky and instantly arrived at Netherworld City. But when he saw the endless aura palm above his head, his face instantly turned pale. Chapter 30. At this moment, Netherworld City was in chaos. Whether it was the people of Netherworld sect or other people who came to Netherworld City, they all saw the terrifying spiritual energy palm in the sky. Open the formation. A scream resounded over Netherworld City. The next moment, a dark red light pillar was seen rising into the sky, turning into a light shield 1,000 meters above the ground and surrounding the entire Netherworld City. However, facing that terrifying aura palm, this light shield was just like glass. As soon as it was touched, it turned into specks of light dust. How can it be? The figure looked at this scene and his expression became dull. That was the great formation set up by the ancestor himself, and it was shattered like this? At this moment, he seemed to be in a dream. The nether ancestor is a genuine Mahayana monk. The formation he had arranged with his own hands could not be broken so easily even by those in the Mahayana stage of the same realm. Thinking of this, the man shuddered violently. When he came back to his senses, he turned around and walked away without any hesitation. He understood that maybe even the ancestor here was no match for that figure. But Yao Ji had already taken action, so how could she let him escape? I saw a golden light cutting through the void and appearing behind him in an instant. I felt the terrible crisis coming from behind. The power of the great perfection in the Hedeo realm burst out from all over the man's body. A black shadow with a height of 10,000 feet appeared, trying to block him behind him. However, just after touching it, the black shadow turned into nothing. It had no effect at all. The tribulation stage. You are a tribulation stage monk. The man turned around, fear on his face. Yao Ji did not answer, but gave him an indifferent look. Boom! A terrifying impact sound was heard, and the man's body was seen exploding. This scene instantly silenced the restless crowd below. That was an existence in the great perfection of Hedeo realm. He died like this, and not even his soul escaped. At this moment, the world was silent. But soon, streams of light rose into the sky within the Netherworld sect, and they wanted to escape. Yao Ji narrowed her eyes. An invisible force passed through the sky and the earth, and then I saw those streams of light exploding like fireworks. Bloody and beautiful. Senior, we are not from the Netherworld sect. Please let us leave. At this time, even a fool could see that the target of that terrifying figure was the Netherworld sect. Those who were not from the Nether sect in the city quickly shouted loudly, wanting to ask Yao Ji to let them leave. However, Yao Ji turned a deaf ear to this, and the big spiritual energy hand in the sky pressed towards the Netherworld city below. For a moment, the low-strength monks in Netherworld city were directly pressed to the ground by the air pressure, their faces full of pain. As a being who was killed from that world, Yao Ji no longer has the so-called sympathy. The law of the jungle is the law of this world. At the moment when the spiritual energy hand was about to fall on Netherworld city, a terrifying aura filled the air. I saw a figure in the sky that seemed slow, but actually arrived not far away at an extremely fast speed. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. At this moment, his face was solemn, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Yao Ji. But after looking at the people in Netherworld city who were already on the verge of death, he still chose to take action. A sword light shot up into the sky and turned into a 1,000-foot giant sword. In an instant, the palm and the sword touched each other. Buzz! The space was shattered in an instant, and the spiritual energy was directly stirred by the terrifying power and became chaotic. I thought you'd be watching. Yao Ji finally said that she had sensed the existence of this breath early in the morning. However, the other party was not from the Netherworld sect, so she ignored him. But he seems to be a good man. This made Yao Ji's eyes turn cold. Fellow Taoist, I don't know what grudge you have against the Netherworld sect. Why do you want to kill them all? The man frowned and said in an unhappy voice. What does it have to do with you? Yao Ji said coldly. Lu Kifeng is in the lower north underworld. Don't you know your friend's surname? The man took a deep breath, crossed his fists and asked. He did not answer Yao Ji's question. In his opinion, as long as he reported his name, the other party should know why. However, Yao Ji had never heard of him. After all, she had only arrived in Tianxuan Continent not long ago. However, out of respect for the strong, even though she was just a young monk in the tribulation stage, Yao Ji still answered his question, Tianxuan sect, Yao Ji. The sound was not loud, but it was heard by everyone below. Tianxuan sect Yao Ji. Lu Kifeng frowned. He had never heard of this sect, let alone Yao Ji. This made him very curious, knowing that there were only those cultivators in the tribulation period in Tianxuan Continent, but Yao Ji was not among them. Fellow Taoist, no matter what grudge you have against the Netherworld sect, I think it's better not to implicate innocent people. Yao Ji was silent, just looking at him calmly. Lu Kifeng sighed, he understood that today's matter could not be solved. Just when Lu Kifeng was about to take action, his body froze. He suddenly discovered that there were 3 people standing on a mountain peak in the distance. He didn't care about the one-eyed man among them, but the other 2 made his pupils shrink. There was a look of shock on his face. The tribulation period. His heart was filled with turmoil. What happened today? Why are there so many tribulation transcending monks gathered here? As if noticing his gaze, Bei Feng grinned at him. As for Wei Lai, his face was still serious. This time Lu Kifeng was in a dilemma. If the opponent had only 1 person in the tribulation stage, he could still touch it, but with 3, even he felt a terrible pressure. Leave. Yao Ji said coldly. I hope fellow Taoist monks will give me some face and let these irrelevant people leave. Lu Kifeng gritted his teeth and said. After all, these are all people from the northern underworld. If they can be saved, they still need to be saved. Brother, I advise you to leave quickly. Sister Yao Ji is very scary. The sound of the north wind came from the distance, full of ridicule. Lu Kifeng didn't look back at this, he felt Yao Ji's aura changing constantly. It seemed like he would take action at the next moment. This made his heart tighten. Just when the two sides were at war with each other, suddenly another breath appeared in the distance. Feeling the aura of the visitor, Lu Kefeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon a middle-aged man wearing strange clothes appeared. His aura is 3 points stronger than Lu Kefeng's. This is another period of transcending tribulation. Chapter 31. I'm Du Tianquang of the Night Demon Sect. I don't know who your friend is. Why did you come to our northern underworld? Due to his tall stature, his voice is particularly rough. His face was also a little solemn at this moment. The woman in front of him put great pressure on him, and even with his strength in the middle of the tribulation period, he felt a little troublesome. And the old man and the young man in the distance also posed a great threat to him. You want to take care of it? Yao Ji spoke coldly. You come to my northern underworld to cause trouble, why can't I take care of it? Du Tianquang narrowed his eyes. Yao Ji nodded and stopped talking nonsense. Behind her, a shadow with a height of 10,000 feet appeared. It was a Valkyrie. Wearing a black battle armor, the cloak made of condensed spiritual energy fluttered around his back. For a moment, the world was silent, and a terrifying aura of murder filled the surrounding area. The great perfection of overcoming tribulation. It has almost reached its limit and is about to step into the immortal gate. Du Tianquang and Lu Kefeng's expressions changed drastically. I originally thought it was just the late stage of transcending the tribulation period, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be the existence of Dzogchen. At this moment, both of them were in a dilemma. Well. At this moment, a sigh came out, and a rickety figure was seen walking slowly in the distance. That was an old man. Although he did not have a strong aura emanating from his body, at this moment the 5 tribulation transcending monks looked at him almost involuntarily. Earth Immortal! Bei Feng shouted in surprise. Wei Lai and Yao Ji also looked surprised. The so-called Earth Immortals are those who failed to overcome the tribulation and failed to step into the immortal gate. Their strength has surpassed the tribulation stage, but they are not real immortals, so they are called land immortals. This may be the most powerful existence in Tianxuan Continent. However, although the other party was an Earth Immortal, Yao Ji and the other 3 were not afraid at all, and their expressions remained unchanged. You must know that their real strength far exceeds that of immortals, and a land immortal is not taken seriously by them. 3 fellow Taoists, for the sake of the old man, can we just stop here? The old man walked over step by step and said in a calm voice. The Netherworld sect has invaded our Tianxuan sect. We will come here only after the order of the sect leader. If the old man is willing, he can go and talk to our sect leader. If he agrees, I have no objection. Bei Feng said with a smile. Du Tianquang and Lu Kefeng looked at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. Listening to this, these 3 people are not the real people in charge. There is a sect behind them. But why has Tianxuan sect never heard of this sect before? You must know that they are the top beings in Tianxuan Continent. It stands to reason that a sect that can have cultivators in the tribulation stage cannot be unknown. I don't know who your sect leader is. Can the old man know him? The old man also narrowed his eyes and showed a surprised look. In the tens of thousands of years he had traveled across the Tianxuan Continent, he had never heard of such a sect. Why are you talking so much nonsense to them? He's just a land fairy. If he dares to stop him, he will be killed. However, at this moment, Wei Lai took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure arose from his body. In an instant, with him as the center, a ball of flames surged up in a radius of thousands of miles. Another great perfection in the tribulation period. Du Tianquang and the 2 were shocked, but at the same time they were thankful that they didn't take action directly just now, otherwise they would both have to explain here. The old man's expression also changed somewhat. Although his strength far exceeds that of a monk in the tribulation stage, the great perfection tribulation stage still poses some threats to him. Now that there are 2 such existences, he also feels a little troublesome. How about we each take a step back? Since you are causing trouble for the Netherworld sect, can you let these irrelevant people leave? After a while, he sighed and was not ready to fight with the other party. Although he is sure to defeat these two people, there seems to be a more powerful existence behind the other party. Even he has to be afraid of 3 points. Can. Yao Ji was silent for a while and nodded. As for Wei Lai and the other two, it didn't matter. Their mission is only to the Netherworld sect, so it would be nice if they can do less killing. After all, they are not murderous people. Thank you very much. The old man nodded. This is also a good solution. Everyone who is not from the Netherworld sect leaves immediately. After receiving the old man's signal, Du Tianquang's voice instantly spread throughout Netherworld city. Everyone looked happy and quickly left the city with their families. For a moment, the sky was filled with light, and the monks moved towards the outside of Netherworld city at a speed they had never seen before. The only people who could enter Netherworld city were monks, so they left Netherworld city very quickly. But their hearts are still filled with fear at this moment. The people above are all the most powerful people in the world. It can be said that if they wave their hands casually, the city will be wiped out. Being able to leave now is great luck for them. If Lu Kefeng and Du Tianquang hadn't taken action just now, they would have entered the real Netherworld at this moment. As for the people of Netherworld sect, their faces were pale at this moment. They looked at the figures above the city with frightened expressions, not daring to make the slightest move. Where's the ancestor? Why hasn't he taken action yet? Someone shouted with a pale face. But no one answered. The current Netherworld ancestor is actually not in Netherworld city. His place of retreat is not in this world either. His strength has reached the Mahayana stage, and he is fully capable of breaking through space and entering the void to practice. However, although he is not in Netherworld city, he knows everything that is happening in Netherworld city at this moment. And he didn't dare to come out at this moment, because he knew that the other party was an existence that even the old man was afraid of. He believed that as long as he dared to take even half a step, he would be greeted with a devastating blow. At this moment, he had already greeted all 18 generations of Fu Changhe's ancestors. The moment Yao Ji took action, he knew who the visitor was. The opponent can injure him even though he is thousands of miles away. Now if we dare to face each other, the result can be imagined. With the departure of a large number of non-Netherworld sect people, Netherworld city, which was originally very lively, suddenly became deserted. Only the people of Netherworld sect gathered together in fear. They also wanted to escape, but when they reached the gate, a force blocked them and they couldn't escape at all. In the end we can only wait for the final result. Yao Ji silently stared at the crowd below, her eyes extremely cold. Where is your ancestor? Let him come out. Then her voice rang out and spread throughout Netherworld city. No one answered. Very good. Nodded. A cold light flashed in Yao Ji's eyes, and for a moment, a terrifying force centered on her and suppressed the city below. At this moment, the elements of heaven and earth rioted, and a terrifying roaring sound echoed through the sky. I saw blood flowing from the skin of everyone in the Netherworld sect below. These people wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't move an inch. It ended like a grand fireworks show. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of Netherworld sect members turned into blood mist. No matter whether it is the lowest level chi refining stage or the great monk who has reached the Hedao stage, there is no strength at all to resist. Looking at this scene, although Lu Kefeng and others frowned, they remained silent. Of course there was another person, the one-eyed man. At this moment, this guy was trembling all over. He looked at the figure not far away with shocked and fearful eyes. Terrible. Chapter 32. Boom. The earth roared, and the Netherworld city, which could accommodate 1 million people, collapsed. Huge cracks on the ground extended in all directions like spider webs. At this moment, the vibrations coming from here can be felt for hundreds of miles around. People were panicked for a while, not knowing what was going on. Looking at the ruined city below, Yao Ji withdrew her gaze. There is still one. Her voice was cold. The three old men frowned. They all knew who Yao Ji was talking about. Ancestor of the netherworld. This made them a little embarrassed. After all, he was also a Mahayana monk. This is also a strong man for Bai Minjiu. If they were handed over like this, it would be a big blow to them. Fellow Taoist, if this is not the case, I will ask Yu Ming to come out and apologize. No matter what he did, I will ask him to pay double compensation. How about letting the matter between you be settled like this? The old man thought for a while and said. Apology? Compensation? Wei Lai smiled coldly. Is he worthy? If you have to be merciful, please be merciful. The old man sighed. Don't go too far. The netherworld sect is gone. What's wrong with letting netherworld go? There was a hint of anger on Du Tianquang's face. Then let's have a fight. Bei Feng took one step forward and came to Yao Ji's side in an instant. At the same time, an aura of great perfection in the tribulation period burst out. The three old men's pupils shrank. The three Dzogchen tribulation stage cultivators, at this moment, they felt a deep fear towards the Tianxuan sect, which they had never heard of before. Alas! The old man sighed and shook his head. The next moment his figure disappeared from the place. Seeing this, Lu Kefeng and the others did not dare to stay. They knew that netherworld could not be saved. Get out yet! Bei Feng shouted loudly, and a black light swept out. Click! The next moment, a void 100 miles away suddenly shattered, revealing an independent space inside. Buzz! A red light shot out of it very quickly, and it tried to escape into the distance. However, facing three tribulation stages, how could he escape in a Mahayana stage? Unexpectedly, Wei Lai's figure appeared in front of him. Bang! A figure fell to the ground in a panic. Senior, have mercy on me. Yu Ming's face was pale at this moment, and he was already extremely frightened inside. If you don't stay in the northern underworld, you have to go to our eastern wasteland to do things. I don't know what you think. Bei Feng shook his head. Kill him. Yao Ji said coldly. No, I'm willing to trade a piece of news for a way out. Yu Ming knelt on the ground and shouted sternly. What news can exchange for your life? Bei Feng said with interest. A message from the underworld. Gritting his teeth, Yu Ming whispered. Underworld. Wei Lai and the other three were stunned for a moment. After looking at each other, Bei Feng said, Underworld? But the underworld, one of the 3,000 realms. Good. Netherworld nodded. The three of them were silent for a while. Tianxuan Continent is just a middle thousand world under a big world. There are 3,000 worlds above it, and the 3,000 worlds are collectively called the fairy world. They didn't expect to hear the underworld here. As one of the top worlds among the 3,000 worlds, it was so terrifying that the three of them had to deal with it carefully. Take it back, maybe the sect leader will be interested. After thinking for a while, Yao Ji spoke. Wei Lai and the other two nodded. In that case, let's go back. Wait a minute, I will send him back. After all, he has led the way for us. Bei Feng suddenly looked at the one-eyed man. In an instant, the one-eyed man who was still in a daze became a spirit. Senior, I. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Don't be nervous, I told you that your benefits are indispensable. Bei Feng showed him a big smile. Then with a wave of his hand, a white light shot into the one-eyed man's mind. This startled the one-eyed man. But he soon discovered that he was not dead. Then he discovered that a message appeared in his mind. His pupil shrank. He discovered that this was actually a technique. After just a brief look, his body trembled with excitement. This is actually a cultivation method that leads directly to the Mahayana. Thank you, Senior. With a plop, the one-eyed man fell to his knees and kowtowed heavily. Okay, I'll take you back now. Bei Feng chuckled, then waved his hand again, and the one-eyed man disappeared. For them, the exercises in the Mahayana period are no different from ordinary exercises. As beings who were once powerful in the world, their collections are many and many. After confirming that nothing was missing, the three of them took the Nether Ancestor and left the northern Nether territory. They're gone. At this moment, 100 miles away from the ruins of Netherworld City, the old man and Lu Kefeng and Du Tianquang were standing on the top of a mountain. The old man suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Du Tianquang and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that those three guys would cause chaos in the northern underworld. Now that he's gone, that's not bad. It's such a pity for Netherworld. The old man sighed again. Don't look at the harmonious relationship between the 3,000 major domains now. That's because there aren't enough interests to interest them. If something terrible appears, Tianxuan Continent may be in chaos. When the battle of the realm begins, a Mahayana monk will be very important. But there is no way, the person on the other side is not kind, and there seems to be some terrible existence behind it. They had no choice but to compromise. Is that all? Du Tianquang said unwillingly. What else can we do? Start a war directly. Lu Kefeng sighed. Tianxuan Sect, why have you never heard of this sect before? The old man frowned. The two of them also shook their heads when they heard this. They haven't heard of it either. Let's investigate carefully. The person just now seemed to be talking about the Eastern Wasteland. Send someone to check it out. Got it, I'll send someone there in a moment. Lu Kefeng nodded. It was impossible for them to go in person. If the monks in the tribulation stage went, they might cause some trouble. Eastern Wilderness Territory? Is it that small territory to the east? Du Tianquang frowned at this time. Don't underestimate these small realms, there might be some old monster hidden in them. The old man did not underestimate him at all. Having lived to his age, he has seen too many things. In some realms that usually seem weak, once something big happens, the power they erupt may be enough to shake the Tianxuan continent. He once encountered a situation where a disciple from a large sect in the central continent went to a small area for a trial, but due to some reasons, he had a conflict with the local forces. Just when the people from that large sect wanted to eradicate that force, an Earth Immortal suddenly appeared in the central continent and directly wiped out that large sect. That incident shocked all parties at that time. It seems that this eastern wasteland is not that simple. Shaking his head, the old man's figure disappeared instantly. Du Tianquang and the other two didn't say anything more and left here too. Chapter 33. Sect Master, we are back. In the Loxia Mountains of Chu State, in the Tianxuan sect, there is the courtyard where Zhang Ye is. 4 figures appeared, it was Yao Ji, the 3 of them and the Nether Ancestor who had accepted his fate. Zhang Ye was sitting on a chair with a fishing rod in front of him. At the moment, he was fishing leisurely. Since the great changes in the sect, he had people catch a lot of fish and put them in the small lake. Of course, they are all ordinary fish, not spiritual fish. Next to him was Guo Yanming, who looked equally relaxed. This old man can be said to be ABD, doing nothing in the sect every day. At this moment, Ancestor Netherworld finally met the leader of Tianxuan sect. At first glance, this is an ordinary-looking young man. But in his heart, he didn't want to think like this. Could the existence that could make the 3 monks in the tribulation stage respectful be ordinary people? Then his eyes caught sight of the old man puffing away smoke, and his eyelids twitched again. This one gave him the same feeling as Yao Ji and the other 3. It turned out to be another monk in the tribulation stage. You must know that this is a monk in the tribulation stage, not a cabbage that can be seen everywhere. However, 4 of this unknown Tianxuan sect suddenly appeared. And there is Zhang Ye, who looks ordinary but is more terrifying than the tribulation stage. He swallowed with some difficulty, and the nether ancestor's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He is. Zhang Ye also noticed him and couldn't help but asked with some doubts. This person is the nether ancestor of the nether sect. He seems to have information about the underworld, so we brought him back. Wei Lai bowed and said. Underworld? Zhang Ye was stunned and a little curious. He is not Yao Ji and others, he has far more knowledge than ordinary people. Tell me about it. If the sect leader is satisfied, maybe you can be spared. Wei Lai turned around and said coldly. The nether ancestor was so frightened that he shivered. Although he is a Mahayana monk, at this moment he feels like an ant, weak and helpless. Yes. He knew that if he didn't tell him, he would definitely die, but if he told him, there might be a glimmer of hope. So he gritted his teeth and said, it won't be long before someone from the underworld comes to Tianxuan Continent. Zhang Ye raised his eyelids, but did not speak. That's it. Bei Feng on the side narrowed his eyes. Their purpose is to target a big shot in the world of celestial spirits and immortals. The nether ancestor said quickly. What are they going to do? Wei Lai suddenly spoke. There was a flash of light in his eyes, as if he knew the world of heavenly spirits and immortals. I don't know either, but the news coming from over there seems to be that the reincarnation of a big shot in the Tianling fairyland is in Tianxuan Continent, and their target is him. Big shot? What kind of big shot? Wei Lai continued to ask. I don't know about this. I'm just responsible for responding to them, but I don't know the specific situation. The nether ancestor shook his head honestly. So you think this news can buy your life? Wei Lai's eyes surged with murderous intent, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the nether ancestor. The body of the nether ancestor kneeling on the ground was trembling continuously, with a look of fear on his face. Senior, it was my fault in the past. Please forgive me. I am willing to work hard to serve Tianxuan sect. The nether ancestor grabbed the ground directly with his head, and the sound of BG was heard endlessly. Sect master, do you see? Wei Lai looked at Zhang Ye and asked. Do you know where the reincarnation of that great figure in the world of heavenly spirits and immortals is? Zhang Ye looked at Ancestor Netherworld and asked. It's in the Eastern Barren Territory, but I don't know the specific location. Some time ago, people from the Netherworld sect came here to find him and build a space passage. The Nether Ancestor quickly replied. Take him down first. This man may be of some use. After thinking for a while, Zhang Ye waved his hand. Yes. Wei Lai bowed, then grabbed the Nether Ancestor, and his figure disappeared instantly. Go and see if you can find the reincarnation of that big shot. Then Zhang Ye looked at Bei Feng and Yao Ji. Since he is a big shot from the immortal world, his cultivation talent must be extraordinary. He is an excellent candidate for his apprentice. As for cause and effect, he doesn't care at all. As long as he is in Tianxuan sect, he is not afraid of these things. Invincible means having confidence. Yes. After hearing this, the two of them hugged their fists and saluted, and left the courtyard. You don't know how big a big shot in the Tianlingxian world is. At this time, Guo Yanming on the side said with a smile. Do you know the heavenly spirit realm? Zhang Ye turned around and asked. I have heard a little bit that it ranks in the middle of the 3,000 worlds, and its world leader is a sub-sage. Ya Shang. Zhang Yi's brows jumped. This is the first time he has heard of a strength level above tribulation. But he didn't ask too much, after all, it was still too early for him. It won't be too late to find out more after you break through the immortal level. At the same time, he also became curious about the existences summoned by these systems. What kind of existence did they have in the past? Do you think it's the Asia Saint? Suddenly, Zhang Yi's mind changed and he spoke. Guo Yanming was stunned for a moment, and then made a pensive expression. It's not impossible. That guy has been breaking through to the sub-sage for hundreds of millions of years. If he wants to break through to a higher level, he might use some extreme methods. It's not impossible to reincarnate and rebuild. Guo Yanming's eyes narrowed slightly. It would be interesting if that were the case. Then a smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he thought of something interesting. Then just wait and see if we can find him. We'll know then. Zhang Ye lay on the chair and closed his eyes. As Zhang Ye's order was issued, the entire Tianxuan sect began to move. A large number of white-clothed guards left Tianxuan sect, and at the same time, people from the Deacon Corps also left. They divided into small teams and began to search in the eastern wasteland. The main search range is the area outside the territory controlled by the demon sect. Because all the places once occupied by the demon gate have been searched. As for how they can tell, it depends on luck and the fairy spirit left by Yao Ji and others on them. Although they are now only cultivators in the tribulation stage, they still have the spirit of immortality in their bodies. If the other party is really a person from the fairy world, even the reincarnation will be connected with the spirit of the fairy. Just when Tianxuan sect was going to war, there was a small country called Tianfeng Kingdom in the northwest of the eastern wasteland. Within a city, young Li Fan opened his eyes leisurely. His face was a little dull, and he had not yet recovered from his sleep. After a long time, the sparkle showed in his eyes. Why is it this dream again? He shook his head helplessly. This was the countless times he had had the same dream in the past 3 months. However, what made him helpless was that he could not remember the content of the dream at all. I am just very familiar with this dream. Little BD, aren't you up yet? At this moment, a sharp shout came from outside. Chapter 34. Li Fan was startled and jumped up from the bed. Coming! He shouted outside. After getting dressed in a hurry, he walked out of the room. This is a small courtyard, probably belonging to a wealthy family, and you can see a pavilion outside. At this moment, a woman with an extremely exaggerated figure was standing in the yard with her hands on her hips, her eyes as wide as a bull's eye. Seeing Li Fan running out, the woman walked over with thighs thicker than Li Fan's waist. In an instant, the feeling of oppression reached its extreme. Li Fan swallowed, of course he was afraid. Sister Wang, do you have any orders? He asked cautiously. Have you forgotten today? Sister Wang opened her mouth wide, as if she wanted to swallow Li Fan in one gulp. Hearing this, Li Fan was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Today is the day for the eldest lady to go home, and the master values this daughter very much. An order was issued yesterday that everyone in the house must perform well today so that the eldest lady can see a brand new Lin house. You must know that the eldest lady is now an inner disciple of Lingdao sect. In his early 20s, he was already a great monk in the foundation building stage. I'll get to work right away. Li Fan said quickly, and then ran out quickly. Looking at his back, Sister Wang snorted coldly, and then walked towards other courtyards as if patrolling the territory. What they didn't see was that on a big tree not far away, a man in a black robe was looking at them quietly, or to be precise, looking at Li Fan. A ball of colorful brilliance flashed continuously in his hand. It should be him. The man narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the figure turned into a breeze and disappeared. At the same time, a large mountain in the western part of the eastern wasteland was deserted. All around are huge peaks reaching into the sky. Occasionally, a huge black shadow can be seen flashing away in the sky. That is the low-level demon that lives here. At this moment, a 100-meter-long giant python was lazily curled up on a boulder. Suddenly it opened its eyes, which were originally closed. It can be seen that there is a hint of human doubt in its pupils. Is this the Tianxuan Continent? I don't know when a figure appeared silently. If he hadn't taken the initiative to speak, he wouldn't have noticed that other creatures had appeared here. The giant python stood up suddenly, its huge body like a giant pillar holding up the sky, and there was a trace of solemnity in its vertical pupils. But when it saw the being that made the sound, a cold light flashed in its eyes. It was a man in a black robe, who looked to be in his 30s, with long hair hanging loosely. At this moment, he was looking at his surroundings with great interest. The giant python saw that the ant-like guy in front of him dared to ignore him, and he couldn't help but feel a thick bloody aura filling the air. The man seemed to have just seen it at this time and turned around. "What a piece of rubbish, how dare you stare at me?" Then I saw him frown. The next moment, a ray of breath came out without any warning. The giant python's huge body trembled, and then there was a look of shock in its eyes. However, it was too late, its vitality was cut off in an instant. "Li Fan, let me see how you run away this time." Looking back, a strange smile appeared on the man's face. As for the giant python, he didn't take it seriously at all. "It's just the lowest level monster, so if you kill it, you'll kill it." With a flash of black wind, the man disappeared instantly. "Are you sure?" Yao Ji stood on a mountain top, and behind her was the man in black robe. "It has been confirmed. According to the feedback from the power of the fairy spirit, it is almost the same." The man lowered his head and did not dare to look at Yao Ji. "Very good, the sect master is very interested in that person. Let's take him back to Tianxuan sect." Yao Ji nodded slightly. "Yes." The man cupped his fists and saluted, and then turned into a red stream of light rising into the sky. Pegasus City, Lin Mansion. Today's Lin Mansion is particularly lively, with dignitaries from all over Pegasus City here. Because the eldest lady of the Lin family went home today. In fact, this is not necessary, but there is no way, who makes people join Lingdao sect. That was the #1 cultivation force in the Tianfeng kingdom, and its sect had a great cultivator at the golden core stage. They, who usually seemed to have extraordinary status, were no different from ordinary people in front of her. Just as people from various families in the Lin mansion were chatting and discussing, there was a sudden uproar outside the gate. Everyone looked over curiously. Then one or two of them had shocked looks on their faces. I saw 3 figures standing on a giant beast as big as a house. It was a terrifying giant beast with black scales that resembled a tiger. However, there is still a pair of fleshy wings flapping continuously on its back. It can be seen that the leader among the 3 is a woman. Although there is a distance, you can still see that this is a beauty. Behind her stood an old man and a young man. The eldest lady is back. I don't know who shouted something, and the entire Lin mansion instantly started to boil. "Haha, Xianer, come down quickly and let your father take a look." A middle-aged man strode out of the hall with an excited smile on his face. "Father." Like a breeze, the woman landed on the ground slowly and bowed to the man. Okay, what a transformation of a woman." The man looked the woman up and down and nodded slightly. "I wonder who these 2 are." Then his eyes focused on the 2 people walking with the woman, with a look of confusion on his face. "This is Elder Yu of Lingdao sect Tianling Feng, and this one is my senior brother." When talking about this young man, a shy smile appeared on the woman's face. The middle-aged man, the owner of the Lin mansion, is named Lin Hai. It turns out to be Elder Yu. "My daughter is in Lingdao sect thanks to your care," Lin Hai said quickly. "It doesn't matter. Xianer has talent and works hard. She has a promising future," Elder Yu said with a smile. Then the 2 chatted for a few more words, and then he couldn't help but look at the young man up and down, his eyes full of scrutiny. Anyone who is not blind can tell that something is wrong with these 2 people. But soon a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He is worthy of being a disciple of Lingdao sect, with extraordinary aura. Junior Yang Ji pays homage to my uncle, the young man said quickly. "Haha, okay, come in quickly." Then the 4 of them walked into the courtyard. For a moment, the crowd cast envious glances. There were endless bursts of happy voices. This put a proud smile on Lin Ha's face. Among the crowd not far away, Li Fan was looking carefully at this place. When he saw the eldest lady of the Lin family, a strange look flashed in his eyes. This woman seemed to appear in his strange dream. But the memory was too vague, and he wasn't sure. Just when Lin Mansion was bustling with activity, a figure appeared outside Pegasus City. The crowd around him didn't seem to notice him at all. It's like there's no one here at all. It's really you. The man raised his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 35. Lin Mansion is full of guests. Li Fan constantly shuttled among the crowd, and his task was to serve tea and water. Just when the Lin Mansion was extremely lively, the man came to the outside of the Lin Mansion unhurriedly. Looking at the crowd inside, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Got you. Muttering to himself, the man walked towards the door. Just after he walked through the door, the guards at the door didn't even notice. The man's eyes scanned the faces of each individual, and finally saw Li Fan's figure. You never expected that I would come in person. With that said, the man was ready to grab Li Fan. But at this moment, his expression changed, he turned around, and then he saw a figure. It was a man wearing a black robe. At this moment, he was also standing at the gate, and he seemed to have noticed the gaze cast over him. I couldn't help but look over. However, he didn't seem to see the man in black robe. Divinity Realm. A flash of surprise flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. After coming to this world, he felt a little bit that the strongest cultivator closest to him was only at the golden core stage. He didn't expect that a divine transformation period would suddenly appear here. This made him feel curious. But it only took a moment. A mere cultivator in the realm of gods was not taken seriously by him. Just when he was ready to ignore it and focus on Li Fan, the man in black robe also came to Li Fan step by step. This made the man in black frown. Who are you? At this time, the man in black robe took off his disguise, and instantly several people around him noticed him. Li Fan even shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone looked over with curious expressions on their faces. In the hall, Lin Hai and others were chatting. Suddenly hearing the noise coming from outside, I couldn't help but look up. Who is he? Elder Yu frowned. Please wait a moment, I'll go take a look. Lin Hai stood up and was about to go out and take a look. Yang Ji on the side took the lead and said, Uncle, you should stay here with Xianer. I'll just go and take a look. In that case, I'll trouble you. With a flash of approval in his eyes, Lin Hai sat back. Yang Ji nodded and walked out of the hall. The look on his face instantly changed from gentle to arrogant. In his eyes, these are just ordinary people and are not taken seriously by him at all. If it weren't for Lin Xian, Lin Hai wouldn't even be qualified to talk to him. What happened? He came outside the crowd, and a wave of coercion burst out from him. In an instant, a group of people couldn't help but take several steps back. For a moment everyone looked at him in awe. This greatly satisfied Yang Ji's vanity. This guy suddenly showed up here and I was shocked. Li Fan raised his hand and said. Yang Ji's eyes immediately focused on the man, and he couldn't help but frown. Sudden appearance. Is he also a cultivator? After all, he is a disciple of the sect. He still has brains. He did not ask someone to drive him out immediately. Instead, he clasped his fists and said, I wonder who you are and why you are here. The deacon of Tianxuan Sect, on the order of the elder, came to take him to Tianxuan Sect. The man's voice was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. Although he was powerful, he was not a man who killed indiscriminately, so he directly explained his purpose. Tianxuan Zong? Yang Ji was stunned. Although Tianxuan Sect has gradually become famous in recent times. But after all, it is only near the Chu kingdom. Although this is also the eastern wasteland, no news has reached here. So Yang Ji didn't know what Tianxuan Sect was. As for Li Fan on the side, he looked confused. Didn't he just yell and he would be taken away now? I've never heard of this bullshit Tianxuan Sect. Couldn't he be a human trafficker? He had heard that a handsome young man like himself was the favorite of these guys. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but quickly retreated into the crowd, looking at the man warily. I don't know about Tianxuan Sect, so you should leave. Yang Ji shook his head. But the man at this moment was no longer looking at him. His eyes turned to Li Fan, just when he was about to take people away directly. Suddenly his pupil shrank. I didn't know when a black-robed figure appeared behind Li Fan. A pair of cold eyes looked at him like that. In an instant, the expression of the deacon of Tianxuan Sect changed. A terrible pressure made his body bend involuntarily. This scene left everyone a little confused, wondering what this guy who suddenly appeared was doing. At this moment, it seemed that only the deacon saw the man in black robe. As for others, they turned a blind eye to him. What are you doing here and why are you taking him away? A cold voice came into the mind of the deacon, and at the same time a tingling sensation made his soul tremble. However, he had no intention of answering. He just bent over and stared at him. It's interesting. Since you don't want to tell me, let me see for myself. The man in black robe said coldly. Then he came to the deacon's side and prepared to directly search for his soul. But suddenly his movements stopped. Because he actually sensed a terrifying aura on this person. His eyes hardened. Grabbing it into the deacon's chest. Bang! The bloody scene that was supposed to appear did not appear. A colorful brilliance appeared and turned into a barrier to block the man's attack. Fairy spirit! The face of the man in black robe changed drastically, and his eyes were full of disbelief. There is an immortal behind you. The man in black robe suddenly raised his head and looked at the deacon in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Tianxuan Continent is just an extremely ordinary world, how could there be an existence at the immortal level? But it doesn't matter, I will know your information later. The man in black robe licked his tongue and walked step by step to the deacon's side. But the next moment he was about to take action, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying aura spread from far to near, and in just a blink of an eye, it had already arrived on Pegasus City. That was a young man carrying a sword, it was Luo Feng. For a moment, their eyes met. The terrifying aura centered on the two of them and struck in all directions. The people around him were miserable now. He was immediately thrown away. It seems like it's impossible to be kind today. Luo Feng didn't reply, just looked at him coldly. For a time, the two sides were at war with each other. Chapter 36. I'm curious, why are you looking for him? The man in black robe still looked calm. At this moment, he was indeed very curious. They got this news through Tianji Pavilion, so why did this person know? Could it be that it is also Tianji Pavilion? As for it being a coincidence, he didn't believe it. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of something. Oh, I get it. The Nether Sect is a bunch of trash. No wonder no one greeted me when I came. Are you from the underworld? Luo Feng did not answer his question, but asked instead. It seems that guy has explained everything. The face of the man in black robe was a little cold, and a terrible killing intent burst out from his body. I want to take him away, and you want to stop me? Then he asked in a cold tone. At the same time, a circle of black mist filled the air around his body, full of ominous aura. Luo Feng was silent, but behind him, a 3-foot green blade was already unsheathed. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the auras of both sides collided. The terrifying power made the entire Pegasus city tremble. The great perfection in the tribulation period, if it weren't for the suppression of heaven, it would be nothing more than an ant. The man in black robe snorted coldly. At the same time, his breath also burst out without reservation. The ground cracked and the surrounding buildings collapsed. The surrounding crowd fled away in fear. Elder Yu from Lingdao sect looked pale at the moment, and beside him, Lin Xian, Yang Ji and others were also the same. As for Li Fan, he no longer knew where he was at this moment. Dark clouds gradually covered the city. The sword intent tore through the void, and the aura of darkness filled the world. Although the two sides have not yet taken action, they have already plunged Pegasus City into endless panic. Then let's fight! The black-robed man's eyes narrowed, and in an instant a big black hand appeared and moved toward Luo Feng to suppress him. Seeing this, Luo Feng's expression remained unchanged, but the long sword suspended around him let out a sword cry. Tear! There was a sound like tearing cloth. Then he saw a dark crack appear above the big black hand. The next moment, the big black hand split into two halves. The black-robed man's expression remained unchanged. A flash of black light flashed across his pupils. I saw the big black hands changing rapidly, and the last two black dragons appeared. Two deafening roars echoed through the sky. The mortals in the city below couldn't bear it at all and fell to the ground bleeding from their orifices. Even cultivators such as Elder Yu cannot resist. Fortunately, Luo Feng waved his hand and a force enveloped the entire city, so no one died. Otherwise, the entire Pegasus City would have turned into a dead city just now. In an alley, Li Fan looked at all this with a pale face. He didn't know who these people were or why they were looking for him. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and uneasiness. Come with me. Suddenly a voice sounded, startling him. Then he saw the man in black robe standing behind him at some point. Who are you? Although Li Fan was scared, he remained calm. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but will save you. I just need you to follow me. Hearing this, Li Fan fell into a dilemma. But he quickly nodded. He understood that he had no ability to resist at all. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape no matter what. Since the other party has said so, I believe it is indeed true. Just when he was about to leave with the man, his head suddenly felt dizzy. Scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. The men in black robes were killing and dying. Everyone fell in a pool of blood, including the eldest lady of the Lin family. In an instant, these images flooded into his mind, causing his body to tremble. He finally understood why he felt Lin Xian looked familiar. It turns out that she has appeared in his dreams more than once. There was also the man in black robe. In that dream, he was like a messenger from hell, and the entire Pegasus City was slaughtered by him. But what puzzled him was that the man carrying the sword and the person in front of him were not at all in the dream. Before he could react, the deacon from Tianxuan Sect grabbed him, and then the two of them disappeared in an instant. Want to run? The man in black robe seemed to have noticed the situation here, his face was cold, and he pointed in the distance. Buzz! A black beam of light cut through the void and shot directly towards the two of them. However, at this moment, Luo Feng's figure suddenly appeared. Bang! There was a loud noise, followed by a terrifying shock wave that swept away in all directions. In the billowing smoke and dust, Luo Feng was holding a long sword, and his robes were making a rustling sound. What a troublesome thing! The man in black robe shook his head. But then his expression became more and more indifferent. Since you want to die, I will help you. As he spoke, a black halo appeared in his body, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a little black light appeared in the sky above the halo. Swish swish swish! A faint sound came, and hundreds of meters long spikes were seen in the sky shooting towards the earth. At the same time, in the halo, a terrible pressure filled the air, making it difficult for people to move. Luo Feng's face was solemn. This move seemed ordinary, but the killing intent emanating from it made him have to be prepared. Without any reservation, the sword flew in his hand. In an instant, thousands of sword lights appeared, covering an area of thousands of miles. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, one black and one white colliding with the sky 10,000 meters high. The people in Pegasus City stared blankly at all this, with no trace of color on their faces. This apocalyptic scene was something they had never seen before, and even the cultivators looked pale at the moment. Their strongest ones are only at the golden core stage. Facing those two people in the sky, even if they touch a wisp of breath, their souls will fly away. Buzz! A terrible pressure came from top to bottom, directly pressing everyone to the ground. The building was blown away directly, and screams and shouts continued to be heard as the air waves rolled. The battle between monks in the tribulation stage can change the terrain and climate of a world. If Luo Feng hadn't stopped them at this moment, they would have been dead. Just as the two sides were fighting, the man in black robe suddenly changed his expression. He suddenly looked towards the distant sky, where an equally terrifying aura was coming towards this side at a very fast speed. Another one. His expression finally changed. In fact, he felt a little stressed when facing Luo Feng. Although this person is only in the stage of transcending tribulation, I don't know why he always gives him a very strange feeling. But he couldn't tell what was strange. Now that another one has come, he has to think about leaving temporarily. As if he had figured out what he was thinking, Luo Feng waved his long sword, and a 100-foot-long sword light appeared. In an instant, a terrifying suction force made it impossible for the man in black robe to escape. His pupils dilated rapidly, and he could see the white sword light reflected in them. Chapter 37. Pegasus City was almost reduced to ruins at this moment. People fled in panic, looking at the two people in the sky with fearful faces. At the same moment, in the distant sky, a golden stream of light dragged a 1,000-meter-long rainbow and came towards this side at great speed. Seeing the sword light getting closer and closer, the man in black robe looked very ugly. A crisis of death filled his mind. This sword seems ordinary, but it is a sword that condenses Luo Feng's life's hard work. In an instant, the light of the sword shot into the sky and the earth seemed to have turned into a world of swords. However, the man in black robe will not sit still and wait for death. I saw a circle of ripples surging around his body, and an equally earth-shaking force burst out. A black portal opened behind him, and a giant hand protruded from it. As his palms were pushed forward, the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, a low murmur came from everyone's ears, as if thousands of people were talking about something. Buddhist magical power. Luo Feng's face condensed. Although this palm is completely black, it is filled with a strong Buddhist aura. Yes, this palm was made by me killing a Buddhist power and refining it. The man in black robe grinned and showed a cold smile. In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided, and a 10,000 meter-long space crack appeared, spanning the sky and the earth. I won't play with you anymore, Tianxuan, I will remember it. At this moment, the voice of the man in black robe came, but his figure had disappeared. The sky and earth are clear and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipate. Luo Feng looked at the direction where the black-robed man disappeared, his eyes still calm. If it weren't for the suppression of heaven, Luo Feng would kill him like a dog. A golden light dissipated, and Yao Ji's figure appeared. Who is that? Underworld. Go back, you still need to tell the sect leader about what's going on here. Yao Ji nodded. The conversation between the two was brief, and then they both headed in the direction of Chu State. System, sign in today. In the Tianj, Zhang Ye sat lazily on a chair. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, Fairy Garden. The Fairy Garden, one of the sect buildings, can produce a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and there is a certain probability that fairy-level elixirs will appear. Zhang Ye, who didn't care much at first, sat up suddenly, his eyes full of surprise. Now Tianxuan already has an immortal-level alchemist, but it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without straw. Although there are people, the corresponding natural resources and treasures are not. Although there are many powerful people in Xianzong today, apart from the spirit stones obtained when signing in, the other treasures may be the various skills and magical powers in the library. Thinking of this, he became very interested in the appearance of Fairy Garden. Just when he was about to take a closer look, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. The system mission is being released. The battle in the realm is about to begin. The host has the following choices. Choice 1, stay behind closed doors and remain motionless despite the storms outside. You can get a reward, a small amount of practice resources. Option 2, open the mountain gate and let the people of Tianxuan Continent know who is the boss. You can get rewards, Golden Summoning Order times 10, Heaven and Earth Dragon Vein times 1, Special Sect Building times 1. Zhang Ye's face twitched. Damn, this reward is too disparate. But what is the situation in this realm battle? But none of that matters, what matters is the reward. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. Congratulations on selecting the host. You can get the reward. Do you want to withdraw it? Extract. Zhang Ye was a little excited at this moment. He didn't know what the Heaven and Earth Dragon Veins and Special Sect Buildings were, but the 10 golden summons made his breathing quicken. With a minimum of 10 cultivators in the tribulation stage, let alone the battle in the realm, even if he were asked to fight directly in the central continent, he wouldn't dare. Well, although more than a dozen people in the tribulation stage are powerful, it is still too reluctant to let him challenge the entire central continent alone. Only after a few years of development would he dare to slap Zhang Zhouyu in the face. The next moment, a golden light instantly filled the entire Tianj hall. Damn it, Tianxuan Zhang, this is a piece of shit that came out of nowhere. If you dare to ruin my good deeds, you must pay the price. In the vast mountains of the eastern wasteland, the man in black robe said with a gloomy expression. Beside him, a black bear as big as a small mountain lay on the ground, and you could see blood pouring out of a huge hole in its head. Taking a deep breath, the man suppressed the violence in his heart, and soon his eyes narrowed. Let me see if you have the ability to withstand my anger. In an instant, his figure soared into the sky and headed outside the eastern wasteland. If anyone sees it, they will find that the direction he is heading to is Lingzhou next door. Zhang Ye didn't know about this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the figure appearing in front of him. Damn, aren't there 10 summoning orders? Why did so many people pop up all at once? I saw a group of black-robed people standing in the Tianj at this moment. There were no less than 1,000 people at a glance, and there were 9 people in front of this group of black-robed people. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 1,200 Shadow Guards. Black Shadow Guards, all members of the Mahayana stage. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning and obtaining 9 true Immortal Realm monks. Due to the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, the 9 people can only use the power of the Great Perfection in the Tribulation stage. System, isn't it supposed to summon 10 true Immortals? Why did a Black Shadow Guard come all of a sudden? Zhang Ye asked. The Golden Summoning Order can not only be summoned alone, but also has a certain probability of summoning special beings. All right. Zhang Ye accepted this statement. In fact, more than 1,000 people in the Mahayana stage are terrifying. You must know that some of the strongest people in the 3,000 areas of Tianxuan Continent are only at this level. Of course, this does not include the former Eastern Wasteland. Each of you find your own room. Zhang Ye nodded and said. The Tianj is actually no smaller than the Tianxuan sect below. In the Tian Pavilion, it is actually a world of its own. Although it is also suppressed by the law of heaven, it is indeed a different world from the Tianxuan continent. Yes. A group of people bowed and left the hall. System, where are the other 2 rewards? Then Zhang Ye asked. The Sect's buildings have been installed, and the dragon veins of heaven and earth have been integrated into the Loxia Mountains. The system replied. Zhang Ye was no longer prepared to stay in Tianj. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the place. When he appeared again, he had arrived in his independent courtyard. Then he saw a huge building with a height of 1,000 meters appearing in Tianxuan Sect. It was a huge building that looked like an iron tower. But it's not an iron tower. You can see that it is a hole, with only a door directly in front. Zhang Ye suddenly became curious, what is the function of this thing? Chapter 38. The heavenly prison tower can suppress all existence in the world. Entering the heavenly prison tower, Zhang Ye looked up and could vaguely see the top of the tower. The door slowly opened and 3 figures walked out. Sure enough, there are existences similar to Guo Yanming and Yan Wuodao here. These 3 people were all white-haired old men, with no aura emanating from their bodies, and they looked like ordinary people. We pay our respects to the sect master. The 3 of them bowed. At the same time, information about the 3 people appeared in Zhang Ye's mind. The guardian of the heavenly prison tower has the terrifying power to suppress everything in the world. Get up. Zhang Ye nodded. Then he walked into the heavenly prison tower. The moment he stepped through the door, he felt a wave of pressure sweep over him. The moment the scene inside came into view, Zhang Ye couldn't help but squint his eyes. What I saw was a huge space inside, surrounded by densely packed small prison-like rooms. The exact number was unknown from bottom to top. And you can see that there are mysterious and strange patterns in these small rooms. Go and bring the Nether Ancestor here. When he thought of something, Zhang Ye spoke directly. The next moment, a guard in white appeared, bowed, and left quickly. At this time, Zhang Ye turned his head and discovered that this man's aura had reached the nascent soul stage. Good. He nodded. He also learned from the system that these summoned beings could also practice cultivation, and it was up to them as to what level they could reach. Soon, the Nether Ancestor was brought over. When he saw the 1,000-meter-high heavenly prison tower, his pupils shrank. Then he saw the 3 figures again, and his body froze again. There are 3 more beings that he cannot see through. In just a few days, he felt that his outlook on life had been severely impacted. Even with the strength of his Mahayana stage, he was extremely frightened at this moment. Xianzong was so scary that day, as if monks in the tribulation period were emerging in an endless stream, and a few would pop up at random. At the same time, the look he looked at Zhang Ye became extremely awe-inspiring. What kind of strength does this person have who can suppress so many terrifying beings? Land fairy? He felt more than that, but if this world breaks through the fairyland, it will soar. So he was very curious in his heart. However, he did not dare to have the courage to ask at all. Now he is just a prisoner, he is no longer the aloof Nether Ancestor. Just as he was thinking wildly, Zhang Ye nodded to the 3 defenders. He is the first one, take him in. The expression of the Nether Ancestor changed. Senior, I. However, before he could finish speaking, a force directly imprisoned his body. Then he was sent directly into the heavenly prison tower. At this moment, Zhang Ye felt a force wrap around the body of the Nether Ancestor. He could clearly see that streams of spiritual power were drawn out directly and quickly integrated into the heavenly prison tower. System, what's going on? He said in surprise. Heavenly prison tower can imprison and suppress all existences, and can extract their power for your own use. It can still be like this. Then what is the function of the extracted power? It can be used for defense and attack. Each time it is used, the spiritual power inside it will be consumed. Zhang Ye understood it in an instant. This is a super weapon, and the being imprisoned in it is the energy source of the weapon. His eyes brightened for a moment. Since the existence of the prison is the source of power, it means that its level of attack or defense is also related to it. It seems we have to arrest more people and imprison them in the future. He thought so. After a brief look around, Zhang Ye left. I didn't notice anything just now. When he returned to his yard again, he felt an extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth spreading out from the ground. It is the dragon vein of heaven and earth. In just a short period of time, he discovered that Tianxuan Sect's spiritual energy of heaven and earth had more than doubled. I believe that it won't be long before Tianxuan Sect can truly be called a holy land for cultivation. Zhang Ye, who was in a good mood, came to the small lake and started a new day of fishing again. Have you noticed that Tianxuan Sect seems to be a little abnormal recently? On the outskirts of the Luxia Mountains, this place has now become the largest gathering place for cultivators in Chu State. In addition to casual cultivators, people from those cultivation families and the 6 major sects came here. This also makes what was originally a small city can now be called a small town. A large number of shops were opened, and all kinds of cultivation materials and treasures from heaven and earth were gathered. The once barren Luxia Mountains gradually became the core existence of Chu State. On this day, in a newly opened restaurant, several people were chatting with interest. I also noticed that many monks came out of Tianxuan Sect. In addition to those in white, there were also many guys in black robes. A fat man whispered. "You don't know this, right? Those are all deacons of Tianxuan Sect, and each one's strength is unfathomable. I heard that they are all yuanying at least." Hiss. Others who were unaware couldn't help but gasp. At least nascent soul, they have seen that at least 100 people in black robes have appeared in recent days. Doesn't that mean that Tianxuan Sect now has at least 100 nascent soul stage monks? Terrible. Otherwise, why do you think the 6 major sects don't dare to let out a single fart now, and they are all cowering away? Now anyone who is not a fool can see that no matter whether it is the royal family or the 6 major sects of Chu State, they are very secretive about Tianxuan Sect. No information was revealed at all. If it were in the past, if a sect dared to show its face, he would be greeted by a thunderous strike from the 6 major sects. However, facing Tianxuan Sect, they all remained silent. From this point we can see how terrifying Tianxuan Sect is. They didn't notice that a middle-aged man not far away was looking at them with disdain. Nascent soul stage? He was the one who came from the northern underworld and was ordered by Du Tiankuang to investigate the Tianxuan Sect. He did not expect that this small eastern wasteland would hide such a terrifying sect force. As a great monk in the Hedao stage, he was also shocked when he came to the Luxia Mountains. Golden elixirs are everywhere here, there are as many nascent souls as dogs, and transformed gods can be seen every day. As for the Hedao realm, although he has never seen it, he believes that the mysterious Tianxuan Sect must have it. When he arrived, he received a warning from Du Tiankuang. Tianxuan Sect is not a place where he can run wild, so he should be low-key when he comes. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after arriving, he realized how terrifying it was. He also thought about sneaking into Tianxuan Sect secretly, but after trying it several times, he felt a chill every time. It seemed that as long as he dared to go in, he would be greeted by death. So after thinking about it again and again, he finally came to this place. I want to get information from here. At this moment, a figure walked in at the gate. It was a middle-aged man. You're here. The waiter seemed to be familiar with this person and quickly and diligently brought him to the 2nd floor. The others were fine, but the one from the northern underworld shrank his pupils. He quickly restrained his breath. But it was too late, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and looked over. Chapter 39. The middle-aged man looked at the man sitting in the seat not far away, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I just sat there. He said something to the waiter, then walked to the men's seat and sat down. The man's name was Liu Hua, and he was one of the 5 people summoned by Zhang Ye. He is relatively laid back, so he usually likes to come to this place to drink and chat with people. I wonder what the senior's orders are. The man from the northern underworld is named Wang Daipen, and he is a great monk in the Hedao realm from the Night Demon Sect. But at this moment, the great monk's face was pale, and a drop of cold sweat was shed on his forehead. A person like you shouldn't be from the eastern wasteland. Tell me, who are you? Lu Hua crossed his legs, picked up the teapot brought by the waiter, poured a cup, and asked with a smile. Junior Wang Daipen comes from the Night Demon sect in the northern underworld. Not daring to hide anything, Wang Daipen said quickly. At this moment, his heart was extremely shocked. He didn't expect to meet an existence that he couldn't understand. This person is at least a Mahayana monk. Although the other party did not exude any aura, the frightening feeling that made him feel frightened was not fake at all. He understood that he had encountered a very terrifying existence. Relax, I'm very easygoing. Lu Hua took a sip of tea, still smiling. Bai Minjiu, you are here for Tianxuan Sect. Wang Daipen sat upright and nodded. Then what is your purpose? My sect master asked me to come and take a look. He has no ill intentions. That's it, then what did you see? Wang Daipen quickly shook his head. He didn't lie, because he really didn't find out any real secrets about Tianxuan Sect. Good, then you can go. Nodding, Lu Hua also saw that this guy was not lying. Wang Daipen breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just an ordinary conversation, the other party put too much pressure on him. Just when Lu Hua was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared instantly. Just for a moment, Wang Daipen's scalp felt numb. Mahayana period. I saw a man in black robe appearing next to the table. This person is the Black Shadow Guard. What's up? Lu Hua put down his teacup and asked. The sect master asked everyone to return to Tianj. Black Shadow Guard said. Got it. Lu Hua nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, what happened? Otherwise, the sect leader would not let anyone come to him. As for Wang Daipen on the side, he didn't dare to move at this moment. The opponent is 100% a Mahayana monk. Although it was just a moment of effort, the aura cannot be faked. He swallowed hard. At this moment, he felt that this humble eastern wasteland was too dangerous. Even Mahayana monks can see it. Although there is also a Mahayana period in the northern underworld, these are the existences of divine dragons that see the beginning but not the end. Unexpectedly, I saw two people in just a few days after arriving in the eastern wasteland. One of them he is not sure about yet. Anyway, it is at least the Mahayana stage, and may even be stronger. At this moment, he regretted it so much that he would never come if he could. Okay, let's go back. Tianxuan Sect is just like that. There's nothing interesting to see. After patting Wang Daipen on the shoulder, Lu Hua disappeared instantly. After confirming that the other party had left, Wang Daipen breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he did not dare to stop at all, so he left the Loxia Mountains and headed towards the northern underworld. He just wants to leave the eastern wasteland as soon as possible, even if he gives up the mission, it doesn't matter. At worst, it would be better to be scolded by Du Tian when he went back than to be frightened here. At this moment, thousands of people gathered in the Tianj. Although there are many people, it does not seem crowded. Zhang Ye sat on the steps below the main platform, with exquisite tea sets placed beside him, and took a sip from time to time. Although he has now reached the nascent soul stage, it does not hinder his appetite. As two figures appeared, Lu Hua and the Black Shadow Guard also arrived. After confirming that everyone had arrived, Zhang Ye put down the teacup. There is something for you to come here today. His voice carried throughout the hall. For a moment everyone looked at him, waiting for his orders. The battle in the realm is about to begin. Although we don't know the specific situation yet, we still need to be prepared. Battle of Realms. Everyone's face changed at the same time. Although this was not a big deal to them, after all, it was Zhang Ye who said it, so they had to cheer up. Starting today, all the Black Shadow Guards will be dispatched to guard against the surrounding areas. The rest will be ready to provide support at any time. No matter who dares to come to my Tianxuan sect's territory to cause trouble, I will make them look good. Well, sect master, what if there are too many people on the other side? At this time, an old man who looked extremely wretched said. This person is one of the 9 people summoned to transcend the tribulation period, named Wei Ming. Are you scared? Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. Haha, that's not true. What I mean is that there are too many people. Wouldn't the killing caused by it be a little inappropriate? After all, it would be too harmful to Tian He. Wei Ming shook his head, with a cold smile on his face. It doesn't matter. Since you dare to come, you must be prepared to die. Zhang Ye's eyes turned cold. Kindness to one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. He is not the Holy Mother. He should be killed without considering the consequences. Okay, that's it, let's go get ready. Then, he waved his hand, and everyone bowed before leaving Tianj. Mu Sueking, Lu Ning and others below saw a group of thousands of men in black robes appear, and then turned into streams of light and went in all directions. This scene left them stunned. I didn't expect that there were so many people in Tianxuan sect. For a while, everyone became very interested in the Tianj, which didn't look very big. What else is hidden inside? At the same time, on a peak in the Luxia Mountains, Mr. Wang suddenly opened his eyes. He also noticed the figures, and for a moment his body trembled involuntarily. There was a look of deep shock on his face. Mahayana period. All of them are in the Mahayana period. Although some people in the market below noticed it. But their strength is too weak. It is impossible to perceive the horror of these existences. However, he was a real Hedao realm monk. Although the other party only leaked a trace of his aura, he was still able to capture it. At this moment, Mr. Wang stood up, the expression on his face changed from shock to dullness. Terrible. At the very least, there are thousands of people. I originally thought that it would be great if Tianxuan sect had hundreds of gods in the transformation stage. I didn't expect there to be a group of such terrifying beings. At this moment, he was full of doubts about Tianxuan sect. What kind of sect is this? Even the sect holy places in the central continent cannot produce so many Mahayana monks. So what is the true background of Tianxuan sect? It seems that I need to go back. I must tell the head of the family about the situation here. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he couldn't help but think. But soon there was a look of hesitation on his face again. After all, Lu Ning is still in Tianxuan sect now. In fact, if the distance is close, he can definitely notify the Lu family through some means. But the Eastern Wasteland territory and the Central Continent territory are too far apart. When they came here, they all took the teleportation array. But it still took several days to reach the Eastern Wasteland. If he goes back now, he doesn't know what will happen to Lu Ning when he comes back. But soon his brows wrinkled again. Xuanzong suddenly sent out so many Mahayana monks that day. Could something have happened? Chapter 40. At the junction of the Eastern Wasteland and Lingzhou, a black-robed figure appeared. This person is the middle-aged man from the underworld. His name is Tuduo, and his goal here is to take Li Fan away. However, the sudden appearance of Tianxuan made his plan fall apart. As a being who has broken through the tribulation period, how could he be willing to do so? So he came to Lingzhou. The reason why I came here is just because the largest sect in Lingzhou is attached to the forces of the underworld. Are you ready for my wrath? Tuduo stood on a mountain top with cold eyes. Then his figure rushed towards Lingzhou. For the next 3 days, everything was uneventful. However, Zhang Ye understood that this was just the calm before the storm. Soon something big will happen. Is he the guy who seems to have come down from above? Zhang Ye looked at Li Fan in front of him and couldn't help but show a curious expression. Li Fan, on the other hand, stood cautiously, with his head lowered, not daring to look at the person in front of him. This was the first time he met Zhang Ye since he was brought here. He felt very uneasy and didn't know why this person wanted to see him. Yes, his name is Li Fan. Luo Feng nodded. Zhang Ye looked at Li Fan and couldn't help but frown. Because at this moment, the system does not even have any prompts. System, does this person seem to be accepted as a disciple? After thinking for a while, he asked in his mind. Nothing happened. This made Zhang Ye feel confused. Isn't this a big shot from above? Why is it still not recognized by the system? Take him down and let him enter the outer door. Shaking his head, since that doesn't work, let's take a look first and observe. Yes. Luo Feng nodded, and then left here with Li Fan, who looked confused. Sure enough, apprentices are not so easy to accept. Sighing, Zhang Ye sat on the chair and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Sir, I just received news that Tianxuan Sect in Lingzhou suddenly gathered a large number of monks. I don't know what they are planning to do. In a dark basement, a man in black robe knelt on one knee and said to a man also shrouded in black robe. Tianxuan Sect. A hoarse voice sounded, a little confused. Yes, it is the largest sect in Lingzhou. Its sect leader is an old monster who has passed through the tribulation period. There seem to be several terrifying beings within the section. The man spoke respectfully. It's really troublesome. I don't know what happened in the recent period. 3 people who are in the tribulation stage have suddenly appeared in the northern underworld. A boundary barrier has appeared in the Black Stone territory to the west. Now this Lingzhou is unstable again. The man in black robe sighed, seeming very tired. Do you need me to go take a look? Asked the man kneeling on the ground. No need for now. If they want to cause trouble, let them do it. Your mission is to guard Tianxuan. After thinking for a while, the man in black robe sitting on the chair shook his head. Yes. The conversation is over. No one knows who these 2 people are, even the most powerful people in this world have never known that they exist. They are like messengers in the dark. As long as they are unwilling to be exposed, no one can detect them. The junction between Lingzhou and the eastern wasteland. I saw streaks of light flashing in the sky, and the terrifying pressure of spiritual energy made all the demons and ghosts living on the earth below tremble. Looking at the figures in the sky with fear. Lingzhou is very strange. There is only one sect in their entire territory. They are like the kings of that land. In Lingzhou, Tianxuan Sect can be said to be the only one. However, at this moment, the leader of Tianxuan Sect was standing respectfully behind someone. After solving that Tianxuan Sect, I will get what you want immediately, and then you can directly enter the underworld. Tu Duo had a smile on his face and said in a calm voice. Yes, sir, please rest assured, I will definitely deal with that Tianxuan Sect. The leader of Tianxuan Sect is named Luo Yang, a man who looks to be in his 40s. At this moment, there was a look of excitement on his face. At the same time, he was a little disdainful of Tu Duo in his heart. He couldn't handle a small eastern wasteland, but he still had the nerve to say he was a messenger from the underworld. It was really embarrassing. But he didn't dare to show off at all, after all, his status was there. Soon the entire Lingzhou monks gathered at the edge of the eastern wasteland. Densely packed, like locusts passing through. Among them, the weakest ones are also in the golden elixir stage, there are dozens of people in the Mahayana stage, and there are 5 people in the tribulation stage. At this moment, these people's hearts are filled with disdain for the eastern wasteland. In their opinion, the eastern wasteland is just a remote place in the countryside, and it is not worth such a big fight. However, they did not dare to disobey Tu Duo. As for Tu Duo, in his heart he actually felt that such a battle was overkill. There are only 2 tribulation transcending monks in the eastern barren territory. Now that all members of Lingzhou are dispatched, it is not easy to solve the problem. For a moment, the people of Lingzhou were as powerful as a rainbow, and they headed towards the eastern wasteland without even the slightest concealment. Look, what's going on? In the nearest city between the eastern wasteland and Lingzhou, people also saw the dense streams of light in the sky at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but walk out of their homes and stared at everything in stunned silence. There are so many monks. What are they going to do? Could it be that they are from Lingzhou? Have we ever seen such a battle in the eastern wasteland? Do I need to notify the sect? Haha, the notification is of no use, there are so many monks, one person can drown us all by spitting. Just as people were talking about it, a terrible breath burst out from the sky. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Tianxuan sect does not obey the order of the sect. Today, the monks from Lingzhou, will take action and destroy all of their families. After all, you still need an excuse to do things. In the eyes of the Lingzhou monks, the so-called Tianxuan sect is just a small sect force. If you find any reason to destroy it, no one will say anything. In fact, in their opinion, they could just send some people randomly, but Tutor asked them to send out all of them, and in the end they had no choice but to do it. Soon the news spread to the eastern wasteland. Slowly, all the sect forces in the eastern wasteland knew the name of Tianxuan sect. At the same time, they were also curious about what this sect had done to provoke so many Lingzhou monks. A black-robed figure appeared in a city. Listening to the discussions among the people around him, a glint flashed in his eyes. Is this the realm battle that the sect leader mentioned? He was a little confused. Shouldn't this be the Tianxuan sect's annihilation battle? But it didn't matter. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly, heading towards the Luxia mountains at high speed. Chapter 41. The night is deep, and the market in the Luxia mountains is filled with people. The news that the Lingzhou monks entered the eastern wasteland has spread here. And they also knew that the other party's target was Tianxuan sect. For a time, people were panicked, fearing that it would harm the fish in the pond. How about we leave first? Someone suggested. Oh, it's really troublesome. I originally thought that the Luxia mountains behind the demon sect would be a good place to stay, but now it seems that this place is more dangerous. I really don't know why Xianzong offended the entire Lingzhou today, and actually let all the monks over there come to kill him. What's the point of talking so much? Just pack your things and run away. Yes, hurry up and leave. As the people in the city dragged their families away, the entire Luxia mountains became quiet again. Only a few people chose to stay. Of course, it's not that they are not afraid, but they want to see if there is a chance to make a profit. After all, the current Tianxuan sect is a big fat sheep in their eyes. Today's Tianxuan sect is not favored by others. After all, in their opinion, the strongest members of Tianxuan sect are only the nascent soul stage monks, who are still too weak compared to the entire Ling continent. Tianxuanzong didn't react much to this, as if Lingzhou didn't come here to kill them just for them. Of course, there are still people in Tianxuan sect who are very worried. At this moment, Mu Sueking and other disciples gathered together. What should I do? Doesn't the sect master say something? Mu Long said with a somewhat anxious expression. I haven't seen the sect master for several days, and I don't know what he did. How about we leave? A disciple from an aristocratic family who later entered Tianxuan sect said with a pale face. Hearing this, some people were moved, while others showed angry expressions. For example, the two sisters Zhuling and Mu Sueking. Although they have just joined Tianxuan sect, they still have some feelings for Tianxuan sect. They were still unwilling to let them leave like this. El Yuning and Han Tianlonghao on the side did not speak. As for the big yellow dog, he was lying on the ground bored at the moment, with a flash of disdain in his eyes at the distant conversation. As expected, people from a small place feel as if the sky is falling when anything happens. Master, what do you think? At this moment, Han Tian was talking to the mysterious existence in his mind. Let's take a look at the situation first. I have always felt that Tianxuan Zone is not simple. Maybe this time I can see it. Han Tian frowned, he didn't have much feelings for Tianxuan sect. In his opinion, it was best to leave immediately, but the mysterious presence made him give up this idea. They didn't notice that a figure under a big tree in the distance was watching all this quietly. He will tell Zhang Ye everything here, and this can be regarded as their final test. In the sky pavilion. Are you sure? How long until they arrive? Zhang Ye looked at the black shadow guard below expressionlessly, his voice calm. Sect Master Qi, according to estimates, it will only take half a day for them to arrive. Zhang Ye nodded. Let everyone get ready. This time our Tianxuan sect will let the entire Tianxuan continent know us. Yes. The 16 tribulation transcending monks on the side bowed in response. At the same time, there are thousands of Mahayana and hundreds of gods behind them. As for the guards in white, they are still doing their jobs, guarding the Loxia Mountains. Like the calm before the storm, the entire Loxia Mountains became extremely quiet. Not even the birds and beasts could see its figure. The 6 major sects of Chu state. At this moment, the heads of the 6 major sects gathered together. What should we do? Luo Pingfeng, the leader of the Wenjian sect, said with a solemn expression. What else can I do? Of course I just sat and watched. Are you still planning to get involved? Advocate Yang Ming from the Tiandao sect on the side sneered. What kind of strength do we have? Those are all the monks in Lingzhou, and there are countless of them who can easily crush us to death. I think we should leave Chu state first. This place is already a place of right and wrong. Upon hearing this, the other 5 people all showed hesitant looks. After all, their sect had been operating in the Chu kingdom for thousands of years, and it was still too difficult to just give up. Let's take a look first. What if there is a turning point? In fact, they also hope that Tianxuan sect can win. Although Tianxuan Zong can be said to be the most powerful sect in Chu state now, they did not come out to share the cake with them. But still guarding the 3/3 of an acre of land in the Loxia Mountains. But if the eastern barren territory is occupied by Lingzhou in the future, it will be uncertain. Although the eastern barren region is a very weak region among the 3,000 regions, it still has some resources. Where should these local forces go then? At this moment, they were all helpless. Survival of the fittest was the law of the world. Okay, let's go back and get ready. If it doesn't work, let's leave. In the end, they didn't say anything, so they had to leave and make plans early when they got back. The capital of Chu state, the Lu family. Father, what should we do? A middle-aged man said to Lu Feng. His face was full of anxiety. Now the news that Lingzhou monks have entered the eastern wasteland has spread throughout the world. The Lu family is a dependent force of the Tianxuan sect. If we wait for the Lingzhou monks to come, once the liquidation comes, no one from the Lu family will be able to escape. Master, you'd better hurry up and bring Yiming back. An old woman also looked anxious. She is the wife of Lu Feng, a monk who has established the foundation of Dzogchen. Lu Feng frowned and sat on the chair, his face full of tangles. He did not expect that after joining the Tianxuan sect, the Lu family could rise to the top step by step. But this time, it was like falling into an abyss. Maybe the whole family would be buried with Tianxuan sect because of the original decision. That's enough, let me calm down. There was a snap. Lu Feng slapped his hand on the table, his expression extremely ugly. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "You leave immediately, I will go to Tianxuan sect." A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. "Are you going to pick up Yiming?" A flash of joy flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, Lu Feng shook his head. "I'm going to Tianxuan sect. After all, I made a promise, so I can't break it." Hearing this, the eyes of the old woman and the middle-aged man shrank. You want? The old woman's face turned pale. She understood instantly that this old guy was going to advance and retreat with Tianxuan Sect. No. The next moment, the same look of determination appeared on her face. I don't allow it. Xuanzong is a force that is about to be destroyed that day. If you go now, you will only die. Okay, you guys get ready, I'm going. However, Liu Feng did not give them a chance to persuade them, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Only the two of them were left standing there blankly. After a long time, the old woman sighed. She knew that Liu Feng was doing this so that the Liu family could have a way out. What if Tianxuan wins? But is that possible? Of course, he could also join Ling Zhou, but Liu Feng's character did not allow him to do so. The royal family of Chu State also had the same worries as them. However, for some unknown reason, there has been no movement from the royal family, as if no one from them has joined the Tianxuan sect. But no one knew that at this moment, 3 figures in the palace were quietly leaving, heading towards the Loxia Mountains. Chapter 42. A wisp of fish belly white appeared in the sky, and the mist in the Loxia Mountains was misty. I didn't expect you old guys to come too. As soon as Liu Feng entered the mountains, he spotted 3 figures. The leader among them was Lin Tian, and behind him were 2 old men. Are you here to pick up that boy from your house? Lin Tian asked with a serious face. Liu Feng shook his head. Since our Liu family is attached to Tianxuan sect, we must have a beginning and an end. Do you have so much confidence in Tianxuan sect? Lin Tian was stunned. No, it's not like you don't know who I am. Now that you've chosen it, you can't look back. Lin Tian couldn't help but fell silent for a while after hearing this. It seems that you and His Majesty have made the same choice. Then he shook his head and said. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows. Why? Logically speaking, he can't bet the entire royal family, right? I don't know why, but it's true. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. Then it seems our purpose is the same. In that case, let's go together. Following a simple exchange, the 4 of them headed towards the Loxia Mountains. At this moment they knew that maybe this time they would have to explain it here. Ancestor, are you sure? At this moment, in the capital of Chu State, deep inside the imperial palace, a man in a yellow robe was sitting on his knees in a large hall. In front of him was a white-haired old man with his eyes slightly closed. Although the old man's strength is low, he has some insights into the hexagrams. There was no sadness or joy on the old man's face, and he said in a calm voice, I watched the sky at night a few days ago. My Mu family should be prosperous, and what the hexagram shows is Tianxuan sect. This. The middle-aged man showed a trace of hesitation. However, he also knew the character of his ancestor, and finally sighed helplessly. Of course, this is a big gamble for me, and you have to make other preparations. The old man suddenly looked at him and said, let people prepare. If we fail there, we will leave immediately. His eyelids twitched, and the middle-aged man said hesitantly, what about Xueqing? There are also Xuelian and those 2 boys. Every gain must come with a loss. Don't hesitate to give up. This is also their fate. If this time passes, you can make it up to them. After a moment of silence, the old man said bluntly. There was another moment of silence, and finally the middle-aged man nodded. Then he left the hall. Looking at his back, a glint flashed in the old man's eyes. The terrifying aura from the distant sky rolled in like ocean waves. The entire eastern wasteland was completely boiling at this moment. Everyone saw that there were countless monks densely packed in the sky, and their target was Chu State, the Loxia Mountains. In this eastern wasteland where there were not many monks in the nascent soul stage, they had never seen such a terrifying scene. On the route where the Lingzhou monk army came, the monks from the eastern wasteland all moved out of the way, and if it was a mountain gate, they quickly closed it tightly. No one dared to stop him. The country of Chu is ahead. A Mahayana monk said to Luoyang. In fact, if they were the only ones who were in the Mahayana stage and above, they could arrive in a very short time. But Luoyang chose to gather the entire Tianyuan sect. His goal is simple, that is, to bring the Eastern Barren Territory under the Tianyuan sect. Although the Eastern Barren Territory is located in a remote area, it has a large population and no one is sure whether there will be a peerless genius. When the Tianyuan sect unifies the two regions in the future, these are all prepared talents. In fact, he wanted to do this a long time ago, but conditions did not allow it. Now that he has to do, he also has the confidence. After all, this is from the underworld. Reporting to the sect master, the Lingzhou monks have arrived at the outskirts of the Loxia Mountains. In the Tianj, a deacon bowed and said, "So fast." Zhang Ye stood up slowly and walked out of Tianj step by step. At a glance, I saw the light flashing outside the Loxia Mountains. Then get ready to start. The next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he spoke in a calm voice. Is that the leader of Tianxuan Sect? Lin Tian and others had now entered Tianxuan Sect and joined Mu Sweking and others. At this moment, their hearts were shocked. After all, it was their first time entering Tianxuan Sect, and they were also shocked by the scene inside. Especially the looming Tianj in the sky gave them an extremely terrifying feeling. Just like the ants on the ground facing the eagle in the sky, they appear so small. Yes, that is master. Mu Sweking nodded. Do you know why Tianxuan Sect clashed with Lingzhou? At this time Lu Feng asked. Have no idea. Lu Yiming and others shook their heads. Let's make some preparations. We'll have to fight hard later. An old man said with a serious face. At this moment they had seen countless streams of light in the distance. In an instant, everyone's faces became extremely serious. Of course, there are also people who have erratic eyes and are ready to run away at any time. You just watch from here, I don't need you to take action. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone looked back and saw Guo Yanming walking over with a cigarette in his mouth. Elder Guo. Mu Sweking and others' eyes lit up and they quickly saluted. I'll wait to see my senior. Lu Feng and others also quickly bowed and said. Haha, okay, don't be nervous. This is just a small scene. The sect master is very happy that you can come, but in Tianxuan Sect, you can't take action, so just watch with peace of mind. Guo Yanming waved his hand. Hearing this, a group of people looked at each other. Could it be that Tianxuan Sect still has a trump card that is enough to fight against all the monks in Lingzhou? For some reason, Lu Feng and others breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Then their spirits were shaken. If it is true as what this elder said, the meaning it represents is terrible. For a moment, everyone looked up at the same time, with a flash of hope in their eyes. That's the Loxia Mountains, where the Tianxuan Sect is. Tuduo raised his head, a flash of disdain in his eyes. But when he thought of the two tribulation transcending monks, he quickly calmed down. Let's start. Then he said in a calm voice. Luoyang on the side nodded slightly, and then a terrifying pressure from the tribulation period was suppressed towards the Loxia Mountains. At this moment, the originally cloudless sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere makes people breathless. A group of people in the market who originally wanted to take advantage of the situation began to bleed from their orifices under this pressure, and soon lost their breath. They are not protected by Tianxuan Sect's sect protecting formation. Have you started yet? Then you're welcome. Zhang Ye raised his head sharply. The next moment, behind him, the Tianj door slowly opened, and figures stepped out. For a moment, the world was silent. Chapter 43. Because of the obstruction of the formation, Tuduo and others could not see the scene in Tianxuan Sect at this moment. But Lu Feng and others were stunned at this moment. Looking at the figures, there were thousands of people. At that moment, they felt a terrible pressure coming towards them. Although they didn't know their specific strength, the aura of a superior person already made them feel breathless. How can it be? The voice in Han Tian's mind suddenly sounded, which startled Han Tian. What's wrong? He asked quickly. 16 people are in the tribulation stage, and those men in black robes are all in the Mahayana stage. This. The voice was trembling a little now. Hiss. Hearing this, Han Tian couldn't help but take a breath of air in his heart. He also looked at the group of people standing outside the Tianj in disbelief, his expression dull. There was L Yuning who looked the same as him. At this moment, he finally knew what kind of sect he had joined. Not to mention his family, even ordinary holy places cannot compare with it. Catch everyone above the gods. Zhang Ye said with cold eyes. He has not forgotten the heavenly prison tower. Yes. Everyone agreed with a bang. The next moment, a breath rose into the sky. At the same moment, the sect formation opened. Opposite, the monk from Lingzhou stopped 1,000 meters away, looking at this side with cold eyes. Luoyang and Tuduo, who were standing at the front, looked serious. Although it is only a small sect, it still has 2 tribulation transcending monks. If you are not careful, you may have to overturn. However, the next moment, their pupils shrank. I saw a figure stepping out. It was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. Of course that's not what caused the discoloration on their faces. What surprised them was that this man had no power at all and looked like an ordinary person. But is that possible? However, they didn't wait for a reaction. 14 figures walked out behind the young man. In an instant, the terrifying coercion unique to the monks in the tribulation stage erupted. What is the concept of the 14 tribulation periods? If they were willing, they could destroy the entire eastern wasteland in a very short time. The Lingzhou monks who were still in full swing suddenly became quiet. It was like pouring a basin of water into hot oil, and everyone's hearts became cold and cold. And this is not over yet, thousands of figures follow closely behind, and the aura of the Mahayana stage is emitted. The world is silent. At this moment, the faces of the Lingzhou monks changed, and their faces were truly pale. How can it be? Someone muttered to himself. Gilu. Tuduo swallowed hard and opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Beside him, Luoyang opened his mouth wide and his expression became extremely dull. What did he see? Even if they were in the same stage of transcending tribulation, he had never seen so many in this life. Behind them, the 4 tribulation-level monks and dozens of Mahayana-level monks also had extremely ugly expressions. Kill. Without any nonsense, Zhang Ye raised his hand and pointed far ahead. As his words fell, everyone in Tianxuan sect rushed out instantly. The 14 people who led the tribulation stage came from all directions in an instant, and then a series of spiritual power barriers surged up. Surround all the Lingzhou monks. Although there are a large number of Lingzhou monks, there are tens of thousands of them. But facing thousands of people from Tianxuan sect, there was no strength to resist at all. The war begins. To be precise, the killing begins. Thousands of Mahayana monks attack at the same time, and their power is no weaker than that of the monks in the tribulation period. With just one face-to-face encounter, all the people under the Lingzhou monks' divine transformation stage were killed or injured. Only those who are above the transformation stage are left. If it weren't for Zhang Ye's order, everyone under the Mahayana stage would have died. Damn it! Luoyang came to his senses, and a golden barrier appeared in front of him, blocking an attack from the opposite side. Just when he was about to fight back, a figure appeared not far away. It was an old man, and he waved gently to Luoyang. In an instant, the space around Luoyang cracked open, and a strangulating force appeared. Seeing this, Luoyang did not dare to be careless and quickly went all out. However, his expression changed the next moment. the great perfection of the tribulation period. His face was full of disbelief. Boom! The next moment, his figure was blown away and fell heavily into the Loxia Mountains. The old man had no intention of holding back. Point downward. Buzz! He saw a black brilliance tearing through the void and hitting Luo Yang's body heavily. In an instant, the ground cracked, and terrifying shock waves swept in all directions. At this moment, a force surged out from the ground to resist the aftermath of the attack. It is the dragon vein of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the dragon veins of heaven and earth, the Loxia Mountains would have been directly wiped out at this moment. Tuduo in the distance also had a gloomy face at the moment. He could never have imagined that there were not only 2 people in Xianzhong who were in the tribulation stage on this day, but a total of 14. Wrong. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the figure in the distance, his face becoming increasingly ugly. Although that person didn't leak the slightest aura, he was able to command more than a dozen beings in the tribulation stage, so he didn't think the opponent's strength would be inferior. Could it be a land fairy? But now was not the time for him to think about the problem. A sword powerful enough to tear the world apart suddenly appeared. The extreme sense of crisis made his scalp numb. Not daring to neglect, he raised his hand to grab it, and a black light appeared, instantly colliding with the sword light. Everyone saw that the void collapsed directly, but under the rules, it quickly recovered. The other 4 people in the tribulation stage could only resist with difficulty and had no chance to fight back. As for the monks in the transformation stage, Hedao stage, and Mahayana stage, they have all been arrested and their cultivation levels have been sealed. Like dead dogs, one by one was brought back to the heavenly prison tower by the Tianxuan Sect's deacons. Seeing this scene, Luo Yang wanted to die. This is all his family fortune. If he had known that Xianzhong was so scary today, he wouldn't have come over at all. Got to escape. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yang suppressed his inner irritability, his consciousness exploded, and he wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, 3 Tianxuan sect elders were already targeting him, leaving him no chance to escape. After repelling Luo Feng's sword, Tuduo looked around and discovered that there were only a few tribulation stage monks left on the field. This made him feel even more uneasy. Fellow Taoist, now is not the time to be distracted. Suddenly a cold voice sounded. Tuduo's hair stood on end for a moment. A cold feeling hit his back. Before he could react, a figure had already come to his side, and a flawless white arm patted him lightly. Tuduo's pupils shrank to the size of a needle in an instant. Bang! It was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons. His figure was directly wrapped in the terrifying red color. On a mountain peak in the distance, Mr. Wang had his mouth wide open at this moment. Is this the strength of Tianxuan Sect? He was ready to tell his family and wanted to take Al Yuning away quickly. But the opportunity has never been found. He also wanted to sneak in, but every spiritual experience made him feel the threat of death. In the end, he stopped leaving and planned to stay and see. But this look was amazing. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Tianxuan Sect was. There are so many monks in the tribulation stage. While the battle was going on in the field, no one saw a figure on a distant mountain peak quietly watching the battle in the distance. Chapter 44. Boom! Tuduo's figure also fell on the ground like a meteor. I saw cracks opening around like spider webs, and a mountain peak hundreds of feet high suddenly collapsed. The red light dissipated, revealing a young man, wearing a white robe, with a face like a crown of jade, looking calmly down at the moment. Good. Then he nodded. At this moment, a black brilliance appeared, blowing away the splashing smoke and dust, revealing Tuduo's figure inside. At this moment, he was in an extremely embarrassed state, and you could see a huge blood hole on his chest, bleeding out. But within a layer of black light, it is slowly recovering. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were full of solemnity as he looked at the figure in the sky. It turned out to be another Dzogchen. What is the origin of Xianzong on this day? There are so many people in the tribulation stage, and each of them is as strong as a monster. He could see that the 4 tribulation stagers from Lingzhou in the distance were surrounded by 10 Tianxuan sect elders. Apart from defense, there is no way to fight back at all. As for Luo Yang, he just took one look and was sure that it was hopeless. He spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were cold and scary. But he also knew that now was not the time to fight desperately, he had to find an opportunity to escape. Seemingly reading his thoughts, the young man smiled slightly. I saw him raising his right hand and drawing a circle in the air. In an instant, a flash of blood red appeared, surrounding it in a radius of 10 miles. I saw him taking one step forward and directly entering this range. Hey, he was the one I took a liking to first. Luo Feng on the side frowned, and the 3-foot green blade beside him kept spitting out sword light. Does it matter? The young man turned around, with a spring-like smile on his face. Luo Feng was silent for a while, then made a final sound and turned to kill the 4 tribulation transcending monks. Although there was no intersection, this young man gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. Even as a sword cultivator, he was unwilling to conflict with him. Seeing Luo Feng leave, the young man looked at Tuduo and said, I don't dare to ask for my friend's name. Tutor. After taking a breath, Tuduo said coldly. He could also feel the terror of this young man, so he did not dare to attack at all. We can only wait and see if there is a chance to escape. Tuduo. I heard that you are from the underworld. I wonder who the current master of the underworld is? Is it still Tomb Sky? Mo Xiao Yan asked. Tuduo, who was about to find a chance to escape, narrowed his pupils and looked at him sharply, with an unprecedented shock on his face. You, who are you? How do you know Lord Tomb Sky? His voice trembled a little, as if this name was something extremely terrifying to him. If you are from Tomb Heaven, I may consider not killing you. If not. Mo Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with light, but his voice remained calm. The current realm master is still Master Tomb Sky. I am a member of the Black Dragon Legion under Master Tomb Sky. This time I am here for the incarnation of the realm master of the heavenly spirit Immortal realm. After hearing Mo Xiao Yan's words, Tuduo was silent for a long time and finally spoke. At the same time, he also stated his purpose. The master of the Tianlingxian realm. Mo Xiao Yan thought for a while and said, I remember his name is Lin Tian. I didn't expect that this guy is still alive. Hiss. Tutor gasped internally. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Who is this guy named Mo Xiao Yan and how does he know this? At this moment, he began to doubt the true origin of Tianxuan Sect. Since you are Tomb Sky's subordinate, I will not kill you, but whether you can go back in the end depends on the wishes of my sect leader. Tuduo's eyes twitched. What does this mean? This guy can't make the decision anymore? From what he just said, we can guess that this person must be some kind of big shot, although we don't know why he came to this lower realm. But those who know the existence of Lin Tian and Tomb Tian are at least people in the fairy world. However, even such a being can't make the decision, so how terrible a terrifying being would that sect master be? Just as he was thinking rapidly in his mind, terrifying fluctuations came from the distance. You can see a burst of spatial ripples visible to the naked eye. The vegetation and trees on the ground where it passed were all turned into powder. Several mountain peaks not far apart suddenly collapsed. This moment is like an apocalyptic scene. The two of them were not far from the battlefield at the moment. This shock wave hit, but it only made the red circle of light tremble slightly. How terrible! Mo Xiao Yan turned around and saw that the 4 tribulation stage monks had become red-eyed and started a suicidal attack. But he just glanced at it and turned his head. Then you still fight? He looked at Tutor and asked. Do not fight. Without any hesitation, Tuduo directly chose to surrender. Then follow me to the Hell Tower. With that said, Mo Xiaoyan waved his hand and the halo of light disappeared. Then he didn't do anything and went directly in the direction of Zhang Ye. Seeing this, Tuduo's eyes flashed with hesitation, but in the end he chose to follow. Since the other party dares to do this, then he is sure to deal with him. What's more, there are more than a dozen monks in the tribulation stage around him, so he has no chance to escape. Sect Master, this man is a subordinate of my old friend, I want to let him go. Arriving in front of Zhang Ye, Mo Xiaoyan bowed and spoke. Zhang Ye glanced curiously at Tuduo, who was following him, and then looked at Mo Xiaoyan. Old friend? He's not his old friend, right? He said with a smile. You are joking, he is just one of my brothers. Mo Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. Zhang Ye had no reaction, but Tuduo's expression changed drastically. The Realm Lord turns out to be his brother, so who is he? Since you have spoken, let him stay in the heavenly prison tower for 100 years, and he can leave after 100 years. After thinking for a while, Zhang Ye nodded slightly. Thank you, Master. Mo Xiaoyan quickly bowed again. For the tribulation period, 100 years just passed by taking a nap. Hearing this, Tuduo breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still trying hard to recall in his heart who the Lord's brother was and what kind of existence this sect leader was. Go in by yourself. This is your opportunity. Take advantage of it. However, before he could continue thinking, Mo Xiaoyan's voice came over. With a stir, Tuduo quickly bowed and followed a deacon towards the heavenly prison tower. Sect Master, there seems to be a land immortal in the distance. Do you want me to go there? At this time, Mo Xiaoyan spoke again. Ignore it. As long as he doesn't take action, let him see. Zhang Ye shook his head. This can be regarded as an opportunity to let the world know that there is another Tianxuan sect in the eastern wasteland. Chapter 45. No. A shrill scream came. I saw a monk in the tribulation stage being beaten to death by a big man. The soul is gone. Zhang Ye frowned. This is a monk in the tribulation stage. How much energy can he bring to the heavenly prison tower? But after thinking about it, he didn't remind him. After all, he was in the tribulation period, and accidents might happen if he wasn't careful. If you die, you will die. As for the other three, their faces turned pale when they saw this. I surrender. Someone shouted. Seeing this, the other two people quickly gave up their resistance. They also saw just now that those who were arrested were not dead. This was an opportunity. After all, they are monks in the tribulation stage, so they might be recruited. In this case, seal them up and take them to the heavenly prison tower. Zhang Ye's voice came. Hearing this, the 10 tribulation transcending monks from Tianxuan Sect stopped their hands at the same time. The 3 Lingzhou tribulation stage cultivators breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that there is no need to die. At this moment, this battle that came and went quickly ended. On a battlefield in the distance, Luo Yang was kneeling on the ground. One of his arms was gone, and there was a fist-sized hole in his chest, surrounded by blood. An old man stood in front of him and said coldly, "Do you want to continue?" Luo Yang lowered his head, his body trembling continuously. Hearing the old man's words, he quickly shook his head, "No more fighting, I surrender." The old man snorted coldly, then grabbed him, sealed his cultivation, and headed towards the heavenly prison tower. Looking at the fragmented Loxia mountains below, Zhang Ye frowned. It's outrageous to have this place repaired. After all, it's our territory. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the Tianj. Is this the end? Wang Lao, who had hid outside the Loxia mountains, stood blankly on a mountain peak. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, and he was full of disbelief at such a result. Tens of thousands of monks came to Lingzhou, but in less than half an hour, the whole army was wiped out. Is this the strength of Tianxuan sect? After a long time, he suddenly shook his head and came back to his senses. The head of the family must be notified immediately. When he thought of this, he felt excited. For his young master to join such a powerful sect, it was a big deal for their family. The Lu family is just a second-rate family in the central continent. And the strength shown by Tianxuan this day was not as good as even some holy places. If they can catch this line, then their family will definitely be able to prosper. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and took out a token from his arms. As his thoughts moved, a piece of information came into it. I saw a flash of green light on the token, and then returned to normal. This. At this moment, in the Tianxuan sect, Muse Weking and others were also looking at all this with their mouths agape. Am I dreaming? An old man from the Chu royal family muttered to himself as dumb as a chicken. Those are the monks of Lingzhou, and any one of them feels extremely powerful. However, facing Tianxuan sect, it was solved like a chicken or a dog by being beaten 3 times, 5 times, 5 times, and 2 times. What kind of existence are those? Lin Tian also said blankly. But no one answered him. After all, everyone had not recovered yet. Of course, even if he comes back to his senses, no one will know. After all, in their knowledge, the nascent soul stage is extremely terrifying. They had never seen such a battle before. A random strike can be terrifying and devastating. You must know that the entire Luxia mountain range is still extremely wide, but at this moment it has been turned into ruins. The peaks have been directly collapsed, and the landscape has undergone tremendous changes. Ha ha ha! Suddenly there was a burst of wild laughter, and everyone came back to their senses instantly. I saw Liu Feng looking up to the sky and laughing. His face was filled with ecstasy. He knew that this time he had made the right bet. Starting from today, their Chu country's Lu family will reach a new height. Also aware of this were Muse Weking, Lin Tian, and others. After seeing Liu Feng laughing wildly, they also reacted. If Tianxuan sect is so terrifying, then their Chu country may have no worries for thousands of years to come. And maybe we can get out of the eastern wasteland and step onto a broader stage. Everyone became excited for a moment. At this moment, Tianxuan sect's image became infinitely taller in their eyes. Yeah, we won. The little boy Longhao jumped 3 feet high. As for the big yellow dog on the side, it was listless, but it could be seen that there was still a look of shock in its pupils that had not dissipated. What is going on with Xianzong today? It comes to mind. Those monks in the tribulation stage actually have the aura of fairy spirits in their bodies, which is too weird. But it doesn't want to think about what it can't understand. Just feel safe and content in Tianxuan sect. Incredible, incredible. In Han Tian's mind, the mysterious existence murmured to himself. He has been in Tianxuan Continent for tens of thousands of years, but he has never heard of the Tianxuan sect. However, how could such a powerful sect have no known membership? I really can't figure it out. It seems that the little guy has joined an incredible force. At the top of the mountain, an old man in grey robe was hunched over, and the shock in his eyes could not fade away for a long time. In 10,000 years, he has experienced strong winds and waves. But what happened today still shocked him. More than 20 monks in the tribulation stage took action. Such a scene may only be seen in the Battle of the Realm. But this is good, at least. As if thinking of something, the old man shook his head, and then the figure slowly disappeared from the place. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. After the Lingzhou monks entered the Luxia mountains, the terrifying battle fluctuations that occurred were quickly spread by the people around them. For a moment, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. Everyone originally thought that a mere Tianxuan sect would be turned into ashes under the powerful strength of the Lingzhou monks. But with such terrifying fluctuations, anyone would know that a battle was taking place inside. But how is it possible? Just when everyone was shocked, a piece of news soon came. The Loxia Mountains were turned into ruins, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were directly collapsed. Only a few isolated peaks were left. But what shocked everyone was that the Lingzhou monk disappeared. None of them have appeared again, as if they have disappeared from the world. At this moment, all the forces or sects who got the news fell silent. What happened? And what happened to Tianxuan sect in the end? Still there? No one knew. Some people wanted to enter it to explore, but they all failed. Although the battle there has ended, the spiritual energy around the Loxia Mountains has not yet recovered. Some people wanted to enter, but were directly blown away by the spiritual energy storm and could not enter at all. At this moment, the Loxia mountain range seemed to have become a forbidden area that no one could approach. Chapter 46. Junior has met the senior sect leader. In a main hall within Tianxuan sect, Liu Feng and others bowed and spoke respectfully to Zhang Ye, who was sitting on the main seat. Okay, don't be too restrained. I'm very happy that you can come under such circumstances. Zhang Ye was smiling. This is just my duty. As a subordinate of the sect, I am bound to do so. Liu Feng said quickly. Yes, Tianxuan sect is a sect within the Chu kingdom. Although the royal family is low in strength, they do not allow others to come and humiliate them. Lin Tian also spoke quickly. But the only regret is that I couldn't help Tianxuan sect. Then he said with a wry smile. In fact, he was unwilling to come this time, but the ancestor of the royal family had spoken, and he had to bite the bullet and come. Now it seems that I and others are just going through the motions. Tianxuan sect's strength far exceeded his expectations, and strong men emerged one after another. His few little golden elixirs were praised as cannon fodder in this battle. As for the other 2 golden elixir monks from the royal family, they were too angry to speak out at this moment. Facing Zhang Ye, they felt like a bottomless abyss. Haha, you can't say that. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I, Tianxuan sect, have recorded your affection. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come. Zhang Ye shook his head. Hearing this, Liu Feng and others' eyes lit up as they were waiting for this sentence. With these words, they knew that starting today, the family power behind them would reach new heights. For Zhang Ye, the icing on the cake is nothing, but providing help in times of need is enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Even after they knew how terrifying the Lingzhou monks were, they still came to support him. This friendship was enough for Zhang Ye to remember. After a few more brief conversations, Liu Feng and others said goodbye. Zhang Ye didn't hold back on this. After all, there are still a lot of things to deal with outside Tianxuan sect. So under the escort of a Mahayana Black Shadow Guard, the 4 people left the Loxia Mountains. Looking back at the Loxia Mountains that had been turned into ruins, the 4 of them could not hide their horror. This time we made the right bet. Lin Tian said with excitement. Haha, starting from today, we should be able to walk sideways in the eastern wasteland. Liu Feng also said in a good mood. By the way, why are your royal family coming? Then he asked curiously. The ancestor asked us to come, saying that this time the Chu kingdom's royal family would be prosperous. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that he has seen more things than us. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. Let's go back too, I'm afraid those guys in my family will run away. Liu Feng seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly. Well, I also need to tell my ancestors this good news. Then the 4 people turned into streams of light and headed towards the capital of Chu state. As for the leader of Tianxuan sect, he did not say that he would reward them with any treasures, but they didn't think much of it in their hearts. They knew that what was truly valuable was Zhang Ye's promise. With that promise, the future of the Liu family and the Chu royal family will be guaranteed. 3 days flew by. In these 3 days, the entire Eastern Barren territory was discussing the situation of the Lingzhou monks and the outcome of Tianxuan sect. But no one knows what happened. Both the Lu family and the Chu royal family kept this secret. While the outside world was talking a lot, Zhang Ye was sitting under the shade of a tree with a thoughtful expression on his face. Now Tianxuan can be considered to be on the right track. It's time to establish some rules, and also arrange the various positions in the sect. Although there are many powerful people in the sect now, the real system team is in a mess. For example, there are no people in charge of sect disciplines, tasks, assessments, etc. Thinking of this, he felt a slight headache. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, but now he had to manage thousands of people at once, and he felt a little tired. Perhaps we can find a deputy sect leader. The idea popped into his head. As for seizing power, he just said hee. As long as the high-level combat power of the sect is summoned by the system, he will not be afraid. Just when Zhang Ye was thinking about the next development of Tianxuan sect, he was hundreds of millions of miles away from the eastern wasteland. Zhongzhou domain, as the center of Tianxuan Continent, is also the largest domain. There are countless outstanding people and powerful people here. At this moment, in a space mezzanine in the central continent, 3 figures were sitting cross-legged. I just got the news that all the monks in Lingzhou have disappeared without a single clue. An old man said calmly. I remember, didn't they go to deal with that Tianxuan sect? What happened? A beautiful woman on the side spoke in confusion. That's why they all disappeared. The old man shook his head. What is the origin of Tianxuan zone today? Finally a middle-aged man asked. There has never been any information, not even Tianji Tower knows about it. Is it the power from before the ancient times? I don't know. The Tianji Tower was only built in the Middle Ages, and the situation before that is unknown. It's been such a troubled time. Recently, another crack in the barrier appeared in the south. The situation there is still unclear. Now there is another incident in the east. The beautiful woman sighed. There are 5 monks in the tribulation stage. How could they disappear all of a sudden? What is the current situation of Tianxuan sect? The middle-aged man frowned. It's unclear, but from the fluctuations in the battle at the scene, it can be inferred that there seems to be a battle between monks in the tribulation period. Let someone go take a look. It's best to find out the details of Tianxuan sect. It's best to be friends rather than enemies, otherwise there will be trouble. Sighing, the old man shook his head. Well, I'll arrange it right away. In that case, let's go first. I need to go to the south and take a look. As the conversation ended, the 3 figures slowly disappeared, and the mezzanine of the best space became quiet again. At this moment, there was not only one force that noticed the situation in the eastern wasteland. Soon, powerful men who should not appear in the eastern wasteland appeared in this small region that no one had paid attention to before. There was a turmoil for a while. System, start signing in today. Lying on the recliner, Zhang Ye said in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, the magical power finger of annihilation. It's a magical power again. After being surprised, Zhang Ye didn't take it too seriously. After all, the current strength of Xianzong does not require him, the sect leader, to take action personally. At this moment, the space rippled, and a figure appeared. It was Guo Yanming, the guardian of the library. You're here. Seeing him, Zhang Ye felt helpless to complain. After all, you are a super strong person, but the way you hold a cigarette in your mouth is really worthless. Guo Yanming didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ye's gaze. He said directly, Sect Master, the outside has been taken care of. Do you need to go and take a look? Chapter 47. Tianxuan Zong? Why does it sound so familiar? Qingming territory, this is the westernmost part of Tianxuan Continent. Although it is located in the far west of the continent, Qingming domain is enough to rank among the top 10 domains of Tianxuan Continent. Because although the terrain here is remote, the people are strong, and it is close to the Sea of Stars, so there is no shortage of resources. At this moment, in a small city in Qingming territory, an old man was scratching his head, with a look of uncertainty in his eyes. They should have the same name, but they are both from the eastern wasteland. What a fate! As if he thought of something, a look of memory flashed in his eyes. However, he soon put the messy thoughts behind him. He looked behind him, then ran towards the distance at a speed that should not belong to his age. Old guy, don't run away if you have the guts. There was a loud shout, and a woman 3 times his size rushed over with a rolling pin in hand. The fat that can be seen shaking on her face is enough to put off any man. I have no idea. The old man yelled at the woman, his voice so loud and his tone so confident that the passers-by almost staggered. Then he disappeared in a flash. Looking at the Luxia mountains below that had returned to their original state, Zhang Ye nodded. In fact, with the strength of the monks in the tribulation stage, it is absolutely possible to transform this place into a better place. But the person who took action was a relatively lazy guy, and in the end he simply returned to his original state and left it alone. However, Zhang Ye didn't care much about this. Not bad, but why don't you dispel this spiritual energy storm directly? Zhang Ye looked back at a child and asked with some confusion. Ah? Sect Master, didn't you say you just need to restore this place? You didn't say you wanted to disperse the surrounding storm. The child opened a pair of big black and white eyes and said in a milky voice. Zhang Ye's face darkened. What are these old monsters? An old man who had lived for who knows how long was pretending to be young in front of him. Without hesitation, he kicked out and the child turned into a meteor and flew into the distance. At the same time, Zhang Ye's voice came from behind. Don't come back until I completely restore this place. Guo Yanming on the side looked at all this with a smile, taking a puff of his cigar from time to time. Now he suddenly likes this thing and thinks it is very delicious. Zhang Ye looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. Mud, what are all these things? For some reason, he felt that the guys he summoned seemed to have some strange illnesses. The figure flashed and disappeared instantly. A big event happened in our eastern wasteland recently, do you know? In a small town, several people sat together, and one of them said mysteriously. TCH, what else is the recent big event? Isn't it just what happened in the Chu country in the east? Someone curled his lips and made a sound. Then do you know the inside story? The man didn't care much about this and still said mysteriously. Several people who were not interested in this just now looked over at the same time. You know. Haha, I'm sorry, I don't know either. Pa. A big sinus whipped over and slapped the man to the ground. Mom, you dare to amuse me? A big man said coldly. No, 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 no. Although I don't know the specific situation, I heard a piece of news just yesterday. The man quickly begged for mercy. What's the news? Tell me quickly, or I'll slap you to death. The big man's eyes widened and he exuded a fierce energy. Just yesterday, news came from Lingzhou that the Tianxuan sect had been emptied of people, and all those who were left behind had fled. The man said quickly. Afraid of being slapped again. Hearing this, several people looked surprised at the same time. If this news is true, then the situation in Lingzhou may be about to change. I remember that Tianxuan sect has the existence of monks who are in the legendary tribulation period. How could it suddenly become like this? The devil knows, but now it seems that something must have happened. I really didn't expect that there is such a force as Tianxuan sect in our eastern wasteland. Tianxuan sect. On the other side, a young man in black robes narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed an evil smile. Looks like there's something fun again. With this in mind, he put down his wine glass and left slowly. Time passed like this, and everything seemed to be back to normal. However, those who were interested discovered that many foreign monks suddenly appeared in Chu state recently. This made the local forces in Chu state a little uneasy, which of course did not include the Lu family and the Chu state royal family. On the outskirts of the Loxia Mountains, a monk who once did business in the market boldly headed deeper. Soon news came out that the Loxia Mountains had returned to normal and could be entered again. Everyone could see the continuous mountains that had not changed at all. One by one stood not far away with their mouths wide open. "What's happening here?" someone said in shock. "You know, but now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry in and see if Tianxuan Sect is still there." Some people narrowed their eyes, showing a greedy look. In their eyes, Tianxuan Sect was a big fat sheep. Now that it had a war with the Lingzhou monks, it might have been destroyed. If you are lucky, you might be able to make a fortune. There are people who are dazzled by interests, and of course there are also very rational people. They all looked at those who rushed into the Loxia Mountains with mocking eyes. Although the specific situation is not known yet, now that the Loxia Mountains, which were now in ruins, have been restored, the answers to many questions can be known. They did not believe that the Lingzhou monks would help restore the landscape after winning. Then the answer is obvious, only Tianxuan Sect would do this. And for someone who can repair 1,000 miles in a short time, how terrifying must his strength be? If you go in now with the intention of making a fortune, isn't that just asking for death? Sure enough, soon the monks outside who had not entered felt a terrifying wave of spiritual power. But it soon calmed down again. "Let's go, be honest. This place is not what it used to be. If anyone dares to jump around, they might as well die." Someone smiled and shook his head. When the people around him saw this, they also knew that Tianxuan Sect was still there and had not been destroyed in that terrifying battle. Then we will know the result of Lingzhou monk. They failed. On this day, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken again. In addition to the news from Lingzhou, the news that Tianxuan Sect was not destroyed also came out. For a time, the entire cultivation world in the eastern wasteland was in an uproar. The next day, a large number of cultivators rushed to Chu state, and they had different thoughts. Some people want to come and pay homage to Tianxuan Sect, a sect that has become a legend. There are also people who want to join it. If they can become a disciple of Tianxuan Sect, their status can be said to be on a rocket, rising slowly. There are also some sect forces that want to become a subsidiary force of Tianxuan Sect like the Lu family. For a time, the entire Chu state became extremely lively. The Chu royal family had no intention of backing down, and directly sent troops to the Loxia Mountains to maintain order. Even though this army is only in the Qi refining stage on average, it doesn't stop them from pointing at the noses of those golden core stage and nascent soul stage monks and yelling. But none of those who were scolded dared to complain. Everyone knows the role played by the Chu royal family in the conflict between Lingzhou monks and Tianxuan Sect. That status really skyrocketed. But at this moment, Zhang Ye had no intention of paying attention to the outside world. He is drafting plans for the core team of Tianxuan Sect and various departments. Chapter 48. From today onwards, Tianxuan Sect's rules should be established. Sitting in the Tianj, Zhang Ye said with a serious face. Below him, more than a dozen monks in the tribulation stage stood on both sides. "Sect Master, please give me instructions." A group of people spoke at the same time. From now on, Tianxuan Sect is divided into three main parts, namely the outer gate, the inner gate and the Tianj. Zhang Ye glanced at everyone and continued, including disciples, deacons, and elders, they will also be divided in this way. What about those disciples who have already joined the sect? Someone asked. They will all be counted as outer sect disciples, even my disciples. When they pass the examination, they will enter the inner section. In addition, we need to set up a commandment hall, a mission hall, a medicine refining hall, and so on. You will become the elders of Tianj. As for the following, Due to lack of manpower, this can be done slowly. First put up the shelves, then recruit people and slowly replenish them. After thinking for a while, Zhang Ye continued, of course, the premise is that you need to accept the test. In addition to meeting the standard for strength, your character and character also need to be assessed. This is up to you to find out carefully. Yes. A group of monks in the tribulation stage looked serious. The shadow guards will establish the underground pavilion. They will be independent of the three main bodies of Tianxuan sect and become the sharpest sword. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. For the thousands of shadow guards, they all possess the strength of the Mahayana stage. As the secret sword of Tianxuan sect, he believes that those who really see them will be surprised. Next, Zhang Ye explained some details again. Of course, there are some flaws in it, but there will always be someone among the dozen or so people in the tribulation stage who will understand. So soon after they checked and filled in the gaps, the framework of Tianxuan sect really took a prototype. System, sign in today. In the Tianj Hall, Zhang Ye was alone at the moment. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Since this is a monthly sign-in, the host will 100% summon the strong one to come. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the character, Feng Chui Shuet. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed and he saw a figure appearing in the hall. It was a man with white hair as white as snow, holding an ordinary-looking long sword in his hand. Feng Chuixu pays homage to the sect master. The man looked at Zhang Ye and said in a cold voice. Get up. Zhang Ye nodded slightly and said, what level has your strength reached? Zhang Ye asked directly without asking the system. Beyond this world, I can kill saints. The sound of wind blowing snow is still cold. But the words he said were enough to shake the fairy world. The saint, that is the supreme being in the immortal world, how dare he say such a thing? Zhang Ye couldn't help but be surprised. Recently, he also had a general understanding of the strength of practitioners in the immortal world. Among them, the weakest ones also have the mortal level. As for the mortal level, those from the chi refining stage to the tribulation stage are collectively called the ordinary level. Above the mortal level is the immortal level, which is divided into earth immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, and Daluo, and above Daluo are semi-saint, sub-saint, and saint. It can be said that saints are the top existences in the fairy world. However, Feng Chuixu actually said that he could kill saints after transcending the suppression of heaven. So what would his strength be like? From today onwards, you will be the master of the underground pavilion, commanding the entire underground pavilion. After thinking about it, Zhang Ye decided to hand over the underground pavilion to Feng Chuixu. Sect master, you'd better choose someone else. I'm not suitable. However, Feng Chuixu shook her head. This made Zhang Ye frown. But everyone has their own ambitions, and he was not prepared to force it. In that case, then you can enter Tianj and become an elder of Tianj. Yes. You go find a place to stay first. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Feng Chuixu said nothing and headed towards the Tianj under the leadership of a deacon who walked in. Are we really going? In Dongming City, Luo Pingfeng and others were sitting in an inn. Next to him were the heads of the other 5 major sects. At this moment, Zhang Yongming said a little uneasily. Then what else can you do? Now the Chu state is no longer the Chu state it used to be. Our era has passed. If we don't make a choice, it will only end in destruction. Luo Pingfeng shook his head, with a bitter smile on his face. You'd better think about it first, whether others are willing to do it. Zhou Yao from Beiwomen's side. That's right. Tianxuan sect's strength is unfathomable. Maybe they don't like us at all. Let's take it one step at a time. At least it's a way out. If it doesn't work, we can only choose to leave Chu state. Tianhui said angrily. They used to be the only ones in Chu state. But now I feel so small. Ever since the news in Loxia mountain range came out, they felt a little uneasy in their hearts. The strength shown by Tianxuan Sect was too powerful. They are not even ants in front of Tianxuan Sect. The last few people put it all together and simply chose the Lu family's old path, directly becoming its affiliated force. If Tianxuan Sect is willing to accept it, it is not impossible for them to join directly. Of course, this is if Tianxuan Zhang is willing. If they don't want to, they can only choose to leave Chu state. Just when a few people were hesitant and wondering whether to go or not, a voice suddenly came from the side. Are you planning to join Tianxuan Sect? The 6 people were stunned and couldn't help but look back and saw a child eating a bunch of candied haws in his hand. A pair of big black and white eyes looked at them brightly. Where did you come from, little kid? Go back quickly. Don't get kidnapped by then. Tianhui frowned. Little kid? The child's face twitched. He has reached the point where he deeply hates his own appearance. After all, no one would be happy if an old monster who had lived for who knows how many thousands of years was called a little kid. Licking the candied haws in his hand, the child glanced at Tianhui who was speaking. In an instant, Tianhui saw the surrounding environment change drastically. He actually appeared in a pool of blood. The temperature around him was also rising rapidly, and an extremely terrifying aura enveloped him in an instant. Others didn't notice it at first, but gradually Tianhui's body began to tremble. This made them realize something was wrong. Hey, what are you doing? Zhou Yao frowned. However, Tianhui had no intention of answering. His pupils gradually began to dilate, and an explosive spiritual energy emitted from his body. This made Luo Pingfeng and others' expressions change greatly. Suddenly, their eyes looked at the child, and a sense of fear arose spontaneously. Chapter 49. You. The 5 of them looked at the child with frightened expressions. It's not easy to be away from home, let's forget it this time. The child curled his lips. Senior. Luo Pingfeng quickly stood up and said cautiously. Tell me, what are you doing here? The children continued to eat the candied haws. Junior asked Sword Sect Luo Pingfeng. This time I came to see Tianxuan Sect, I hope to join. Luo Pingfeng replied. That's it. Then go to Tianxuan Sect later. Someone will receive you there. The child nodded. At this time Tianhui also came to his senses, but his face was still extremely pale, and his eyes looking at the child were full of fear. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. Several people quickly bowed and said. I don't know your senior's surname. Luo Pingfeng continued to ask. My name is Tang Yishan. If you can join Tianxuan Sect, you can give me my name in the future. The child waved his hand. Thank you. Although I don't know who this child is, his strength is indeed terrifying. One look made a monk who was in the golden elixir stage of Dzogchen almost die. If the other party is really from Tianxuan Sect, then his status should be very high. This time it was a blessing in disguise for them. Go quickly, I want to continue walking. Tang Yishan waved his hand and left the inn in a staggering manner. Looking at his back, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Tianhui, in particular, slumped down in his seat with an expression of lingering fear. Then let's go quickly. After looking at it, Luo Pingfeng said. The remaining people no longer hesitated, nodded, and headed towards the Loxia Mountains. Hey, although my strength is low, I can just make do with it. Walking on the street, Tang Yishan shook his head. If he could, he wished he was lying on a recliner and basking in the sun. It would be so comfortable. But there was no other way. Zhang Ye assigned tasks to more than 10 Tianj elders. Therefore, more than a dozen people from the tribulation stage are wandering around outside at the moment, hoping to complete the framework structure of Tianxuan Sect as soon as possible. It requires not only strength, but also character, which is a hardship for a group of them. It's really frustrating to think that they used to be the top beings in their respective worlds, but now they look like workers. Just as he was thinking this, there was a sudden noise in the distance. This caught his attention. Taking advantage of his size, he rushed directly into the innermost part of the crowd. I saw a young man being pressed to the ground and being rubbed. As he watched, his eyes lit up. "It seems like you have a pretty good talent," he thought to himself. The capital of Chu State. In the palace, in a main hall at this moment, 3 figures were sitting cross-legged. "How's it going? Are the little guys okay?" The ancestor of the Mu family smiled and said. "He is in a good mood these days. Ever since he learned the details of the battle between Tianxuan Sect and the Lingzhou monks, he was already grinning from ear to ear with joy. This time he made the right bet, and the Mu family was indeed in high demand." "Haha, ancestor, please don't worry. The eldest princess and the others are all well. Moreover, the eldest princess has become the leader of the Tianxuan sect. I heard that her talent has been affirmed by that person." Hearing this, the ancestor of the Mu family's eyes lit up. "Really? Can this still lie to you?" Lin Tian also said in a good mood. After returning from the Luxia Mountains, this was the first time they got together to discuss Tianxuan sect. "That's good. I was still worried about whether these guys would be kicked back. Now it seems that I was worrying too much." The Emperor of Chu, Mu Chen, laughed. "I've been thinking about something these days." The ancestor of the Mu family suddenly spoke. "Don't know what it is." Mu Chen and Mu Chen were a little confused. "Should we move the capital to the Luxia Mountains, and should we establish the Tianxuan sect as our national religion?" Mu Chen and Mu Chen trembled. "This is not good. Will Tianxuan sect agree?" Mu Chen said hesitantly. "In this case, you go to Tianxuan sect and discuss it with that person." After thinking for a while, the ancestor of the Mu family spoke. "That's okay." Mu Chen nodded. In addition, the Lu family also needs to maintain a good relationship. After thinking about it, the ancestor of the Mu family continued, "I remember that Lu Feng seems to have a granddaughter who is old enough to get married. Let's see which kid is asked to propose marriage." Mu Chen nodded silently. "Marriage is the best way to build a relationship." "Okay, I'm tired, you go." Mu Chen and the two quickly stood up and left the hall. There was a flash of light in his slightly narrowed eyes. Looking at the backs of the two people, he didn't know what he was thinking. "Escape, you must escape." In the eastern wasteland, among the endless mountains, a figure was running staggeringly. His body was covered with scars, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. While running, he looked behind him, as if something terrible was approaching. If you look from the air, you can see that a wisp of black smoke is rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed several hundred meters away from him. Faintly, there seemed to be a figure in the black smoke. Not long after, a shrill scream resounded from all directions, causing a flock of birds to rise into the sky. Then there was a crunching sound, which was terrifying. The Luxia Mountains became lively again. The market is also open again. And there are more people here than before. Among them there are even golden elixir stage monks who were rarely seen in the past. These people come from all over the eastern wasteland. Ever since they heard about Tianxuan sect, they all came here because of its reputation. I heard that Tianxuan sect seems to be recruiting talents from outside. I don't know if it is true." In the tea house, a group of people were chatting. "Of course it is true. I am from Tianxuan sect. This news is indeed true." An old man sat on a chair and said carelessly. "Are you from Tianxuan sect?" A group of people instantly cast suspicious glances. "Hey, don't believe it. Just go and see it. Tianxuan sect is setting up an assessment office. If you are interested, just tell me my name. My name is Yang Feng." The old man slapped his chest, making a crackling sound. "Old man, this is the Luxia Mountains. It's better not to say something nonsense." Someone reminded me kindly. You're a good young man. Why don't you give it a try? I think you are very likely to succeed. By then you will be a member of Tianxuan Sect. The old man didn't listen to his words, but looked over directly, his eyes brightening. Hee, that's right, his character should be good. He looked at the young man and thought in his mind. However, the man just shook his head and left. Hey, don't go, the old man is the elder of Tianxuan Sect's Tianj. The old man shouted quickly. The people around him instantly cast contemptuous glances. Elder Huan Tianj is an old liar at first glance. Is this what you have achieved these days? Zhang Ye was currently sitting on the main seat of the Tianj, with veins on his forehead exposed. The dozen or so cultivators in the tribulation stage below did not dare to breathe, and all lowered their heads. Only Tang Yushan held his head high and looked proud. Sect Master, we have tried our best, but there are just no people. A big man said in an angry voice. Don't think that I don't know. All of you are only near the Loxia Mountains. You haven't gone anywhere else at all. Zhang Ye stood up and roared angrily. He was really pd off by these guys. The monks who were still in the tribulation stage looked like a bunch of bastards just waiting to die. Oh, forget it, you go down. However, Zhang Ye sighed when he saw that they were two dead pigs who were not afraid of boiling water. Hearing this, the group of people who had just shrugged their heads instantly became energetic. What about this mission? Yang Qingfeng asked cautiously. Roll. Zhang Ye roared directly. Hey, that's good. The next moment, the space trembled and everyone disappeared instantly. Zhang Ye finally understood that these guys could do big things, but such small things were just a waste of time. After thinking for a while, his thoughts moved, and the next moment a black shadow guard appeared in the hall. Chapter 50. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, asking the heart mirror. It's still a familiar scene and a familiar recipe. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye started today's check-in. Looking at a mirror that appeared in front of him instantly, Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed. This is good stuff. According to the explanation given by the system, the heart questing mirror can break a person's mind. In the questioning mirror, a person can be divided into three colors: black, white, and gray. And its meaning is also very simple. White is good, black is evil, and gray is in between. What he needs now is just such a magic weapon. As the number of people in Tianxuan Sect increases, apart from those summoned by the system, who knows what the character of the new ones is like? With the help of the questionnaire, they can be screened. With a wave of his hand, the questioning mirror instantly appeared on the plaque on the gate of Tianxuan Sect. From today on, everyone who joins Tianxuan Sect must pass the examination of the questioning mirror. Is this the Tianxuan Sect? A young man in black robe stood under the gate of Tianxuan Sect, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a strange smile. Since the opening of Fangxi, there have been more and more people in the Loxia Mountains. Zhang Ye simply chose to ignore this. After all, if you want to develop, it is not advisable to isolate the country. So he also issued an order, and the white-clothed guards did not need to pay attention to them. As long as they don't cause trouble in the Loxia Mountains, that's fine. At this moment, the young man in black robe looked up at Tianxuan Sect on the ladder to heaven, with a flash of purple brilliance in his eyes. Then he frowned. I didn't expect that there is such a formation in this world. He muttered. This is not going to be easy. It seems that the origin of this Tianxuan Sect is not simple. But soon a smile appeared on his face. The figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. As night falls, the market is still very lively. The Loxia mountain range has fallen into darkness. At this moment, a purple light appeared in the direction of Tianxuan Sect in the distance, filling the entire Loxia mountains in an instant. Everyone raised their heads in shock and looked in that direction in surprise. Who? A roar echoed across the sky. The next moment, a fiery red figure appeared in the air. Boom! There was a loud noise, and everyone saw a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye appearing in the sky. No, there's a fight between strong men. In an instant, everyone in the city understood what happened. Go quickly! Someone shouted. Immediately afterwards, the city began to boil, and people quickly ran away from the Loxia mountains. At this moment, a purple ray of light shone out, instantly surrounding the entire Loxia mountain range. Some Jindan stage or even nascent soul stage monks were instantly burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the purple light shield. The people following behind were so frightened that they stopped quickly. Be bold! Another cold voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a sword light tearing through the sky. Click! It was as if an invisible barrier had been split open. Then I saw a figure appear in the sky. It was an evil-looking young man in black robe. A smile appeared on his face, turning a blind eye to the pressure of the two tribulation stage monks in front of him. Humph, it really is fun like this. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a smile. The next moment, his figure flashed, and 3 figures actually appeared. Land Fairy. Luo Feng and a big man showed a look of surprise. Land Immortal? Haha, it's true that I'm just a person from the lower world. I'm not an ordinary land fairy. The young man in black robe laughed. The 3 figures simultaneously erupted with terrifying pressure far beyond that of the monks in the tribulation stage. Luo Feng and the 2 people opposite him frowned at the same time. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack on our Tianxuan sect? Luo Feng turned a blind eye to this pressure and said coldly. That's right. As someone in the tribulation stage, you are much stronger than the trash I have seen. However, the young man had no intention of answering him. Instead, he smiled coldly. Let all of you strong men take action together, otherwise you will all die. Then his face turned cold and his tone became cold. What a loud tone! The big man's eyes widened. Who are they? Those are all the strongest in all the worlds. Although he is suppressed by the laws of heaven in this world, he is not someone that cats and dogs can provoke. Terrifying flames instantly surged around the big man's body, and as the heat wave rolled, the air around him rippled. Punch out! Amidst the shocked gazes of a group of people below, a 1,000-foot-long fire dragon appeared. With a high-pitched dragon roar, the fire dragon appeared in front of the black-robed young man in an instant. Seeing this, the 3 figures of the black-robed young man raised their hands at the same time. I saw purple light rising into the sky and colliding with the fire dragon. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook. The terrifying shock wave directly tore apart more than a dozen surrounding peaks. A circle of white light appeared, and at some point an old man in white came to the front of everyone in the city. A force emitted, blocking the shock wave. At this moment, their faces were pale. Looking at the destructive scene in the distance, the timid ones were now so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. If the old man in white hadn't appeared, they would all have died in the aftermath. I said you should be more careful when fighting. There are so many people here. The old man raised his head and said in a hoarse voice. Snort. The young man in black robe frowned and let out a cold snort. He didn't expect this big man to be so powerful. He thought that the blow just now would be directly and seriously injured even if it was an ordinary tribulation period. However, before he could react, a flash of sword light appeared. Act recklessly. His expression turned extremely cold instantly. I saw that the purple light was still shining. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, shaking the world again in an instant. Interesting. At this moment, figures appeared in all directions, surrounding the young man in black robes. This scene made the young man in black robe frown. There seemed to be a lot of people here. And he could clearly feel that these guys were all at the stage of transcending the tribulation stage of Dzogchen. Moreover, there was something surrounding these people that he couldn't see clearly, which was similar to rules. This made a solemn look appear on his face. It seems I was careless this time. He did not expect that this Tianxuan sect was so powerful. I originally thought it was just a stronger force from the lower realm. But it seems very wrong. But it doesn't matter, he is an existence from the upper world, and for special reasons, the suppression of the heavenly law he receives is not very serious. Therefore, he is not afraid even if there are more than 10 people who are going through the tribulation stage. For a time, the skies above the Loxia Mountains were tense. Chapter 51. Over the Loxia Mountains, figures appeared one after another, and the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding air to distort. Humph, ha ha ha, this is what I hoped for. The young man in black robe looked at the dozen or so figures appearing around him and suddenly laughed like a maniac. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from all around him. Then a violent purple light erupted, covering all the surrounding figures in an instant. The next moment, spiritual energy began to explode in the sky. The battle broke out instantly. Seeing this, more than a dozen Tianxuan sect Tianj elders did not show any courtesy and went straight to kill him. All of a sudden, various magical powers appeared, illuminating the world with colorful lights. The earth began to break, the mountain peaks began to collapse, and terrible air waves swept directly over the mountains below. The Loxia Mountains, which had just been repaired, were once again torn apart. Only the mountain peak where Tianxuan sect was located was surrounded by formations and survived. What do you think? Zhang Ye put his hands behind his back and looked calm. Beside him, Feng Shui also looked indifferent. He didn't take this battle seriously. There is something in his body that can withstand the suppression of heaven. This gives him the strength of a land immortal, and he is very powerful. Feng Shui looked at it and said, "This should have come down from above, right? But I'm curious. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that simple to get down." Yes, he is indeed a person from the upper realm. Although there are not many ways to explain it, it is not too troublesome for some big forces. The only difficulty is that it requires a lot of resources. Catch him alive and ask him what his purpose is. Zhang Ye turned around and returned to the Tianj. His voice came calmly. Yes. Feng Shui clasped her fists, then raised her head and looked at the young man in black robe. Then he took a step forward and arrived at the edge of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The young man in black robe looked a little ugly at this moment. He did not expect that the tribulation stage within Tianxuan sect would be so powerful. If he were alone, he would still be sure to win. But facing more than 10 people, even he felt a little stressed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared, causing his expression to change drastically. Without hesitation, his figure disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, a wisp of black light flashed away from where he had just been. Immediately afterwards, boom! Terrifying sword energy erupted. Tear! Everyone saw that the earth was directly divided into two halves, and the terrifying sword energy disappeared directly at the end of the world, leaving only a sword mark that was hundreds of meters wide and bottomless on the earth. A group of people in the distance swallowed hard, with frightened expressions on their faces. Then they saw a white-robed figure walking through the air step by step. In his hand he held an ordinary-looking long sword. There was such an overwhelming feeling that people didn't dare to look at him. At this moment, the world is silent. In the distance, a look of lingering fear appeared on the face of the young man in black robe. When he saw that figure, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Is that a person? He was a little surprised. Although it was a human figure, in his opinion, it was a sword, a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had turned into a world of swords because of him. How can it be? He said, somewhat shocked. There is such a terrifying existence in Tianxuan sect. If he had known earlier, he would never have come. After looking at the group of people around him who were watching eagerly, and then at the white-robed figure, the young man in black gritted his teeth. He knew that if he continued to stay here, he might end up capsized in the gutter. Not daring to continue to support him, he was ready to run away. I saw a spell coming out of his hand. The surrounding space rippled, and his figure became looming. I will write down today's shame, and I will pay it back 100-fold when we meet next time. Just when he finished speaking, the figure was about to leave. A voice suddenly appeared. Teleportation is prohibited in this world. Follow your words. As this voice sounded, the space that was rippling just a moment ago returned to calm. Who? The face of the young man in black really changed color at this moment. It's so scary. What's going on with Xianzong today? There are actually strong people out there. And the other party was obviously merciful just now, otherwise the other party would just have to banish him directly when he was about to teleport. Before he could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, someone grabbed his neck. After just one breath, his face turned pale. Meet the sect master. The dozen or so tribulation transcending monks around him saw the person coming and bowed at the same time. The young man in black robe shrank his pupils. Master of Tianxuan Sect. He saw Zhang Ye's youthful face. You. He wanted to speak, but Zhang Ye pinched him back. You guys can't do it. He almost ran away. Zhang Ye said calmly. We have neglected our duties, please punish us, master. More than a dozen people quickly bowed and said. Okay, I'll settle the score with you next time, and quickly restore this place to its original state. Looking at the Loxia mountains below which had been blown up again, he felt a little helpless. It seems that it is time to strengthen it, otherwise it will be too fragile. Just as he was thinking this, the young man in black robe suddenly struggled violently in his hand. He wanted to escape, but was unable to do so. This was a feeling that hadn't happened in a long time. He even felt as if he was back to the weak time he once was. Looking at the leader of Tianxuan Sect. It was too strong, the opponent's strength had exceeded his imagination. If the other party didn't seem to want to kill him, he would be a corpse now. Who are you? Why do you want to come to our Tianxuan Sect? Hey, you want to know? Although the young man in black robe will be killed at any time. But even in this scene, he did not show any real fear. You don't seem to be afraid of death. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. Although there was no breath coming out, a sense of oppression made the black-robed young man's pupils shrink. It doesn't hurt to tell you. After thinking for a while, the young man in black robe suddenly said, this time I was hurt. Having said this, his pupils suddenly dilated rapidly. The next moment, a terrifying spiritual power burst out in his body. Zhang Ye frowned. Then he flicked his fingers slightly. A gentle spiritual power poured into his body and suppressed him directly. His strength has now reached the stage of becoming a god, but this is the scope of Tianxuan Sect's strength. With his invincible strength, he has no pressure at all for these little tricks. How is that possible? The pupils of the young man in black robe suddenly shrank, and there was an incredible look on his face. Nothing is impossible. Zhang Ye smiled slightly. Chapter 52. The young man in black robe was really scared at this moment. He had just aroused a fairy spirit in his body, but it was resolved with the casual wave of the head of the Tianxuan sect. But how is this possible? That was placed in his body by a great Luo. You must know that this is just the lower world, and the land fairy is the most powerful existence. However, facing the leader of Tianxuan sect at this moment, he felt like a true immortal. No, it was not just as simple as a true immortal. He felt that it was more terrifying than the most powerful people in the upper world that he had ever seen. Since I don't want to say it, I'll watch it myself. Zhang Ye tilted his head and said calmly. The expression of the young man in black robe changed. No, don't, I say. He spoke quickly. He understood that if he really didn't say anything, he would be greeted by soul search, and his ending would definitely be very bleak. That's right. Why waste time if I had known this? Zhang Ye showed a satisfied smile. I'm here for an ancient tomb that is about to appear. The young man in black robe said with a pale face. Ancient tomb? What ancient tomb? Zhang Ye became interested immediately. That is an ancient tomb of a Deluo-level powerhouse hidden in the void. However, due to the laws of the void, it will only exist for a short time each time it appears. Where is the specific location? Why does it appear in Tianxuan Continent again? Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. The specific location is in the Eastern Barren Territory. As for why it appears here, I'm not very clear, but I heard that it seems to be because the strong man fell in Tianxuan Continent. Is that so? Now tell me why you came to our Tianxuan sect. Zhang Ye continued. I want you to help me find the specific location of that ancient tomb. The young man in black robe said bitterly. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he could choose, he would rather go to those holy places in the central continent than come to this Tianxuan sect. Not only are there many powerful people here, but the leader of Tianxuan sect is even more unfathomable. Hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded seriously. Then he carried him directly towards the heavenly prison tower. Looking at the huge black tower reaching into the sky in front of him, the young man in black robe felt a sense of fear for some reason. I've told you everything you need to know, what else do you want? He said in an excited tone. However, Zhang Ye did not answer him, and just walked into the heavenly prison tower step by step. As he stepped in, a black chain appeared, directly binding the young man in black robe. In an instant, he felt that the spiritual power in his body began to disappear rapidly. He had a look of fear on his face and wanted to break away, but there was no chance at all. No, let me out. My father is Tianhua Immortal Lord. You can't do this to me. Looking at Zhang Ye walking outside, his voice kept coming. However, as the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the door slowly closed, and the surrounding area instantly fell into endless darkness. Let people go out immediately to see if they can find the Deluo ancient tomb. After walking out of the heavenly prison tower, Zhang Ye gave direct instructions. Yes. More than a dozen monks in the tribulation stage bowed at the same time. Although there is a systematic check-in and there is no shortage of training resources, an ancient tomb of a powerful person in the Deluo realm must have many treasures inside. No one would dislike having too many resources. Following Zhang Ye's order, thousands of Mahayana monks in the underground pavilion left Tianxuan sect directly and began to search in the eastern wasteland. Eastern wasteland, Tianxuan sect. Just when Zhang Ye ordered people to search for the ancient tomb, in the Tianfeng domain next to the eastern wasteland, in an ancient dynasty, a man in yellow robe looked at the figure kneeling below and spoke with a cold tone. Said. Yes, I just got the news that that person did escape to the eastern wasteland and joined a sect of the Tianxuan sect. The list of people kneeling on the ground lowered their heads, not daring to look at the figure above. Humph, does he think he won't be discovered after running to the eastern wasteland? The yellow-robed figure snorted coldly. And that Tianxuan sect, he has such a big tone, he dares to use the word Tianxuan as his name, and he is not afraid of Feng Da's tongue flashing. Do you need me to go? The kneeling figure asked. Well, ask the people from the worship hall to go with you and be sure to bring him back. Yes. The next moment, the figure disappeared instantly. The eyes of the figure in yellow robe closed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the eastern wasteland, in a small border town of a small country called Baifeng country. A shrill roar came. Then screams came one after another. A middle-aged man wanted to run away with a fearful expression, and a wisp of black smoke could be seen floating behind him. Then a sharp claw stretched out from the black smoke. Tear. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs and arms fell all over the ground. There were cries for help and pain all around. And there was that scalp-numbing roar. At this moment, this small town seemed to have turned into a purgatory on earth. No one knows where those monsters came from or how many there are. All they know is that humans have become their food at this moment. The next day, early in the morning, several golden elixir stage monks rushed to this small town. Looking at the small town that had lost all its popularity, each of them had a look of shock and anger on their faces. When they discovered that tens of thousands of people in the small town had died overnight, they became even more furious. But when they tried to find the murderer, they found that there was no clue at all. Unfortunately, they could only leave. Do you think this is really okay for us? In the Chu Kingdom, in a city called Linghai City, two figures, an old man and a young man, were walking on the street. The young man asked worriedly at this moment. What does it matter? We are also following orders, but we just set our target in this city. The old man on the side waved his hand. Aren't you afraid of that one? The young man said with a solemn expression. There's nothing to be afraid of. The worst I can do is get scolded. Even if you can't find those ancient tombs, you should at least look for 2 good seedlings to go back to. That depends on the situation. You don't know that this is just a small area. How can there be so many good seedlings? While the two were talking, a figure suddenly passed between them. In an instant, their expressions became extremely strange. Looking back at the same time, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in their eyes. This person is destined to me. The old man spoke first. Shit, I obviously saw it first. The young man said without any sign of weakness. You are so young, can't you just let me, an old man? Go away, I have lived for more than 30 million years. Then let's see who succeeds first. As if they had reached some kind of agreement, the two looked at each other, and then rushed towards the figure at the same time. Chapter 53. Young man, I'm amazed at your bones. Do you want to become my disciple? Li Yifei is just a scholar in Linghaiken. I plan to go to the library to ask some questions today. However, as soon as he walked onto the street, 2 people, an old man and a young man, suddenly jumped out in front of him. Looking at the old man in front of him and the young man beside him, he couldn't help but show a vigilant look. I wonder what you two are doing? He asked. As for what the old man said, he didn't listen at all. Apprenticeship? I don't even know what this old man does, so why should I worship him as my teacher? I, the elder of Tianxuan Sect, Yang Qingfeng, am wondering if you are interested in practicing to become an immortal. The old man Yang Qingfeng asked with a smile. Tianxuan Zhang? What is that? Li Yifei is just an ordinary person and doesn't know much about the world of cultivation. So when he heard about Tianxuan Sect, he was a little confused. Don't listen to him, this guy is just an old man. The boy on the side said quickly. I don't know what you mean, but I need to go to the library now. Li Yifei took 2 steps back without leaving a trace, with the same vigilant look on his face. He felt that there might be something seriously wrong with these 2 people, so he was ready to leave quickly. However, the young man on the side blocked his way. Brother, don't leave in a hurry, let's go and talk. As he said that, he grabbed Li Yifei's shoulders and appeared in the tea house nearby without waiting for his reaction. Li Yifei felt his eyes blur, and the scene in front of him changed, which made his face turn pale. Have you really met an expert? Just as he was thinking about it, the boy in front of him suddenly took out a few books. Brother, come and take a look. This is the absolute secret book of cultivation. It is the only one that will guarantee you to ascend to the immortal world and live forever. Bang! However, the next moment, the old man suddenly appeared and kicked the young man away without hesitation. Go away, you have the nerve to take out those stall goods. As he spoke, he spat at the young man. Then he showed a bright smile and said, Young man, what do you think of me? As long as you accept me as your teacher, from now on this world will be yours to roam. You piece of shit, how dare you sneak up on me? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the young man rushed over. Struggled with the old man. The corners of Li Yifei's mouth twitched slightly. Is this an expert from outside the world? How did he feel that these were two ruffians? He himself didn't know Li Yifei's talent, but Yang Qingfeng and the others did. Although it is not the top existence, it is still a good seedling. With a little training, it is not impossible to step into the Immortal Sect in the future. They didn't expect that such cultivation seeds existed in this small place. Suddenly, the two people who were struggling stopped at the same time and looked in the same direction. What is that? Yang Qingfeng frowned. The young Wang Ting also showed a doubtful look. After living for so long, to be honest, he has never seen that thing. At this moment, outside Linghai City, a dark smoke was coming towards here at a high speed. With their strength, they could clearly see that there were ferocious-looking humanoid creatures in the smoke. At this moment, these monsters were roaring to the sky with teeth and claws, but no sound was heard. Interesting, I didn't expect that there are existences in this world that the old man can't see through. Yang Qingfeng suddenly showed an interested expression. Would you like to go take a look? Wang Ting tilted his head and asked. As for Li Yifei, he was still confused at this moment. You. However, before he could finish his words, the figures of the old man and the young man disappeared in an instant. Zhou Fei, as the city lord of Linghai City, is also a monk in the foundation building stage. Sitting in his study, he didn't know why he always felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. This made him very uneasy. After he couldn't stand the books in his hands, he chose to go out for a walk. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, the uneasy feeling became stronger. His face couldn't help but look ugly. As a cultivator, this feeling often indicates that something bad is about to happen. At this moment, as if he felt something, he suddenly raised his head, and then his pupil shrank. I saw that above the sky, it was cloudless and clear just now, but now it had turned into pitch black. In the distant sky, a huge black smoke is drifting towards this side. What is that? His brows furrowed. Just as he was about to go check it out, a shrill roar suddenly sounded. I saw the black mist begin to disperse. Small clouds of black smoke began to fall. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. Because he saw figures appearing in the black smoke. Seeing this scene, his figure soared into the sky, exuding the power of the foundation establishment stage. The escort will assemble immediately. At the same time, his voice spread throughout Linghai City. As the order was issued, a bloody aura rose into the sky not far away. Then 3 figures appeared. They are also foundation building monks. Below them, there are thousands of guards in the qi refining stage, but generally they are only at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining. Everyone's faces were extremely serious at this moment. Looking at the black mist in the sky, an extremely depressing atmosphere made them hold their breath involuntarily. 10,000 meters above the ground, Yang Qingfeng and Wang Ting lowered their heads and looked at the scene below, their brows furrowed. With their eyesight, they couldn't even see through what these things were. Although their strength is not very strong, they are only comparable to nascent soul. But this number is too exaggerated. At a glance, they were densely packed, at least tens of thousands of them. How to say? Wang Ting asked. What else can I say? Just kill it, but you can capture one and take it back for study. Yang Qingfeng curled his lips. Just as the guards in Linghai City below were standing ready, the shrill roar came again. Then black smoke enveloped the entire city. Kill! Zhou Fei's deep voice sounded. The next moment, under the leadership of 4 foundation building stage monks, thousands of qi refining stage monks seemed to have merged into one body. A spiritual attack powerful enough to threaten the golden core stage suddenly erupted. However, the moment it came into contact with the black smoke, it disappeared without a trace, just like ice and snow melting. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink. He showed an incredible look. At this moment, ordinary people in Linghai City also noticed the changes in the sky. For a moment, people were panicked, and people began to flee on the street. Damn, what the hell was that? Zhou Fei said with an ugly expression. City Lord, retreat first, I feel this thing is very dangerous. A Foundation establishment stage monk also said with a solemn expression. However, Zhou Fei ignored it and stared at the black smoke in the sky. For a time, the entire Linghai city fell into endless panic. Chapter 54. Let ordinary people evacuate immediately. After gritting his teeth, Zhou Fei spoke. Although he felt that there was great terror in the black smoke, he was the city lord of Linghai city after all, and he must be responsible to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure rose into the sky, and a folding fan appeared in his hand, shooting towards the black smoke. But the next moment he started, a figure appeared next to him. Don't go and die. Then his shoulders were held down. Who? Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. Looking back, he found a young man looking at him with a smile. I think you're pretty good. Do you want to come to Tianxuan Sect and be an outer deacon? Since Zhang Ye divided Tianxuan Sect, in fact, those who want to become a deacon of the outer sect of Tianxuan Sect need at least a nascent soul stage monk. But this is not a difficult matter for Wang Ting. The reason why he was invited was because Zhou Fei could choose to step forward at such a moment. He must have a good character. Tianxuan Zhang? Zhou Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. The junior Lord Zhou Fei of Linghai City has met the senior. He quickly bowed and saluted. Since the incident involving the Lingzhou monks, Tianxuan Sect has now become a household name in the cultivation world of Chu State. And he also knew that the royal family of Chu State seemed to have chosen to attach itself to Tianxuan Sect. Although there was no public announcement, as the city lord in Chu State, he also had channels for information. Almost the moment Wang Ting appeared, he didn't know why the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. This gave him a heavy sigh of relief. How about it? Do you want to consider the suggestion I just made? Wang Ting was still smiling. This. Zhou Fei hesitated. In fact, he also has family power behind him, and he is considered to be the top group in the entire Chu kingdom. If he follows the family's arrangements, his future will be in the Chu court. But after only hesitating for a moment, he said, Junior is willing. In fact, although Xianzong is now very famous, Zhou Fei doesn't really understand it, so he hesitates. But when he thought about the news coming from his family, he still chose to accept it. Haha, very good. Since you have agreed, you can be considered a member of my Tianxuan sect from now on. Just stand here and watch. Wang Ting patted his shoulder. Senior, I wonder what is going on with this black mist. Zhou Fei stood respectfully, thought for a while and asked. I don't know very well, but the things inside are still too dangerous for you. Wang Ting shook his head. Hearing this, Zhou Fei said no more, but looked up at the black mist that was getting closer and closer, with a serious expression on his face. As for the guards in the distance and the other 3 foundation building monks, they all looked at this in confusion. However, he still chose to obey Zhou Fei's order and began to evacuate the people. Seeing the black mist getting closer and closer, Zhou Fei couldn't help but a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't be nervous. Wang Ting on the side seemed to notice his condition and patted him on the shoulder. Here we go. Suddenly, Wang Ting spoke. Zhou Fei quickly looked up, and the next moment his expression became dull. Both the ordinary people who were escaping and the escorts who were evacuating the crowd also raised their heads and opened their eyes blankly. I saw a palm covering the sky and the sun appearing in the sky. They could clearly see the lines on the palm, like ravines. The entire Linghai city seemed so small under this palm. Not to mention humans, it's no exaggeration to compare them to dust. This, what is this? Zhou Fei's voice trembled, and his body trembled involuntarily. A strong sense of fear arose spontaneously. It's just an old guy, it's no big deal. Wang Ting's voice sounded, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Zhou Fei's face twitched. That's nothing. He felt that if this palm was just touching the corner, he would be out of his wits. Roar! The beings in the black mist also discovered the huge palms appearing in the sky, and they all looked up to the sky and roared at the same time. At the same time, the black mist no longer fell, but shrank rapidly. Boom! In an instant, the palm of his hand touched the black mist, and a huge roar came out. Click click click! But it only took a moment before the black mist began to dissipate. Gradually, the monster inside also appeared in people's eyes. Exclaims of exclamation arose one after another. It was a monster with black skin that looked like a human, but its facial features were like fish. As the black mist dissipated, they all let out angry roars. Then he rushed towards the huge palm without any fear. But when they were still some distance away from the palm, they exploded like fireworks one by one. For a moment, black blood and severed limbs flew across the sky and earth. This scene once again made the crowd below stunned. Hiss! Zhou Fei and several others in the foundation stage took a breath of air at this moment. Because they all felt the aura of those monsters, which were at least terrifying existences above the golden core stage. Because they have never seen the nascent soul stage, in their eyes these monsters are at least the golden core stage. When they thought of this, a shiver ran down their spines. If there had not been Wang Ting's obstruction just now, one can imagine their fate at this moment. This made Zhou Fei couldn't help but look at Wang Ting with gratitude and awe. Then they thought that such a terrifying monster was so small under that palm. So who is the owner of that palm? I can't imagine it. In the sky, the black monster rushed towards the huge palm without fear of death. They seem to have no sense of fear. Even if their companions die one by one, nothing can stop them. Interesting. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes, and a flash of light disappeared. The killing continued, but within a dozen breaths, only a few of the tens of thousands of monsters were left. At this moment, the huge palm slowly shrank, and as the last monster kept getting closer, he grabbed it in his hand. Yang Qingfeng frowned as he looked at the monster struggling in his hands. He actually felt a strong aura of dark law from this guy's body. Let's go, take this thing back and see if anyone recognizes it. Wang Ting's figure appeared and spoke. Okay, then I'll go back first, and you bring that kid back. Remember, fair competition. Yang Qingfeng nodded. Then the space shook and he disappeared instantly. Chapter 55. You've been away for a few days and you just brought me something like this. In the heavenly prison tower, Zhang Ye looked at the black-skinned monster in front of him who was tied up with black chains, with a look of helplessness on his face. Yang Qingfeng stood aside, touched his head and said, Sect Master, you have wronged me, but this time I have found a good seedling for you. Don't talk about the ones that are there or not. Let's talk about what this thing is. Why do I feel a disgusting smell? Zhang Ye waved his hand. This guy has a strong aura of dark law in his body. I suspect it is not a creature of this world. You mean alien species? It should be, but I don't know where it comes from specifically. Then why did you bring it back? Zhang Ye frowned. I'm just curious, and I think this thing is not simple. After all, the power of the law can only be manipulated by at least an immortal level powerhouse. It's up to you, but before that you should go find that ancient tomb for me. Zhang Ye shook his head and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a voice came from the side. Where did you find this thing? It was a very weak voice, it was the young man in black robe. Zhang Ye had also chatted with him a few times in the past few days, so he also knew his name. This man's name is Chu Yufan, he comes from the Tianling Immortal realm, and his father is a golden immortal. Hearing his voice at this moment, Zhang Ye couldn't help but look back. You know. I don't know, but 300 years ago, the Tianling Immortal realm also appeared. At that time, it caused a commotion in the Qingzhou Immortal realm. Chu Yufan was silent for a while and then spoke. Zhang Ye and Yang Qingfeng looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Have someone check it out. I suspect there's more to it than just that. Zhang Ye thought for a while and said. Yang Qingfeng nodded. He knew that this thing was nothing to him, but to the entire eastern wasteland, it was very scary. Okay, go and do your work. After waving his hand, Zhang Ye disappeared instantly. Farewell to the sect leader. Yang Qingfeng bowed slightly and said. What kind of existence is your Tianxuan sect? Why do we never have any information about you? Chu Yufan suddenly asked. However, Yang Qingfeng just glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he took the sealed monster to another place. Chu Yufan looked ugly, but he knew that he was in trouble this time. Is Tianxuan sect located ahead? Not far away from the Loxia Mountains, 3 figures looked at the mountains in the distance, and one of them asked. Yes, that boy is in Tianxuan sect. The man in black said quickly. The 2 old men on the side looked at each other and were ready to break into Tianxuan sect directly. However, at this moment, Ling Zhu sent a warning. A creepy feeling came over my heart. This caused both of them to stop moving forward at the same time. What happened? One of them frowned and said with some uncertainty. They didn't stop at all on the way to the eastern wasteland, so they didn't know what happened some time ago. At this moment, as Hedeo realm monks, they actually felt a little bit of fear, which made a trace of doubt appear in their hearts. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The red light was coming towards them at an extremely terrifying speed. Seeing this, the 3 people's pupils shrank. An extremely terrifying aura instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Who are you, and why do you come to our Tianxuan sect? Then a man in black robe appeared and looked at the 3 of them with cold eyes. Mahayana period. The 3 people's scalps instantly went numb. How is this possible? This is the Eastern Wasteland, a small and remote place with few nascent soul stage monks. How could there be any Mahayana stage monks? Junior Du Kifeng of the Black Dragon Dynasty of Tianfeng region, this time we are just passing through your place. We will leave immediately. An old man spoke quickly. At this moment, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, the 3 of them are praying in their hearts, hoping that this person can hear that the Black Dragon Dynasty will not embarrass them. Passing by. The man in black robe was a member of Tianxuan sect's underground pavilion. He rushed over as soon as he sensed the auras of the 3 people. At this moment, hearing the old man's words, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As for the Black Dragon Dynasty, what is that? Yes. The 3 of them nodded. This is a being in the Mahayana stage, and they don't dare to tell their true purpose. Since you are passing by, leave immediately. The man in black robe spoke coldly. Yes, we will leave immediately. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly flew away with flying shields in the distance. Watching the 3 people leaving, the man in black robe pondered for a while, then turned into a red light and headed towards Tianxuan sect. He didn't notice that there was a slight ripple in the void not far away. Then a middle-aged man came out. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief. Heaven and earth dragon vein. He looked at the Loxia mountains in the distance and murmured to himself. Then he raised his head and looked at the leaving man in black robe, his eyes became particularly solemn. He comes from the Central Continent territory, and he is here just to investigate the specific situation of Tianxuan sect. However, as soon as he arrived here, he was shocked. Since the dragon veins of heaven and earth entered the Loxia mountains, the aura of heaven and earth here has been increasing day by day. Now it is comparable to a real holy land for cultivation. Of course this wasn't what shocked him. What really made him feel incredible was that there were too many terrifying auras in this world. But what he sensed was that the auras of more than 20 monks in the tribulation stage had existed here. What is the concept of the period of transcending tribulation in the 20s? If one of them is bad, the entire Tianxuan continent will undergo great changes. At the same time, he frowned. Tianxuan sect. Tianxuan Continent, could this sect be? His pupils shrank. I didn't notice it when I came here, but now that I think about it carefully, I wonder if there is some connection between them. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded. Fellow Taoist, I wonder why you come to our Tianxuan sect. It was still the same question as the man in black robe just now, but the voice was that of an old man. The middle-aged man turned around suddenly and saw an old man who he thought was wearing a yellow robe appeared not far from him. At this moment, he was watching him calmly, without any breath coming out of his body. This made the middle-aged man's pupil shrink. I am Lei Tianming, from the Central Continent. But he quickly came to his senses, clasped his fists and said, Central Continent. The old man raised his eyebrows. I came here this time to pay a visit to the master of Tianxuan sect. Then he continued. Since sneaky exploration won't work, then just visit openly and openly. I see, then come with me. The old man nodded. I don't know the name of Yujao. Who is he from the Tianxuan sect? Lei Tianming asked quickly. Isn't this old man who he can't see clearly the leader of Tianxuan sect? I am Xia Fengjuezi, the elder of Tianxuan sect's Tianj. The old man said with a smile. Then he headed towards Tianxuan sect. Elder Tianj? A glint flashed in Lei Tianming's eyes. Then without hesitation, he followed Fengjuezi towards Tianxuan sect. Chapter 56. As soon as he walked into Tianxuan sect, Lei Tianming felt his scalp numb. There are too many strong people here. He could feel hundreds of auras of Mahayana monks. And when he saw the prison tower that day, his mind went blank. A heartfelt fear arose spontaneously. Even as a great monk in the tribulation stage, he felt so insignificant in front of the heavenly prison tower. The stronger it is, the more terrifying it is. Although he didn't feel the breath of the tribulation stage, he knew that it was definitely not absent, but they all chose to hide themselves. This made Lei Tianming extremely shocked. Where did Tianxuan zone come from? Why was there no news before? At this moment, an old man with a smoking object he didn't recognize in his mouth leisurely passed by. In just a moment, he knew that this must be a being who had transcended the tribulation stage. Hey, Lao Feng, who is this? Guo Yanming looked at Lei Tianming with some confusion. This fellow Taoist is from the Central Continent and comes to pay homage to the sect master. Feng Juezi didn't hide it either. Oh, it seems that the sect master is in his courtyard now. You can go directly. Guo Yanming nodded. He is not afraid whether Lei Tianming has evil intentions. After all, this is Tianxuan sect. Even if a saint from the upper world comes, he will not be able to cause harm to Zhang Ye. Feng Juezi nodded and led Lei Tianming directly towards Zhang Ye's yard. Soon the two arrived at their destination. Sect master, this fellow Taoist is Lei Tianming from the Central Continent. He said he wants to meet you. Arriving next to Zhang Ye, Feng Juezi pointed at Lei Tianming in the distance and said. The reason why Lei Tianming was brought here directly was mainly because he was in the tribulation stage and was qualified to meet Zhang Ye directly. Zhang Ye, who was closing his eyes to rest, opened his eyes. From a distance, Lei Tianming looked at Feng Juezi, who was bowing slightly, and Zhang Ye, who was lying on the recliner, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. As a monk in the tribulation stage, Feng Juezi could be so respectful to a person. So what kind of person would this leader of Tianxuan sect be? At this moment, Zhang Ye looked over. Lei Tianming finally saw Zhang Ye's appearance clearly. He was not surprised at all that the leader of Tianxuan sect was so young. After all, Once one's strength has reached a certain level, it is not difficult to rejuvenate one's youth. I, Lei Tianming, have met the master of Tianxuan Sect. Stepping forward, Lei Tianming clasped his fists and said, I wonder if fellow deist Lei has any business coming to our Tianxuan Sect. Zhang Ye sat up and spoke directly. I came here mainly because of the affairs of the Lingzhou monks. Lei Tianming replied. Oh, then I wonder if fellow deist Lei is going to come to seek an explanation for them. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. I don't know why, but at this moment Lei Tianming felt his head buzzing, as if some great terror was about to come. He shook his head quickly, and then said, No, the main reason is that the east of the mainland has not been very peaceful recently. Now more than 80% of the monks in Lingzhou have disappeared, so I have no choice but to shamelessly come over to take a look. Unsatisfied? What should I say? Zhang Ye suddenly thought of the black-skinned monster brought back by Yang Qingfeng. After a period of silence, Lei Tianming said, 10 years ago, a large number of space barriers suddenly appeared on the continent. There was nothing at first, but in the past 2 years, those barriers suddenly shattered, and a layer of space barriers appeared from them. A monster. Following Lei Tianming's narration, Zhang Ye finally understood that it was indeed that kind of black-skinned monster. About 2 years ago, those barriers began to break down, and those black-skinned monsters came out of them. They were still very weak at first. But as it continues to devour the flesh and blood of creatures and the aura of heaven and earth, they actually kept getting stronger. Now the most powerful black-skinned monster they have discovered is comparable to a Mahayana monk. As for whether there is a more powerful one, they don't know yet. But because the number is too huge, even the holy places in the central continent cannot turn a blind eye. Then don't you know what fellow deist Lei wants us to do? Zhang Ye thought for a while and asked. For the future of Tianxuan Continent, I hope that Tianxuan Sect can be responsible for the eastern region of the continent. In fact, this was something he just thought of. The main reason is that he didn't expect Tianxuan Sect to be so powerful, and its superficial strength was even more terrifying than the ordinary holy places in the central continent. The eastern part of the continent is quite large. The Tianxuan Sect, can't even cover it. However, Zhang Ye shook his head. Don't worry, in order to prevent what may happen, the 13 holy places in our central continent have formed an alliance. If Tianxuan Sect is willing, you can join. To join you guys. Zhang Ye showed a smile that he didn't know what it meant and said, although our Tianxuan Sect is not a big force, we still have no problem guarding my 3/3 of an acre of land, so why should I join you? Not a big force? Lei Tianming's face twitched. If Tianxuan Sect is not a big force, then what are the so-called holy places on Tianxuan Continent? You are joking. Tianxuan Sect is so powerful and full of talents. We are very relieved to leave the eastern region to you. Although he kept complaining in his heart, Lei Tianming still kept complimenting him. You have to know that in war, people will die. Our Tianxuan Sect doesn't have many people, so I'm afraid. Zhang Ye did not finish his words, but sighed and shook his head at the end. Lei Tianming was never a negotiator, so he felt a little helpless at this moment. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, gritted his teeth and said, if Tianxuan is willing to protect the eastern continent, I can make the decision and give Tianxuan 3 places to enter the Fairy Spirit Tower. Fairy Tower? Zhang Ye was stunned. Seemingly seeing his doubts, Lei Tianming explained, the Fairy Tower is a fairy tower that fell in the middle of the continent a million years ago. Legend has it that there is a supreme inheritance from the upper world, although no one has obtained it yet. But you can get good opportunities every time you enter it. Zhang Ye was not interested when he heard this. He has a system and is not very interested in these so-called opportunities. Seeing this, Lei Tianming was also at a loss for words. This is already the best thing he can come up with. If Zhang Ye still doesn't agree, he has no choice. But at this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly said, actually, it's not impossible for us to protect the East. Lei Tianming looked at him for a moment, waiting for what Zhang Ye would say next. Chapter 57. What do you need? Lei Tianming looked at Zhang Ye and asked seriously. With a snap, Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. They saw the void shake, and a map appeared in front of them. I can hold the eastern area, but from here on, it will belong to Tianxuan Sect. How about that? Zhang Ye said and drew a stroke on the map with his finger. Lei Tianming frowned, and there was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. Although Tianxuan Continent has 3,000 great domains, to put it bluntly, these 3,000 great domains actually have their own power. Now Zhang Ye's stroke directly extended hundreds of large areas. How could this not make him hesitate? It's too much. Lei Tianming said. I have secured thousands of large domains for you. It's not too much for me to ask for these. Zhang Ye shook his head and continued, and you have to know that among these more than 100 domains, the best ones are only the 3 large domains near the middle. After being silent for a while, Lei Tianming gritted his teeth and said, I need to go back and discuss it with others. After all, it's not my place to make the final decision on more than 100 large areas. Okay, you'd better hurry up. Now that kind of monster has appeared in the eastern wasteland. I guess there should be other big areas too. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. Lei Tianming's expression hardened and he nodded. In that case, I will take my leave first. If there is any news, I will inform you immediately. At this moment, he has already used honorifics. After all, he is asking for help from others. Zhang Ye nodded, and then motioned to Feng Jueze to take him away. Soon Zhang Ye was the only one left in the yard. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The system task is being released. Extraterrestrial creatures have been detected. The host has the following options. Choice 1, close the sect and turn a blind eye to everything outside. You can get rewards, a lot of training resources. Option 2, protect Tianxuan Continent from being invaded by external evil spirits. You can get a reward, a mysterious gift package ×1. There are actually system tasks. Zhang Ye's face lit up with joy. After looking at the 2 options, he chose the second one without any hesitation. Today, Tianxuan Zone does not lack cultivation resources, although many times the things obtained by signing in are of little use. However, cultivation resources will still be obtained, and since the establishment of the underground pavilion, most of the members have been sent out by him to start searching for resources on the mainland. So for the system reward, he directly chose the mysterious gift package. As his thoughts moved, the system's voice sounded again. After the host selection is completed, you will receive a mysterious gift package X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sect building, the Trial Tower. The Trial Tower has a total of 18 floors. You can get rewards for each floor you pass. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sect building, the Weapon Refining Pavilion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Summoning Order X20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Special Summoning Order X1. A special summoning order can be used to summon a special being to come. Congratulations to the host for getting. Zhang Ye was stunned by more than 10 notification sounds in a row. Regardless of the others, there are 20 golden summoning orders. At least 20 of them are monks who have been in the tribulation stage after their strength was suppressed. As for the other things, they are all things that can greatly enhance the strength of Tianxuan Sect. After a while, he came back to his senses. Then a thought came. 2 buildings suddenly appeared in Tianxuan Sect. These are the Trial Tower and the Weapon Refining Pavilion respectively. He did not go to check it out immediately, but chose to use the Golden Summoning Order. In one moment, 20 terrifying auras appeared between heaven and earth, and in the next moment, 20 figures appeared. They were both men and women, old and young, and they all bowed to Zhang Ye at the same time. Meet the sect master. No gifts. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Zhang Ye ignored them and looked at a purple token in his hand. Use. As he thought, the purple token suddenly turned into a purple light and rose into the sky. The next moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to roll. Terrible thunder appeared in the sky, and dark clouds rolled in for a moment. Zhang Ye looked carefully, and his pupils shrank the next moment. Suddenly, among those dark clouds, figures appeared one after another. They were wearing white armor and holding spears. Although the aura exuding from their bodies was not as good as the 20 people below. But they are also all great monks in the Hedao realm. However, this time it was not Zhang Ye who was moved. What really made him feel incredible was that there were so many of them, so densely packed that they covered the entire sky. If it weren't for the formation barrier, Loxia Mountains might be in chaos again now. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched as his consciousness swept over him. But what followed was endless ecstasy. There are actually tens of thousands of Hedao realm monks here. This is completely an army. Congratulations to the host for getting Heavenly Guard times 10,000. Looking at the 10,000 people above his head, Zhang Ye almost laughed to the sky. At this moment, on the other side of Tianxuan Sect, Mu Swecking and others were also frightened by the changes in the sky and ran out. When they saw the white-armored sergeants all over the sky, they all opened their mouths. At this moment, the number of their disciples has obviously decreased by several. As for where they went, Mu Swecking and others did not know. All I know is that a guard in white took them away a few days ago and never came back. Only the attentive Han Tian noticed that those who disappeared were those who were not firm when the Lingzhou monks came that day. This gave him some ideas. Who are they? Mu Tian said with a trembling voice. They shouldn't be enemies. Zholing tightened her face and said seriously. It should be someone from the section. Mu Long also spoke. At this moment, the mysterious existence in Han Tian's sea of consciousness no longer wanted to speak. Hedao realm. They were all in the Hedao realm, which almost made him unstable. L. Yuning's eyelids twitched. He recognized that these white-armored sergeants were actually more terrifying than Mr. Wang. This left him at a loss what to say. Xianzong was so terrible today. But at this moment, there was some joy in his heart. He can now be considered a member of Tianxuan Sect. Suddenly he thought of something, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had made some decision, and a look of determination appeared on his face. Yes, although it is only in the Hedao realm, 10,000 people are enough. Zhang Ye nodded with satisfaction. But so many people also made it difficult for him. How to settle? Although Tianxuan Sect's area is still relatively large, it is still difficult to arrange for the sudden appearance of 10,000 people. After thinking for a while, he said, everyone immediately formed a small team of 100 people and dispersed into the large area in the eastern part of Tianxuan Continent, paying close attention to the trends in all large areas. Yes. As his words fell, thousands of people spoke at the same time. The world seemed to tremble at this sound. Chapter 58. So, you are back like this? A cold voice echoed in the hall, and a terrifying pressure rushed towards him. In the main hall, the three people were trembling and did not dare to raise their heads to look at the man sitting on the throne. Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to, but there were Mahayana monks in Xianzong that day, and so did we. Hey, so what about the Mahayana period? Are we, the Black Dragon dynasty, still afraid of him? Sitting on the throne, Qin Haoshan said coldly. The three people below were silent for a moment. Haha, you are not afraid, but we are. The three of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Forget it, go down. After a long silence, Qin Haoshan finally spoke. The three of them quickly exited the hall as if they were granted amnesty. Qin Haoshan stood up from the throne. After pondering for a while, his figure slowly disappeared. Black Wind Mountain is a forbidden area of the Black Dragon dynasty and no one is allowed to enter. As a breeze blew by, Qin Haoshan's figure appeared here. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his cheek. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared, Qin Haoshan didn't react at all. "What are you doing here?" the middle-aged man said coldly. "Come and pay homage to our ancestors." Qin Haoshan spoke calmly. "Why? I have found the murderer of my son, but for some special reasons, I hope my ancestor can take action. You know, this is a special period. The ancestors all need to sleep. You shouldn't come." The middle-aged man's voice was still cold. Qin Haoshan frowned, and the hands hidden in his robes turned into fists. However, he also knew this person's character, so he just said calmly, "I hope you can trouble me and report it." The middle-aged man stood there and thought for a while, then turned and walked into Black Wind Mountain. Qin Haoshan said nothing more, just stood there and waited silently. About half the time it took for the incense to be poured, the middle-aged man came back. "Only the seventh ancestor is not asleep now. He asked me to ask him about his strength." "The Mahayana period," Qin Haoshan replied. "Does the ancestor need to take action during the Mahayana stage?" A mocking smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips. Qin Haoshan didn't reply, just looked at him calmly. "Tell me, where is the power? I'll go there myself." The middle-aged man didn't care and just spoke calmly. "Eastern Wasteland, Chu State, Tianxuan Sect. In that case, you should go back. The seventh ancestor is also going to sleep. I will handle the matter over there." The middle-aged man nodded. "Thank you very much." Holding his fists, Qin Haoshan disappeared instantly. As for the middle-aged man, he did not stop and disappeared in the same instant. "Your Majesty, this is already the third city to be massacred. We must find a way to find the real culprit, otherwise I'm afraid." In the imperial palace in the capital of Chu State, Mu Chen frowned and listened to the report of an official below. "It's already the third one, and we haven't found the real culprit yet. What do I need from you?" As the official finished speaking, Mu Chen slapped the dragon chair and said coldly, "Your Majesty, it's not that we don't do our best, it's that the other party is too cunning. Every time he commits an attack, he escapes far away, and his strength is extremely terrifying." The official said quickly, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "Strong enough? Isn't there anything the Golden Core stage can do?" Mu Chen's face was still cold. "Several worshippers in the worship hall have taken action, but none of them have the slightest clue." Mu Chen was silent for a moment. "Do you know who the murderer is?" "There is no clue, but it should be a demon cultivator. The dead in the three cities have all turned into withered bones, and their flesh and blood have disappeared." "I understand, go down." Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen suppressed his inner irritation and waved his hand. The official breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the hall, leaving Mu Chen alone on the dragon chair. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hall. "Who are you?" Mu Chen's pupil shrank, and there was a look of shock on his face. "According to the order of the sect master, Chu State will start martial law across the country from today. Something big is about to happen." Mu Chen's expression changed. But he quickly reacted. "Are you from Tianxuan Sect?" However, the man did not answer his question, but continued, "In the next period of time, the Eastern Barren Territory and even the entire Tianxuan Continent will be in chaos. You only need to stabilize Chu State." "Yes, I understand." Although the other party did not reveal his identity, he was already sure that he was from Tianxuan Sect. So he said quickly. The man nodded and disappeared instantly. Mu Chen stood up with a solemn expression. After being silent for a long time, he quickly walked towards the depths of the palace. Click click. The numbing sound of chewing came in the dark night. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps, and the sound of chewing disappeared instantly. A man in black robes walked on the street. The building doors on both sides of the street were opened, and occasionally cold corpses could be seen appearing. There was black mist in the sky, and the city below had turned into the capital of the dead. It is also a canteen for monsters. The scary-looking black-skinned monsters were enjoying their food. The man in black robe turned a blind eye to these. And the black-skinned monsters around him showed no intention of attacking him. The man in black robe had a crazy look on his face hidden under his hood. Eat, eat. When you are fully grown, this world will become ours. His voice was hoarse, and he was now on the street, with his arms stretched out as if he wanted to hug something. As if sensing his inner thoughts, hundreds of black-skinned monsters appeared all around. The next moment, they simultaneously let out a shrill roar. That night, the entire town fell into a sea of death. Chapter 59. In the dark alley, a little girl's face was pale and her little body was trembling. Not far from her, a 3-meter-tall black-skinned monster greedily stuck out its scarlet tongue. The little girl wanted to escape, but fear had made her lose the ability to move, and she could only watch the monster approaching step by step. Hiss! The black-skinned monster opened its mouth suddenly, and flesh and blood residue could still be seen on the sharp fangs. Just when the little girl was about to die, a white light suddenly flashed in the sky. Then I saw black liquid splashing out. The huge monster's body was directly nailed to the ground by a spear. The little girl trembled and slowly raised her head. I saw a tall figure appearing not far away. It was a man wearing white armor. Tap tap tap. The man walked forward step by step and pulled out the spear from the monster's body. Then get ready to leave. The little girl suddenly came to her senses, mustered up her courage, and ran quickly to the man. I saw her looking at him like that with her black and white eyes open. Thank you, thank you. Nyonyo's voice sounded, and the man lowered his head and looked at her. Hide, it will be dangerous later. A low voice sounded, and then he left the alley step by step. Looking at his back, a look of gratitude flashed in the little girl's eyes, and then she disappeared into the dark alley. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded instantly and spread throughout the small town. Then the monsters roared one after another. They seemed to feel something that made them feel a little uneasy. What happened? The man in black robe suddenly raised his head, revealing the face of a slightly pale middle-aged man. At this moment, there was a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly he seemed to feel something, and he looked in one direction. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came from far to near. Gradually, he saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness on the street in the distance. Looking at the white armor on his body and the spear in his hand, the man in black robe couldn't help but frown. Who are you? A hoarse voice sounded, and the man in black robe said coldly. Tianxuan Sect, Heavenly Guard Army. This person was a member of the Heavenly Guard sent by Zhang Ye. Tianxuan Sect. The man in black robe frowned again. He had never heard of Tianxuan Sect. After all, this is the Jiuxuan territory, and there are at least a dozen large domains separated from the Eastern Wasteland territory, so it is normal for him not to know. Now that you're here, don't leave. But he quickly put the doubts in his mind behind him and stared coldly at the Heavenly Guard with a cruel smile on his face. As his words fell, black-skinned monsters appeared on the surrounding buildings. Among them, more than 10 are obviously larger than others. Ordinary black-skinned monsters are only the size of normal humans, but they are 5 to 6 meters tall. And the aura emanating from them is much stronger than other monsters. Regarding this, the expression of the Heavenly Guards remained unchanged. It's just a bunch of rubbish. Kill him for me. The man in black robe raised his hand and pointed at the Heavenly Guard. In an instant, a roar broke through the sky and resounded throughout the city. At the same time, hundreds of monsters came towards him. Humph, I don't know whether to live or die. The Heavenly Guards said coldly. The next moment, the spear in his hand suddenly collided with the ground. Boom! In an instant, the ground cracked, and cracks like spider webs spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, and those monsters at the front exploded. The black-robed man's pupils shrank. Hedeo realm. His face became paler. How come there are monks in the Hedeo realm here? But now was not the time to think about this. Seeing the terrifying aura coming from the distance, he turned around and wanted to escape. However, at this moment, a white light suddenly appeared, covering the entire city in an instant. The shrill roars continued to sound. The black-skinned monster hidden in the city turned into ashes the moment it came into contact with the white light. The man in black robe quickly shuttled through the alley. His strength was only in the foundation building stage. Facing the great monks in the Hedeo realm, he had no choice but to run away. However, the next moment white light hit him instantly, his pupils suddenly dilated, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Another city was massacred. The sky turned white, and two figures appeared over the city. Their faces were particularly ugly. What do you think those are? Suddenly someone spoke. In the city below, a large area has been turned into ruins. You can see groups of black and grey things scattered on the ground in that large area. This made the two look at each other. Hundreds of cities have been massacred in the Jiuxuan domain. This is the first time they have seen such a scene. The next moment, the two figures fell down, looking at the ruins around them, with solemn expressions on their faces. According to the extent of the damage here, it is impossible to tell the strength of the being who took action based on their strength. Some monks should have taken action. One person frowned, and then he looked at the black and grey ashes on the ground. But what is this? Although a large number of massacres of cities have occurred in the Jiuxuan domain. But the murderer is very cunning, and they have no clue at all. I don't even know if the murderer is a human or a demon. One person raised his hand and waved, and a ball of ashes was held in his hand. Let's go, let the elders take a look when we get back. The two left soon. Not long after they left, a small figure came from a distance. She raised her head and stared blankly at the two leaving figures, not knowing what she was thinking. I don't know since when, the monks in Tianxuan Continent all felt something was wrong. Especially in the central continent, after the senior officials of the 13 Holy Lands gathered together for a meeting, the entire central continent became different. It was depressing and boring, as if something big was about to happen. This made the casual cultivators feel deeply uneasy. Zhang Ye had no idea about this. At this moment, he was looking at a long sword in his hand, his eyes full of joy. He finally had a weapon of his own. Nether Sky Palace, the best immortal weapon, can grow magical weapons. This is his reward for signing in today. Touching the cold sword body, Zhang Ye could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in it. As if he could feel his joyful heart, the immortal weapon in his hand began to tremble, also revealing a deep joy. At this moment, Zhang Ye's expression changed, and then he raised his head and looked outside Tianxuan Sect. Chapter 60. Hu. Above the Loxia Mountains, a loud roar like thunder suddenly sounded. For a moment, the people in the city below looked up at the same time. Then a tall figure appeared in mid-air. Cultivator of the tribulation stage. A slightly surprised voice came. I saw the space in the distance shake, and a figure appeared. It was a man with a hideous scar on his face. At this moment, he frowned and looked at the tall man above Tianxuan Sect in the distance. Who are you? How dare you trespass on our Tianxuan Sect? Tu Tian looked at the figure and spoke coldly. At the same time, a terrible pressure was suppressed towards the other party. The scarred man's name was Qin Ji. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the opponent's aura, he just snorted coldly. At the same time, an equally terrifying breath burst out and collided with it. The sky was distorted for a moment. Hand over Han Tian and I will leave, otherwise. Qin Ji said coldly. Han Tian? Tu Tian frowned. Although he had stayed in Tianxuan Sect for a few days, to be honest, he was not very familiar with the people in Tianxuan Sect. But it doesn't matter, the other party dares to come to his Tianxuan Sect to ask for someone, that is, he doesn't take Tianxuan Sect seriously. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Roar! No nonsense, a terrifying tiger roar sounded. He saw a huge white tiger transformed from spiritual energy appearing behind him, and thunder flashed in the void around him. Qin Ji felt the pressure of this force and couldn't help but frown. In this case, we can only do it once, he said coldly. The next moment, he saw a mysterious magic circle spread out under his feet. In just one breath, it enveloped the entire Luxe Mountains. The crowd below couldn't help but exclaimed. Tu Tian frowned, and he discovered that the guy opposite him was also in the great perfection stage of transcending tribulation. But he was not afraid at all. Behind him, the huge spiritual white tiger looked up to the sky and roared. Then he took steps to kill Qin Ji. For a moment, the space trembled, and the void was shattered. Even the magic circle at Qin Ji's feet couldn't stop him in the slightest. Boom! For a moment, the terrifying spiritual power fluctuated over the Luxe Mountains, and a storm swept across all directions. The next moment, Baihu and Qin Ji collided. Bang! Just like the impact of Hongzhong and De Lu, the terrifying power shook the heaven and earth. A cold light flashed in Qin Ji's eyes, and he smacked his palm fiercely. A huge palm measuring 100 feet appeared and directly swatted the white tiger away. However, at this moment, Tu Tian had already arrived in front of him. While his pupils were infinitely dilated, a seemingly ordinary fist struck towards him. In an instant, his alarm bells rang loudly, and he did not dare to hesitate at all. A jade pendant exploded directly. Boom! A terrifying crash was heard, and a terrifying shock wave directly smashed a 100-foot mountain peak behind Qin Ji into powder. However, a dark blue light shield appeared in front of him, and he was able to withstand Tu Tian's attack. Good! Tu Tian grinned, and then a terrifying shock wave erupted with him as the center. The next moment, he saw the void above his head split open, and a huge white tiger claw appeared. He slapped Qin Ji again. Click! He saw the light mask shattering suddenly, but Qin Ji also disappeared in an instant. Reappeared already thousands of meters away. His face was extremely solemn, and his eyes looking at Tu Tian were full of shock. This guy is too strong. At the same time, a question also appeared in his mind. Who is this guy? Why has he never heard of such a powerful person in the tribulation stage? And this Tianxuan sect, since there are cultivators in the tribulation stage in charge, no news has come out before. While the two were confronting each other, in the Tianxuan sect below, Han Tian's face looked very ugly at the moment. He didn't expect that he had already reached the Eastern Barren territory, and the other party was still not going to let him go. But looking at the situation now, it looks good. An elder has taken action. At least it should be impossible for the other party to catch him. This made him very happy. Fortunately, he joined Tianxuan sect, otherwise if he was caught, he would definitely die. I didn't expect that there would be so many monks in the Xianzong tribulation stage on this day, and another one appeared unexpectedly. In his mind, the mysterious voice sounded, and his tone was full of disbelief. His existence is very mysterious, and even Han Tian only knows a little bit about it. Hearing his voice at this moment, Han Tian did not reply, but just watched the battle in the sky silently. Your strength is very good, but if you want to defeat me just like this, you're still a little short of the mark. Qin Ji's voice was particularly cold. So what? But Tu Tian grinned. Since we can't tell the winner, why not just hand him over and I will leave? Qin Ji suppressed the shock in his heart, and his voice was no longer so cold. The opponent's strength has already won his respect. If you want to take people away like this, wouldn't I be embarrassed? However, Tu Tian directly rejected his proposal. Since Han Tian is already a disciple of Tianxuan Sect, as the elder of Tianj, he needs to protect him. Then there's no way. Qin Ji's face turned extremely serious for a moment. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rioted again, and with a wave of his hand, it bombarded Tushan. Suddenly the war breaks out again. Chapter 61. Above the Loxia Mountains, the terrifying pressure from the two men filled all directions. Just when the two were about to continue their action, a voice suddenly sounded. Who are you? Where are you from? The voice was calm, but it made Qin Ji's pupils shrink in an instant. At some point, a figure stood behind him. He didn't notice it at all, which sent a chill down his spine. Brush! In an instant, his figure rushed out 1,000 meters away, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Then he looked at the man and found that he was a handsome young man. Another one who has transcended the tribulation period. There was a look of shock on his face. What is going on with Xianzong today? There are actually monks who are in the tribulation period. However, before he could reply, terrifying divine consciousness locked onto him instantly. For a moment, he felt a life and death crisis filling his surroundings, making him tremble. The next moment, figures appeared all around, more than 20 of them. Feeling the breath of these people, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The period of transcending tribulation is actually the period of transcending tribulation. You. He opened his mouth, but only 2 words came out. Can you tell me the question you just asked? Mo Xiao Yan asked calmly. Tianfeng Domain, Black Dragon Dynasty, Qin Ji. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ji knew that he had hit an iron plate this time. Why come to our Tianxuan sect? Mo Xiao Yan continued to ask. Your disciple killed my nephew. Qin Ji replied without any concealment. Mo Xiao Yan nodded, and then looked to a place below. Feeling his gaze, Han Tian stood up straight. At the same moment, the voice in his body also fell silent. But at this moment, Mo Xiao Yan discovered something and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Is it him? However, he did not take action directly, but looked at Qin Ji. Yes, just leave him to me and pretend this didn't happen. Qin Ji had suppressed the shock in his heart and said coldly. I think you are mentally ill. Haven't you seen the situation clearly yet? At this time Tu Tian sneered. However, Qin Ji ignored his words and said without fear, although you are good in strength, you must know that the water in Tianxuan Continent is very deep. Don't get into trouble just because of one person. Haha, interesting. On the other side, an old man in black robe chuckled. The next moment, a black light appeared in front of Qin Ji. His pupil shrank. Qin Ji did not hesitate and directly crushed a jade pendant he had already held in his hand. Buzz! As the jade pendant shattered, the world became silent for an instant. But it only happened for a moment. The next moment, a terrifying pressure appeared that should not belong to this world. I saw the void shattering, and a mysterious space appeared. Everyone saw a figure slowly walking out of that space. Who dares to touch my people in Immortal Burial Valley? The old voice sounded, and for a moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a surge of heavenly power emerged. Mo Xiao Yan and a group of Tianj elders narrowed their eyes at the same time. He is actually a person recognized by the will of heaven and earth. There was also a hint of surprise in Mo Xiao Yan's eyes. Have a vision. A figure appeared next to Qin Ji, frowning at the surrounding scene. It seemed that the more than 20 people who were in the tribulation stage were not noticed by him. Meet the 7th ancestor. Qin Ji saluted quickly, his eyes full of enthusiasm. I didn't expect that people like you still exist in Tianxuan Continent. Looking at a group of monks in the tribulation stage, he was also a little surprised in his eyes. I didn't expect that there are immortals in this Tianxuan Continent. It seems that you should be the guardian of this world. Mo Xiaoyan directly stated the old man's strength, but he showed no fear at all. Haha, fellow Taoist seems to be very familiar with people like us. Ancestor Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Xiaoyan. They are just a group of servants of heaven. Mo Xiaoyan shook his head. In an instant, a terrifying coercion on the seventh ancestor was directed toward Mo Xiaoyan. Mo Xiaoyan just glanced at this calmly. The next moment, a power far beyond that of the old man erupted in his body. Click click click. At this moment, it seemed as if the world could not bear the force and began to shatter inch by inch. A giant thunder dragon appeared among the dark clouds in the sky and blasted towards Mo Xiaoyan. So it's trouble. Mo Xiaoyan frowned. After offsetting the old man's pressure, the power in his body disappeared instantly. Without its target, the thunder dragon also disappeared between heaven and earth. How can it be? Qin Ji's pupil shrank, with a shocked and incredible look on his face. Just in the blink of an eye, the aura emanating from Mo Xiaoyan made his body stiff. If the seventh ancestor hadn't been standing in front of him, he would have been out of his wits in just that moment. He quickly looked at the seventh ancestor, but found that wisps of sweat appeared on his forehead at some point. This made his mind feel like a bomb exploding, and he instantly lost the ability to think. The seventh ancestor was actually frightened. He could clearly see the slightly trembling body of the seventh patriarch. Let's go. Before he could react, Qi Zia grabbed his body and wanted to leave. Come when you want, leave when you want, think of me as Tianxuan Sect. It was at this moment that a cold voice sounded. The moment this voice sounded, an extreme edge appeared between heaven and earth. Impossible. The seventh patriarch let out a scream, and the indifference he felt just now disappeared, replaced by deep fear. Before he could make any move, a cold light appeared in front of him. Phew! A trace of red appeared on his chest, and then spread quickly. In just a few breaths, the front of his robe was dyed red. The seventh ancestor's face turned pale and his body began to tremble. Seventh ancestor. Qin Ji's expression changed drastically. Walk. However, the seventh ancestor gritted his teeth and was about to break through the void and escape. Feng Chuixu's figure appeared, and the ordinary long sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed. At this moment, the way of heaven retreated, leaving only the world of swords filling the world. No! With a shrill scream, the seventh ancestor's body split into two halves. Thump! Qin Ji knelt down on the ground with a dull look on his face. His face was stained with blood, but he didn't react at all. Looking at the body split in two in front of him, he never thought that the seventh ancestor would be defeated. Yes, the seventh ancestor was only defeated, not dead. As an existence recognized by heaven, it is difficult for him to be killed in Tianxuan Continent. However, defeating this is impossible. So Qin Ji at this moment has lost the ability to think. A golden light emerged, wrapping the body that was split into two. Soon the seventh ancestor appeared again, but at this moment his face was pale. The moment he saw the white-robed figure not far away, a look of fear appeared on his face. You, how is that possible? He muttered. It's so lively. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. For a moment, the group of monks in the tribulation stage who were still talking about this side instantly closed their mouths. Even Feng Shui took a step back. Although it was just one step, it caused the Qi ancestors' expression to change drastically. Chapter 62. The seventh ancestor's face was particularly solemn. I saw a figure from Tianxuan Sect walking slowly through the air. He saw that it was a young man in his early 20s, with a smile on his face. At this moment, the seventh patriarch's pupils were full of disbelief. Ordinary people? No, it can't be an ordinary person. Although there was no breath coming out, it was precisely because of this that he felt fear at this moment. There was something in this world that he couldn't see through. Meet the sect master. A group of people around him, including Feng Shuixiu, bowed and saluted at the same time. Really? The seventh ancestor's pale face became extremely ugly. He was thinking about whether to wake those people up. Today's situation had completely exceeded his expectations. If one is not careful, even he will not be able to survive 100%. Are you here to see my apprentice? Zhang Ye waved his hand, then tilted his head and looked at the two of them. Greetings to the leader of Tianxuan Sect, I am Tianxuan, from the Immortal Burial Valley. The seventh ancestor, Tianxuan, said with his fists clasped. As for Ji, he didn't dare to express his anger at this moment. He just stood there stiffly. The current scene is no longer enough for him to speak during his short period of tribulation. We were rude this time. I will make amends to Tianxuan Sect and will not come looking for that person from now on. Qin Shuan said cautiously. Compensation? What compensation are you going to use? Zhang Ye looked the two of them up and down, and then spoke. This. Qin Shuan was silent for a moment. The origin of this Tianxuan sect is mysterious and its strength is unfathomable. What kind of compensation can I get? This question instantly made him embarrassed. I'm very curious as to how my apprentice provoked you. A tribulation and a heavenly immortal actually took action in person. The two were silent again, and at the same time, they cursed Qin Haoshan bloody in their hearts. It's better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies, so let's talk about it. It's not a big deal. After a long time, Qin Shuan sighed and said to Qin Ji. Yes. Qin Ji suddenly came to his senses, suppressed the fear in his heart, and began to speak. Sure enough, it is a very bloody plot. Han Tian is a child of a large family in a small country in the Tianfeng territory. Because a woman killed Qin Haoshan's most promising son. Later, for some unknown reason, he actually ran to the Eastern Barren territory and joined the Tianxuan sect by chance. Then the Black Dragon dynasty got the news, and the scene ended up like this. Zhang Ye nodded while listening. Soon Qin Ji finished his story. That's it. Zhang Ye rubbed his forehead. The next moment, the space shook, and a figure instantly appeared in front of everyone. This person is Han Tian. At this moment, Han Tian has not come back to his senses. Just for a moment, his figure appeared in the open space thousands of meters away. Feeling the sights around him, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As for the mysterious existence in his body, he didn't dare to make the slightest move at this moment. Disciple pays homage to master. Han Tian quickly bowed and said. I heard that you killed their people, is this true? Zhang Ye didn't waste any time and asked directly. Yes, it is precisely because of this that the disciple had to leave the Tianfeng territory and come to the Eastern Wasteland territory. Han Tian was silent for a while and replied. At the same time, a flash of hatred flashed in his eyes. My family and my fiancé died because of this. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. Qin Shuan's expression changed in an instant. He felt a creepy feeling surge into his heart, causing him to hold a jet black jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant is what summons those sleeping people. If something goes wrong, he will shake people directly. Zhang Ye saw right through his little moves, but he didn't make the slightest move. As long as he is within the scope of Tianxuan Zong, no matter what the other party's situation is, he will not blink an eye. It seems like it's a blood feud. Zhang Ye looked back at Qin Suiwen and the two of them, with neither sadness nor joy on his face. It was at this glance that both of them shuddered. Little friend, I can guarantee here that from today on, the Black Dragon dynasty will not come. We will just pretend that this incident never happened and we can also compensate you. Qin Shuan said quickly. However, Han Tian looked at him coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. His parents were killed and his fiancée was also killed. How could he give up on such a grudge? Your Excellency, Sect Master, it is better to resolve enemies than to make enemies. How about we just let this matter go? Tianxuan saw that Han Tian didn't answer him, so he turned his attention to Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye ignored him and just looked at Han Tian and said, "You are my disciple. You can do whatever you want. No one can stop you." Han Tian suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhang Ye with eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Without hesitation, he knelt down and said, "Master, I hope I will avenge myself. Let them leave." A smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. Sure enough, he is a person of great luck. When this so-called immortal burial valley faces such an existence, the final outcome is already doomed. Now that my disciple has said it, you can get out of here. Although he could slap the two of them to death, in the end Zhang Ye still chose to respect Han Tian's choice. Although he felt extremely aggrieved, Tianxuan still picked up Qin Ji and disappeared in an instant. He needed to go back and discuss the Tianxuan Sect's situation with his brothers. He knew that Tianxuan Continent might be about to undergo major changes. And the source is this Tianxuan Sect. Chapter 63. Roar. A sharp roar sounded. A huge monster rushed out of the darkness. Liu Ning's face condensed, and a golden light appeared in his hand. Tear. The next moment, blood splattered everywhere. I saw a huge animal head falling from the ground. Wow, senior brother Liu Ning is so awesome. On the side, a little girl who looked 8 or 9 years old said with eyes full of stars. Cut. Mu Long on the other side curled his lips. This is the trial tower of Tianxuan Sect. As disciples of Tianxuan Sect, they can all enter. Of course, it is only active on the first level. If you want to step into the second level, you need at least the strength of the Golden Core stage. But even the first level is very dangerous. Terrible monsters will appear here anytime and anywhere. At this moment, Liu Ning and the other 3 were forming a team for a trial. Every time you kill a monster, you can get a reward when you leave the trial tower. These include elixirs, exercises, spells, etc. What do you think? At this moment, in a space in the trial tower, 4 figures were hidden in the darkness. A picture appeared in front of them. It was the 3 people on the first floor. The talent is too poor, only that little girl is good. One of them spoke. And his eyes were locked on Liu Ning at the moment. They could tell at a glance that although this person looked like a man, she was actually a girl. It was just transformed into what it is today through some kind of skill. After all, it is the sect master who accepted him as his disciple. If his talent is not good, then it is impossible. Another voice sounded from the side. I don't care about them. What makes me more curious is these 2 guys. A woman's voice sounded, and at the same time, the screen turned, and a man and a dog appeared. It was Long Hao and Big Yellow Dog. At this moment, 1 person and 1 dog arrived on the second floor, but they were very careful in their actions. And their target turned out to be the entrance to the 3rd floor. Interesting. There was a hint of laughter in the woman's voice. There's something incredible hidden inside this doll. Someone said in surprise. It seems to be the treasure from the 9 dragons' immortal realm. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the 4th figure, and he said with some uncertainty. What? Are you tempted? The woman glanced at him, with a playful look in her eyes. Haha, how is that possible? That is the boy that the sect leader likes. I don't dare. The man shook his head quickly and said awkwardly. But I don't know how this thing got here. I guess the old dragon may have gone crazy. It doesn't matter. Since you have joined our Tianxuan sect, it belongs to our Tianxuan sect. Even that old dragon can't take it back. While the 4 of them were talking, Long Hao was lying on the ground with the big yellow dog. In the passage not far from them, a huge spider was enjoying a feast. A lizard monster was lying on the ground dripping with blood and was being devoured by it. Neither one person nor the dog dared to express their anger at the moment. Their strength is okay against ordinary first and second level monsters, but they are a bit weak against third level monsters. De Wang, why don't you go and lure it away? Long Hao said softly. The big yellow dog that was wagging its tail suddenly shook its head. If the situation didn't allow it, it would have to scream. Then let's just hide here. Long Hao frowned. He heard from Elder Guo that there were many treasures on the third floor. However, that big spider is so terrifying that even if he and the big yellow dog team up, they are no match. Just when everyone was at a loss what to do, suddenly there was a vibration on the ground. They looked at each other, and then saw a huge figure appearing in the passage not far away. In an instant, the pupils of each person and the dog shrank, and they all took a breath of air. Swish swish swish. In the dense forest, a figure quickly shuttled through it. His face was very pale, and he was obviously seriously injured. What on earth is that? It can be so terrifying. The shock in Huang Ming's heart has not been completely suppressed. When he thought about what was there, his scalp went numb. No, we must inform the old man immediately, otherwise. Thinking of this, his face became solemn. However, at this moment, a creepy feeling came to my heart. Bang! The next moment, his body was knocked out by a terrifying force. Damn it! Huang Ming's expression suddenly changed as he flew out. However, he did not dare to stop at all, and continued to escape into the distance with the help of this power. As soon as the sound of rustling sounds was heard, things like octopus tentacles appeared in the depths of the forest. Click! A big tree collapsed, and a huge body appeared. At the same time, a heart-stopping aura emitted. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard, and a black aura filled the air the next moment. Everywhere it passed, whether it was trees or other vegetation, was corroded. Just as he glanced back, Huang Ming knew that he couldn't run away. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he felt a little scared when he thought that what happened here had not been spread. That is a fear that even death cannot bring. He saw that the black corrosive power was about to swallow him up. Suddenly, a terrifying power of fire struck from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and the terrifying force directly flattened everything hundreds of meters around. Even the corrosive power was instantly destroyed. In the flames, Huang Ming watched all this with a shocked face, and raised his head in confusion. He didn't understand the situation. What was going on? Why was he still alive during such a horrific attack? But soon he saw a black-robed figure standing in the sky. The monster not far away also noticed the sudden appearance of the disruptor. He couldn't help but let out a sharp roar. This is... The moment Huang Ming felt the aura emanating from the figure in the sky, an incredible look suddenly appeared on his face. I saw the figure slowly raising his hand, and a ball of orange-red flame appeared in his palm. As if feeling the threat of death, the monster couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, he let out a warning roar again. Die! A cold and hoarse voice sounded. Orange-red flames instantly enveloped the monster. Then a crackling sound was heard. The monster's huge body rolled violently in the flames. However, no matter what it did, it could not extinguish the flame. Even the black mist that filled the surroundings turned into a handful of green smoke the moment it came into contact with the flames, and dissipated directly between the sky and the earth. For a moment, the only thing left in the entire forest was the shrill screams of the monsters. Chapter 64. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Huang Ming looked at the terrifying monster that had turned into ashes, and quickly clasped his fists and said, "Where did you meet it?" The man in black robe lowered his head and said in an indifferent tone, "It's in the canyon not far from here. Take me there." The man in black robe appeared beside him instantly. Huang Ming did not dare to refuse and quickly walked ahead. Soon the two came to the entrance of a canyon. At this moment, the place has been corroded by the black liquid, and the surrounding rocks have become pitted. A disgusting smell filled the air. This is where there are a lot of monsters like that. Huang Ming said with a solemn expression. You can go now. The man in black robe spoke calmly. Hearing this, Huang Ming hesitated. Senior, can you do it alone? They're just a bunch of trash, kill them like dogs. The man in black robe said coldly. Huang Ming didn't care much about his tone. In that case, I'll leave first. Huang Ming clasped his fists again. I don't know your senior's surname. But when he left, he thought of something and turned around and asked. The nameless man. The man in black robe just shook his head and walked in without hesitation. Huang Ming looked at his back with a flash of awe in his eyes. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes and saw the word on the cuffs of the man's clothes. Land. He frowned. It seems that there has never been such a strong person in Ximenjiu. But he didn't make too many guesses. He quickly left towards the distance. He needed to report what happened here. Just when he was not very far away, there was suddenly a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation behind him. He suddenly looked back and saw a wall of fire covering the sky and sun appearing in the canyon. A thick wave of heat swept over him instantly, causing sweat to form on his forehead. A shrill scream came, which made Huang Ming's face dull. What kind of existence is that person? Even the old man can't compare. At this moment, he saw a black light suddenly rush out from behind the wall of flames. However, before it could escape, a huge flaming hand appeared and grabbed it back. Not daring to stay any longer, Huang Ming left here quickly. Is this where the Tianxuan sect that old Wang said is located? On the outskirts of the Luxia Mountains, 3 figures appeared. Looking at the ordinary-looking mountains in the distance, an old man in green clothes frowned. Whatever, we are here to take the young lady away this time, but they are pressing hard over there. A middle-aged man in black robe said gloomily. I heard that Xianzong is not simple today, and I don't know if they will let us take people away. The old man frowned and said. It doesn't matter, no matter how simple it is, do you still dare to interfere with my Lu family's affairs? The last blind man said coldly. This time, Diu Holy Land wants someone. Even other holy lands don't dare not give him face. Then let's go and take people away. I really don't want to stay here any longer. The middle-aged man spoke. Soon, the 3 of them headed towards Tianxuan Sect. But at this moment, a figure appeared. It was Mr. Wang who was following Lu Ning. Why are you here? He looked at the 3 of them with an ugly expression. What? Surprised? The old man chuckled, seeming to be very satisfied with Mr. Wang's ugly expression. Mr. Wang did not speak, but looked at the 3 of them coldly. As a large family in the central continent, the Lu family has complex factions. He originally thought that the people who came this time would be from the family head's lineage, but instead they came from the great elder's lineage. This caused bad thoughts to arise in his heart. We are here this time to take the young lady back. Someone from Diu Holy Land came here some time ago, and that person misses the young lady very much. The middle-aged man said coldly, with a cold smile on his face. Mr. Wang's face became increasingly ugly. Sure enough, it seemed that something was wrong with the family. Otherwise, the head of the family would not be able to let these guys come. It might even be worse. In an instant, Mr. Wang's body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Why do you want to do it? The blind man narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the same terrifying aura emitted. Just when the 2 sides were at war with each other, a cold voice suddenly appeared. Who dares to take action in our Tianxuan sect? Then I saw a man in black appearing not far away, with an ordinary word on his cuffs. Seeing his appearance, Mr. Wang quickly put away his aura. At the same time, he cupped his fists and said, I am Lu Ning's servant. I'm sorry, I was the one who was rude. Who are you? How dare you? The old man in green clothes just spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, his body trembled violently. Then under the shocked gazes of the three people, his head exploded. For a while, red and white things were scattered all over the ground. In an instant, both the middle-aged man and the blind man felt their scalps go numb. Only Mr. Wang was not surprised at all. He knew how terrifying it was to have these cuffs with the word on them. Through Liu Ning, he knew that these people were all members of the Tianxuan Sect's underground pavilion, and each one's strength was unfathomable. At the very least, they all exist in the Mahayana period. You must know that in the Mahayana period, there is one overlord in the central continent. However, I heard that they can be seen everywhere in Tianxuan Sect. When he thought of this, Mr. Wang relaxed instantly. The eyes looking at the two of them at the same time were full of teasing. Now that Liu Ning has joined the Tianxuan Sect, he believes that he would not dare to do anything outrageous even in the Diu Holy Land. Who are you? How dare you kill a member of my Liu family? The middle-aged man said with an ugly expression. The blind man on the side was filled with a strong murderous intent. However, they did not dare to take action easily. They can't see through the opponent's strength. No fights are allowed within the scope of Tianxuan Sect, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. The man in black robe spoke coldly. He didn't care at all about the killing intent of the two people. You. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. We are from the Liu family in central continent. We don't want to cause trouble. Come back with me now to accept the punishment, or you will bear the consequences. Pfft. Suddenly Mr. Wang made a sneer. Why are you laughing? The middle-aged man frowned. Mr. Wang did not answer, but looked at them with increasingly sarcastic eyes. What are you talking about? If he dares to kill someone from my Liu family, he will have to pay the price. The blind man suddenly spoke at this time. At the same time, a bloody halo suddenly appeared under the black-robed man's feet, enveloping him inside. Things that don't know whether to live or die, if caught by my move, will never come out alive. A mocking smile appeared on the big man's face. However, his smile did not last long. Only a click was heard. The expressions of the two men changed drastically in an instant. Chapter 65. He looked over with cold eyes. The middle-aged man and the blind man had a cold war together. At this moment, a red aura visible to the naked eye filled the surroundings of the black-robed man's body. The terrifying pressure caused the three people around them to retreat 100 meters. The Mahayana period. The expressions of both the man and the big man changed. This person turned out to be a being in the Mahayana stage. For a moment, both of them felt intense fear. As for Mr. Wang on the side, he was watching the two of them coldly at the moment. We came to Tianxuan Sect to look for someone. We have offended a lot just now. We hope we can forgive him. The man gritted his teeth and said quickly. However, the man in black robe still looked at the two of them coldly, as if looking at two corpses. Fellow Taoist, if you have to be merciful, please be merciful. We came here under the orders of Diu Holy Land. It was just a misunderstanding. How about we just expose it? The man continued. At the same time, he also wanted to let the other party know that there was the Diu Holy Land behind them. I hope the other party can understand the importance. Diu Holy Land. The corners of the man's mouth raised in black robes, revealing a mocking smile. Good. Although he saw the look on the other person's face, the man gritted his teeth and nodded. What it is? The next moment, a terrifying pressure caused their bodies to stiffen. So what about the Holy Land? If he dares to come, I will kill him. Boom. As the cold voice of the man in black robe sounded, a blood-red light shot into the sky. In an instant, the terrifying power unique to the Mahayana period burst out. No, run away. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Not daring to hesitate at all, his figure turned into a streak of blue light and fled towards the distance at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The big man on the side also wanted to escape, but his speed was too slow. Click! I saw his body stiffen, and then a bloody brilliance flashed. Under Mr. Wang's shocked gaze, the big man's body turned into a set of white bones, and his flesh and blood had disappeared. Even the soul did not escape. Damn it, why are there Mahayana monks here? The middle-aged man's face was particularly ugly. It was just a small, remote area, and he didn't take it to heart at all. Originally they thought it was just a simple mission, but what greeted them was a life and death crisis. Before he could run far, a stream of red light cut through the void and came behind him in an instant. No! A shrill scream echoed through the sky. In an instant, the three Hedeo realm monks were stunned. Mr. Wang stood aside and watched all this silently without saying a word. After dealing with the three people, the figure of the man in black robe disappeared. Seeing this, Mr. Wang breathed a heavy sigh of relief. You must let the lady know. I hope nothing will happen to the head of the family. Then his expression turned solemn. The next moment, his figure also headed towards Tianxuan Sect. Boom! A terrifying impact sound was heard, and then a black-robed figure was blown hundreds of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. You can see that 100-foot mountain peak collapsed in the distance, and in an instant smoke and dust billowed, filling the area for several miles. Phew! The man in black robe spit out a mouthful of blood. With a pale face, he looked at a figure walking out of the smoke in the distance. It was a humanoid creature with black scales. The scarlet pupils flashed with cold murderous intent. Human, surrender to me, and I will let you step into the Immortal Gate. The hoarse voice came, with a condescending air. The man in black robe spat out the blood in his mouth and climbed up with difficulty. You shouldn't exist in this world, right? The man in black robe didn't have the slightest idea about it. I come from the world of demons. How can you become my slave? The world of demons. The man in black robe frowned. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Unexpectedly, the figure came to his side. Hey, stupid human, I just lied to you. Puff! The sharp claws penetrated directly into the chest of the man in black robe. An extremely terrifying force instantly surged into the black-robed man's body, smashing his internal organs into pieces. Forehead. The man in black robe's pupils were dilated and he looked at his chest in disbelief. You are just an inferior race, you are not worthy of being my slave. A cold voice sounded in his ears, full of sarcasm. The next moment, with a flick of his claws, the man in black robe was thrown directly off the cliff. And below, there is a huge river with huge waves. As the figure of the man in black robe disappeared, the humanoid monster slowly disappeared on the cliff. The Tianhe region is named after a large river that spans the entire region. And around the main vein of the Tianhe River, there are small branch veins that spread throughout the entire area like spider webs. And near these branches, there are sects and forces as countless as the stars in the sky. There is no country in this large domain. Lingzi Sect, this is the largest sect located in the northwest of Tianhe region. According to the news, there is a great monk in the Hedeo realm within Lingzi Sect. It is precisely because of him that Lingzi Sect became one of the four major sects in the Tianhe region. Zhang Ye is an unknown outer disciple of Lingzi Sect. Today he received a mission from the sect and went to Bia River to find a water spirit grass. Sitting on a paper kite that creaked from time to time, Zhang Ye looked down with a serious expression. Because it is only a small branch of the Tianhe River, the Bia River is not very wide. The distance between the two sides is only 100 meters. At this moment, his eyes condensed. The next moment, the paper kite under the seat made a beautiful flip and fell to a rock below. You can see that a light blue flower is fluttering in the wind on the reef. Looks like you're lucky. Zhang Ye smiled slightly. Just when he landed on the rocks and was about to pick the water spirit grass, he suddenly saw a figure in the corner of his eye. This startled him. It can be seen that on the other side of the reef at this moment, a man in black robe is lying on the ground. His clothes are soaked. He must have been soaked in the water for a long time. Zhang Ye thought for a moment and carefully came to the side of the man in black robe. After a brief inspection, he found that the man was not dead, but only breathed his last. When he saw the terrifying bloody hole on the chest of the man in black robe, he couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the dying man in black robe, there was a hint of hesitation on his face. But in the end he gritted his teeth and took out a pill that exuded a strong aroma. Zhang Ye was very heartbroken and put the elixir into the mouth of the man in black robe. "This is my last one, so I'm unlucky. Brother, don't die, otherwise I will suffer a huge loss. And you have to pay me back in the future. I just borrowed it from you," he thought quietly. As the elixir entered, it instantly transformed into a stream of vitality and integrated into the black-robed man's body. However, the aura of the man in black robe was still very weak. This made Zhang Ziyofen's face look ugly. He looked up, and finally gritted his teeth, carried the man in black robe on his back, sat on the paper kite, and flew towards Lingzi Sect. Chapter 66. In a small courtyard in the back mountain of Lingzi Sect, Zhang Ziyofan placed the man in black robe on the bed. After placing the man in black robe, Zhang Ziyofan left here. Soon an old man in his 60s was invited here. "Xiao Fan, what are you doing? I haven't taken care of the spiritual field over there yet," the old man said as he walked. "Senior brother Fu, please do me a favor this time. I will help you take care of your spiritual field for the next month." Zhang Ziyofan pulled the old man named Fuxian towards the small courtyard with an anxious expression. The moment he saw the man in black robe, Fuxian's expression changed. "Ziyofan, who is he? I rescued this man from outside, but he was too seriously injured, so I can only trouble you," Zhang Ziyofan said with a serious face. "Aren't you afraid that there is a problem with his identity? After all..." Fuxian hesitated. "Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Brother Fu, your healing skills have reached the 4th level, so I think you might be able to help him." Zhang Ziyofan nodded firmly. "Oh, okay then." Fuxian thought for a while and sighed. Then he came to the side of the man in black robe. When he saw the ferocious blood hole on his chest, his expression changed again. "I'm not sure I can save him." He looked back at Zhang Ziyofan and sighed. "Try our best, that's all we can do. Whether he can survive or not depends on him." Zhang Ziyofan shook his head. Without any more nonsense, Fuxian stretched out a hand and placed it on the chest of the man in black robe. The next moment, a green brilliance emerged in his hand. A force of vitality began to flow into the body of the man in black robe. However, as time passed by, the injuries on the man in black robe did not change at all, and his aura became weaker and weaker. After half a stick of incense, Fuxian reluctantly took back his hand. His face was a little pale at the moment. He is just an ordinary monk at the 8th level of Qi refining. Although the healing technique has reached the 4th level, the injury of the man in black robe is too serious and he cannot treat it with his strength. "I tried my best." Shaking his head, Fuxian said to Zhang Ziyofan. Zhang Ziyofen's face looked a little ugly, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. Turning his head to look at the man in black robe lying on the bed, he didn't know why there seemed to be a voice in his heart. "Save him. It seems that as long as he saves him, his destiny will change." Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother Fu, please help me keep an eye on him. I'll be back as soon as I go. His injuries are too severe, what can you do?" Fuxian frowned. He felt that it was pretty good that Zhang Ziyofan could achieve this level. However, Zhang Ziyofan did not reply and turned around and left the small courtyard. In a quiet courtyard at the inner gate of Lingzi Sect, a figure sat cross-legged under a peach tree. Her white clothes are as beautiful as snow, her delicate face, and tall figure are like ice and snow lotus flowers on the iceberg, which can only be seen from a distance. At this moment, the woman with her eyes closed slowly opened her eyes. Is something wrong? Her voice was cold. Zhang Xiaofan was seen walking quickly in front of her. Sister Mo, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Zhang Xiaofan bowed slightly. Do me a favor? What do you need from me? Mo Sweki's cold eyes narrowed slightly. I hope you can help me treat someone. Who? I don't know, I just met him outside and brought him back. You did something for me back then, and I promised you that I owed you a favor. Are you sure you want to use this favor to treat an outsider? Mo Sweki stood up slowly and asked in a calm voice. Zhang Xiaofan was silent for a moment. Mo Sweki is the most dazzling being in the inner sect of Lingzi sect. According to rumors, she may be able to break through to become a god in the future. Being able to owe her a favor is a great thing for anyone. However, after only hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaofan made his decision. Please help me, senior sister. His voice was resonant. Although he knew that this decision would definitely make him heartbroken, when he thought of that man, he still decided to hope that he could save his life. Let's go. Mo Sweki nodded, but Zhang Xiaofan didn't notice that a smile flashed in her eyes. Soon, the two arrived at the small courtyard. Senior sister Mo. Fuxian saw Mo Sweki quickly stood up and said. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Xiaofan with eyes full of shock. I didn't expect that this young junior brother who usually kept quiet would invite this person. Mo Sweki just nodded in response to his greetings, and then turned her head. When Mo Sweki saw the injury of the man in black robe, a look of shock appeared on her face. There was no way, the other party's injuries were too severe, if there wasn't still a faint breath, anyone would think he was dead. Are you sure you want to save him? This person's origin is unknown, and now he is seriously injured. Are you not afraid of causing trouble? Mo Sweki said without looking back. Now that I have met, it means fate, so I still hope that senior sister can help. Zhang Xiaofan's tone was serious. As for the trouble, if we can save him, just let him leave after he wakes up. Since you have made up your mind, then so be it. Mo Sweki nodded. She stretched out her hand, and a white light flashed, covering the body of the man in black robe. But soon, Mo Sweki's brows wrinkled. After thinking about it, a ring flashed on her finger. Then I saw a green pill appear. With a wave of his arm, the elixir instantly entered the man's mouth. The spiritual power in Mo Sweki's hands also increased by 3 points. Finally, after a long time, the breath of the man in black robe was no longer weak. And with the influx of Mo Sweki's spiritual power, she became peaceful. This made Zhang Xiaofan's face light up with joy. Don't be too happy too early. He seems to have a special power in his body that I can't get rid of. Mo Sweki seemed to know what Zhang Xiaofan was thinking at this moment, and her voice came over in a cold voice. You go and ask my master to come over now. I'm not strong enough and I need her help. Then she continued. However, the spiritual power in his hands did not stop. Good. Zhang Xiaofan looked solemn and ran out again. Mo Sweki's master is a supreme elder of Lingzi sect, and he is also the only female divine level monk in Lingzi sect. Because of Mo Sweki, Zhang Xiaofan also knew about that person's existence. And also knows where her residence is. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaofan came to a quiet canyon. Listening to the sound of gurgling water coming from the canyon, Zhang Xiaofan shouted loudly, Disciple Zhang Xiaofan, on the order of senior sister Mo Sweki, I am asking to see the Supreme Elder. Because of the spiritual power, this voice instantly spread throughout the canyon. Chapter 67. Did Xueqi ask you to come? At some point a figure appeared beside him. This is a young woman who looks to be in her 30s. Meet the Supreme Elder. Zhang Xiaofan quickly bowed to the ground. This disciple was ordered by senior sister Mo to ask the Supreme Elder to save someone. Rescue. Lu Shui raised her eyebrows, a little confused. Yes. Zhang Xiaofan quickly recounted what happened today. And also told the relationship between Mo Sweki and him. A flash of light flashed in Lu Shui's eyes, and then she nodded. In that case, let's lead the way. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this, and quickly led Lu Shui towards the small courtyard. Soon, under the leadership of Zhang Xiaofan, Lu Shui also arrived at the small courtyard. Master, you are here. When Mo Sweki saw Lu Shui's arrival, a smile appeared on her face. As for Fuxian on the side, he was so out of breath at this moment that he didn't dare to breathe. He never thought that one day he would meet the Supreme Elder. Lu Shui walked slowly to Mo Sweki's side. When she saw the injury of the man in black robe, she also frowned. Get out of the way and let me take a look. Then a fluctuation of spiritual power appeared in her body, and she directly took over from Mo Sweki. Seeing this, Mo Sweki took 2 steps back and came to Zhang Xiaofan's side. The strength in the transformation stage can be considered as a master. As Lu Shui's spiritual power poured into the black-robed man's body, the 3 people on the side saw a black mist emanating from his body at the same time. What an evil thing! A flash of surprise flashed in Lu Shui's eyes, and her brows furrowed tightly. After about a stick of incense, she withdrew her spiritual power. This person is not simple, he is actually a monk in the transformation stage. Lu Shui spoke in surprise. Transformation period. Mo Sweki, Zhang Xiaofan, and Fuxian were shocked at the same time. In the Tianhe region, he is already a powerful person in the divine transformation stage. In the absence of a few Hedao realm monks, it can be said to be a ceiling-level existence. Now, a person in the stage of transforming into gods was seriously injured and was dying. They are all curious about what kind of existence can beat it like this. Okay, his injury has stabilized. He just needs to cultivate well and he can recover. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Zhang Xiaofan quickly bowed and said. This is the favor Xueqi owes you. From now on, you will not owe each other anything. Lu Shui shook her head. Yes. Okay, let's leave too. Then Lu Shui said to Mo Sweki. Yes. Mo Sweki nodded. Soon the two left here, leaving only Zhang Xiaofan, Fuxian, and the man in black robe lying on the bed. Junior brother Zhang, I'm leaving too. Okay, I have to thank senior brother Fu this time. I will take good care of your spiritual field. Zhang Xiaofan said quickly. Fuxian didn't say anything else, just nodded and left. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaofan looked back at the man in black robe on the bed and said softly, Brother, I hope you won't let my work go in vain. After shaking his head, he went about his own business. How about it? A cold voice sounded, and Yao Ji's eyes under the bronze mask looked coldly at the 3 figures below. This is a side hall within the Tianxuan Sect's heavenly pavilion. It is also the office of the Board of Deacons. Under Zhang Ye's order, Yao Ji is now the main person in charge of the Deacon Corps. Sorry, we have sent people to look for it, but found nothing. A black-robed man in the divine transformation stage knelt on one knee and said ashamedly. Yao Ji frowned under her mask. Don't you have the slightest clue? There is a bit of it. There are traces of a fight in a large mountain not far from the Ice Emperor's territory. He should have disappeared there. After a moment of silence, Yao Ji continued, I understand, let's continue to search for it, expand the search scope, and let people check out several large areas nearby. After thinking for a while, she continued, I will ask people from the underground pavilion to come with me. Ground floor. The 3 people kneeling on the ground were shocked at the same time. That can only be joined during the Mahayana period. Yes. The 3 people said quickly. Time just flew by and half a month passed. Zhang Ye was sitting in the Tianj. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman holding a machete. She looks ordinary, and even has a scar on her face. However, for such a woman, a strong bloody aura emanated from her body. Yao Yu pays homage to the sect leader. The woman knelt down on one knee and spoke respectfully. Looking at her, Zhang Ye felt a familiar feeling. He frowned, and after thinking for a while, the figure of Feng Shuixiu suddenly appeared in his mind. It seems that he is another extraordinary being. This made him feel very happy. Only after seeing Feng Shuixiu's sword that killed the Immortal did he realize how terrifying it was. Now this Yeyu seems to be a strong person at that level. Get up! Zhang Ye said with a smile. Yeyu stood up without saying a word. Then he stood there calmly, silently waiting for Zhang Ye's order. From today on, you are the master of the underground pavilion, are you willing? Zhang Ye thought for a while and said. Everything must be obeyed by the master's orders. Yeyu did not refuse like Feng Shuixiu did, but instead said with cupped fists. A smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. Very well, go find a place to stay. Zhang Ye nodded and said with a smile. Yeyu said nothing more, turned around and left the hall. Zhang Ye discovered that this woman had a slight limp when walking. But it didn't concern him, so he didn't take it to heart. How's the situation? After pondering in his seat for a while, he suddenly spoke. Reporting to the sect master, the existence of extraterrestrial beings has been discovered in all 135 major regions in the eastern part of Tianxuan Continent. A figure appeared and spoke respectfully. What about other places? Zhang Ye continued to ask. There is no news yet. We still don't have enough manpower. We can only cover more than 100 large areas near the eastern wasteland. The man shook his head. I understand. Go down and notify all the Tianj elders to dispatch immediately to find out why these things appear. Yes. After the man lowered his head in response, his figure disappeared from the place. Extraterritorial evil spirits. Zhang Ye raised his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tianhe region, in a large river not far from Lingzi Sect. Click. With a sound like breaking glass, a dark space appeared in the river. The river water poured in instantly. But at the next moment, a jet black light shot out from it. Then a huge sharp claw poked out from it, exuding a rich dark aura. Chapter 68. Wang Pingtian, the leader of Lingzi Sect. At this moment, he was sitting in a pavilion, with a jade note in front of him. I can't believe time flies by so fast. He sighed, a look of memory flashing in his eyes. At this moment, a figure came slowly. It was Mo Sweki's master, Lu Shuet. She was dressed in a white robe, tall and tall, with a gentle smile on her delicate face. You're here. Wang Pingtian turned around and looked at her with eyes full of love. What happened to that person some time ago? Then he continued to speak. She has been asleep the whole time, and Zhang Xiaofan from the outer door is taking care of her. Lu Shui sat on the stone chair and said with a smile. I have informed the ancestor, he will pay attention to it, after all, he is a monk in the god transformation stage. Wang Pingtian nodded. In fact, after Lu Shui treated the man in black robe, he notified Wang Pingtian. Because it involves monks in the transformation stage, Wang Pingtian also attaches great importance to this. Not only did he take a look in person, he also sealed that person's cultivation. He didn't want to save a white-eyed wolf by chance. He also informed the ancestor of the Hedao period who had been in seclusion all year round. If anything happens to that person once he wakes up, he will take action himself. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Just take a look at this. Wang Pingtian placed the jade note in front of Lu Shui. There was no taboo, Lu Shui held it in his hand. After a moment, a thoughtful look appeared on her face. How's it going? Does Sweki hope to participate in this 4-sect competition? Wang Pingtian asked. Her strength has just broken through the golden core stage. I'm afraid. Lu Shui looked hesitant. Then forget it, let Wang Tao go. He has already reached the golden elixir perfection, and he will definitely get a good ranking. After pondering for a while, Wang Pingtian spoke. While the two were talking here, they were in the small courtyard behind the mountain in the distance. Zhang Xiaofan, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. I saw the body of the man in black robe trembling slightly on the bed not far away. Then he opened his eyes. Are you awake? Zhang Xiaofan walked over quickly. Here it is. The man in black robe looked pale and tried to sit up, but was unable to do so. This is Lingzi Sect. Don't worry. Our Supreme Elder has already treated you. Now you just need to cultivate well. Zhang Xiaofan grinned. Lingzi Sect? The man in black robe frowned. Where is the Ice Emperor realm here? His voice was slightly hoarse. Zhang Xiaofan was stunned. Ice King realm? Are you from the Ice Emperor realm? He said with some surprise. The man in black robe listened to his words and heard a message from them. That is, this does not seem to be the Ice King's territory. Which domain is this? He said directly. This is the Tianhe region, hundreds of miles away from the Ice Emperor region. Lingzi Sect is located between the Tianhe region and the Ice Emperor region, but the division is in the Tianhe region. Zhang Xiaofan didn't expect that this person came from the Ice Emperor territory. It's really good luck that you didn't get eaten by the monster in the river. Hell me up. The man in black robe heard this and said anxiously. No, you still need to practice well. Hell me up. The man in black robe's voice was trembling, he had to report the news about the Ice Emperor territory. Thinking of what he saw, a coldness appeared in his eyes. If no one takes care of it, the consequences will be disastrous. What's your emergency? Zhang Xiaofan also noticed his anxiety and frowned. Let the elders from your sect come over. I need their help with something. Feeling the injury inside his body, the man in black robe took a deep breath. He also knew now that his injuries were too serious, and his cultivation seemed to have been sealed. It is impossible for him to break through the seal in his current condition. Helpless, he could only hope that the person who sealed his cultivation would unlock it. At that time, he can notify the superiors. Then just wait a moment and I'll be back as soon as I can. Zhang Xiaofan thought for a while, then turned and walked out of the yard. At this moment, not far from Lingzi Sect, a dark cloud covering the sky slowly floated over. A terrifying aura emanated from it. At the same time, shrill roars came from it. Wherever the dark cloud passed, a force that corroded all things scattered, and everything, whether vegetation or living things, was corroded. And the direction it is heading to is Lingzi Sect. In a cave in Lingzi Sect that few people know about. An old man opened his eyes suddenly. What's going on? Why do I feel so creepy? His brows furrowed deeply, and a look of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. His face became solemn. A being whose strength has reached his level cannot feel like this for no reason. So something must have happened. Suddenly he thought of the news from the leader of Lingzi Sect a few days ago. The next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes, and in an instant his consciousness covered the entire Lingzi Sect. Soon he saw the man in black robe in the small courtyard in the back mountain. Are you awake already? His eyes narrowed. But he soon discovered that the creepy feeling that made his hair stand on end did not come from that person. This made his brows frown even more. The man in black robe was lying on the bed, looking at the roof, with a flash of light in his eyes from time to time. He wants to break through the seal. But the being who took action was no weaker than him, so it was impossible to succeed. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. Soon Zhang Xiaofan came back, followed by Mo Sweki. She is not the one who sealed my cultivation. Although the man in black robe had his cultivation level sealed, he could still see Mosweki's strength at a glance and couldn't help but frown. My master will be here soon. Mosweki looked at him and said in a cold tone. He didn't behave badly just because the other party was in the god transformation stage. After hearing this, the man in black robe stopped paying attention to them and closed his eyes. Fellow Taoist, you're awake. After Xiaoban poured incense, a voice sounded. Then Lu Shue's figure appeared. The man in black robe opened his eyes suddenly. Please unseal me. I have something to do and need to leave immediately. A flash of light flashed in Lu Shue's eyes. But she shook her head. Sorry, we don't know your specific origins yet, so. This made the man in black robe frown. What do you need me to do? He asked. You don't need to do anything, as long as you make the oath of heaven. Lu Shui thought for a while and said. The oath of heaven is unbreakable for any monk. Good. Without any hesitation, the man in black robe spoke. Then, under the gaze of the three people, he said, I, Li Ji, the underground pavilion of Tianxuan Sect, hereby swear. As his words sounded, a strong force of heaven appeared in the sky above the small courtyard. All three of them saw a golden brilliance emerge, covering the body of the black-robed man, Li Ji. Looking at this scene, Lu Shui nodded. Just when she was about to unseal it, a terrifying and evil aura suddenly came from a distance. In an instant, everyone in the Lingzi sect was in an uproar. Chapter 69. The sky above Lingzi sect was covered with dark clouds, and streaks of dark red lightning appeared from time to time. A shrill roar could be heard coming from the sky. Below, the Lingzi sect disciples looked up at the sky with frightened expressions. What is that? Is there an invasion from a foreign enemy? Hurry and report to the sect master and activate the sect protecting formation. Streams of light quickly gathered from all directions of Lingzi sect. An old man raised his hand and waved, and a light blue light barrier instantly appeared over Lingzi sect. The auras of Yuanying stage monks soared into the sky. At the same time, the auras of the four gods in the four directions of Lingzi sect filled the air. The small courtyard behind the mountain. Not good. Li Ji's pupils shrank and he said solemnly, hurry up and unlock the seal for me. Lu Shui came to her senses, although she was also extremely shocked inside. But she still quickly cast a spell. Li Ji only felt a shackle in his body being opened, and his spiritual power returned to his body instantly. Not daring to pause at all, a dark green light appeared in his hand. In an instant, this ray of light rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky. What you do? Lu Shui's expression changed. Don't be nervous. I'm just reporting the situation here. Someone will handle it later. Sitting weakly on the bed, Li Ji breathed a heavy sigh of relief. In an instant, Lu Shui remembered. Li Ji seemed to have mentioned Tianxuan sect in his oath of heaven just now. This made her frown. But now was not the time to think about this. When she came outside and saw the billowing dark clouds in the sky, her face became solemn again. A suffocating feeling hit her face, making her breathing quicken. That's an extraterrestrial evil spirit. At this time Li Ji's voice came from behind. Extraterrestrial evil spirits. Lu Shui, Zhang Xiaofan and Mosweki were shocked at the same time. How is it possible? Shouldn't it just be a legendary existence? How could it appear here? Mosweki said in disbelief. I came to investigate the Ice Emperor territory under the orders of the elders. There I encountered a very terrifying extraterrestrial demon, and. When Li Ji said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Shui and the others held their breaths, waiting for his next words. And the current Ice Emperor territory has been almost completely occupied by an extraterritorial evil race, but because the news was blocked by them, it has not spread. The pupils of Lu Shui and the others shrank. His face changed slightly. And those outside should be another extraterritorial race. Their breath is equally disgusting. Lu Shui raised her head and looked at the dark cloudy sky, with a flash of worry in her eyes. I need to report the situation here. You guys wait here first. As she spoke, her figure disappeared instantly. Sister Mo, what should we do? Zhang Xiaofan asked quickly. Mo Sweki shook her head. Master asked us to wait, so just wait. I believe she will find a solution, and there is an ancestor in the sect, so nothing will happen. Is it the legendary ancestor of the Hedao realm? Zhang Xiaofan looked happy. Mo Sweki didn't reply, just nodded. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Only Li Ji had a bitter smile on his face. Hedao realm? Is it strong? He didn't think that Lingzi sect could stop the attack of evil spirits from outside the territory. While the three of them were waiting in silence, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly filled the sky in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the expressions of everyone in Lingzi sect changed drastically. I saw a huge humanoid creature appearing in the sky. It was 1,000 meters tall, and every step it took made the earth shake. Jet black scales covered his whole body, and mist-like black halos surrounded it, exuding a rich dark aura. Seeing its appearance, even the four gods in stage took a breath of air. The crisis of death is approaching. We have to get out of here right now. Li Ji looked at the appearance of the monster through the door, and his face became paler. As for fighting, haha, what's the difference between seeking death? Feeling the injury inside his body, he took a deep breath. Then he stood up with difficulty and walked to the door step by step. Leave with me, we can't keep this place. His voice was hoarse and he looked at Zhang Xiaofan and said. After just a brief understanding, he also knew that it was this person who saved him. Li Ji is not an ungrateful person, so he wants to take him away. However, Zhang Xiaofan looked at Mo Sweki, with a flash of struggle in his eyes. Tianj, in the side hall. Elder, I just received the news that Li Ji is still alive, but now he is not in the Ice Emperor territory. Instead, he is seriously injured and lives in the Tianhe territory. A deacon appeared and said to Yao Ji sitting above. The eyes under the bronze mask narrowed slightly. How is he doing? It's not good. It seems like it's still in crisis now. Tell me the exact location. Standing up slowly, Yao Ji spoke calmly. The deacon raised his hand, and a dark green ball of light appeared. Yao Ji waved her hand, and a ball of light appeared in front of her instantly. Following the induction of her spiritual consciousness, she nodded. Notice that everyone should go to the Ice Emperor region immediately. I will go to the Tianhe region in person. With that said, her figure disappeared into the hall. Lingzi sect, the figure of the Lingzi ancestor appeared on the top of a mountain. The moment he saw the behemoth in the distance clearly, his face turned pale. The Mahayana, period. There was a hint of fear in his voice. As a being who has been in harmony for thousands of years, he knows the gap between himself and that guy. So he did not hesitate, and his figure appeared above the heads of the Lingzi sect members. Then an old voice sounded. Everyone in Lingzi sect evacuates immediately, immediately. Wow! Everyone suddenly raised their heads. When they saw the old man, everyone was happy at first. But the next moment they heard this voice clearly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Is that the ancestor? Isn't he also the opponent of that monster? Someone muttered in disbelief. It's impossible. Our ancestor is a great monk in the Hedao stage. He must be a fake. Everyone obeys the order and evacuates immediately. Some people are shocked, some people can't believe it, but some people are still very sober. Each nascent soul stage monk burst out with pressure, bringing everyone back to their senses. Then he quickly organized his manpower and prepared to evacuate Lingzi sect. As for the four gods, they came to the old man. They also looked at the old man in disbelief. Let's go, that guy is a Mahayana statue. Ancestor Lingzi shook his head with an ugly expression. When the four people heard this, their pupils shrank. If it were an ordinary Hedeo realm, he would still be sure to give it a try, but facing the Mahayana stage, if he didn't run away, what would be the difference between that and courting death? And looking at the panicked crowd below, he sighed. I don't know how many of them will survive. Just when everyone in the Lingzi sect was about to evacuate the sect, a thundering roar suddenly sounded from the sky on the other side. The ground shook for a moment, and everyone stopped and looked in that direction in fear. Chapter 70. At some point, it started to rain in the sky. And these rainwaters are dark in color. Everyone can clearly see that when the rain and the sect protecting formation come into contact, they will make a sizzling sound. Soon, clouds of black mist began to wrap around the mountain gate of Lingzi sect. Seeing this, everyone in Lingzi sect felt a little scared. At this moment, another giant beast with black scales appeared in the sky on the other side. It looks like a wolf, but has the head of a lion, and 3 tails that are 1,000 meters long and swing from time to time on its back. The terrifying aura emanated, causing everyone's bodies to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, a shrill scream came. When everyone heard the sound and looked around, their faces turned pale. I saw a golden elixir stage disciple who didn't know what was going on. The whole person turned into a white skeleton, and flesh and blood covered the ground, making people's scalp numb. Everyone, be careful not to touch the rainwater. A cultivator in the transformation stage squinted his eyes and saw instantly that a hole had been corroded above the sect protecting formation. The man just now was contaminated by black rainwater, which led to his death. This scene frightened him. Although the golden elixir stage is just an ant to him. But just touching the rainwater turned into bones, which still made him feel a little scared. And he could clearly feel that the rain seemed to be a threat to him. Not daring to be careless, the 4 god transformation stage monks took action at the same time to repair the sect protecting formation. However, changes occurred suddenly. A sharp claw suddenly appeared, pulling fiercely along the gap, and actually tore a huge hole in the sect protecting formation. At first glance, it was a monster similar to a mantis, about 3 meters tall, and its whole body was also wrapped in a layer of black mist. It's over. A nascent soul stage monk looked at all this with a pale face. As for the existence below the nascent soul stage, it is even more unbearable. They all stood there blankly, having lost the idea of escape. Buzz. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound in the sky. I saw the sky turn pitch black for an instant. I don't know when an existence exactly like that praying mantis monster appeared in the dark clouds. Densely packed, like locusts passing through. Ancestor Lingzi was already ashen-faced at this moment. Even he couldn't escape from these 2 Mahayana monsters. However, this was not over yet. A bloody lightning flashed through the void. In the light, everyone saw a looming figure covering the sky. It has a pair of horns, and behind it is a pair of huge wings covering dozens of miles in radius. The scarlet pupils exuded a strong bloodthirsty light. A foundation-building monk raised his head and stared blankly at the figure. Suddenly, blood slowly flowed out of his pupils, followed by his nose and mouth. Within a moment, his body was already stained red with blood. Several people around him were shocked when they noticed his appearance. Before they could make any move, the man exploded on the spot, causing blood and flesh to scatter everywhere. Ah! Some people really couldn't bear the current scene. A flash of madness flashed in their eyes, and they rushed towards the sky. However, just after leaving the ground, a terrible pressure appeared. The faces of the ancestors of Lingzi who were in the god transformation stage and above all turned pale. Drops of blood seeped out from the skin, and in just a few breaths, they became a bloody person. And those below the transformation stage. Bang bang bang! Like firecrackers exploding, blood, broken flesh and white bones covered everything visible to the naked eye. Because each and every Lingzi sect disciple could not bear such terrifying pressure, their bodies exploded. There were no screams or cries. Except for the pattering sound of the black raindrops falling down, it seemed so quiet. However, it was so quiet that it made people's hair stand on end. Regardless of whether they are in the powerful Yuan Ying stage or the weak Qi refining stage, at this moment they are all like ants being crushed to death by the terrifying existence above. Looking at everything happening below, Lingzi ancestors and others have lost the ability to speak. Watching all this blankly. It's over, everything is over. Lingzi sect will cease to exist from today on. At this moment, in the small courtyard in the back mountain, Lu Shui had returned without knowing when. She had an ugly expression on her face at the moment and had built up a spiritual barrier. Above her head, a big bell floated, struggling to resist the terrifying pressure. If it weren't for this big bell, she wouldn't be able to resist this pressure. Behind her, Zhang Xiaofan and the others looked at her back, their eyes filled with deathly grayness. Looking at the terrifying existence hidden in the dark clouds, maybe dying like this is also a kind of luck. Only Li Ji looked serious at the moment. Although he was seriously injured, he did not give up. Hold on a little longer. His voice sounded, instantly attracting the attention of the three people. Do you have any idea? Mo Sweki's usual coldness no longer existed. After hearing Li Ji's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. I have notified my sect, and someone will be here soon. Li Ji said firmly. Tianxuan Zhang. For a moment, the three of them thought again of the sect that Li Ji had just mentioned. Is it okay? That's the existence of the Mahayana period. Can the people of your sect deal with it? Lu Shui said with a pale face and a trembling voice. It's just the Mahayana period. Li Ji showed a disdainful smile when he heard this. When the three of them heard his words, they couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. The existence of the Mahayana stage is a powerful one in the entire Tianxuan Continent. However, listening to Li Ji's words, it seems that there is someone in Tianxuan sect who can suppress such a thing. Could it be the legendary monk in the tribulation period? The strongest in the Tianhe region is only in the Hedao realm, and they are very powerless when facing the Mahayana stage, let alone those in the tribulation stage. I hope so. Gritting her teeth, Lu Shui's face was already covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, she could only hope that she and Li Ji would not talk nonsense. At the same time, she kept thinking about what kind of sect Tianxuan sect was. Although she has never left the Tianhe region, she still has some understanding of other forces on the mainland, but she has no impression of Tianxuan sect. This made her a little worried again. How long will it take for it to come? Mo Sweki asked quickly. It shouldn't be long. Li Ji thought about it and realized that there were three major regions separating the Tianhe region and the Eastern Barren region. At the speed of the tribulation stage monks, it shouldn't take long for them to arrive. Fortunately, he had already reported what happened here. Otherwise, perhaps those who came over would not be elder-level beings. At that time, the only thing that can be done is to collect his body. Of course, that still requires his body to be intact. At this moment, the five Lingzi ancestors also came to their senses. Fight them! The eyes of a cultivator in the transformation stage were bloodshot at this moment, and his face was full of anger. His disciples and family members all died. At this moment, he just wanted to vent it out, even if it meant death. Wang Pingtian raised his head equally angrily. Ancestor, if you can, please leave first. His voice was hoarse. Now perhaps the only one who can escape from here is Lingzi ancestor. However, the ancestor of Lingzi smiled bitterly. They couldn't see it, but he knew the existence above his head now. If he guessed correctly, it should be the legendary period of transcending tribulation. What did he use to escape? Just when they were ready to fight to the death. The terrifying existence above his head suddenly stopped exerting pressure on him, and his head, as huge as a mountain, slowly lifted up. You can see a flash of light in its scarlet pupils. The five people noticed this instantly. He quickly followed its gaze, and then everyone's expressions were shocked. I don't know when, but a figure appeared between heaven and earth. Although the figure and the monster above his head seemed so small, in their eyes, the man seemed to be the embodiment of heaven and earth. In an instant, her figure occupied everything they could see. Chapter 71. That is. Lu Shui and the other three also saw that figure, and their expressions changed. Behind them, Li Ji showed an ecstatic expression. Regardless of whether there was any danger, he rushed out of the room. In the astonished eyes of the three people, he fell to his knees. Deacon Li Ji, meet Elder Yao Ji. His voice, enveloped by spiritual power, spread throughout the Lingzi sect. The 5 ancestors of Lingzi in the distance turned their heads at the same time. It's actually him. Could it be that person? A monk in the transformation stage said in surprise. At the same time, he looked at the figure in the distance. Regardless of their reaction, the terrifying existence above their heads has now felt the oppression coming from the figure in the distance. This instantly focused his attention on her. At the same time, Yao Ji also looked over. The eyes under the bronze mask are as calm as water. However, she still raised her hand and waved, and a spiritual barrier suddenly enveloped the entire Lingzi sect. Then she looked at the huge figure hidden in the dark clouds. Extraterritorial evil demon. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and an aura of great perfection in the tribulation period burst out. Behind her, a figure of a Valkyrie appeared that also covered the sky and sun. For a moment, the sky and the earth seemed to be divided into two, one was white and the other was black. Ancestor Lingzi and others in the distance felt the terrifying aura emanating from the two beings in the sky, and their expressions changed drastically. Now that strong men have come, they will not go looking for death. So he quickly landed in the small courtyard behind the mountain and came to Li Ji and others. Fellow Taoist, who is the senior? Although he was a Hedao realm monk, at this moment when Lingzi Patriarch faced Li Ji, his tone was that of an equal. I am Tianxuan Sect, the elder of Tianj. Li Ji didn't hide anything and said directly. Hearing this, several people showed shocked expressions. A monk in the tribulation stage turned out to be just an elder. Then how terrifying is the strength of this Tianxuan sect? At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from overhead. The peaks around Lingzi sect suddenly collapsed, and in a river not far away, the water began to roll, creating hundreds of meters of water waves. At this moment, the group of people below were all horrified, and at the same time they were also grateful, if there was not that spiritual barrier above their heads. Just under this roar, they were immediately stunned. When they looked up, their expressions changed again. Dark clouds rolled in the black clouds, and a huge beast palm that could cover Lingzi sect appeared. Black smoke curled up and fell suddenly towards Yao Ji in the distance. In an instant, the ancestors of Lingzi and others took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Yao Ji. However, facing this blow, Yao Ji remained calm. Behind her, the Valkyrie slowly raised her head. For a moment, the world was bright. Buzz! A scream that could shatter a person's eardrums appeared instantly. The next moment, the huge figure of the Valkyrie was seen instantly arriving on top of the giant beast. At the same time, a lightsaber transformed from spiritual power suddenly fell down in his hand. Tear! A straight crack in the dark void appeared, bringing with it a terrifying tearing force. Feel the danger overhead. The giant beast looked up to the sky and roared. A pair of horns on the top of the head emitted a dark red light. A barrier instantly appeared between the two. Boom! The airwaves ripped apart, and the dark clouds dissipated, revealing the true face of the giant beast. Dark red skin, a huge body with no end in sight, and mysterious and strange lines on the fleshy wings on the back that cover the sky like spider webs. Although this attack was blocked, the spiritual barrier was also broken. The fleshy wings on the back of the giant beast flapped, and in an instant it appeared 10,000 meters away. Raising her head, Yao Ji's cold eyes burst out with two sword-like rays of light. The two rays of light tore through the space directly, arriving almost at the same moment when the giant beast's figure appeared 10,000 meters away. There were no terrifying explosions or collisions. Ancestor Lingzi and others only saw a flash of light, and a huge hole appeared on one of the giant beast's wings. Blood flowed down like a waterfall, and in just a few breaths, the ground below was infected with dark red. Roar! Feeling the pain, the giant beast let out a terrifying roar again. It seemed to be enraged, and it raised its huge head. The next moment, a red beam of light spanning the sky and the earth cut across a distance of 10,000 meters and came to Yao Ji in the blink of an eye. The light beam dissipated and the world became silent. Yao Ji's figure has also disappeared. Seeing this, the ancestors of Lingzi and others below all looked panicked, with despairing looks on their faces. How is it possible? That was a monk in the tribulation stage. Did he die like this? Lu Shui murmured to himself. As for the other Lingzi sect members, their faces were ashen. Only Li Ji's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were fixed on the sky. Don't worry, how could the elder be killed so easily? His voice rang out, instantly causing a group of people to look over. It seemed to be in response to his words. The giant beast in the distance let out a shrill scream. Everyone looked over quickly. The scene that followed made their scalps tingle. I saw that one of the horns on the head of the giant beast had been broken off at some point. The left wing of the back was also cut off by 1/3. And Yao Ji's figure appeared in front of it. Although she was small, at this moment, everyone looked at her with awe. Don't wait for the giant beast to react. Yao Ji takes action again. In an instant, there was a riot of spiritual power between heaven and earth, and the power of heaven billowed in the sky, as if the law of heaven would descend at any time. This made Yao Ji frown. But she didn't hesitate and spread her arms. A colorful brilliance appeared in front of her. Then in the brilliance, a thick force of destruction burst out. The beast felt the danger of death. I couldn't help but want to retreat. However, the distance between the two parties was too close, and the colorful brilliance turned into a colorful ball of light and disappeared instantly. The next moment, it appeared above its head. Looking at the seemingly small but frightening beam of light so close at hand, a flash of madness flashed in his scarlet eyes. A terrifying aura in its body was like a volcanic eruption, and instantly a dark red power appeared in its body, wrapping it inside. Boom! The two sides collided instantly. The sky trembled, the earth below cracked inch by inch, and the water from the surrounding Milky Way poured directly in. Ancestor Lingzi and others looked at the huge mushroom cloud covering dozens of kilometers in the distance, and their mouths opened wide. In the blink of an eye, the shock wave came instantly. I saw the earth collapse, and boulders weighing several kilograms were thrown away. The terrifying power collided with the spiritual barrier around Lingzi sect, causing a terrifying roaring sound. Slowly, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the centerpiece of the explosion. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, and Yao Ji also narrowed her eyes. Interesting. Her voice was cold, but the aura on her body did not weaken at all, but became more and more terrifying. What a scary girl doll! At the same time, a voice sounded faintly. Chapter 72. The dust has dispersed, but the figure of the giant beast is intact. Everyone saw at the same time that in front of the giant beast, an old man in red robes was raising a palm. The devastating blow just now was actually blocked by him. This scene made Ancestor Lingzi and others look horrified. I didn't expect that there is a person like you in this world. It's not simple. The old man put down his arms, smiled and shook his head. You are not human. Yao Ji frowned and spoke coldly. Haha, humans are just an inferior race, how could I be one? The old man's expression remained unchanged, but there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Your purpose? All things in the world are inhabited by virtuous people. This world has been favored by us, and any existence will be destroyed. With his hands behind his back, the old man's voice turned cold. Then fight! Yao Ji's eyes turned cold under her bronze mask, and she had a murderous intent on her body. It's just a period of transcending tribulation. I don't know whether to live or die. The old man was dismissive. He suddenly raised his hand, and a black millstone appeared in front of him. The next moment, the millstone enlarged infinitely, filling the space between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passes, everything dies. This power! Ancestor Lingzi groaned and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Land fairy! His voice trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. Hearing this, the expressions of several people on the side also changed. Even Li Ji's face showed a hint of worry. Faced with this blow, Yao Ji did not panic at all. She also raised her hand, and a golden light appeared in the palm of her hand. The aura of heaven and earth around her was like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, gathering towards her. I saw a golden light in the sky instantly connecting heaven and earth. Boom! The two sides came into contact instantly, and terrifying power swept across all directions. The already devastated earth was broken again, and boulders of 10,000 and 100,000 kilograms turned into dust and dissipated into the sky and the earth. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rioted near Lingzi Sect, tearing apart the space and shattering it, revealing a series of ferocious cracks. Click! In the sky above Lingzi Sect, there was a sudden sound of glass breaking. A group of people looked up sharply, and then their pupils shrank. I saw cracks appearing in the spiritual barrier laid out by Yao Ji, as if it would break at any time. Could it be, or... A monk in the transformation stage murmured to himself, his face full of fear of death. The others were not much better, watching all this with the same fear. It seems that you still can't do it. The old man shook his head and raised his hand. The black millstone was like a mountain, moving towards Yao Ji. Boom! In an instant, Yao Ji's figure flew upside down for tens of thousands of meters before finally stopping. However, you can see a stream of blood flowing out from under the mask. This scene instantly made the ancestors of Lingzi and others feel their hearts shrink. It's just a bed bug. At this moment, Yao Ji's power was not hidden at all, and there was a clicking sound, as if the shackles were being opened. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the terrifying power of heaven filled the air, filling the space between heaven and earth. The old man in the distance didn't take it seriously at first. In his eyes, Yao Ji is just a monk who has passed through the tribulation period. As a land immortal, and he comes from outside the territory, killing her is just like squeezing an ant to death. However, at this moment, a creepy feeling appeared in his heart. At the same moment, the giant beast behind him also let out a fearful roar. I just want to tear apart the space and escape from here. But the next moment, the world was already imprisoned by terrifying power. You. The old man opened his mouth wide and looked at Yao Ji in the distance, with a look of shock on his face for the first time. Tribulation period. Cross your grandma's legs. This aura is more terrifying than the immortal who actually stepped into the immortal gate. At this moment, a purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and struck straight towards Yao Ji. Go away! Yao Ji raised her head, and a golden light came towards thunder. Boom! The two sides collided, and the terrifying explosion spread throughout most of the Tianhe area. A wave of aftermath swept through, and the old man and the giant beast were thrown away together. At the same time, bright red blood flew out. Impossible, impossible! The old man's face was dull at this moment, and when he looked at Yao Ji, the indifference he had shown before was no longer the same, replaced by deep fear. Dark clouds rolled in the sky again. Feeling Yao Ji's continuous burst of power, she was about to continue to rain down thunder punishment. But at this moment, the world trembled. I saw ripples in the space among the rolling dark clouds, and a golden hall slowly appeared, revealing the majestic figure. Seeing this, Yao Ji instantly put away the power of forcible breakthrough in her body. The old man in the distance stared blankly at this scene, somewhat confused as to what the woman was going to do. As for Lingzi ancestor, a group of people were also attracted by the sudden appearance of the golden hall. What it is? Wang Pingtian spoke in confusion. Tianj. Only Li Ji was surprised at first, and then showed an expression of ecstasy. What is Tianj? A group of people looked at him at the same time. Our sect leader is here. Li Ji just shook his head, then dragged his seriously injured body towards Tianj. A group of people were left looking at each other. The old man in the distance also saw the golden hall. He didn't know why, but at this moment he felt a palpitation that was even more frightening than when Yao Ji exploded just now. As for the brilliant power in the sky, it slowly dissipated after Yao Ji took back her breath. Yao Ji, meet the sect leader. Before arriving at Tianj, Yao Ji bowed. It seems I came just in time, otherwise something would have happened. Zhang Ye's figure walked out slowly and arrived outside Tianj. Yao Ji was silent. Be careful next time and don't mess around. Zhang Ye, who was in Tianxuan Sect just now, suddenly received a notification sound from the system. He then knew that Yao Ji was in trouble. So the ability to travel directly through the void of Tianj came over. It happened to be the moment when Yao Ji was about to explode. If it were a step too late, the consequences would be disastrous. Even though Yao Ji was able to withstand the thunder punishment of heaven just now, that was only the initial outbreak of heaven's law. If Yao Ji still doesn't restrain herself, even if she is a real immortal, she will not be able to resist the consequences. Feel sorry. Yao Ji lowered her head. Okay, I think you seem to be injured, so you should go back and recuperate. Shaking his head, Zhang Ye looked at the old man in the distance. For some reason, the old man only felt his scalp numb when he was stared at by this ordinary-looking young man. This reminded him of the Supreme Being. But this is so incredible. Bring them back, it just so happens that the heavenly prison tower needs new fertilizer. There was no nonsense. After Zhang Ye finished speaking, he returned to the Tianj. The next moment, a lame figure slowly walked out of the Tianj. Chapter 73. A person and a giant beast in the distance looked at the lame woman walking out slowly, and they all smelled a strong smell of blood. The old man's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. I saw Yeyu coming outside the Tianj, and with one step, she came to the front of the two. Follow me, or should I take you with me? Yeyu's face with a scar showed neither sadness nor joy, but her voice was bone-chillingly cold. Over the Tianhe River, the three looked at each other from a distance, and the old man and the giant beast shuddered together. Looking at Yeyu, a fierce light flashed in the old man's eyes. The next moment, behind him, the giant beast suddenly shrank rapidly, and finally turned into human size. Its aura was rapidly increasing at this moment. It actually faintly broke through the limitations of this world. Yeyu didn't show any sign of this, she just looked at them coldly. Although I don't know who you are, you can't stop us. The old man spoke sadly. As his words fell, his body also burst out with a more terrifying power than before. However, after hearing this, Yeyu nodded and slowly pulled out the scimitar in her hand. Like a crescent moon, a bright silver brilliance appeared in the sky. In just the blink of an eye, the sword that destroyed the world appeared in front of one person and one beast. As if some kind of limit had been broken, a clicking sound was heard. I saw a large space in the sky turned directly into nothingness. The terrifying space turbulence is surging. The heaven and earth were stirred and trembled, the spiritual power rolled, and the heavenly way retreated. Only Yeyu's seemingly small figure stands in the center. The person and beast in the distance were now gone and disappeared into the void. Ababa! Ancestor Lingzi opened his mouth wide and looked at all this stupidly, having lost the ability to speak. At this moment, Yeyu suddenly thought of something, tilted her head, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. It seems that the sect leader just said something, right? She actually looked a little cute at this moment. Never mind. But soon, she shook her head, turned around and returned to the Tianj instantly. Zhang Ye was a little confused when he saw her coming back alone. Where are those two guys? Died. Yeyu's voice was neither sad nor happy. Didn't I ask you to bring them back? Zhang Ye's mouth twitched. Is this happening? Yeyu tilted her head, as if she had just remembered. Zhang Ye's face darkened. But in the end I could only sigh, my own people had nothing to do. Li Ji pays homage to the sect master. Li Ji, who had already returned to the Tianj, walked into the main hall and knelt down directly on the ground. Get up, I already know about you. Let's take a rest and recover from the injury. Zhang Ye waved his hand. Li Ji's eyes flashed with gratitude. Yes. He didn't say anything and just lowered his head. But soon he thought of something again, and he said with some hesitation, Master Qi, my survival this time is all thanks to one person. I wonder if I can take him back. Zhang Ye looked through the Tianj and instantly saw a group of people below. It's up to you, but since you brought it back, you have to be responsible. My subordinate understands. Li Ji fell to the ground here. Ancestor Lingzi and others looked at the golden hall exuding supreme majesty above their heads and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long time, Lu Shui looked at Zhang Xiaofan, who was already stunned. A flash of sigh flashed in his eyes, this kid had finally encountered a great opportunity. Not to mention the woman in the bronze mask, the woman holding a scimitar who appeared behind them was an existence that was beyond their reach. That stabbing blow just now, even though it was only for a moment. But it made her feel the ultimate terror. Well, I remember that you seemed to have brought that person back, right? At this time, Wang Pingtian also looked at Zhang Xiaofan, his eyes full of complexity. Mo Sweki also had such eyes. She understood that as long as that person was not an ungrateful person, Zhang Xiaofan's future would be limitless. As if to verify her idea, a figure appeared in front of them. Li Ji looked at Zhang Xiaofan with a smile on his face. Little guy, leave with me. Your future is not in this Tianhe area. The boundary between the Ice Emperor territory and the Qingfeng territory. As one of the 6 major families in Qingfeng territory, the Wang family's residence was in disaster. Wang Chao, the contemporary head of the Wang family. At this moment, he stood in front of the family hall, looking pale at the pitch-black terrifying figures in the sky. Just now, a supreme elder of their family was torn into pieces by monsters that resembled mantises but were more than 10 meters long. That was a great monk in the Hedao realm, and he died like this. For the Wang family, this is an irreparable loss. Master, please leave quickly. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Someone flew to his side instantly and said anxiously. Go? Where to go? Wang Chao smiled bitterly. Looking at the monsters that had surrounded the entire Wang family, he understood that the Wang family was doomed. It seemed to be to verify his idea. A huge black spike-like thing crashed down from the sky. In an instant, countless members of the Wang family were directly shaken into powder. The protective circle also shattered at this moment. A shrill scream came, full of despair. At this moment, a figure rose into the sky. The terrifying spiritual power exploded and collided with the spike in an instant. But the next moment, the figure flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and hit a big hall heavily. Uncle 6. Wang Chao's pupil shrank. Just want to rush over. Tear. However, before he could make any move, a black light suddenly appeared. Phew! I saw one of his arms fly out, blood splattering out. His face turned pale. Just when he turned around, he saw a huge monster approaching him. This caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Not daring to neglect, Wang Chao gritted his teeth and used spiritual power to seal the wound on his arm. Then he stepped on his feet, and a formation appeared around him, covering him. Looking at the monster, Wang Chao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I saw his intact hand changing rapidly, and handprints appeared one by one. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world surged rapidly. Boom! A bolt of lightning pierced the sky and struck directly on it. However, this blow, which was enough to seriously injure a monk in the transformation stage, had no effect on it at all. This made Wang Chao take a breath of air. He even seemed to see a hint of ridicule in the monster's blood-red eyes. The huge forelimbs were raised high, and they were about to kill him. Wang Chao's eyes quickly enlarged, and the tall figure of the monster was reflected in them. Is my Wang family about to be destroyed? That was the moment the idea came to him. The monster suddenly stopped attacking, its huge head raised high, and its blood-red eyes looked into the distance of the sky. Then bursts of neighing sounds came, and Wang Chao seemed to hear a trace of restlessness. This made him feel a little confused. Look, what is that? A voice sounded, immediately attracting his attention. When he looked up, his expression suddenly became dull. Chapter 74. The sky above the Wang family was now shrouded in black clouds. Terrible monsters shuttled through the sky. However, at this moment, they stopped moving and looked in the same direction. At the horizon, streaks of light were seen cutting through the night sky like shooting stars. At the same time, the terrifying pressure rolled in like waves crashing on the shore. Everyone in the Wang family looked at the scene in the distance and forgot about the danger at the moment, with dull expressions on their faces. The monsters hidden in the dark clouds also flashed scarlet eyes and neighed uneasily. The light dissipated and figures in black robes appeared. Their expressions were indifferent, and their robes rustled with the strong wind. You can see that there is a word on their sleeves. Although there are only 100 people, they are like thousands of troops. It was as if the air was distorted under their pressure. Wang Chao stared blankly at the figures and swallowed involuntarily. Terrible! He found that he couldn't see through any of them. This shows what? This shows that these people are at least above the Hedao realm. Where are they from? Why did they come? None of this is known. However, there was hope in his heart at this moment. Maybe he and his family can survive. Boom! An old man's figure appeared next to him, and with one blow the monster next to Wang Chao was blown away. Third uncle! Wang Chao had a look of surprise on his face. Don't be careless. The old man also raised his head, with a look on his face filled with disbelief. Third uncle, do you see who they are? Wang Chao asked quickly. I've never heard of him or seen him before. He shouldn't be from the Qingfeng territory. The old man shook his head. That. Wang Chao showed hesitation. Let's take a look first, but now we still need to gather all the clan members. Wang Chao nodded. This moment was the best opportunity, because the attention of the monsters that jumped out of nowhere seemed to be attracted by the hundreds of figures. Not daring to delay, he and the old man took action at the same time. After killing some weaker monsters, they gathered together the surviving members of the Wang family. There were only a few hundred people left in the huge Wang family at this moment. Looking at the injured clan members one by one, Wang Chao's eyes were full of sadness and anger. As they gathered, everyone arrived in front of the main hall. They looked at the figures in the distance, all of them extremely nervous. Roar! There was a roar, and a 1,000-meter-long mantis appeared in the dark clouds. In an instant, everyone in the Wang family gasped. Just now, this thing killed thousands of their tribesmen at once. Dark and corrosive auras emanated from its body. Everything that comes into contact is directly eroded, and finally turns into ashes and dissipates between heaven and earth. Gilu! The old man standing next to Wang Chao swallowed hard, with an unprecedented look of shock on his face. The Mahayana period. He murmured to himself, his voice slightly hoarse. Mahayana period. The Qingfeng region is the same as the Tianhe region, the strongest ones are only in the Hedao realm. In the Mahayana period, it is a legendary existence. When they thought about what had just happened, they realized that these monsters were just playing tricks on them. If the most powerful monster takes action directly, it can destroy them in an instant. I wonder if those people can. Wang Chao also looked solemn. For a moment, everyone looked at the group of people who suddenly appeared. Their eyes were full of hope. At this moment, the man in black robe in the distance moved. They all raised their hands, and in an instant the spiritual power of the sky and the earth rioted. In just an instant, a spiritual shock that merged with hundreds of people swept through. The next moment, it was like a strong wind blowing on the 18th level. I saw that the monster that was majestic just now was like a leaf in the stormy sea. They were blown away directly, and then each one disintegrated directly in mid-air. Even the most powerful one began to be covered with blood marks at this moment. As for the Wang family, their mouths were open at this moment. Anyone who could see it looked completely dull at this moment. Mahayana period. It's actually the Mahayana period. Hundreds of Mahayana people, is this the Holy Land of Central Continent joining forces? But how is it possible? At this moment, they directly lost the ability to think. At this moment, two figures appeared in the distant sky. It was a man and a woman. The two of them were looking at everything happening in front of them with incredible eyes. Until the spiritual storm dissipated, the monsters had disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky were also blown away, and the sun appeared in front of everyone in the Wang family again. The two of them came back to their senses. After looking at each other, they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. It seems we are a step too late. The man smiled and shook his head. Do you know who they are? The woman frowned, looking at the hundreds of figures with a solemn look in her eyes. I don't know, I've never seen it. The man shook his head again. They come from the Central Continent territory, and they discovered something strange in the Ice Emperor territory some time ago. So the two of them rushed over. I happened to arrive at the junction of Qingfeng territory and Ice Emperor territory today, and I discovered the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations here. After hurrying, although I arrived here, I was still a step late. Those terrifying creatures were actually eliminated by this group of people. Look at their sleeves. Suddenly the woman seemed to have discovered something and quickly pointed at the group of black-robed men. The man looked in the direction she pointed, his eyes also narrowed, and a solemn look appeared on his face. Land? Although it was just a very ordinary word, for some reason, the man felt a little pressure. Even though he was in the tribulation stage, he still felt it. It seems they should come from the same force. The man looked more serious than ever at this moment. Although it was only the Mahayana period, there were more than 100 people. Even in the Central Continent, no force can directly produce so many Mahayana monks. Could it be? Suddenly he thought of the sect named Tianxuan sect that Lei Tianming mentioned when he came here. Could it be that, as Lei Tianming said, that sect is so terrifying? What did you think of? The woman looked at his expression and couldn't help but speak quickly. The man did not hide anything and repeated what Lei Tianming said to him before coming here. The woman couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. You said there is such a powerful sect in the East. I also heard what Lei Tianming said. I don't know the specific situation very well. Then what should we do? Wait a minute and see what they do next. If possible, maybe talk to them. While the two were talking, suddenly all the hundreds of people turned back and looked in one direction. Then a force that shook the space came. With the appearance of this power, it immediately attracted the attention of the two people, and they couldn't help but look up. Then their pupils shrank. Chapter 75. In the sky where the dark clouds had dissipated, the air began to twist, and a terrifying aura filled the air. The next moment, a man, a woman, and everyone in the Wang family were looking at each other in horror. A palace appeared from the void. It was like the abode of a god, filled with the intimidating and supreme fairy light. It was like another sun, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. Just when everyone was shocked and confused, in the distant sky, more than 100 men in black robes all bowed and clasped their fists. "Welcome to the Sect, Master!" The sound echoed through the sky, attracting everyone's attention at once. "Metropolitan?" At this moment, both the man and woman from the central continent and everyone in the Wang family looked shocked. "It seems like a great person is here." The man looked extremely serious. Even he had to put away his former arrogance at this moment. He does not think that a person who can be treated with such respect by hundreds of Mahayana monks is just an ordinary person in the tribulation period. As the Tianj door slowly opened, a figure stepped out. In an instant everyone looked over. That was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, with no aura emanating from his body, just like an ordinary person. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. They looked at that figure, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Instead, it was the fact that he looked like an ordinary person that made them feel stressed. In such a scene, facing hundreds of Mahayana monks, would this be an ordinary person? Any fool knows it's impossible. "Get up, now is not the time to come and visit. Your work is not done yet. I will be here waiting for your good news." Zhang Ye waved his hand, and the next moment his figure appeared directly in front of the Wang family below. "Yes." A group of men in black robes took the order, and then turned into a stream of light again, disappearing at the end of the world in an instant. "Junior Wang Chao, pay my respects to Senior." As the head of the Wang family, Wang Chao took the lead and took 2 steps forward and bowed. "Do you mind if I stay here for a while?" Zhang Ye said with a smile. As the closest place to the Ice King territory, he was prepared to wait for news here. "It is our honor for you to come to my Wang family." Wang Chao answered quickly. He was very excited at the moment. If he could get on the line with this person, the loss of their Wang family might not be a big deal. You must know that any of the black-robed men above can directly become a domain lord when they come to the Qingfeng territory. Not to mention this old monster who looks young but has lived for who knows how many years. In their eyes, Zhang Ye, whose cultivation was hidden by the system, was the kind of old monster who liked to pretend to be young. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry." Zhang Ye nodded. Wang Chao even said he didn't dare. Then he quickly waved his hand, signaling to the remaining clan members to quickly clean up. Nowadays, the only place where the Wang family can entertain Zhang Ye is the main hall behind them. As for other places, they have become ruins. Sect Master, Elder Feng Zhuezi sent a message that the Ice Emperor territory has been completely occupied by races from outside the territory, and they cannot enter. At this moment, a figure in black robe appeared silently and knelt down on one knee. Zhang Ye, who was about to enter the main hall under the leadership of Wang Chao, stopped. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Now that it has been completely occupied, the consequences for the hundreds of millions of creatures in the Ice Emperor territory can be imagined. In an instant, a killing intent emanated from his body. Although it was very weak, it still made a few people around him feel a chill. Wang Chao stood aside, not daring to express his anger. He also heard the report from the man in black robe, plus what happened to his family just now. He could also roughly guess what happened in the Ice Emperor territory. Let everyone surround the Ice Emperor territory, and no outsider creature can be released. Zhang Ye spoke coldly. Yes. The man in black robe cupped his fists and disappeared instantly. Yao you go too, don't leave anyone behind. Zhang Ye raised his head and his voice entered the Tianj. As commanded. Ye Yu's voice came, and then it fell into silence. Let's go. I haven't tasted the delicacies of Qingfeng territory yet. I just have the opportunity today. Looking back, Zhang Ye had a smile on his face again. Wang Chao did not dare to neglect and quickly led the way. Soon Zhang Ye entered the Wang family's main hall. As for the Tianj, it was looming and suspended in the sky, exuding a faint pressure. What should we do next? On the horizon in the distance, the woman frowned. Let's go and see where this person comes from. The man didn't hesitate at all and came directly towards the Wang family. Who is coming? Almost as soon as they approached the Wang family, a cold voice sounded. At the same time, figures in black robes appeared all around. It turned out to be more than 100 men in black robes. Feeling the aura on their bodies, the eyes of both the man and the woman twitched. It turned out to be more than 100 people in the Mahayana stage. Where does this power come from, and why are there so many monks in the Mahayana period? There are more than 200 people on display right now. You must know that there are only more than 100 people in the entire Mahayana period of the central continent. And they are still scattered among various forces. This mysterious force that suddenly appeared was able to take out more than 200 people at once, so how terrifying would his true background be? At Huangfeng in lower middle continent. The man did not hesitate because the other party was in the Mahayana stage, and answered with cupped fists. Yang Feng from the central continent. The woman also clasped her fists. I wonder why you two are here. A man in black robe spoke coldly. We came here because of the Ice Emperor territory. We happened to meet you when we passed by, so we came here to pay you a visit. Huang Feng replied neither humble nor arrogantly. The group of men in black robes fell silent for a moment. I don't know if I should report it to Zhang Ye. After all, this is no longer Tianxuan Sect. If the other party has any malicious intentions, Zhang Ye will be in great danger. But at this moment, Zhang Ye's voice came from far away. Let them come. After a slight hesitation, the man in black robe moved out of the way. Huang Feng and Yang Feng looked at each other. Now that we're here, we can't leave easily. Under the leadership of a man in black robe, the two people quickly arrived at the main hall. At this moment, Zhang Ye was sitting at the top, and beside him, Wang Chao stood respectfully. On the other side were three old men, but they all had more or less scars on their bodies. The most serious one among them had a dent in his chest and his breath was extremely weak. Huang Feng, Yang Feng, of the central continent has met fellow Taoist. Since Zhang Ye's identity was not certain, he still referred to him as a fellow Taoist. Central continent. Zhang Ye raised his eyebrows. Instantly he thought of a person, Lei Tianming. Then I wonder why you two are here. Zhang Ye said knowingly. There has been no news from the Ice Emperor territory for more than a month. Some time ago, some of us came to investigate, and the news we got was not optimistic, so the two of us came over in person to prepare to enter the Ice Emperor territory to have a look. Huang Feng didn't hide anything and told them their goal. Zhang Ye nodded slightly. Now the Ice Emperor territory has been completely occupied by races from outside the territory. I just got the news that even the elders of Tianxuan Sect cannot enter it. Then his face turned serious. So you don't need to go, and I have already agreed with Lei Tianming that the eastern part of Tianxuan Continent will be in charge of my Tianxuan Sect. Although Huang Feng and Yang Feng's expressions remained unchanged, their hearts were shocked. It is indeed Tianxuan Sect. At this moment, they became extremely curious about Tianxuan Sect. What kind of sect power was this? As shown now, they feel that even if the Holy Land of Central Continent joins forces, it may be a little inferior. Of course, they are only Mahayana monks, and they don't know much about the tribulation stage. But they are probably not in the minority. For a moment, their hearts felt heavy. Chapter 76. The Ice Emperor territory spans between the eastern and central parts of Tianxuan Continent. Because it has very good training resources, the Ice Emperor realm can also be ranked in the middle of the Tianxuan Continent. However, such a large domain with hundreds of countries and countless large and small sects has turned into a scorched earth at this moment. The earth was shattered, the city was reduced to ruins, and bones could be seen everywhere. Not only humans, but also monsters and other creatures. In the land of Nanyu, there is an endless prairie. At this moment, this place has become the home base of extraterrestrial races. Looking from the sky, the thick black fog seems to turn this place into another world. Creatures as huge as mountains are looming among them. This place has lost its original vitality and is only lifeless. At the very center, 12 figures stood. They are all human bodies, but the aura emanating from their bodies is full of coldness and evil. In front of them, an ancient altar occupied a 10-mile radius. It can be seen that a giant beast that is several times larger than the creature in the black fog is crawling in it. It is like a small mountain range, full of daunting oppression. At this moment, humanoid figures walked out of the thick fog around the altar. They wore uniform black robes, and their faces were covered by hoods, making it difficult to see their appearance. The sacrificial ceremony has begun, and we welcome our Lord to come. A man in black robe stepped forward, his voice echoing in all directions. As his words fell, the men in black robes around him clasped their hands together and placed them on their chests. An obscure murmur sounded, slowly getting louder and louder. At the same time, you can see that wisps of blood-red threads are beginning to float out of the surrounding black fog. They poured into the altar like water. Gradually the altar glowed. As time goes by, the light grows stronger and stronger. I don't know how much time has passed, but it seems that some kind of critical point has been reached. The huge creature on the altar slowly opened its eyes. Scars appeared on its body, like eggs about to break. Dark red blood flowed out, but within a moment, the blood was like river water, infecting the entire altar. However, it did not show the slightest pain, but was very calm, waiting for death to come. Wow! Then the blood flowed down the altar and merged into the earth. It can be seen that the earth that had already turned into scorched earth began to break. The cracks were like spider webs, going in all directions. Among the broken cracks, the bloody aura began to spread, gradually covering dozens of kilometers around it. Click! Boom! A supreme divine power emerged in the sky, and among the rolling thunder clouds, streaks of purple or red thunder appeared like giant dragons in the dark clouds. A sound of anger beyond the hearing of living beings sounded. The next moment, thunder roared. In an instant, thousands of thunders came and the earth trembled. A roar echoed across the sky. In the thick black fog, huge creatures emerged one after another. They all raised their heads and roared at the sky. Buzz! A dark red light shield appeared, covering the entire plain. It seems like this place is divided into two worlds. Those powerful thunders from heaven, which were enough to cause serious injuries to the monks in the tribulation stage, fell on the light shield, but they only made them tremble slightly. However, the surrounding mountains and ground were directly blasted into ashes. Is this the way of heaven and earth? I wonder how it tastes. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. At some point, the figure of the giant beast on the altar had turned into a pile of white bones, and its flesh and blood had disappeared. And a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe appeared on the altar. There is no aura at all, just like an ordinary person. But at this moment, the terrifying creatures from all directions roared with excitement. The surrounding men in black robes knelt on the ground and banged their heads on the ground. "Welcome, my lord!" The voice came, filled with excitement and awe. "Another good granary." The middle-aged man raised his head, bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Recently, cultivators from the 7 major regions around the Ice Emperor realm have all felt something is wrong. I don't know where it started, but the Ice Emperor territory suddenly became mysterious. Both the people who went to the Ice King territory and the people in it seemed to have disappeared. For a time, all the cultivation forces in the 7 major regions were on alert. Dongsheng territory is located in the northwest of Ice Emperor territory. At the junction of the two domains, a group of monks looked at the endless mountains in the distance, with solemn expressions on their faces. They were from the Biling dynasty of the Dongsheng territory, and were ordered to come to explore the Ice Emperor territory, which had been abnormal recently. They were very curious about what happened in the Ice Emperor territory and why there was no news from it a month ago. Just when a group of people were about to enter the Ice King territory, they all stopped. When they looked at the scene in the distance, their expressions changed. The leader is a woman. She is wearing a white armor and has a heroic appearance. As a monk in the divine transformation stage, she felt something was wrong ahead. Behind her, a group of more than 10 people were all nascent soul stage monks. However, this group of people did not dare to step forward easily at this moment. At some point, a pitch-black haze enveloped the mountain range. A strong sense of crisis made them hesitate. "General, do we still want to move forward?" A nascent soul stage monk asked with a solemn expression. The woman also frowned, and she hesitated a little. At this moment, she felt a little scared in her heart for some reason. It seems that there is something extremely terrifying in the mountain range. But in the end she gritted her teeth. This mission was personally assigned by the Emperor of the Biling dynasty. She knew that one very well. If she dared to disobey, the consequences might be more terrible than death. So under her leadership, a group of more than 10 people entered the mountains. They did not choose to fly because it might be more dangerous. Passing through a canyon, everyone came to the mountains. The haze around here is very deep, and the visibility with the naked eye is only 5 or 6 meters around. And after entering here, their expressions changed. Because they discovered that their spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the haze. This made them more vigilant. Hiss! At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from somewhere. Everyone looked solemn and quickly gathered together to form a circle, surrounding the woman in the center. Looking around solemnly, the woman's inner sense of crisis became more and more serious. They didn't notice that not far away, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened, revealing a greedy light from the beginning. The surroundings slowly became quiet, as if nothing was abnormal. But at this moment, as a result of the intuition of the divine transformation stage, the woman suddenly turned her head. In an instant, her expression changed drastically. Chapter 77. Careful! The woman spoke loudly, and at the same time, the long sword in her hand waved a sword light. Phew! In the thick fog, dark red blood splashed, and a bat-like but human-shaped monster was cut into two. Everyone looked around quickly and their expressions changed. Everyone looked at the killed monster, and after looking at each other, the two walked over slowly. However, before they could reach the corpse, there was a sudden sound of wind pressure above the head. When they looked up, their scalps felt numb for a moment. I saw silhouettes passing through the thick black mist. They could only see pairs of scarlet eyes. Formation! The woman shouted loudly. In an instant, more than 10 nascent soul stage monks all occupied one position. The auras on his body became one in the blink of an eye. Standing in the middle of everyone, the woman's aura is rising steadily. Hiss! A sharp neighing sound came from nowhere. They saw Batman monsters coming towards them from all directions. The two sides collided instantly. The spiritual power was instantly dispersed, and blood was flying all over the sky. Although the monsters were only at the chi refining stage, there were so many of them and they were so densely packed that it was impossible to estimate them. A group of people looked extremely serious. However, they all have military backgrounds, and their strength is at the nascent soul stage. With the cooperation of the battle formation combined attack method, it is easy for them to kill these monsters. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they didn't wait for them to fully exhale. A strange sound suddenly came over. The Batman monsters that had been fearless just now suddenly stopped attacking and all retreated into the black mist, leaving only hundreds of corpses on the ground. Everyone, be careful, something is approaching. The woman stood in the center, and her intuition told her that something terrible was coming. Sure enough, as the monster retreated, the surrounding black mist began to roll. At this moment, a nascent soul stage seemed to have discovered something, and the long knife in his hand emitted a bloody light. Then he saw the blood flashing away and disappearing into the black mist. However, this blow was like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any ripples at all. This took everyone's breath away. Hula! Suddenly, there was a strong wind. An invisible wind blew in the black mist, and dust was flying all around. Before anyone could react, a scream suddenly sounded. I saw one of a person's arms being torn off, falling to the ground and being pulled into the black mist by an invisible force. Damn it! The woman's expression changed. Because their spiritual consciousness does not work here, they are like blind people, unable to know the attack in advance. At this moment, the woman lowered her head suddenly and stared at the ground. There was a click. A crack suddenly opened in the ground. Without any hesitation, the sharp sword in her hand stabbed into the ground. I saw a column of blood shooting out. At the same time, there was a shrill scream. Go up! The woman said in a deep voice. The battle formation did not change at all, and a group of people rose into the sky. But just as they entered the black mist, their expressions changed drastically. A black figure was actually hidden in the black mist. The huge body is like a hill. As soon as they entered the black mist, they collided with it. The woman's face was solemn. The spiritual power in the body is mobilized crazily. At this time, it was already a matter of life and death, and there was no room for her to have the slightest reservation. The terrifying sword light tore through the fog and killed the huge creature whose specific appearance could not be seen. However, her expression changed the next moment. Because the moment her attack came into contact with the creature, it was directly blocked by an invisible force. The monster hidden in the black mist was instantly angered. A roar echoed through the sky. The next moment, a terrifying pressure came from the side. Everyone saw a huge tentacle bombarding them in the rolling black mist. It's too fast. Even a woman in the transformation stage didn't respond. Boom! The battle formation was shattered directly. A group of people flew out together, blood pouring out of their 7 orifices. Because 2 people were directly facing the tentacle, their aura disappeared directly under this blow. With 2 bangs, the 2 corpses fell heavily to the ground, raising a puff of smoke and dust. Looking at the 2 subordinates who died instantly, the woman's expression was extremely ugly. Her breathing became heavier at this moment. With the black mist blocking her, she couldn't tell what kind of existence that monster was. Retreat! Reluctant voices sounded, and a group of people quickly walked away in the direction they came from. However, how could the creatures hidden in the black mist let them leave so easily? A sharp cry came from overhead. Everyone felt that the air around them seemed to become thicker. At this moment, a nascent soul stage monk who was walking at the back suddenly stopped. Hearing that there was no movement behind her, the woman quickly looked back. The moment she saw the situation clearly, the hair on her whole body stood up. In the black mist, the nascent soul stage man who looked to be in his 30s raised his hand blankly at this moment. He saw a jet black mist wrapped around his arm. And the mist began to spread towards him. This was not the scariest thing. What was truly frightening was that as the mist spread, the flesh and blood on his arms began to melt like a lit candle. Slowly deep bones appeared. However, he didn't feel the slightest pain. Although the woman's heart was filled with fear, her expression did not change at all. Just when she was about to leave with the man. Phew! One day, a tentacle appeared from the black mist and pierced the man's chest directly. There was no pain on the man's face, just dullness. Taking a deep breath, the woman understood that he could no longer be saved. So he turned around and ran outside without hesitation. But as time went by, their faces became increasingly ugly. Because they discovered that when they first arrived, it only took half an hour to travel, but when they ran at such a high speed, they didn't even finish the journey in an hour. Slowly they also discovered something was wrong. As the woman raised her arms, everyone stopped in an open space. They formed a circle again. Everyone looked around in fear. It seems like a monster will rush out at any time. However, it seems to be toying with them. There was silence again. This made the group of people even more restless. The woman understands that continuing like this is not an option. Taking one step forward, the breath from his body burst out unreservedly. In an instant, the power of the divine transformation stage spread out, stirring up a strong wind all around. As the spiritual energy surged, a pillar of spiritual energy rose into the sky, directly tearing apart the black fog above his head. However, when they saw clearly the scene behind the black fog, their faces suddenly turned pale. Chapter 78. I saw, in the black mist, a huge blood-red pupil appeared. What kind of eye is that? In it, they saw bloodthirsty and madness, as well as greed for life. At this moment, more than a dozen people below felt a deep chill from beginning to end. Even a woman in the stage of becoming a god, her body is too scared to move at this moment. Swish swish swish. The airwaves rolled around, and suddenly dark red tentacles appeared all around. The shrill screams came one after another. The group of men surrounding the woman showed no resistance at all, and were directly pierced through the chest, and then pulled into the black mist. The woman was left alone, standing stiffly in place. At this moment, the giant bloody pupil in the sky slowly approached her. A breath that made her feel sick came to her face. Biting the tip of her tongue, the woman forced herself to gain the ability to move. She had no intention of sitting still and waiting for death. The long sword in her hand spit out the sword light, and she was ready to fight to the death. But before she could take action, the terrifying creature above her suddenly stopped moving. The woman saw its bloody pupils shrinking violently. Then a scream tore her eardrums. Blood flowed out slowly. But she didn't care about it. There was a look of surprise and uncertainty on her face. Don't know what happened. Boom. Suddenly there was a roar not far away. The surrounding black mist rolled violently again. A huge boulder passed over her head. Buzz. Before she could react, a terrifying shock wave swept over her. Just for a moment, the surroundings suddenly became clear. The black mist disappeared, revealing its true appearance. At this time, she finally saw clearly what was going on. Not far away, a 100-foot mountain peak suddenly collapsed. At the same time, she also saw clearly the specific appearance of the creature above her head. It turned out to be a giant python that was 10,000 meters long, but it had bloody tentacles that were hundreds of meters long. She also felt the power emanating from that guy's body. It turned out to be a peerless great demon in the Hedeo realm. Of course, this was also because she didn't know that it actually came from outside the territory. At this moment, this giant python has raised its upper body, like a mountain peak reaching into the sky. Its mouth opened and it made a neighing sound. Following its gaze, the woman's pupils shrank. I saw 3 figures standing on the edge of the mountains in the distance. Wearing uniform white armor and holding spears, they were looking coldly at the giant python monster above their heads. But after seeing them clearly, the woman showed a look of surprise. It turned out to be 3 great monks in the Hedeo realm, which made her breathe a heavy sigh of relief. From a distance, the 3 of them didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. At the same time, when he took action, the spiritual pressure caused by the attack caused terrifying winds to blow around him. The giant python faced 3 beings of the same level without the slightest fear. On the huge body, the tentacles are like parasitic appendages on it, as if they have their own life. I saw these tentacles shooting out streams of ink-colored liquid at the same time, directly covering the surroundings of the 3 Hedeo realms. However, blocked by a spiritual barrier, these liquids cannot get close at all. The space suddenly rippled, and a shadow of a 100-foot spear appeared above the giant python's head. It was like a mountain peak, suppressing it. Boom! The moment it was touched, one could see the air around it twisting. What followed was an earth-shaking roar. The woman's expression changed, she didn't dare to stay, and quickly moved away from here as quickly as possible. It's just that if she was in the stage of becoming a god, if she was unlucky and touched by these beings, she might just end up here. As the aftermath dissipated, the python was unscathed. The python didn't even look at her escape. At this moment, its attention was completely focused on the three people opposite. Its blood-red eyes were filled with unintelligent madness. The huge body moved, and the surrounding mountains suddenly collapsed. Although it is 10,000 meters long, its speed is not slow. In just a blink of an eye, they were already in front of the three of them. He opened his huge mouth and swallowed the three of them directly. In an instant, a terrifying suction force enveloped the three of them, trying to devour them directly. The three of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The spears in his hands all burst out with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. The next moment, the three forces directly merged into one, shooting towards the giant python's mouth. Tear. The woman had just escaped from the battlefield between the two sides. When she looked back again, she couldn't help but take a breath of air. A stream of spiritual power visible to the naked eye shot out from the spears of the three people. The giant python that had just opened its huge mouth was directly rushed in from the mouth by this blow. The next moment, its head exploded. In an instant, blood flowed down from its body like a waterfall. And its huge body trembled, and then crashed to the ground. At this moment, the entire mountain range roared. Looking at the giant python corpse below that looked like a small mountain range, the three of them headed in one direction without stopping. Only the female general from the Biling dynasty was left standing in the distance watching all this stupidly. Who are they? That was the only question on her mind right now. What she didn't know was that things like this were happening constantly around the Ice Emperor territory at this moment. Because extraterritorial races occupy the Ice Emperor territory, there are very terrifying beings guarding these border areas. Under Zhang Ye's order, members of the Heavenly Guards, Dij and Tianx, who were originally scattered in more than 100 areas, gathered together, surrounding the entire Ice Emperor territory. And the Heavenly Guards formed a small team of 3 people and began to clean up these extraterritorial races around them. As for the deeper matter, it is a matter between the elders of Dij and Tianx. Following Tianxuan Zhang's actions, several major regions around him gradually began to know what had happened in the Ice Emperor region. There was a moment of excitement. Led by the most powerful forces in these regions, a team of cultivators began to take shape and headed towards the Ice Emperor region. As for what their purpose is, it is unknown. After all, the Ice Emperor territory can be said to be a land without one, and wealth can be found in danger. Of course, they quickly encountered a Waterloo. The group of people suddenly woke up after the death of a monk who was in the tribulation stage. Reporting to the sect master, Elder Bei sent news that they have discovered a gathering place for races from outside the territory. On this day, Zhang Ye, who was in the Wang family's land, suddenly received the news. He slowly stood up from his seat. Let everyone gather together and catch them all this time. Zhang Ye's voice sounded calmly, but there was a hint of doubt. Wang Chao on the side was standing there now, with a look of struggle flashing in his eyes. Chapter 79. Senior and Junior also want to see it and do their part. Wang Chao's eyes flashed with determination and he spoke directly. Zhang Ye looked back at him. It's very dangerous. With your strength, you're still a little behind. Wang Chao did not flinch, and said, the Ice Emperor territory has suffered such a disaster. Although this junior is weak in strength, he is still willing to fight for it. Looking at Wang Chao with a determined expression, Zhang Ye thought for a moment. Finally nodded. After patting him on the shoulder, he walked towards Tianx. Upon seeing this, Wang Chao's eyes flashed with excitement. He quickly followed him. To find wealth in danger, he can be regarded as having a future for Wang Jiabo. He Ming is a Mahayana monk from the Seven Stars region. This time, with the alliance of several major forces, he also joined it. But just yesterday, news came from another team that frightened him. A man who was in the tribulation stage went deep into the Ice Emperor realm, but his life card was shattered. This made him feel a little scared. Now that they are staying here, they don't know whether to go deeper. At this moment, he was standing on a mountain peak, looking at a city in front of him, with a very ugly expression on his face. He had been to the city in front of him before, it was called King Yun City. However, this city that once had a population of 1 million is now completely silent. You can see that the tall city wall has been destroyed. Numerous bones can be seen on the ground. He couldn't imagine what happened to the Ice Emperor territory to turn it into the purgatory on earth it is now. He took a deep breath and released the depression in his heart. At this moment, a man in white robe walked over. "Lord Hemming, we found a body in front of us. We hope you can go over and take a look." He Ming turned around, a flash of doubt in his eyes. But he still nodded. Soon, the two came to a plain. Looking from a distance, a giant corpse as big as a hill with 3 heads fell there. It can be clearly seen that there is a terrifying penetrating wound on its chest. At this moment, dozens of people were discussing next to the corpse. He Ming came to the side of an old man. He is also another Mahayana monk in this team. His name is Dong Hua. "Come here, let's take a look. This is the third body of a Mahayana demon that we have seen here." Dong Hua saw his arrival and spoke directly. He Ming looked at the corpse with a serious face. It should be that group of people who suddenly appeared. Nowadays, Tianxuan is no longer a secret in the Ice Emperor territory. Although I don't know which force they come from specifically, there is indeed such a group of people. Especially the Heavenly Guards, because they are operating on the periphery, so several major areas in the surrounding areas have almost encountered them. Although I don't know where they come from, I understand that this is a very terrifying force. As far as the Heavenly Guards and others saw, there was no one who was not a monk in the Hedao realm. And as they went deeper, they also discovered the bodies of demons from the Mahayana period. This also shows that there must be more powerful existences that have entered the Ice Emperor realm. But they don't know much about the whereabouts of those people. Because no one has seen them. Are we going to continue on this path? Dong Hua frowned and hesitated. Then what else can we do? The other places have been divided up by those old guys. Do you still dare to rob them? He Ming shook his head. But... Dong Hua said some words, but in the end he just sighed. Okay, just think of it as revenge for the billions of living beings in the Ice Emperor territory. After patting his shoulder, Hemming prepared to look ahead. However, at this moment, everyone felt something at the same time and looked in the same direction. At the end of the sky, streams of light cut through the void, heading towards the depths of the Ice King territory. This scene surprised everyone. They know how terrifying it is now in the depths of the Ice King territory. A monk in the tribulation stage died silently like that. However, the person who suddenly appeared now didn't seem worried. That's those white-armored monks. Someone suddenly spoke. They are also familiar with this group of people. It is the group of people operating on the outer edge of the Ice King territory. That's weird, why did these guys come in? A Hedao realm monk frowned. Did something happen? A flash of thought flashed in He Ming's eyes. Come on, let's follow and have a look. After thinking about it, he spoke directly. Dong Hua didn't speak, just nodded. Since someone is willing to take the lead, they can follow suit and adapt accordingly. So a group of people followed the hundreds of figures and headed towards the depths of the Ice Emperor territory. As they went deeper, their expressions became more solemn. Everywhere you look in the vast land is dead silence. Occasionally, you can even see pieces of white bones. This made a group of people feel even heavier. But soon, their attention was drawn in another direction. They saw that as they went deeper, there were more and more figures in front of them. Those white-armored monks seemed to be countless, and from time to time a few or dozens would appear from other directions. As time went by, they suddenly discovered that the team that had just been 100 people had actually exceeded the 1,000-person mark. This scene shocked everyone who came back to their senses. Especially after feeling the aura of those people, their expressions changed. They are all Hedeo realm monks. Thousands of Hedeo realms, what is the concept? With their knowledge, it is simply unimaginable. However, this is not over yet. As we go deeper and deeper, these white-armored monks appear in groups. They even saw a team of more than 2,000 people appear at one time. Slowly, even Donghua and Himing, two Mahayana students, became frightened. Where does this power come from? Suddenly, thousands of people in front stopped. This caused the group of people following them to stop and look at them curiously. What's going on? Someone spoke in confusion. Is there danger ahead? Some people showed a look of uncertainty. Only the two Mahayana monks looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. In their perception, there were hundreds of auras on a mountain peak in front of them. This is actually nothing, after all, such scenes have been commonplace along the way. What really shocked them was that the hundreds of auras in front of them were all in the Mahayana stage like them. Hundreds of Mahayana? Are they dreaming? For a moment, both of them were confused.